In any case, Long Yu finally saw someone who could fight, and his cultivation in the early stage of the Imperial realm was still very suitable for Long Yu. However, it was a bit beyond Long Yu's expectations. He thought that the next opponent would be in the late Qing realm, so when he saw Si Kong-yi, Long Yu still planned to use his full strength. The apocalyptic 9 nether divine inscriptions can be temporarily unused, but other means must be used if they can be used. However, since it is Si Kong-yi, he may be able to tell something from the battle. After all, Long Yu's 9 nether divine inscriptions are easy to recognize in the Northern Snow Empire. The other party may see that he is related to Long Yu, but they will definitely not know that he is Long Yu. Long Yu didn't think too much. He watched Si Kong-yi walk to the field with a calm face, his whole body exuding the aura of ice divine text, causing the temperature around him to drop sharply. Long Yu's calm look made Si Kong-yi look solemn. Being able to see that his cultivation in the early stage of the Imperial realm was indifferent and still calm and ready to fight, made Si Kong-yi certain that the person in front of him was extremely powerful. Of course, this can already be seen from the 2 battles just now. If you can defeat me, I will introduce you to Queen Beishue. Si Kong-yi said in a deep voice. Haha, let's get started. But Long Yu shook his head, smiled casually, raised his hand, and used the crazy fighting divine text to take action, fighting with fists and cannons. With a fist, Long Yu's figure was like a cannonball, and it shot towards Si Kong-yi. The aura of the crazy war gods fell from the sky, covering Si Kong-yi. Supernatural power, bound by an ice coffin. Si Kong-yi did not hesitate, an endless ice divine inscription spread out from his hands, quickly forming an ice coffin that enveloped Long Yu's entire body. The endless power of ice bound Long Yu, and Long Yu's frenzied fists and cannons suddenly hit the ice coffin, but failed to penetrate it. The martial arts realms between the 2 sides are several levels apart, and the gap in basic strength is a bit big. Moreover, Si Kong-yi is a strong genius who can leapfrog challenges. Although it is just an ordinary innate magical power, it is not something Long Yu can break casually. Frenzy fighting with fists and cannons. However, Long Yu was not in a hurry to break through the shackles of the ice coffin. Instead, he raised the corners of his mouth slightly and began to use the crazy fighting fists and cannons at the ice coffin. With each punch, the crazy fighting force on his body continued to rise. It adds up. The superposition of each layer of the Mad Battle power doubled the power of Long Yu's Mad Battle divine spell. When Long Yu punched out his 5th punch, cracks began to appear in the entire ice coffin that bound him. With the 6th punch, the entire ice coffin shattered. Long Yu burst out of the air and continued to hit Si Kong-yi with his fist. Although it only took Long Yu 3 breaths to break through the ice coffin, during this time, Si Kong-yi had already prepared a big move. Long Yu rushed towards him, just as he wanted. The power of endless ice divine writings suddenly emerged from the space in all directions, and then condensed into clusters of ice slag, instantly surrounding Long Yu. Burial of ice. Si Kong-yi retreated quickly, and the ice divine symbols around him trapped Long Yu. Countless ice shards penetrated into Long Yu's body, restraining him in the air. At the same time, the endless cold air wanted to erode his body. This move is a 3rd-grade divine formation that Si Kong-yi has prepared for a long time. In addition, he has reached a very high level in compatibility with the ice attribute divine texts. It is extremely powerful. It can be used to deal with opponents in the early stage of the Imperial realm. As long as there is time, when he used this move, the opponent was basically defeated. Even against those in the middle stage of the Imperial realm, Si Kong-yi can rely on this move to establish victory. After all, the opponent affected by ice burial will have a cold vortex in his body, which will slow down the speed of his various methods and weaken his reaction ability. All in all, it has all kinds of disgusting negative effects. But unfortunately, his current opponent is Long Yu. It turns out to be this type of method, so don't blame me for being rude. Long Yu narrowed his eyes, then raised his hand, and the power of the world-purifying body condensed out of his body, instantly forming a world-purifying soul mirror to wrap around him. When the power of the surrounding ice barrier came into contact with the purifying soul mirror, it instantly changed its target and was bounced back tenfold. Before Sikong could react, his whole body felt a chill, and the terrifying power of ice barrier surged towards him. The purifying soul mirror can rebound mental shock or various control methods tenfold. In this situation, it is just right. How could Sikong know that Long Yu had such a method? Originally, as long as Long Yu was trapped by ice barrier, the victory he wanted would follow, but unfortunately, Long Yu was not trapped so easily, and instead rebounded the power of ice barrier tenfold. Fortunately, Sikong himself was very familiar with the barrier of ice. Even if the barrier of ice was 10 times more powerful, he would not be completely trapped in it. The ice divine inscriptions bloomed, and Sikong whole body was like a sharp ice sword, breaking through the air from the surging power of ice barrier. When the two sides fight, once the other side seizes an opportunity, the situation will completely change. For example, Sikong biggest mistake now was to use barrier of ice to deal with Long Yu. After being rebounded 10 times, although he could still escape, he was completely at a passive disadvantage. He had just escaped from the barrier of ice, and Long Yu used the unbounded grip move. Using the boundless grip cast by the 9 nether divine inscriptions, he pulled Sikong to Long Yu's body through the air, and then briefly sealed the power in his body. Frenzy fighting with fists and cannons. Long Yu had just superimposed several layers of crazy fighting heavenly power, and it was still effective now. The crazy fighting fist cannons with several times the power came and smashed Sikong's entire body away. Fortunately, Sikong reacted quickly. When Long Yu used the unbounded grip, he took the lead in condensing a layer of ice armor all over his body. This punch did not cause much damage to him. After all, Long Yu's cultivation level is currently at the early stage of the talented king realm. After suppressing it, his basic strength is only so small. It is impossible to kill Sikong with one punch. But Long Yu's offensive is not over yet. Only then did he punch Sikong away. Long Yu gained the upper hand and continued to use his boundless grip, pulling Sikong back again, and then punched him again. 3 times of boundless grip, 3 times of crazy fighting fists and cannons. With the superposition of the crazy fighting force, each punch of Long Yu was heavier than the last. Even Sikong's whole body was defended by the ice armor. In the end, the third punch at that time, the ice armor was finally shattered by Long Yu. These 2 moves were repeated in a cycle, which really made Sikong a genius and strong man in the early stage of the majestic realm was actually played like this by a kid in the early stage of the king realm. He really lost his face. Especially the unbounded grip, it was so disgusting. After he was captured, the power in his body was sealed, making it impossible for him to run away even if he wanted to. He could only bear the weight of Long Yu's fierce fighting fists and cannons. After 3 punches, not only did Sikong's ice armor shatter, but his physical body also suffered considerable damage. However, after 3 times, Sikong became somewhat immune to the unbounded grip. When Long Yu pulled him back for the 4th time, he instantly broke through the seal of power with the power of the ice divine script, and then used an innate magical power, the ice sword and cold light, at Long Yu at close range. This is a pure attack method similar to the 9 nether dragon's breath. The surging power of the ice divine text condenses into an ice sword and stabs towards Long Yu's chest. Even if Long Yu reacted, it was impossible to dodge at such a close range, so he could only eat the opponent forcefully. The cold light of the ice sword came through the air, and instantly pierced into Long Yu's chest. Long Yu, who had suppressed his cultivation at the early stage of King Realm, and his physical strength, was also weakened. This time, he was still injured after all, and blood flowed out from his chest, but it's harmless. the heart of demonic dust, is reborn. Long Yu's heart moved, his second heart beat loudly, and his powerful regeneration ability allowed him to recover quickly from his injuries. The cold light of the ice sword inserted into Long Yu's chest was shattered by Long Yu's 9 nether divine inscriptions, and then the Mad War divine inscriptions all over his body erupted again. At this moment, he had superimposed 10 layers of Mad War divine power and used the Mad War divine inscriptions. The power of text has increased tenfold. Not only that, for such a long time, the martial art of Mad War celestial body has been stagnant at the peak level, but now after this series of fierce battles, it has finally achieved a key breakthrough. Endless level high-grade martial arts, wild battles with celestial bodies, and finally stepped into the level of perfection. After cultivating the mad fighting celestial body to the perfect state, it actually developed a movement method. Long Yu was a little surprised, but now is not the time for surprises. Since the method of Mad War God Walk has been derived, let's try this trick. Long Yu's heart stirred, and his whole body was instantly condensed by the Mad War divine inscriptions. In an instant, his whole body flashed 10 feet away, as fast as lightning. Before Sikong-yi could react at all, Long Yu's unbounded grip arrived again, snatching him away at once, and then unleashed another crazy punch and cannon. Quanzhan's celestial body broke through to the perfect state, which suddenly increased the power of his Quanzhan fist and cannon by 3 times. With this punch, Sikong-yi was knocked to the ground, and a mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth. The ice divine inscriptions condensed behind Long Yu, and then Long Yu moved his body and flew away to avoid it through the move of Mad War God. It has to be said that the move of crazy fighting divine walk is still very useful, especially when combined with the purifying body. First of all, the purifying body can withstand most control and mental impact methods, and the crazy fighting divine walking when used, it can also break through the shackles of some external forces and instantly transfer to other nearby directions. Combining the two, there are almost no control methods that can retain Long Yu. Moreover, the superposition of the mad fighting heavenly power can also enhance the speed of the mad fighting divine walk. Now the more than 10 times the mad fighting heavenly power increases the speed of the Mad War divine walk by more than 10 times. No matter what means Sikong-yi uses, it is impossible for him to touch Long Yu again. When the battle reaches this level, there is no need to continue. Long Yu has already stood on the basis of being undefeated. Although Sikong-yi's martial arts realm and basic strength are much higher than Long Yu's, in a real fight, he can't touch the corners of Long Yu's clothes. Naturally, it is impossible to defeat Long Yu. The mad fighting divine movement can break through movement restrictions and instantly travel to nearby places at extremely fast speeds. Even the deceleration and confinement control methods cannot stop Long Yu. With this kind of movement method, Long Yu's mobility has been greatly improved. This crazy fighting celestial body martial arts is indeed an endless level high-grade martial arts. After trying it several times, Sikong-yi finally gave up. "I surrender." He said these 3 words out of sheer helplessness, but Sikong-yi also knew that if he tried his best, there would be no possibility of victory even if he continued to fight. He originally thought that he could use more power in his body to delay, and that he would have a chance of winning when the dragon's power was exhausted. But it was soon discovered that the power in Long Yu's body could not be exhausted at all, because once Long Yu used up some of his power, he would explode the siphon totem in the small world, and his power would be fully restored in one fell swoop. After Sikong-yi surrendered, everyone in the field was in a state of unconsciousness. No one expected that the final result of this battle would be that Sikong-yi voluntarily surrendered. It is really unbelievable. You must know that the gap between the martial arts realms of the two sides is basically one in the sky and one on the earth. In the early stage of the King realm, the early stage of the Imperial realm, there is a gap of 3 realms, and the basic strength is more than 10 or 20 times worse, but it is really unacceptable that this will happen in a fight. Originally expecting Sikong-yi to hit Long Yu in the face, it turned out to be the other way around, leaving everyone in the Beishui Empire in a daze. After admitting defeat, the battle between the two ended. Long Yu returned to the ground and smiled faintly at Si Kongyi, but saw Si Kongyi's eyes staring hard at him, as if he wanted to ask something. "Do you have anything to ask?" Long Yu frowned slightly and offered. "Since you have passed the examination, you can follow me and go to the Northern Snow Empire." Si Kongyi shook his head, as if he had some scruples, and did not express his doubts in public, but instead made an invitation to Long Yu. Long Yu nodded. He still wanted to take a break and continue to challenge others. There were still many geniuses in the Northern Snow Empire. It would be good to go to the Northern Snow Empire first. The two of them left the assessment site under the strange and doubtful eyes of others, and then headed directly from the teleportation circle to the Northern Snow Empire. What surprised everyone was that although Si Kongyi lost, he didn't feel angry or dissatisfied. What on earth was going on? What is the background of the tall, thin young man named xuanhuan in front of him? Many people in the field had never come into contact with the previous Long Yu, and of course they could not recognize the current Long Yu, but Si Kongyi was different. He had met Long Yu before and fought with Long Yu. He had some understanding of the 9 nether divine inscriptions that Long Yu had comprehended. So during the battle just now, Long Yu used the 9 nether divine inscriptions to activate the unbounded grip, which gave him the feeling of facing Long Yu many times. But what he was confused about was, if it was Long Yu, how could he still be in the early stage of King Realm now? This question was finally raised directly to Si Kongyi after he took Long Yu to the Northern Snow Empire. "I am his disciple. I followed his instructions and came here to practice." Long Yu did not reveal his identity, but smiled and pretended to be Long Yu's disciple. This feeling was still a bit strange, but he didn't want anyone to know that he was Long Yu, at least. Nothing related to this will be revealed until the 2 months of experience are over. "I see." When Si Kongyi heard what Long Yu said, he suddenly realized that all his doubts were solved. However, he didn't expect that Long Yu would actually accept a disciple, and this disciple was so powerful that he could defeat him at the early stage of King Realm. In the early stage of the realm, it was simply unreasonable. If this is the case, doesn't it mean that as long as this mountain ghost enters the late stage of the King Realm, he will be able to participate in the battle for the strongest royal realm? This actually has the style of Long Yu back then. Si Kongyi thought that back then, Long Yu participated in the strongest King Realm with his cultivation in the late King Realm and won the undisputed first place. Although he gave it to his own people in the end, Long Yu's strength was absolutely unparalleled at the King Realm stage. He is the strongest, no one can compare with him. Later, Long Yu was promoted to the early stage of the Imperial Realm. With his cultivation in the early stage of the Imperial Realm, he won the first place in the strongest Imperial Realm competition. This is the point of Long Yu's domineering power. Thinking about it still makes people's blood boil. Although Si Kongyi was not involved at the time, every time he thought of this incident, it made him feel excited. "xuanhuan, this shouldn't be your real name, right?" Si Kongyi asked. "Whether it's a real name or a fake name, I'm just here to practice. What does it matter if the name is real or fake?" Long Yu laughed and put the problem aside. xuanhuan was the pseudonym he had always used, and he was too lazy to think about another one. Anyway, he could just treat his identity as Long Yu's apprentice. "The purpose of my training is to find some opponents and practice the martial arts skills I have learned. I wonder if Brother Si Kong can introduce me to some good opponents?" Long Yu asked him. Si Kongyi nodded and said with a smile, "Of course there are opponents, but you probably don't like people who are weaker than me. I can walk with you, go to some of my friends to learn from each other, and watch more. Your battle will also be of great help to my own martial arts improvement. Then I'll trouble you." Long Yu nodded in agreement. There are still many masters and geniuses in the entire Northern Snow Empire. When this was still the Northern Snow Empire, there were many powerful masters in the Northern Snow Empire. Not all of these people followed Long Yu and left for the big world. Naturally, they could only stay here to develop. Most of them should be in the Imperial and Imperial realms now. Those mansions and manors now have more cultivation resources, and they should be developing very quickly, and there must be many strong people. Long Yu then followed Yi to the current capital of the Northern Snow Empire. After such a long period of development, the number of Imperial realm experts in the imperial capital of the Northern Snow Empire has exceeded 100. Thinking back to those days, there was not even an Imperial realm expert in this place. Among these Imperial realm experts, the strongest one is of course Yu Hanqin. At first, Long Yu wanted Yu Hanqin to leave with him, but Yu Hanqin insisted on staying in the Northern Snow Empire, so Long Yu did not force her. Now Yu Hanqin has at least reached the level of emperor. He is definitely the strongest person in the Northern Snow Empire and the guardian of the entire Northern Snow Empire. It is precisely because Yu Hanqin is in charge that the entire Northern Snow Empire has developed so prosperously and smoothly. Otherwise, the jealousy and suppression of other forces alone would never have allowed the Northern Snow Empire to develop so smoothly. Of course Long Yu would not go looking for those strong men in the Emperor realm. After all, he was only at the early stage of the King realm. Looking for strong men in the Imperial realm was purely for abuse. After dealing with all the people in the Imperial realm, he can change his identity, suppress his own cultivation in the Imperial realm, and challenge the strong men in the Imperial realm. Of course, if we want to talk about the powerful people in the Emperor realm, there must be more people in the Five Emperors' Holy City, and there are also many acquaintances there. Long Yu planned to take it step by step, waiting until there were not enough people in the Northern Snow Empire to fight before going to the Five Emperors' Holy City to find other opponents. Under the leadership of Yi, Long Yu began a journey of constantly challenging other Imperial realm experts. Basically, he could find one or even two opponents to compete with each other every day. Long Yu's tyrannical fighting power is also very difficult to deal with when the gap in martial arts realm is too big, but it is precisely this kind of battle that can improve Long Yu's understanding of martial arts. In the process of constant battles and discussions, Long Yu's understanding of the martial arts of the unbounded grip became deeper and deeper. In just the past 3 days, after challenging 5 opponents, he had cultivated the unbounded grip to a great level. The unbounded grip of the Desheng realm, after pulling the opponent over, the power seal effect becomes stronger and lasts longer, making it even more disgusting. Basically, every time, the opponent was caught off guard and was pulled over by Long Yu, and then he was blasted away with a crazy punch. After repeating this, the opponent was basically beaten to death. In such a battle, Long Yu mainly cultivates the unbounded grip and crazy combat celestial body. Endless level high-grade martial arts cannot use thousands of illusions like the Five Emperors illusion world to speed up his cultivation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to work so hard. However, in the process of hard work, his understanding of martial arts became more and more profound, and he became more comfortable in using the unbounded grip. I have a better understanding of when to use it and when not to use it, and I am becoming more and more experienced against the enemy. After all, what he is challenging now are all geniuses with relatively strong cultivation talents. They all have many special and unique methods, and they also have all kinds of innate magical powers. They are all strange, and some of them catch Long Yu off guard. Fortunately, Quang Zhan's celestial body's defense was strong, otherwise, he might have capsized in the ditch several times. Half a month passed by in a flash. In the past half-month, Long Yu fought against many talented emperor-level experts from the younger generation in the Beishui Empire, many of whom he had known before, like Yi. For example, Bai Shui of Shuili Manor, Black Flame King of Lingyan Manor, Giant Elephant King of Tianxiang Manor, etc. These manners were all forces that existed when Long Yu was here. Not only have they not disappeared, but they have become stronger. As for Bai Shui, the Black Flame King, and the Giant Elephant King, most of the people who originally participated in the competition with him at the Imperial Capital Grand Meeting are now in the late stages of the Imperial Realm and are preparing to participate in the next strongest Imperial Realm competition. When Long Yu challenged them, he pretended that his martial arts realm had improved and raised his suppressive cultivation to the late King realm. Otherwise, he really wouldn't be able to deal with these guys. With his cultivation in the late King realm, Long Yu challenged many powerful men in the late Imperial realm one after another, and his reputation in the Northern Snow Empire rose again. As he challenged more and more people, his identity was finally exposed. Out. Of course, it is not the identity of Long Yu, but the identity of Long Yu's disciple. After all, everyone who has fought against him can feel the aura of Jiuyo Divine Text, and Jiuyo Divine Text is related to Long Yu. This is something in the Northern Snow Empire. It's not a secret for a long time. Therefore, the news that Long Yu's disciples were training in the Northern Snow Empire quickly spread throughout the Northern Snow Empire. Finally, half a month later, Long Yu defeated most of his opponents in the late Imperial realm. Under such circumstances, he once again upgraded his suppressed cultivation level to the early Imperial realm, preparing to challenge the opponents in the early Imperial realm. This speed of improvement astonished everyone in the Beihai Empire. They had never seen anyone advance from the early stage of the King realm to the early stage of the Imperial realm in half a month. In total, it is roughly equivalent to improving one level every 5 days. Even some geniuses cannot improve so quickly. Long Yu's disciples are indeed extraordinary. The current Dragon Yu has become a myth in the Northern Snow Empire. It is precisely because of the Dragon Yu that the Northern Snow Empire can appear above the 5 Emperors' holy city and become the center of the entire Xinwu world, and it has gained more and more training resources. Long Yu made the Northern Snow Empire what it is now, and even the Northern Snow Empress Yuhanxin has never forgotten him. Long Yu didn't think too much about this. If Yuhan wanted to leave with him and go to the big world, Long Yu would definitely take her with him. Now that the Beishui Empire has entered the right track of development, Yuhanxin's departure will not have any impact. It would be better for Long Yu to ask about it when the time comes. In the Northern Snow Empire, Long Yu began to challenge those powerful men in the Imperial realm, most of whom were veteran seniors. The owners and palace owners of some manors or mansions were all challenged by Long Yu one by one. At the level of the Emperor, his strength increased again. Every battle of Long Yu became more intense, so his understanding of the unbounded grip became more and more profound. Moreover, the intensity of Long Yu's challenge has increased, and he challenges more than 3 Emperor-level experts every day. Therefore, only half a month has passed, and he has basically challenged all the Emperor-level experts in the entire Beishui Empire. The result of Long Yu's training is that he has finally reached the peak level of the martial art of unbounded grip. After reaching its peak, the unbounded grip became a more ferocious martial art, turning into a 3-stage grip. You can pull the opponent over with the first grip, and then seal the power in his body. The stronger the opponent, the shorter the sealing time. If he is in the same realm as Long Yu, the power sealing effect can last at least 5 breaths. Even if Long Yu is at the early stage of the Emperor realm against his opponents at the early stage of the Imperial realm, most of the time the power seal can last for about 2 breaths, which is enough for him to gradually lay the foundation for victory. After the unbounded grip reaches its peak, it becomes a 3-stage grip. After the first stage of grip, the second stage of grip can be used to seal the space force on the opponent's side with tyrannical force, making the opponent completely unable to move. The first and second grips are extremely powerful means of control. If used one after another, the opponent will basically not be able to fight back. The third level of grip is an attack method that can directly impact the vital parts of the opponent's body, similar to the skybreaking attack that Long Yu practiced before. When the unbounded grip reached its peak and the third level of grip was derived, it was officially announced that the dragon-controlled Duankong Holy Spring and Duankong Juesha, a pair of combat soldiers and martial arts, had withdrawn from his battle stage. The unbounded grip is an endless-level high-grade martial art. It is the third level of grip after cultivating to the peak. The effect of air bombardment is similar to the Duankong Ju kill, and the power is several times stronger than the Duankong Ju kill. In contrast, there was no need to continue to use Duankong Holy Spring and Duankong Ju Sha. Long Yu thought about it and prepared to give it to others. There was no use for him to keep it anyway. The grip of the peak is already so powerful. Long Yu is very much looking forward to cultivating this endless-level martial skill to perfection, and even achieving the effect of transcendence and transformation. However, the road has to be taken step by step. In a short period of time, it is still impossible to practice this move to the level of transcendence and transformation. However, Yuan Ming can give it a try. After all, he still has more than a month left to challenge more people. Now that the people from the Northern Snow Empire have finished challenging, he can then challenge the Five Emperors' Holy City. The strong men in the Five Emperors' Holy City may not be stronger than the Emperor-level strong men in the Northern Snow Empire, but they are better in numbers. Long Yu must take down those guys as quickly as possible. After challenging the Emperor-level experts in the Northern Snow Empire, Long Yu quietly disappeared, disappearing from all the Emperor-level experts in the Northern Snow Empire. Then, he changed his appearance once again, and suppressed his cultivation to the early stage of the Emperor realm, and prepared to go to the Five Emperors' Holy City to find someone to challenge him. The challenge would first be the strong ones in the Five Emperors' Holy City in the late stage of the Emperor stage. After completing the challenge, Long Yu planned to improve his martial arts realm, stay at the middle stage of the Imperial realm to challenge the One-Star Emperor, and then advance to the late stage of the Imperial stage to challenge the Two-Star Emperor. Then, there will probably be no more. The strongest person in the entire Xinwu world is only at the level of the Three-Star Emperor. After challenging the Two-Star Emperor, it is basically over. The remaining more than a month has passed. Long Yu was smart this time. Every time he challenged an Emperor-level expert, he made an agreement with the opponent. If he lost, he would give him some elixirs or something. It was considered a gambling battle. He didn't need recommendations from people he knew. There would naturally be many people fight against him. Moreover, every time he appeared in a different image. He was still gambling in private, and there were not so many people around to watch. Basically, Long Yu wins every gambling battle and does not ask for anything from the other party. If the other party loses, he will not publicize it. Therefore, Long Yu's challenge to the strong men of the Five Emperors' Holy City has not been publicized. In the process of challenging again and again, Long Yu's unbounded grip and crazy war celestial body became more and more proficient in practice, and their power became stronger and stronger. Many of the people Long Yu challenged were people he had known before. For example, the spiritual formation master Su Chen, the cabinet elder of the Five Emperors Alliance, the one-eyed man Zhu Tian, and the middle-aged white-clothed woman Tan Shoya. These three were the three who had previously worked with Long Yu to unseat the new war emperor. They were acquaintances, but not good enough for Long Yu to take them out of the new world of martial arts immediately. Of course, these three are not too young. Even if they have enough training resources, their development potential is limited. What's more, there are organizations in the Xinwu world that have devoted their efforts. Even if Long Yu wanted to take them away, they would probably not be willing and would only recommend some of their juniors to Long Yu. In that case, it would be unnecessary for Long Yu. He is not short of people, and these are just cooperative relationships. There is no need for him to train the other party's younger generation, unless they are really talented enough to compete with Hong Ying and others in the big world. But such an existence, even if it appears in the new world of martial arts, should have shined long ago. It cannot remain unknown and needs people to recommend it to Long Yu. In addition to these three, there are also the Flame Emperor, the Demon Emperor and the Holy Emperor. These three still stay in the Xinwu world, maintaining the stability of the entire Xinwu world and promoting the prosperity of martial arts in the Xinwu world. These three are now 3-star emperors, and most of their direct disciples are 1-star emperors and 2-star emperors. Long Yu challenged them one by one and gained quite a lot. After all, the disciples of the 5 emperors are all the most talented young practitioners in the entire Xinwu world. Each has many extraordinary methods. Long Yu learned a lot from fighting with them. There are also Lin's Trading Company, Su's Pharmaceutical Company, etc. Many of them, Long Yu has known them before, and now they directly send invitations to the gambling battle, and the gambling battle is private, without revealing their identity, but they also know these people live pretty well in the Xinwu world. Regarding Long Yu's departure from the big world, the collapse of the Jiuyou realm, and the reshaping of the Xinwu world into the new martial world, this kind of thing is just a topic for all of them to talk about in their free time. To say it had any impact on each of their lives, it really didn't. In the 5 Emperors' holy city, what it used to be and what it is now is not changed much, because of Long Yu. The one that has changed the most is the Northern Snow Empire. There are also some strong men from the previous 6 sects and 10 kingdoms. The new 6 sects and 10 kingdoms also include the Longue Empire. Originally, the Longue Empire was just an ordinary empire next to the 5 Emperors' holy city, but now it has become a 6-sect empire. One of the 10 kingdoms. The Imperial Prime Minister Heng Yi of the Longue Empire and the Imperial General Zhang Tianyuan have also become strong 2-star emperors. Long Yu challenged them one by one and basically won every battle, but many battles were difficult to win. After all, he suppressed his own cultivation. He was only in the early stage of the Emperor realm, and he was only in the middle stage of the Emperor realm against a strong 2-star emperor. Without using the Revelation Level 9 Nether Divine Inscriptions, it would definitely not be easy to win. It is precisely under such circumstances that Long Yu can best practice the 2 martial arts skills of celestial combat and unbounded grip. Another month passed, and Long Yu challenged at least 50 Emperor-level experts and at least 100 Emperor-level cultivators. His own crazy battle of celestial bodies and boundless grasp finally reached the critical point of breaking through again. Finally, Long Yu found an acquaintance from the past and invited him to a gambling battle. This person is Emperor Tianxiang, the cabinet elder of the 5 Emperors Alliance. Long Yu still respected Tianxiang Emperor. When he first met him, he was Long Yu's elder and had helped Long Yu with some help, so he was regarded as Long Yu's friend. Long Yu actually wanted to ask the other party if he was willing to follow him to the big world, but when he saw the other party, he gave up the idea. When Long Yu saw Emperor Tianxiang again, he found that he was already married and had a child. In the past, Emperor Tianxiang was the elder of the 5 Emperors Alliance alone and had many suitors. But now it seems that Emperor Tianxiang only loves one person, and that is the former first direct disciple of the Holy Emperor and the current successor to the Holy Emperor, Qi Dan. Qi Tianming had a very close relationship with senior brother Long Yu. Long Yu also had a good impression of Qi Tianming. After the Holy Emperor left and followed Long Yu to the big world, Qi Tianming took over and became the new Holy Emperor. Now, Qi Tianming and Emperor Tianxiang have become a couple and have given birth to a pair of cute babies. This made Long Yu a little embarrassed. With these two guys, Long Yu really couldn't bear to disturb each other, so the gambling battle came to nothing. Find someone else to go to. When Long Yu returned to the new world of martial arts, his mentality was completely different from before. When he saw some people he once knew and some familiar things, he felt a little emotional, but he didn't miss them. He continued to look for other opponents, and soon he found out about a powerful man from the 3-star Emperor, Black Knife. Long Yu had a very deep impression of Heidao. Once, Heidao, he and Yi Ziwei participated in the test of the 5 Emperors illusion world. In the end, he set foot on the 30th floor, while Heidao and Yi Ziwei set foot on the 3rd floor. 28 floors. Later, Yi Ziwei was attracted by concubine Yu and was taken away to practice. Now she is the master of the secret realm. But Heidao stayed alone in the new martial arts world, constantly training hard. Although the martial arts realm is only a 3-star emperor, his strength is definitely not weaker than other 4-star or even 5-star emperors. Fight with him, and if possible, drag him into the void galaxy. After all, he is a genius with the same talent as Yi Ziwei. As long as he has enough training resources, his final martial arts achievements will never be low. It can become a powerful force in the void galaxy. Long Yu thought in his mind and made a strategy against the Black Knife. Heidao now has almost no opponent in the new world of martial arts. He has even sparred with his master, the Demon Emperor, many times, and even the Demon Emperor is no longer his opponent. Therefore, when Long Yu found Heidao, Heidao was practicing alone, hoping to reach a higher level in the martial arts realm. Unfortunately, without enough training resources, it would be too difficult for Black Sword to improve his martial arts realm. When Long Yu's gambling engagement letter was sent to Heidao, Heidao almost didn't hesitate at all and directly agreed to the fight. Now Heidao is really lonely. Even though he is only a young man who is not yet 20 years old, his strength has reached its peak in the new martial arts world. This made Long Yu secretly blame himself for not establishing a stable talent selection system in the new martial arts world, and most importantly, for not giving the Demon Emperor and others a way to contact him. It seems that from now on, Long Yu must establish some systems and bring up the matter of talent selection. Only in this way will there be more and more geniuses in the entire void galaxy. As long as they have enough talent in martial arts and can set foot on the 25th level or above in the 5 Emperors fantasy world, they are qualified to lead the new world of martial arts and follow Long Yu. Go to the void galaxy to develop. As for those who are too weak, Long Yu cannot bring them out. After all, the cultivation resources of Void Galaxy are not unlimited. Rather than wasting them on those who are not very talented in cultivation, Long Yu might as well take them himself. Black Knife, we meet again. When Heidao left his retreat and followed Long Yu to a deserted Grand Canyon in the Xinwu world, Long Yu smiled directly at Heidao. Heidao frowned slightly and looked carefully at the tall and thin figure in front of him. He couldn't remember where he had seen him before. When Long Yu saw this, he smiled slightly and returned his appearance to his usual appearance. This made Heidao's expression suddenly change, and he immediately saw who Long Yu was. This is actually nonsense. As long as Long Yu returns to his original appearance, how could Heidao not recognize him? You are, Long Yu. How is it possible? Didn't Long Yu leave this world long ago and go to the big world outside the world? Although this is Long Yu's small world, he and we are no longer in the same world. How is it possible? You asked me for a fight out of nowhere? Heidao said coldly, who are you, and what are your intentions in pretending to be Long Yu? After hearing what the other party said, Long Yu suddenly broke into a cold sweat. This guy is really stubborn. I am Long Yu, but I have suppressed my cultivation. I came to the new martial arts world just to experience and practice my martial arts. It is the same with you. I want my 2 martial arts to break through the bottleneck. Long Yu shook his head and said to Heidao, don't be too nervous. I know that you have no possibility of improvement in this small world. It is really a waste for your talent. So, this battle after that, I will take you away from here and go to the big world. I have a better place for you to practice and develop. At least, it will be very easy to step into the secret realm of domination. You really are a dragon. Heidao's face changed slightly. He felt the aura of Joyo divine rune deliberately revealed by Long Yu's body, but he still shook his head. If I leave here, I will not follow you anymore, and my goal will be I want to defeat you. If I keep following you, how can I possibly defeat you? Oh? Long Yu narrowed his eyes. This kid was quite interesting. In your current situation, it is impossible to defeat me, let alone Yiziwei, who was once just like you. Are you sure you want to go out alone and not join the force I formed? Long Yu narrowed his eyes. Even Yiziwei is the same as me now. He has the cultivation level of a mid-level master, even higher than me. If you go out alone, you may not be able to get enough cultivation resources. How will you know if you don't try? Heidao has been lonely for too long, and now his eyes are full of fanaticism. The eyes looking at Long Yu reveal a strong murderous intent. This was his innate power. Long Yu didn't know what it was, but it was obvious that it was not an ordinary power. Let's do this. Now I will suppress my martial arts realm to the level of a one-star emperor and fight you. Long Yu smiled and said, if you can beat me, I will take you out of this small world and let you develop freely. But if you lose, you have to follow me and return to my new power. How about building a new force together? This statement is final. Black Blade nodded. Once upon a time, he was only a 15-year-old boy. Now a few years later, he has grown into a young man, less immature, more mature, and more sharp. In the new world of martial arts, Heidao did not encounter too many setbacks. He lost to Long Yu once in the Five Emperors fantasy world, and has been suppressed by Long Yu ever since. Therefore, it is normal for Black Blade to regard Long Yu as his goal in this life. I keep my word. The premise is that you have to defeat me. Although I have suppressed the cultivation of a one-star emperor, my strength is higher than that of an ordinary 3-star emperor. Don't be careless. Long Yu nodded and said, I finally have a chance to fight with you. How could I be careless? I will definitely go all out. Even if I lose, I will have no regrets. Black Blade said in a solemn tone. He knew very well that although he was basically invincible in the new world of martial arts, he was definitely not qualified to face Long Yu. Now that Long Yu suppressed his own cultivation and fought with him against the one-star emperor, he must also be very kind to himself. Confident. Heidao doesn't know what opportunities there are in the world outside the world, nor does he know what means Long Yu has now, but what is certain is that Long Yu is definitely not easy to deal with. Then let's get started. Long Yu nodded, but he did not use the unbounded grip at the beginning. Instead, he raised his hand, gathered the power of the 9 nether divine inscriptions, and summoned a 9 nether hunter. 3 cuts with the heart knife. The 9 nether hunter quickly rushed toward the black knife. A pair of scimitars in his hands instantly cut through the sky, and the 3-cut method of the heart knife fell. The hard sword 3 cuts is an illusion attack that can trap the opponent in a triple illusion. If your willpower is weak, you will be at a disadvantage just by encountering this attack. In previous battles, Long Yu had used the heart sword 3 cuts several times. Some opponents fell directly into the triple illusion and had no room to fight back, which disappointed Long Yu. Now, while he is fighting the black knife, he is also testing the opponent. Willpower is still very important for a cultivator. To Long Yu's relief, Black Knife was basically unaffected by the phantom impact of the heart knife's 3 cuts. He was just stunned for a blink of an eye, and then he immediately reacted, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and a black dagger in his hand. The figure moves instantly. Puff! The black knife and the black dagger merged into one, and it turned out to be an endless-level high-grade combat weapon that has reached the unparalleled level. Long Yu was very aware of the power of endless-level warriors, but in the entire new martial arts world, the number of endless-level warriors was extremely rare, and he had not seen many others use them before. However, although it is rare, it still exists. For example, the holy spring of the sky that Long Yu obtained before was like this. It was also an endless level high-grade soldier, but it was sealed. No one could get it until the death messenger told Long Yu how to take the holy spring of the sky. I don't know how I got this black dagger, but what is certain is that its power cannot be underestimated. The black knife moved instantly, merged with the black dagger, and turned into a jet-black stream of light, which instantly penetrated the entire Jiryo hunter summoned by Long Yu. Its rich death energy directly covered the 9 nether hunters and annihilated them without a trace. Then, the jet-black stream of light rolled directly towards Long Yu without any stagnation. Such a fierce offensive made Long Yu a little surprised, and he began to get excited in his heart. Such an opponent could just be used to break through the bottleneck of martial arts training. The feeling of fighting against Haida was completely different from the battles Long Yu had encountered before. The opponent's fierce offensive made him feel as if he was facing a violent storm. However, Long Yu did not flinch at all, but became more and more excited. Only such an opponent can allow him to break through the bottleneck of martial arts. Boundless grip and crazy battle against the celestial body, these two endless-level high-grade martial arts are extremely rare and powerful martial arts in the world, and they are also very difficult to practice. But now, after Long Yu's successive challenges in the past period of time, he has basically raised these two martial arts skills to the critical point. He only needs the last step to improve these two martial arts skills. Frenzy against the celestial barrier. Facing the black sword, Long Yu turned into a stream of light and rolled over, and his whole body was covered with a defensive barrier. As the black stream of light transformed by the black sword suddenly fell on Long Yu's defensive barrier, the bright light instantly burst out. The black light of the black knife exploded, and the whole person retreated towards the back. Even though the martial arts realm was much higher than that of Long Yu, he could not break Long Yu's celestial defense barrier with one move. Of course, the key point is that Long Yu's celestial barrier has 3 times the burst of defensive capabilities. It is normal for the opponent to be unable to break through. After withstanding the opponent's fierce blow, Long Yu felt that all the Mad War divine texts in his body were boiling. The martial arts of Mad War celestial body seemed to be about to enter a transcendent realm. A trace of the power of the Mad God suddenly came out from the different space and fell on Long Yu. Kill. But the black knife didn't give Long Yu any time, and turned into a jet-black stream of light again. The sharp sword light instantly pierced Long Yu's celestial barrier. This move actually directly blocked the power of the Mad God that Long Yu felt from the different space. The black knife destroyed Long Yu's understanding and attacked Long Yu again. Such a rapid attack left Long Yu with no time to think about it. He could only adjust his mind immediately to resist Black Blade's offensive. Although the opportunity to understand was rare, it was obvious that Black Blade would not give him such a chance. After all, Long Yu is now fighting against the Black Sword of the 3-star Emperor level with the cultivation level of a 1-star Emperor. The gap in martial arts realm makes the difference in basic strength between the two by as much as times. In addition, the black knife was originally a genius capable of leapfrogging challenges, but now it has reached an unparalleled level with the black dagger. The offensive that turned into a jet-black stream of light was so powerful that even Long Yu could not ignore it. Frenzy fighting with fists and cannons. Long Yu raised his hand and punched, and the Mad War divine inscription burst out of the water like a dragon, and suddenly landed on the jet-black stream of light. The power of both sides suddenly condensed, and they collided together, erupting with a strong impact. The bodies of both sides were driven back by the impact, and they retreated towards the rear. At this time, the power of the Mad God that Long Yu could feel became even more violent, surging down from an invisible alien space and pouring on Long Yu's body. This unknown power of the Mad God made Long Yu's whole body enveloped in a violent aura, and his aura suddenly increased several times. Where does this Mad God's power come from? The power that Long Yu felt had not yet completely poured out, but it had already strengthened the divine power of Quang Zhan several times throughout his body. It obviously came from the endless-level high-grade martial art of Quang Zhan's celestial body. Fighting wildly against the celestial bodies, this martial skill was finally broken through by Long Yu again, from the previous perfect level to the current transcendental state. The Mad War celestial body that has stepped into the transcendent realm can attract the power of mad gods from different spaces to possess it, making Long Yu feel like a mad god has come to the world, and the power of the Mad War gods throughout his body has been increased several times. Moreover, as time goes by, the power of the mad god brought by the mad god's birth becomes more and more intense, allowing the power of Long Yu's Mad War divine inscriptions to continue to increase. The previous Mad God's power allowed Long Yu to add one layer each time he used the Mad God's method, doubling its power. However, the current Mad God coming to the world is superimposed over time and continuously strengthened from two aspects. The fighting power of Long Yu. In this way, as long as the battle continues, Long Yu's power will become extremely powerful. Basically, as long as the fight reaches a certain level, Long Yu will be able to crush opponents who are not opponents with absolute power as long as he does not die. The mad battle against the celestial body is indeed an endless-level high-grade martial art. Especially after reaching the transcendent realm, the effect of the mad god coming to the world appears, which makes this move completely reborn. The momentum of the Mad War gods continued to gather on Long Yu, making Black Sword feel a great threat. Moing, Ghost Killer. Seeing this, Heidao knew that he could never continue fighting with Long Yu. He had a lot of fighting experience. As soon as he saw this situation, he knew that Long Yu's condition was getting stronger and stronger. It's not like Heidao has never seen this method before. Especially the divine martial arts with the mad fighting attribute, or the innate magical powers of some people, have similar effects, but of course they are not as powerful as the martial arts that Long Yu is currently performing. Almost every breath, Long Yu's strength will increase by a certain amount, and every 3 breaths, the aura of Os Mad War divine text will be doubled. Such speed makes Heidao a little confused. What level of martial arts can have such power and effect? What's more, Heidao knows very well that the Mad War divine inscription is not Long Yu's original divine inscription. The divine inscription that Long Yu is most proficient in should be the shadow attribute divine inscription. Now, how come you are so proficient in the divine text of the Mad War attribute? In fact, the compatibility between dragon control and the crazy fighting attribute divine text is not very high. It is probably only at the 7th level. If it can be combined with the crazy fighting attribute divine text to a higher level, then the power of the crazy fighting celestial body move will be more terrifying. The black knife's killing move was directly used. The black dagger in his hand, which was suitable for the unparalleled realm, instantly turned into countless dark shadows, condensing into ghost-killing blades and heading towards Long Yu Pukong. This move is the killing move of the Black Sword, and it is obviously very powerful. The dark ghost-killing blade that breaks through the air is like a sharp needle, stabbing towards Long Yu's body. Frenzy against the celestial barrier. Long Yu did not hesitate to use the defensive method of crazy fighting celestial barrier. Suddenly, the divine power of crazy fighting enhanced by the advent of the Mad God directly covered Long Yu's body, and received a triple burst. The defensive ability of this layer of crazy fighting celestial barrier has basically reached the strongest level of Dragon Yu, and a terrifying divine aura instantly burst out. Countless jet-black ghost-killing blades stabbed at the celestial barrier of the mad battle, but they were completely unable to break through it. But the key point was that the Black Sword's offensive kept coming like a violent storm. Moing, ghost killing. The biggest feature of this move is that it is endless. The violent storm continues to attack Long Yu's body, leaving him without any ability to fight back. The opponent's attacks were too intensive. At this point, Long Yu finally understood that there was no reason why this black sword could defeat invincible opponents in the entire new world of martial arts. Just this move of MOing and demon killing could make most people unable to parry it. You must know that even the Kaizen celestial body, which has broken through to the transcendent realm, is forced to the point where it can only defend. You know how fierce the opponent's offensive is. However, Long Yu did not panic in the chaos. Instead, he continued to look for and wait for opportunities calmly. Black Blade's figure kept rotating around him and changing positions. Generally, it was really difficult to find opportunities. However, under Long Yu's unremitting waiting and searching, he finally caught a flaw in the black sword. Under the attack of the endless storm of demon-slaying blades, Long Yu suddenly took action. Unbounded grip. He finally used this another endless-level high-grade martial skill, and accurately hit Heidao's body in the gap between the endless attacks. Heidao had no ability to react at all, and was directly pulled to his side by Long Yu. What kind of ghost martial arts is this? Heidao was shocked. He was still launching an offensive around Long Yu with nowhere to escape, but he was suddenly pulled to his side by Long Yu, and Heidao felt that the power in his body was directly sealed. The stormy offensive just now came to an abrupt end. It's done. The corners of Long Yu's mouth curled up slightly, and he continued to use the second grip of the unbounded grip. In an instant, there was an unknown force that directly sealed Heidao's entire body, trapping him in a closed space. The current black sword is equivalent to being completely subdued by Long Yu. The two consecutive stages of control of the unbounded grip make it impossible for him to escape from Long Yu's palm. However, the black sword is not so easy to deal with. After all, the martial arts realm is 2 levels higher than that of Long Yu, and he also has strong ability to challenge the level. Faced with the current situation, Heidao used his life-saving move without hesitation, and his whole body suddenly turned into a burst of black smoke. The method was not activated by the power in his body, but by his black dagger warrior. After all, he and the black dagger were in harmony with each other to an unparalleled level. Although Long Yu controlled the black dagger, he did not control his black dagger. The black dagger directly transformed the black dagger himself into a puff of black smoke, and then quickly ran out of the closed space created by Long Yu. He actually escaped from Long Yu's control in this way. This surprised Long Yu. This was the first time he encountered someone being able to escape since he had mastered the 3rd-level grip, which made him appreciate the black knife even more. There is no doubt that in Long Yu's heart, Heidao is definitely qualified to follow him to the Void Galaxy for development. In this case, he cannot lose to Heidao now. Although such a talent is very useful to him, hostile, with a fanatical challenge mentality, but must be won into his hands. As long as he is defeated once, Long Yu will definitely be able to keep this person in his hands in the future. When the black knife turned into black smoke and escaped from the enclosed space of Long Yu's boundless grip, the seal on his own power was also released, and the demonic energy in his body bloomed again. The longer the battle goes on, the stronger Black Sword's fighting spirit becomes, so powerful that even Long Yu feels a little scary. Demonic energy was emanating from his whole body, and his aura was getting stronger and stronger. It was not much different from the growth rate of Long Yu's Mad God's aura. The secret of martial arts? Long Yu took one look and recognized that the opponent's move should be some kind of martial arts secret technique, and he had already practiced it to the 6th level. Of course, if you want to move up from the 6th level, it is not something that Heidao can do now, because basically there will be no creative things in the new world of martial arts, and it is certainly impossible for Heidao to obtain the power of creation. Come and continue to improve the secrets of martial arts. But just the 6th level of martial arts secrets has made Long Yu very jealous. Black Knife's martial arts secret technique can obviously continuously increase the power of its own shadow attributes. Although I don't know if there is an upper limit, for Long Yu, if he learns it, it can greatly enhance his combat effectiveness. After all, Long Yu's main training and comprehension is the shadow attribute divine script. Among them, he has understood 60% of the Revelation Level 9 Nether divine script. In addition, his compatibility with the shadow attribute divine script has reached the 12th level, reaching the pinnacle. This is a level that even many powerful people at the 7th stage master level may not be able to achieve. After all, there are not many elixirs and treasures in the world that can improve the fit between practitioners and divine attributes. It is purely a coincidence that Dragon Control can reach the 12th level with the shadow attribute divine text. Now, Heidao actually practiced a secret martial arts technique, which allowed the shadow attribute divine power in his body to continuously increase. This method is no less than the crazy combat celestial martial arts mastered by Long Yu. The effect was comparable to that of the endless level high-grade martial arts, and it was also aimed at the shadow attribute divine text. This undoubtedly made Long Yu's heart flutter. First defeat Black Sword, and then exchange some things with him to see if you are willing to hand over this secret martial arts technique. Long Yu thought in his heart, his expression became stern, and he became more focused. Because as the power level of the Black Sword increases, the advantages brought by the arrival of the Mad God of Dragon Control are gradually being reduced. Although the effects of the arrival of the Mad God are still cumulative, the superposition speed is no longer as fast as it started. So soon. Probably, now Long Yu's method of Mad God coming to the world has provided him with 10 times the power of the Mad War divine text. In addition, there are several levels of Mad War heavenly power, which have also increased the power several times. Together, it is nearly 2 times. Tenfold increase in power. At this point, the speed of Mad God's descent into the world has slowed down, and Black Sword's martial arts secret technique has already increased Black Sword's power by 3 to 5 times in just 3 breaths. Moing, Ghost Killer. It's the same move again, but this time the black knife is used, and the destructive power is several times stronger than before. This move is the strongest method that was born after he and the black dagger soldier in his hand became unparalleled, similar to the Dragon Yu. A method of burial in the void derived from the match with the void nether dragon blade. It's a pity that the nether dragon blade of the void is not by Long Yu's side now, otherwise he could try to fight against the opponent. The result of the duel is definitely that the void nether dragon blade will be better. Long Yu can be sure of this. After all, the void nether dragon blade's body is filled with the power of the water element and is stronger than the shadow attribute divine power in the opponent's black dagger. Quite a few. However, this was the first time that Long Yu encountered an opponent who was incomparable with his own fighting force. Of course, he was a little itchy to hold back. Unfortunately, he couldn't call the void dragon blade over. After all, Xiaoxu was guarding him outside. Safety is still the first priority. Long Yu did not think too much about this issue. Instead, he displayed the celestial barrier of Mad War at one time, covering his entire body with the powerful and rich power of Mad War divine text. This time, the opponent's offensive was more fierce and began to have results. In addition, the celestial barrier that Long Yu displayed this time was not able to unleash a stronger defensive ability and did not exert the intended effect of the endless level martial arts, resulting in its defensive ability not being very strong. With one move of the black knife, the black shadow ghost was killed, and it fell directly on Long Yu like a downpour. The celestial barrier of the crazy battle was riddled with holes almost instantly. It's so powerful. Long Yu's expression changed slightly. He was fighting against an opponent of comparable strength. It was not surprising that this happened. Long Yu was somewhat glad that he did not suppress his strength at the imperial level to fight against the 3-star emperor's black sword, but suppressed it against the 1-star emperor. Otherwise, he really would not be a match for the black sword. Unbounded grip, keep coming. Unable to defend against the opponent's offensive, Long Yu simply gave up defense and used offense instead of defense. The unbounded grip continued to sweep out, without any warning, pulling Heidao's entire body to his side. Breaking wounds from the sky. Long Yu used the third stage of the unbounded grip without hesitation, and the terrifying air-piercing power directly invaded the black knife's body and landed on his dantian. The third stage of the unbounded grip is a penetrating attack method equivalent to the Duan Kong Ju kill. If it is used at this moment, Long Yu is confident that Heidao will be seriously injured directly. Seriously injured but not fatal, Long Yu has elixirs on his body that can heal his injuries, so there is no need to worry about the inconvenience of injuring the opponent. The grip of the boundless, the wound of breaking the air, and the annihilation in one move pushed Heidao away. A mouthful of blood suddenly spurted out from his mouth. His body suffered serious damage. Fortunately, at the critical moment, he protected his dantian with the power of divine writings, so that his dantian was not destroyed. Long Yu's weird methods let Heidao know that if he didn't use some special skills, it would be too difficult to deal with Long Yu, and he might even be killed by Long Yu. Wild fighting celestial body and unbounded grip, these two endless-level high-grade martial arts skills left a very deep impression on Heidao. He still had a way to fight against the former. Relying on the secret martial arts skills, he could barely compete with Long Yu's mad god. The effects of the world are counterbalanced. In addition, the level of synergy between Long Yu and Quang Zhan's divine attributes was not particularly high. As a result, Long Yu Guang was unable to kill the Black Sword by leapfrogging through the martial arts with Quang Zhan's celestial body. But the unbounded grip, this move is really disgusting. It makes no sense at all. It can directly pull the Black Sword and blast it out. It has only been used twice, and it has already made the Black Sword miserable. I hate this move of Long Yu. Martial arts. I think. Heidao finally spoke, and the first two words made Long Yu relax a little. Did this kid finally admit defeat? It seems that the unbounded grip and air-piercing wound just now injured this kid very seriously. However, Long Yu had just thought this way, and suddenly felt something was wrong, because Heidao had never said the word lose to admit defeat. Moreover, Long Yu felt that some strange power seemed to be gathering around him. While he was just distracted, he had already surrounded him. This kid is actually trying to trick me. Long Yu's heart moved, and he was completely on alert. The methods used by the opponent were extremely powerful, and the threat they posed to Long Yu was even far greater than the Mo Shadow Ghost killing move just now. This is the aura of the divine formation. Could it be a first-grade divine formation? Long Yu felt the strange power around him and couldn't help but be a little surprised. This Black Sword could actually learn the methods of the first-grade divine formation? You must know that even in the outer world, not everyone can learn the methods of the first-grade divine formation, and they are even extremely rare. According to rumors, the first-grade divine formation is the necessary cornerstone to achieve godlike status. Without cultivating the first-grade divine formation, it is impossible for a cultivator to step onto the godlike level. It can be seen from this that there must be some secrets in the first-grade divine formation, and now, Black Sword has actually learned a move in the first-grade divine formation. Is this some secret inheritance in the world of divine martial arts? Long Yu's heart moved, and he thought that he had scanned the world of Shenwu before, but could not sweep out this inheritance. It can be seen that the strong man who left this inheritance was not far behind the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor back then, even if it was not as good as him. Apart from this possibility, Long Yu really couldn't think of where Heidao learned the first-grade divine formation. But now is obviously not the time for Long Yu to consider where the opponent's first-grade divine formation comes from. The most important thing is to defend against the opponent's powerful move. At this moment, the strange shadow attribute divine power had completely surrounded Long Yu, making it impossible for him to escape. In this case, Long Yu once again used the celestial barrier of Mad War, and directly exploded twice the defense, but even so, Long Yu still felt that it was not appropriate. The power of this divine formation is really unbelievable. Long Yu's heart was awe-inspiring, and suddenly his chest moved. He naturally used the martial art of unbounded grip. Weird and mysterious space power emerged directly from all around Long Yu's body. This was Long Yu's natural reaction. It was at this time that Long Yu realized his martial arts skill of unbounded grip, and finally made a breakthrough at this time. And the unbounded grip, which has broken through to the state of perfection, has derived a defensive method, the unbounded seal. The mysterious and strange space power formed an invisible barrier, shrouding Long Yu's entire body, and what followed was the surrounding shadow attribute divine text finally condensing into shape and launched brazenly. The unbounded seal, the first-grade divine formation, the strongest power possessed by both sides suddenly collided. Long Yu had just realized the method of the unbounded seal, and was not very proficient yet, but when the strange space power formed a barrier, he easily blocked the opponent's first-grade divine formation. What? This trick of mine? When Heidao in the distance saw this, he was stunned. He successively used martial arts secrets that enhanced the shadow attribute and divine inscriptions, as well as this first-grade divine formation. Wasn't it just to blow up Long Yu suddenly? But he didn't expect that Long Yu would block his move. This martial arts secret technique and the cultivation method of the first-level divine formation are indeed inherited from a ruins when Black Sword was in the world of Shenwu, and the person who left behind the inheritance was originally a godlike person who was not much worse than the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor. With Long Yu, who has mastered 80% of the Jiuyou mark, there is really no way to directly detect the existence of the ruins. Only when Black Knife entered, was the idea left by the inheritor activated, wanting to hand over the inheritance to Black Knife. However, there was still no suspense. Long Yu directly resisted the strongest attack of the Black Sword. After the martial arts skill of unbounded grip was cultivated to a perfect state, a seal of unbounded means was derived. Unbounded seal, this move is similar to the Dark Star confinement that Long Yu has practiced before. It can not only be used to imprison and seal the enemy, but also to protect oneself. When used to seal an opponent, the unbounded seal can completely prevent the opponent from escaping. Even Long Yu feels that even the disintegration effect of his 9 Nether Path space divine text is useless. Because the composition of the unbounded seal is not a space divine text with any attributes, but is selected by Long Yu. Like the unbounded grip, Long Yu can use the Revelation level 9 Nether divine inscriptions to activate the unbounded seal. In this way, the 9 Nether divine inscriptions constitute the unbounded seal. No matter what power the Dragon Queen uses to activate the unbounded seal, the effect will be similar, but if different powers are used to activate it, various special effects can be attached. For example, if Long Yu is now at level 11 with the shadow attribute divine text, he will be able to have a strong corrosive effect on any shadow attribute divine text he comprehends. This effect can also be reflected on the unbounded seal, but the effect is not very great. After all, the unbounded seal is not an offensive magical power. When Long Yu faced the tyrannical offensive of the Black Sword, he finally broke through the martial arts technique of the unbounded grip to the perfect state, and derived the unbounded seal. As a defensive method, the defensive ability of the unbounded seal definitely exceeds any method Long Yu has practiced before. Black Knife attacked with all its strength, but suddenly burst out with 10 times more destructive power than before, but it still did not shake the unbounded seal at all. This shows how powerful the defense of the unbounded seal is. Of course, this is also because Long Yu's use of the unbounded seal this time directly exploded 3 times the defense power. It is normal that the Black Knife cannot break through. While Heidao was shocked, Long Yu didn't give the other party any chance. Seal of the Unbounded! Long Yu shouted sharply, and the unbounded seal was displayed again, and the 9 Nether divine inscriptions surged out, sealing Heidao's entire body in it. Surrounded by the unbounded seal, Long Yu could no longer feel the Black Knife aura within the unbounded seal. At this time, he could begin to superimpose the power of the mad battle. The effects of the mad god coming to the world are still continuing to accumulate, but the effect is not particularly obvious. The power of the mad war divine text that has increased over time has almost stagnated after increasing to 10 times. But now, Long Yu trapped the black sword in the unbounded seal, like a dark sphere shrouding the black sword in it. Long Yu swung his crazy fighting fists and cannons directly towards the unbounded seal. The violent fighting fists and cannons went down one after another, causing the violent fighting force on Long Yu's body to continuously build up, layer after layer, very quickly, but at the same time, the seal of the unbounded was also quickly destroyed by Long Yu. He used this move to seal the opponent's black knife, and at the same time superimposed his own crazy fighting power, which could be said to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Since Black Sword is constantly trying to use methods in the unbounded seal to destroy the mark that imprisons him, the unbounded seal is destroyed very quickly. After almost 5 or 6 breaths, the unbounded seal was finally broken under the exceptional attack from both sides. However, at this moment, Long Yu's fierce fighting force, plus his previous state, had accumulated to a total of more than 20. Layer. Coupled with the effects brought about by the arrival of the Dragon Royal Mad God, the power of his own Mad War Divine inscriptions has been increased by more than 30 times. Such a terrifying increase in power made Long Yu feel as if a mad god had come to the world. The pressure alone made the Black Knife, who had just escaped from the boundless seal, feel an extremely strong sense of oppression. This kind of power. A look of disbelief appeared on Heidao's face. When he was sealed into the unbounded seal by Long Yu didn't have such strong power. Now that he came out of it, he found that the dragon's aura and pressure had increased tenfold, which undoubtedly made Heidao feel a little weird. Black Knife had previously used the 6th level of martial arts secrets to increase its power by almost 5 times, but now Long Yu had directly increased the power of its Mad War Divine Art by more than 30 times. This is obviously not the same concept. Perhaps if Black Sword can elevate the martial arts secret technique to the 9th level, the effect will be comparable to that of the crazy battle celestial body practiced by Long Yu, but it is obvious that the current Black Sword cannot do it. In this way, if you want to improve the martial arts secrets after the 6th level, you can only absorb the power of creation. And the most important thing now is that Black Knife can't get anything created at all, let alone absorb the power of creation. Comparing the two, Long Yu is even better. Frenzy fighting with fists and cannons. Long Yu simply punched down, and the Black Sword had just escaped from the seal of the unbounded, but he still wanted to avoid it subconsciously when he encountered Long Yu's punch. It's a pity that the power of Long Yu's punch has increased, and the speed has also increased by more than 30 times. In almost a blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Heidao and punched him in the chest. This punch almost killed Heidao, and his whole body was blown away by the huge force. The destructive power of the Mad War Divine Text is one of the strongest attributes of the Divine Text. At this moment, Long Yu punched Heidao. All the meridians in the body were severely damaged. Heidao fell heavily to the ground, throwing up a cloud of flying sand and rocks. He was vomiting blood. The serious injuries in his body made it almost impossible for him to stand up again. Long Yu stepped forward and soon arrived in front of Heidao. "How about it, Black Knife, you are no match for me," Long Yu said lightly, with a winning smile on his face. Heidao was seriously injured this time. Although it was just a punch from the Mad Fighting Cannon, this punch with more than 30 times the power of the Mad Fighting Divine Weapon was enough to make Heidao hurt. The knife suffered severe damage. Heidao couldn't stand up, but he could speak, but it was intermittently. I am indeed not your opponent yet, but one day. Since you admit it, then follow me for the time being. Whether you can surpass me in the future depends on your own efforts. The corners of Long Yu's lips curled up slightly. At least now, you are mine. Work hard. I won't treat you badly anyway. When you get there, I will provide you with enough creative things, and even some things you can't think of. The cultivation resources can at least allow you to enter the secret realm of domination in a short time. As Long Yu spoke, he threw a healing elixir into Heidao's mouth and asked him to swallow it. The power of the healing elixir soon began to be emitted, gradually repairing the damaged flesh and blood and meridians of Black Knife, and the recovery speed was extremely fast. This wise man, Long Yu asked, "Can you teach me your martial arts secret that enhances the power of the shadow attribute divine spell? In exchange, I will also teach you a very good martial arts secret." Long Yu wants to use balanced control to exchange with the opponent. To be honest, it is not a loss for Long Yu, and it is definitely not a loss for Heidao. But what Long Yu didn't expect was that this kid actually refused. "I don't accept it. Ask me to teach you my martial arts secrets." "I can't do it. You know, my biggest target is you. How can I be willing to make you stronger?" Black Sword's injury improved, and he gradually flew up from the ground, and then came to the opposite side of Long Yu. There was still a fanatical look in his eyes. "I will defeat you, so I will not give these things I got to you, It doesn't matter." Long Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, but he didn't expect that this Black Knife would be so competitive against him. In order to defeat him, he would even give up the opportunity to enhance his strength. Apart from anything else, if Black Sword can practice Long Yu's balanced control martial arts secrets, his overall strength will definitely improve a lot. Of course, in comparison, if Long Yu obtains the opponent's martial arts secret method that enhances the power of the shadow attribute and divine power, his own frontal combat effectiveness will be greatly enhanced. It is precisely because Heidao knows how important the martial arts secrets he has practiced are to Long Yu. That's why he refuses to teach them to Long Yu. Otherwise, if Long Yu becomes stronger, it will be even more impossible for him to catch up and defeat Long Yu. After all, there is a huge gap between the two sides now, unless Black Sword first catches up with Long Yu in the martial arts realm, and then surpasses Long Yu, otherwise it would really be impossible for him to be Long Yu's opponent in the future. In any case, Long Yu finally subdued Heidao, and then let Heidao stay in the Xinwu world. When Long Yu planned to return to the Void Galaxy, he asked Heidao to leave the Xinwu world and go to the Void Galaxy. As for now, if Long Yu releases Heidao, it will have no effect at all, and he is also afraid that Heidao will slip away accidentally. You know, this kid is not a peaceful guy. He is very likely to do something like suddenly slip away. After all, for Black Knife, the biggest goal is to defeat Long Yu. Long Yu didn't know what grudge Black Sword had against him, but since the other party regarded him as a target, his desire to become stronger should be very strong. Such a guy would definitely be a big help to Void Galaxy. For the time being, Long Yu doesn't know if there are any other methods passed down from the inheritance that Black Sword received. If so, this kid's future combat effectiveness may not always be as good as Long Yu's. Of course, the possibility that Black Sword can surpass Long Yu is extremely low. After all, the inheritance of the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor that Long Yu has obtained and the 9 Nether Prison Monument are existences that even the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor cannot figure out. Of course, Long Yu respects Heidao's choice. He cannot force the other party to follow his will. Anyway, for Long Yu, the martial arts secret method that enhances the power of the shadow attribute divine text is just the icing on the cake. Although it is very useful, it is not something that must be obtained. At least, it is not necessary for the time being, and Long Yu cannot force Heidao to hand it over. In addition, Long Yu was impressed by the fighting power that Heidao had shown just now. Giving this Heidao some time and opportunities would surely make his strength reach a higher level and skyrocket all the way. I believe that before Black Sword defeats Long Yu, Black Sword will not be able to choose to leave, and Long Yu will never be defeated by Black Sword. Thinking about it this way, Black Sword is basically tied to the Void Galaxy. This is a happy event for the entire Void Galaxy. After all, with the Black Knife, if it grows up in the future, it will enhance the overall strength of the entire Void Galaxy. After settling the matter on Black Knife's side, Long Yu's own goal has been achieved. His original goal of returning to the new martial arts world and his own small world was to practice the endless-level high-grade martial arts of mad fighting celestial body, and the endless-level high-grade martial arts of unbounded grip. But now, these two martial arts skills have been greatly improved. Among them, the Mad War celestial body has entered a transcendent realm and has the effect of the Mad God coming to the world. It can superimpose a tenfold increase in the power of the Mad War divine text in a short period of time. In addition, the unbounded grip has been cultivated to a perfect state, and it can activate the unbounded seal. If it is released on oneself, it is a tyrannical defensive method. If released on the enemy, it is an unbreakable imprisonment method. Whether it is the crazy battle against the celestial body or the boundless grasp, after nearly 3 months of special training by Long Yu, it has become one of Long Yu's strongest methods now. He was quite satisfied with this result. The 3-month time limit was coming soon, and Old Man Tianhua, as promised, should appear in front of Long Yu if nothing else happened. In order to prepare for the arrival of Old Man Tianhua, Long Yu was ready to leave his little world after solving the Black Knife matter. Heidao listened to Long Yu's words and stayed in Long Yu's small world for the time being. He got 5 earthly seal level 3rd grade creations prepared by Long Yu for him, allowing him to practice slowly. 3rd grade creations of the earth seal level are basically very common things for Long Yu now. If he absorbs them, the effect will not be very good. But for Black Sword, who is now a 3-star emperor, a 3rd grade creation of the Earth Seal level will undoubtedly allow him to directly advance to the next level of martial arts. Moreover, it can also further improve Heidao's martial arts secrets. Even if he only improves to 1 level, the effect of his martial arts secrets that enhance the power of the shadow attribute divine text will be greatly enhanced. Of course, if these created objects are to be used to upgrade martial arts secrets to the 7th level, all of them absorb the power of creation, which is probably only possible. For the current Heidao, the most important thing is to quickly improve his martial arts realm. Of course, how Black Sword uses the 5 Earth Seal level 3rd grade creations has nothing to do with Long Yu, and he is too lazy to care about Black Sword's management in such detail. His thoughts were mainly focused on Old Man Tianhua. After leaving his own small world and returning to the big world, Long Yu returned to the center of the power vortex of the twin stars, where he was relatively calm, quietly waiting for the arrival of Old Man Tianhua. After all, Old Man Tianhua said before that he would come here in 3 months. As for whether what the other party said was true, Long Yu was not worried. If it's the truth, that's the best. We can finally have a good talk about the invitation. But if it's a lie, it will be a bit troublesome for Long Yu. After all, if Old Man Tianhua doesn't arrive within the stipulated time, who knows if he will come again? It would be very embarrassing for Long Yu to wait here and not wait. Fortunately, Old Man Tianhua did not disappoint Long Yu. About the 2nd day after Long Yu left his own little world, a dazzling fiery red light appeared from Long Yu's field of vision, rolling in from a distance. The fire cloud surged forward, and even the turbulent currents of power from the twin stars along the way were dispersed and devoured by the fire cloud, unable to stop the fire cloud from moving forward. With such an existence, Long Yu can be sure that the fire cloud must have reached the 7th level master, and it is not an ordinary 7th level master, but the strongest group of 7th level masters. If it were just an ordinary 7-stage master, they would not be able to ride the wind and waves in the turbulence of the twin stars like this. Old Skyfire finally showed up. Long Yu put away the 9 Nether Hell Monument and the Void Nether Dragon Blade, and floated quietly in the calm area in the center of the double star turbulence alone, and then calmly observed the fire cloud approaching from far away, moving towards he came closer. Soon, the fire cloud penetrated the chaotic double-star power turbulence and came to the calm area in the center of the double-star turbulence. Almost in an instant, it arrived in front of Long Yu. What came to Long Yu was nothing but a fire cloud. Except for the power of the fire element, there seemed to be nothing in the fire cloud, but it seemed to have everything. This feeling was very strange, but Long Yu didn't pay attention to it for too long. Instead, he quickly became curious. Could this fire cloud be Old Man Tianhua? Soon, Long Yu's guess was confirmed. Because, although no one appeared in the fire cloud, Long Yu received a touch of divine thought when the fire cloud arrived. Very good, very good. Not bad, not bad. You are the kid who broke the old man's illusory magic circle. You have a good talent. I can consider accepting you as my disciple. This divine thought passed into Long Yu's mind, making Long Yu a little embarrassed. He really wasn't here to be a disciple of Old Man Tianhua. Seeing the other party's affirmation, Long Yu was a little confused, but he still flatly denied the other party's statement. Senior Tianhua, this junior is not here to be a disciple, but invite me for something. Please take a look, this is the recommended jade slip left by your friend. After reading this jade slip, you will understand. As Long Yu spoke, he took out the jade slip left by Xiao Bai and threw it towards the cloud of fire. The old man Tianhua didn't come in person before, leaving only some illusory magic circles, so Long Yu took out this recommended jade slip. Of course, it was impossible to check those phantom magic circles. But now, it is obvious that Old Man Tianhua himself is here. Although he is not seen, it can be assumed that the flame in front of him is the body of Old Man Tianhua. Long Yu threw the jade slip out, and as expected, a fire hand was condensed from the fire cloud to use it. Then he seemed to glance at the contents, and then said which seemed to be very accident. I didn't expect that you didn't come here to become a disciple, but to invite me to join your forces. Haha, little brat, you may have thought wrong about this. Even with the recommendation of that little bastard Xiao Bai, there is no way that Old Man will follow you. Heading there. Old Man Tianhua's spiritual thought appeared in Long Yu's mind, and it turned out to be a direct rejection. However, this was within Long Yu's prediction, so he was not surprised by this. Instead, he raised the corner of his mouth slightly and spoke again with confidence. Senior, do you agree? It's better for this junior to explain the situation. Originally, I have no interest in it, but since that little bastard Xiao Bai brought me a recommended jade slip for me, it seems unreasonable not to listen to what you said. Old Man Tianhua's faint spiritual thoughts were transmitted to Long Yu's mind, and it was obvious that Old Man Tianhua and Xiao Bai had a pretty good relationship, and they probably made this type of friend over the years. It was precisely because Old Man Tianhua approved of Xiao Bai that he was willing to listen to Long Yu, who was recommended by Xiao Bai to say a few more words. Otherwise, Old Man Tianhua might just turn around and leave. After all, Old Man Tianhua's time is still very precious now, and he has no interest in Long Yu's invitation to join the force. In fact, when Old Man Tianhua found out that Long Yu was not here to become a disciple, he was already quite angry, because he came all the way here only to find out that the boy didn't want to become a disciple. This feeling of running away was in vain. One can imagine. However, because of Xiao Bai's recommendation of the jade slip, Old Man Tianhua still had patience and was prepared to listen to what Long Yu had to say. If what he said was not good, Old Man Tianhua would never give him face. He is such a person. When Xiao Bai recommends something, he is willing to listen to Long Yu. But if Long Yu's words are not good, then Xiao Bai's recommendation is useless. Now Long Yu understands in his heart that the purpose of Xiao Bai's recommendation of the jade slip is to give Long Yu a chance to explain the situation. If it were not for the recommendation of the jade slip, Long Yu would not even have a chance to explain this situation in front of the Old Man Tianhua. No. This actually made Long Yu feel grateful to Xiao Bai, but now was not the time for him to feel grateful. He racked his brains and had to make the whole thing attractive enough. Speaking from Long Yu's own perspective, it would definitely be difficult to impress old man Tianhua. In this case, Long Yu can only put himself in old man Tianhua's shoes and think about it. Although he has little understanding of old man Tianhua, Long Yu can also guess what the other party's needs are. As a strong man in the realm of 7th stage master, and also the leading weapon refiner and formation master among the entire human race and monster race, it is normal for old man Tianhua to have a strange temper, and he must have his own goals now. Refining stronger soldiers? Develop more magic circles? In other words, old man Tianhua also has some other pursuits? Long Yu must take these things into consideration one by one. When he thought about it from the perspective of the old man Tianhua, he quickly organized some words to persuade the old man Tianhua, and Long Yu had enough confidence in his words. Long Yu just thought for a while, quickly summarized a few key points, and then sent a spiritual message to old man Tianhua. Senior, Xiao Bai told me that you are an extremely rare master of weapon refining and formation master in the realm of human race and demon race. However, after all, you are just a practitioner of the 7th level master. Long Yu was the first to say this, which immediately put old man Tianhua in a bad mood. Is this contempt for him? Of course, before old man Tianhua could refute anything, Long Yu said bluntly, there are so many cultivators of the 7th stage master in this world. As long as you don't cross the threshold of being a god, you will be nothing more than a mortal and other cultivators. In comparison, even if it is strong, it is only so strong that there is no qualitative difference. Senior, I believe what you want to achieve most now is to step into the level of a god. As for the method, I believe you must have asked many people for advice. Even the godlike seniors of our human race and monster race have given them you guide me, but you can't get through that step. After hearing this, old man Tianhua smiled disdainfully. Hey, so what? Boy, is it possible that you can make this old man break through to the level of a god? You really don't know how high the sky is. That's not true, but the force I am in has the physical body of a powerful godlike person, and he is not an ordinary godlike person, but the pinnacle of godlike people. Long Yu sent out his spiritual thoughts. 9 Nether Dragon Emperor, seniors must have heard of it, right? 9 Nether Dragon Emperor, in your power? How is this possible? Isn't that thing dead long ago? After hearing Long Yu's words, the old man Tianhua finally changed his tone. If he had appeared in his true form instead of a cloud of fire, you should have seen that his expression had also changed. He died long ago, but his body has been reshaped, and is now controlled by one of our people. Long Yu said with a smile, Senior, you should know what this situation means. Old man Tianhua was silent for a while. Apparently he understood what Long Yu said and knew very well what Long Yu's words meant. Although old man Tianhua was not particularly familiar with the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor, he had heard about it and knew it. This is an ancient powerful man. Its small world, Jiuyou realm, is relatively famous among the human race. Old man Tianhua is particularly aware of what the ancient godlike strong man's physical body represents. What's more, the body of the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor is actually controlled by Long Yu's people. If this is true, then there is no doubt that Long Yu's power is equivalent to having an extremely powerful protective talisman, which is the pinnacle among gods. There is no doubt that the strength of such a force is definitely beyond the vast majority of human and demon forces. Even if there is a fight, even large organizations such as the Ascetic Alliance will not be the opponent of Long Yu's force. The reason is for no other reason than that the body of the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor is controlled by Long Yu's people. This factor is enough for Long Yu's forces to gain a foothold in the human race and the demon race. Little boy, do you really mean what you said? The spiritual thoughts sent out by old man Tianhua were full of solemnity. Although it was impossible for Long Yu to lie about this kind of thing, because lying would be of no use, old man Tianhua still felt a little unbelievable. Of course it's true. I have Xiao Bai's guarantee. Senior, are you still worried that what I said is false? Long Yu smiled slightly and nodded. He did not say that the current body of the Nine-Nether Dragon Emperor was held back by the godlike stone statue of the Multi-Wing clan and could only come out every 3 months. Not saying this does not mean that what Long Yu said is a lie. In any case, the body of the Nine-Nether Dragon Emperor can indeed be regarded as the patron saint of the Void Galaxy forces. Not bad, I'm a little interested, haha. Little boy, keep talking. After hearing this, Old Man Tianhua was quite satisfied. Originally, he was quite disdainful of Long Yu, but now, because the body of Joyo Dragon Emperor is controlled by Long Yu's people, Old Man Tianhua suddenly has a high opinion of Long Yu's power. Stand up. No matter how difficult it is for such a force to develop, its achievements will not be too low, and this will bring about an increase in cultivation resources. There is no doubt that the cultivation resources of Long Yu's force will not be too poor. This is what interests Old Man Tianhua the most. Our force already has a powerful alchemist who has been inherited by the top leaders of the Suffering Alliance. His ability to refine elixirs is second to none. As long as there are materials, he can refine any elixir that defies the heavens. However, we still lack an alchemist. As a strategist and formation master, you, Senior, are just right for you. Long Yu continued. In other words, your force doesn't even have a weapon refiner now? Old Man Tianhua seemed very unhappy about this. There are weapon refiners, but their level will definitely not be able to catch the eye of seniors. Long Yu shook his head. I know that seniors also want to have someone to learn the skills of weapon refining in normal times to further improve their own weapon refining level, but this is only temporary. With the current conditions and strength of our force, we will definitely recruit more in the future. People come in, not to mention that in the entire territory of the human race and the demon race, there are really too few people who can train and discuss with the seniors on the way to refining weapons and formations. Can ordinary forces invite them? What Long Yu means is that our power is strong, the conditions are good, and it is easy to recruit people, so it is not a problem. Of course Old Man Tianhua knew what he meant, and he chuckled. There are really not many people who can compete with Lao Chan in the field of weapon refining, but in the process of formation, Lao Chan is not the best either. You just remember to find 2 formation masters for Lao Chan to communicate with. Well, in terms of weapon refining, I can also study on my own. I also want to recruit a few disciples, but I have never met the right talents. Then Senior, do you mean to agree to join our force? Long Yu's eyes lit up and he asked. No, you continue to talk about your power. If I want to join, I need you to agree to a condition. The spiritual thought of Old Man Tianhua came out. You must come to be the disciple of the old man and learn to refine weapons with the old man. The old man can see it. When you broke into this magic circle before, you deliberately stopped to temper your spiritual will, and in fact, such a talent is excellent for refining weapons. You just need to understand and practice the power of the fire element. Senior, I'm not here to find a master. I don't know anything about refining weapons right now. I'm afraid I will live up to your high expectations. Long Yu suddenly felt a little embarrassed. He didn't expect that the Old Man Tianhua actually fell in love with him. Long Yu really had nothing to say about his previous performance in the Phantom Magic Circle. These Phantom Magic Circles were the test left by Old Man Tianhua. First of all, Long Yu can dominate the martial arts realm in the middle position and break into the double star turbulence alone, which already shows that Long Yu himself has certain strength and special means. Secondly, the fact that he broke through those spiritual illusion formations one after another also means that his mental will is not weak, and he was able to touch the cluster of flames 10 miles away with the help of 24 mirror clones of the Skyfire Old Man. The last illusory magic circle, the sooner it is cracked, the more talented you are in weapon refining. This is the illusory magic circle, created by the Old Man Tianhua. It took Long Yu 30 days, but in fact, He had already met the conditions to crack this magic circle in the first 10 days. He just wanted to hone his willpower, so he delayed it until 30 days later. There is no doubt that old man Tianhua now knows Long Yu's thoughts, and also knows that Long Yu's weapon refining talent is definitely not weak, so he has a love for Long Yu's talent. I can't control that. If you don't want to be my disciple, you have to find someone with a talent for weapon refining that is as good as yours to be my disciple. If so, there is one more request you have to agree to. Old man Tianhua's spiritual message came over, giving Long Yu another choice. Long Yu thought for a while and asked, "What are the requirements?" "As for finding a disciple for you, it shouldn't be a problem. There are many geniuses in our force, and they have talents in all aspects. If you can't find one, I will be your disciple." "All right." Long Yu thought about it for a while, and found that among the people he knew, there were indeed many who had the talent for weapon refining, so he could recruit them when the time came. Anyway, although Long Yu's own talent in weapon refining can meet the requirements of old man Tianhua, it is definitely not top-notch, and Long Yu knows this very well. Including his talent for alchemy, Long Yu was not that good either. He had studied alchemy for a while before, but then he gave it up, because Long Yu still thought alchemy was too troublesome. Anyway, with Liao Lei by his side, it doesn't matter if Long Yu doesn't know how to refine elixirs himself. If he needs some elixirs, he can just ask Liao Lei to refine them, or just go to the market to buy them. The request is to help the old man get rid of someone. This person has an unusual identity. He is a commander of the battlefield legion. Old man Tianhua chuckled and said, "What do you think of this request? Assassinating the commander of a battlefield legion?" Long Yu was startled when he heard this. The request of old man Tianhua was really weird. No wonder, as old man Tianhua, he couldn't handle this matter. It turned out that his opponent was the commander-in-chief of the battlefield legion. This matter is of course impossible for the current Long Yu to accomplish. Regardless of the opponent's identity, Long Yu cannot be his opponent based on the strength of the opponent's 7th-level master. But, that may not be possible in the future. I have a first-class Medal of Honor. When I gain strength, I can challenge your target to a life-and-death bet. Long Yu thought for a while and then said to old man Tianhua, "Senior, are you satisfied with this?" "Hey, little brat, I also have a first-class Medal of Honor, which is pretty good. Let me show it to you, is it fake?" Old man Tianhua's eyes lit up and he sent out his spiritual thoughts directly. Long Yu took out the first-class Medal of Honor, and the fire cloud transformed by old man Tianhua suddenly lit up, obviously with joy in his heart. "With this thing, I can fight that brat in a life-and-death fight. Yes, 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 yes." Old man Tianhua laughed heartily. The first-class Medal of Honor represents the highest honor within the realm of the human race and the demon race. It is an honor that can only be awarded by a strong godlike person after having made great contributions to the human race and the demon race. In the entire territory of the human race and monster race, the total number of people who can receive the first-class Medal of Honor does not exceed 100. This shows the rarity of the first-class Medal of Honor. The most important thing is that the first-class Medal of Honor has many privileges, one of which is that you can unconditionally fight anyone in the territory of the human race and the demon race in a life-or-death bet. Just like now, one of the enemies of old man Tianhua is the 7th-level master commander of the battlefield legion. If it were left to old man Tianhua himself, it would be impossible to kill him. First of all, the martial arts realms of both sides are similar. It is difficult for practitioners who are both 7th-level masters to kill the other party. At least it is almost easy for the other party to escape. Secondly, the opponent has the status and background of a battlefield legion. Using just a little bit of power can make old man Tianhua very uncomfortable. This is the difference between individual practitioners and practitioners with background. Because of this, the old man Tianhua has always buried this matter in his heart and dared not take action. He has been looking for opportunities to get rid of that opponent, but he has never had a good opportunity. Because on the alien battlefield in recent years, the battle between the human race and the alien race has been quite fierce. Old Man Tianhua's opponent has been active on the battlefield, and it is impossible for him to find time to deal with him. Now that I heard that Long Yu has a first-class Medal of Honor, this matter has become much more convenient. Old Man Tianhua had thought of many ways before, but in the end he only came up with this one way that would allow him to legitimately get rid of that opponent, which was to find a person with a first-class Medal of Honor and let him help him fight the enemy in a life-and-death battle. However, how could this be so easy? First of all, the cultivators who have made great achievements on the foreign battlefield and won the first-class Medal of Honor are at least powerful beings of the 7th-level master. In terms of combat power, most of them are much stronger than the Old Man Tianhua. Secondly, every cultivator who can obtain the first-class Medal of Honor has the duty of protecting the territory of the human race and the territory of the demon race. It is impossible for him to challenge and kill a battlefield legion commander for Old Man Tianhua. The combination of various conditions made it impossible for Old Man Tianhua to find a chance to avenge his previous revenge. Now, Old Man Tianhua put forward this condition. Originally he wanted Long Yu to let the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor physically take action. After all, the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor's physical body is a super powerful existence. As long as he is willing to take action, even if it is the human race and the demon race gods, I am afraid it will be difficult to stop him from killing the enemy commander. But now, he didn't expect that Long Yu actually had a first-class Medal of Honor. This really shocked him. He had seen several people possess the first-class Medal of Honor, but he had never seen anyone as young as Long Yu with such a low level of martial arts. But when he looked at the first-class Medal of Honor, there was a faint god-like aura on it. There was no doubt that it was the real thing and could not be a fake imitation. In other words, it is impossible for a guy with a weak cultivation level like Long Yu to dare to forge a first-class Medal of Honor, otherwise his life will be at risk if he is caught. Okay, little bastard, I am becoming more and more interested in you. Where did you get this first-class Medal of Honor? Is it possible, little bastard, that you have killed countless aliens in battle? The fire cloud of Old Man Tianhua finally began to dissipate, and then an old figure appeared in the fire cloud. It was a figure surrounded by flames. Although he was old, he was extremely upright and full of energy. Old Man Tianhua's face also looks old, with some wrinkles. It can be seen that he is already quite old. If he cannot break through to the godlike realm in the next period of time, his lifespan may be over. The end. The average lifespan of an ordinary 7-stage master is more than 1,000 years. It can be seen that this Old Man Tianhua has probably lived for more than 1,000 years now. Therefore, Long Yu could also see it and easily deduced that for Old Man Tianhua, the most important thing is to break through to the godlike realm. Only in this way can he prolong his life, add some lifespan, and give him the opportunity to enjoy a longer life. Even powerful cultivators at the 7th stage of great mastership have a lifespan limit. There is no doubt that this is the most cruel thing in the world. No matter if you are a human, a demon, a mortal, or a cultivator, you will all die. The difference is just sooner or later. Didn't seniors hear that about half a year ago, 3 alien gods were killed on the alien battlefield in the demon territory? Long Yu was a little curious. This matter has spread in the demon territory. Similarly, everyone in the seminary knows it. It can be guessed that in the human territory, this is definitely not a hidden matter, and it must have spread throughout the world. Old Man Tianhua didn't know this. Could it be that Old Man Tianhua hadn't been in contact with anyone else a while ago, so he didn't get such news? I've heard about this, but the 3 alien gods were killed. Could it be you? The figure of Old Man Tianhua appeared, and flames enveloped his whole body, making his expression look a little blurry and vaguely unreal. Although I didn't do it, it has a lot to do with me. Originally, the three alien gods were going to sneak attack on the outer galaxy of the monster race, but I dragged them to live in the time and space corridor. Later, the senior monster gods, after they arrived, we killed the three alien gods separately. As Long Yu spoke, he recalled the situation at that time. In fact, the situation was quite complicated. After all, it also involved the Ice God clan's holy objects, and so on. Including the respective states of the three alien gods, Long Yu was a demon-like god. The best conditions created to kill each of them. Simply put, without Long Yu, the three alien gods would never have been killed so easily. But due to Long Yu, the three alien gods took advantage of the loopholes in their game with each other and killed them one after another. They had almost no ability to resist. Hearing what Long Yu said, Old Man Tianhua became even more curious about him. He had only heard about the killing of gods from the Ice God clan before, but he never thought that this matter would be related to the young man named Long Yu in front of him. Unexpected, not bad, little bastard, you are indeed qualified to form a force. Old Man Tianhua finally affirmed Long Yu's ability. There was a hint of sadness in his old tone, and he was obviously sighing for himself. He has lived for more than 1,000 years now, and he has never faced off against a god, let alone like Long Yu, who held back three alien gods to buy time for the powerful demon god. At that time, not to mention other weak scum like Long Yu, even if any 7th-level master faced the same situation as Long Yu, I am afraid it would be difficult to do like Long Yu. Of course, Old Man Tianhua didn't know that Long Yu was able to make those alien gods fall into disarray because of the Ice God clan's holy objects. But no matter what the means, Long Yu succeeded in the end. And this became the first major event in his rise in the realm of human race and demon race. Then, let's make an agreement like this. Either you become Lao Chan's disciple, or you find someone else to become Lao Chan's disciple, and kill Lao Chan's opponent. As long as you agree, Lao Chan will join your force. Old Man Tianhua did not ask where Long Yu's force was, what its name was, and who else was there. Because Old Man Tianhua knew very well that these things could be said to be some secrets of Long Yu's force. If he did not join them, Long Yu would not be able to tell him these things. Now, Old Man Tianhua has not heard about the physical body of the 9-Nether Dragon Emperor. It can be seen that the matter of Long Yu is very hidden. Although Old Man Tianhua has a weird temper, his words and actions are still considerate of others, but he is quite crazy. Once he enters the state of weapon refining, no one can call him out of that state. If you forcefully disturb him, Old Man Tianhua will instantly turn against, no matter how good his friend is. Of course, Long Yu doesn't know these characters yet, but this does not prevent him from inviting Old Man Tianhua to join his Void Galaxy force. Anyway, what Long Yu needs is Old Man Skyfire's ability to refine weapons and his ability to arrange formations. Of course, Old Man Skyfire's formation is not top-notch, but it can be said to be pretty good. At least in the Void Galaxy, there is no such thing. Anyone's magic circle ability can surpass the level of Old Man Tianhua. Wait a minute, Senior, you have to tell me first, who is the Commander-in-Chief of your Battlefield Legion? Long Yu did not rush to agree, but asked straightforwardly. He is a damned dwarf, his name is Qi Beifei. You will know if you go to the Battlefield Legion and ask around. Don't think that this guy is the commander of the Battlefield Legion just because he is so righteous. This guy is insidious and has done many shameless things. When the Old Man Tianhua said this, his eyes in the firelight showed even more intense fire. This was the anger spurting out from his heart. Listening to Old Man Tianhua's tone, Long Yu probably knew that the commander of the battlefield army, Qi Beifei, had harmed Old Man Tianhua. As for the specific matter, Long Yu couldn't guess. Old Man Tianhua also said that what Qi Beifei has done can be found out by just asking around at the Battlefield Legion. Long Yu decided to go to the Battlefield Legion and find his father, Long Zitian, while asking for news about Qi Beifei. It shouldn't cost much. Time. When he sees Long Zitian, Long Yu must figure out why the other party abandoned himself and his mother Bei Yuyao to serve alone in the big world as the leader of the Ascetic Alliance and the commander-in-chief of the Human Battlefield Legion. Having said that, things have basically been settled, and there should be no suspense about Old Man Tianhua joining the Void Galaxy. Qi Beifei, I remember this name, but I'm afraid Senior will have to wait for a while before I have the strength to challenge this person. Long Yu solemnly said to Old Man Tianhua. Okay, since we have agreed, you can tell me how to get to your faction. Old Man Tianhua suppressed the anger in his heart, and then asked Long Yu. Senior, if you don't have anything else to do, why not just follow me? Long Yu said with a smile, in that place, if there is no one who knows the way to lead, even the god of human beings will not be able to get through, and I probably won't go back in the next year. After all, I am now a student of the Seminary of Human Beings. After this year's experience, it still has to be completed successfully. I'm very busy, but in your little world, as long as you can practice steadily, everything else is up to you. Old Man Tianhua nodded. He had no objection to Long Yu's proposal. Anyway, he carried many weapons, refining materials for arranging magic formations with him. If Long Yu lets him stay in the small world, Old Man Tianhua has nothing to worry about. He can just do his own thing with peace of mind. The most important thing is to refine weapons. This is what he must do. He can only continue to in this way. He can ensure that his weapon refining skills are always at the forefront of the human race and the demon race. After the two parties communicated well, Old Man Tianhua carried various materials and entered Long Yu's small world. Obviously, when the Nine Nether Prison Monument appeared, the Old Man Tianhua clicked his tongue again. After all, he could feel the tyrannical power in the Nine Nether Prison Monument. Long Yu could actually refine the Nine Nether Prison Monument into his own. The small world mark shows that he is indeed good. With this small world mark alone, Long Yu has surpassed almost everyone in the human race and demon race. Of course, now Old Man Tianhua can only vaguely feel the power of the Nine Nether Hell Monument, and cannot exactly feel what level of existence this Nine Nether Hell Monument is. And Long Yu, of course, would not explain to him. After all, this was Long Yu's own matter and had nothing to do with Old Man Tianhua. Finally done. Long Yu thought in his heart and sighed slightly. It really took a lot of time to invite this old man from Skyfire to the Void Galaxy. Along the way, 4 months have passed like this. During this period, Long Yu's strength has improved significantly. First, the improvement in cultivation from low-level master to middle-level master has increased his basic strength 3 to 5 times. So many. Secondly, Long Yu has cultivated the martial arts of mad fighting celestial body to a transcendental state, and has cultivated the martial arts of unbounded grip to a perfect level. These two endless-level high-grade martial arts have greatly improved Long Yu's combat effectiveness. Then, Long Yu also raised the martial arts secret technique and the world-purifying body to the 9th level peak level, and derived the martial arts secret technique, the world-purifying soul mirror. This technique can be used to rebound the mental impact and control effect exerted on Long Yu by the opponent 10 times, which is the key to turning defeat into victory in dangerous moments. In addition, Long Yu's mental willpower has also been tempered and improved. In the past 4 months, he has indeed made considerable progress, and his understanding of the power of the beginning of the metal system and the Revelation Level 9 Nether Divine texts have been improved. A large amount, which has a very significant effect on increasing his strength. The Dragon and Phoenix twin stars, the Dragon Pill star and the Phoenix Pill star, the twin star turbulence between these two planets cannot stop Long Yu from coming and going. After Old Man Tianhua arrived in Long Yu's small world, Long Yu directly entered the inner space of the Void Nether Dragon Blade, and then left the area of double star turbulence. After passing through the turbulent flow of double star power, Long Yu got in touch with Hongying. In the past 4 months, Hong Ying and Yu Gu have been working together and have completed several seminary-like experiences. Sometimes they just work together, and sometimes others come together. Over such a long period of time, Hong Ying alone has accumulated more than 10 million points of Battlefield Legion merit. It has not been spent yet, but has been saved up, preparing to use it to purchase the appearance in 2 months. Another batch of Theosophic wine. Long Yu also sounded a little anxious. There were only 2 months left before the next batch of divine wine appeared, but he didn't have enough achievements in the Battlefield Legion. Now he has only completed one thing, and the matter with his father Long Zitian has not been resolved. There is no way to go back to the seminary, for the time being. The accumulation of meritorious deeds on the Battlefield Legion can only be slowed down for a while. Target, Battlefield Legion, the first outer galaxy. Long Yu did not go to meet Hong Ying and Yu Gu immediately because they were currently undergoing training in another seminary, and were still some distance away from here, so it was impossible for them to come over immediately. Moreover, there was no need for the two parties to meet. Long Yu went to finish his own affairs first. In that case, it would be best to catch up with the two women to complete their training, and then go back to the seminary together. I hope you won't encounter any trouble if you go to find Long Zitian. Long Yu thought in his heart, and flew back towards the Dragon Pill Star at high speed. When he arrived on the Dragon Pill Star, he found a space-time marked teleportation array, then showed the first-class Medal of Honor, directly activated the teleportation array, and headed towards the direction of the Outland Galaxy is approaching rapidly. Long Yu has already seen the alien battlefield in the Demon Clan territory. It is indeed full of dangers, and they are facing the enemies of the human race and the Demon Clan. If those alien races encounter the human race and the Demon Clan, they will definitely not have the slightest chance. Show mercy. Now Long Yu rushes to the alien battlefield again, but his mood is completely different from the first time. Now, all he thinks about is his father, Long Zitian, and he also wants to inquire about the army commander Qi Beifei along the way. It is not difficult to find out the information, but the key is to see Long Zitian, which is not that easy. After teleporting 7 times through the space-time mark teleportation array, Long Yu finally arrived on the main star of the first outer galaxy. This main star was the largest cultivation planet in the first outer galaxy on the human race. As usual, on this planet, there is a strong human godlike person guarding the planet, who has built the entire first outer galaxy into a solid fortress. Long Yu didn't come to find this human god, but he didn't know where Long Zitian was now. He could only come to the main star first. Whether he wanted to find out about Long Zitian or Qi Beifei, it was a good choice. After all, if there are the most people, the information will definitely be the best. It shouldn't be that difficult. Long Yu thought in his mind that after all, the Long Zitian and Qi Beifei he wanted to inquire about were not secretive figures or secret information. It should not be difficult to inquire about the other party's information. I just don't know if Long Zitian and Qi Beifei are on this main star now. After all, the battle with the Vulcan tribe on the human territory is very fierce. The battle situation is stalemate on the front line of the alien battlefield, and it is unlikely that there will be too many alien commanders staying behind. When Long Yu came to the main star, he first found a restaurant, and then took out some ancient level elixirs. These elixirs were nothing to Long Yu. He really had too many of them. Something. But if these elixirs are taken out and given to ordinary practitioners, even ordinary practitioners in the realm of great masters, they will feel like they have obtained a treasure. After all, not everyone is as rich as Long Yu. Relying on these pills, Long Yu began to inquire about information in the restaurant, and directly began to inquire about the information about Long Zitian and Qi Beifei. Anyway, the two people should not have a close connection, so it would not matter if Long Yu inquired at the same time. But soon, the news that Long Yu heard made him feel embarrassed and stunned. Long Zetian and Qi Beifei are the most famous and brave commanders in the outer galaxy of the human race. These two are really amazing. They once jointly led their respective master legions and defeated a total of 5 master legions of the Vulcan tribe. He's a hero. It is rumored that Long Zetian and Qi Beifei are very close brothers and friends, but we don't know the details. After all, it is a matter for the commander of their army. We are too low level to have contact with them. Long Zetian is my idol. Now, he is not on the main star of the first outer galaxy, but fighting against the Vulcan tribe on the alien battlefield. If you want to find him, you have to go to the alien battlefield. As for Qi Beifei, although he is brave and good at fighting on the battlefield, his character is really not that good. I have heard several rumors about him, and every rumor makes people gnash their teeth with hatred. Feng Beifei is quite famous in the outer galaxy of the human race, but now, this big shot should not be on the main star. The Vulcan tribe is attacking fiercely these days, and most of the commanders of the dominant army have gone to the front line to fight against the aliens. After asking around, Long Yu learned that Qi Beifei had a nickname, Feng Beifei, and he seemed to be someone who owed a lot of romantic debts. This made Long Yu couldn't help but think, could it be that the hatred between Old Man Tianhua and Qi Beifei was related to women? Long Yu didn't make too many guesses about this, because he was soon shocked. When he learned that Qi Beifei and Long Zetian had a very good relationship and were brothers, he was a little confused inside. Such a situation made him unexpected. He never expected that Qi Beifei was a friend of his father, Long Zetian. Although the possibility of this is not very high, it is still possible after all. After all, both parties are commanders of the human race and alien races on the battlefield, and they must know each other. However, Long Yu did not expect that the relationship between the two of them seems to be very good. This made Long Yu a little confused. Now, he promised Old Man Tianhua to help get rid of Qi Beifei, but on the other hand, his father Long Zetian is Qi Beifei's brother and friend. Long Yu didn't know what was happening on the other side of Long Zetian. If he can successfully reconcile with Long Zetian, how should he deal with Qi Beifei? The news Long Yu received about Qi Beifei and Long Zetian made him quite melancholy. However, he did not have to face this problem in the short term. After all, it would be a long time before he could defeat Qi Beifei and challenge him to a life-or-death fight. The first thing Long Yu has to do now is to find Long Zetian, ask about the situation back then, and then continue to undergo many experiences in the seminary to improve his strength. News came from Feng Yin that she had already reached the level of third-level master, and her improvement speed was basically at the same pace as Long Yu. When Long Yu improves to the first level of martial arts, she will also improve to the first level of martial arts. If this rate continues, in another year or two, Feng Yin will become a strong master of the 7th level. The speed of Feng Yin sounds very fast, but in fact, this speed is only considered normal among geniuses. For example, concubine Yu is not much different from Feng Yin in age. She is only a year or two older than her. However, she is now a super strong master of the 7th level. She is even at the top of all the cultivators of the 7th level ranks. Therefore, the speed at which concubine Yu has improved her martial arts realm can only be described as an ordinary genius. In fact, the current improvement speed of Long Yu martial arts realm is already too slow for a real genius. Of course, he is not in a hurry. Anyway, the creation is enough for him. What he needs to worry about is, it's all about whether you can master the suddenly increased power after you improve. After he found out the news about Long Zetian and Qi Beifei, he stepped alone into the headquarters of the Battlefield Legion of the human race's first outer galaxy. The thing he relied on to enter it was naturally the first-class Medal of Honor, and the news of his appearance here was not conveyed. After all, it was only a short time before he dragged down 3 alien gods on the Ice God Tribe alien battlefield. It has been a long time, so he is no longer the focus of countless people. After Long Yu entered the Battlefield Legion headquarters here, he headed directly towards the exchange. Before he went to the alien battlefield to find Long Zi Chen, he had to replenish a wave of training resources he needed. Due to the first-class Medal of Honor, even though he did nothing in the past 4 months, he still gained 500,000 Battlefield Legion merit points every month, so now he has a total of 2 million Battlefield Legion merit points. If these Battlefield Legion meritorious deeds are exchanged for creations, Long Yu can try to reach the martial arts realm of the Upper Master. In the past 4 months, he has mastered enough of his own power. Now he can improve the martial arts realm. It will not cause any hidden dangers on the path of cultivation. In recent times, Long Yu's strength has improved very rapidly, but it has been based on stability. All the accumulation he has accumulated has finally exploded during this period, giving him a spurt of growth and strength. After arriving at the trading area, Long Yu went directly to the trading place for creations and began to select some heavenly crystal level creations. With 2 million Battlefield Legion meritorious service, it is still difficult to select a relatively high-grade sky crystal level creation. However, if Long Yu now wants to upgrade from a mid-level master to a high-level master, the creative power required is not particularly large. 2 million Battlefield Legion meritorious service can only be exchanged for 1 4th-grade Tianjing level creation. If I want to improve my martial arts realm, it is still a bit short, but I can offer other things in exchange. Long Yu was thinking that many of the materials he had previously obtained from the ancient alien relics of the Multi-Wing clan had not been handed over to the Battlefield Legion headquarters. Now, he took out many of the materials, such as the Taichu Golden Crystal, and wanted to exchange them for Battlefield Legion meritorious service. At least he had to get a heavenly crystal level creation that could enhance his martial arts realm. These things were extremely valuable. Long Yu didn't take them out at that time, because those alien godlike bones were enough for him to exchange for the training resources he needed to develop the entire power of Void Galaxy. As for these things, just keep them for Long Yu's own use. Many of the weapon refining materials can be given to Old Man Tianhua to refine war weapons, but Old Man Tianhua cannot use that much by himself. You must know that what Long Yu possesses is the weapon refining materials obtained from the tombs of the multi-winged human gods, as well as the materials in their altars, all added together. The quantity is really too much. Now Long Yu only needs to exchange 1/10 of it to get at least 10 million Battlefield Legion merits, which can be used to purchase 2 creations, thereby absorbing the power of creation and improving the martial arts realm. If it is not necessary, Long Yu still does not want to exchange these rare materials. After all, these materials are hard to come by. If you want them in the future, you will obviously lose a lot if you buy them again. But now Long Yu still focuses on his own martial arts realm, and the most important thing is to enter the realm of Superior Master as soon as possible. By the time Long Yu came out of the Battlefield Legion headquarters, he had already exchanged what he needed, 2 3rd-grade creations of the Sky Crystal level. The power of creation contained in them was enough to elevate his martial arts realm to that of a Superior Master level. Long Yu's next goal is to go to the alien battlefield to find Long Zi Chen while improving his martial arts realm. The two do not conflict with each other and can be done at the same time. After leaving the Battlefield Legion headquarters, Long Yu found the time and space marked teleportation array and kept teleporting towards the alien battlefield. He had already heard some news at the Battlefield Legion headquarters before. Now the alien battlefield is raging with war. Both the Vulcan clan and the human race are making many big moves on the defense line on the alien battlefield. Recently, several battlefield fortresses on both sides have started a series of offensive battles in a certain area. Long Zi Chen is now assigned to be in that area and responsible for the defense task in a certain direction. It would take at least 10 days for Long Yu to reach the nearby battlefield fortress. This period of time was enough for him to absorb the 2 3rd-grade creations of the Heavenly Crystal level, and then elevate himself to the martial arts realm of a superior master. First, Long Yu teleported 6 times through the spacetime marked teleportation array, directly from the main star of the first outer galaxy to the edge of the first outer galaxy. Further ahead, there is the alien battlefield where the war is raging. There is no longer a spacetime marked teleportation array for him to teleport, so he can only fly over slowly alone. Long Yu then returned to the inner space of the nether dragon blade of the void, letting Xiaoxu carry him forward. Through the method of traveling through the void, his forward speed was much faster than other practitioners. At least, ordinary low-level masters can't move as fast as Long Yu at this time. You must know that Long Yu's Void Dragon Blade is not an ordinary soldier, but a special Taichu divine item that is extremely rich in the world. It is an existence that has been smelted by the furnace of absolute beginning. Long Yuan Xin absorbed the heavenly crystal-level creations in the inner space of the Void Dragon Blade, expanding his own small world, gradually moving from a size of 20 billion miles in radius to a radius of 30 billion miles. The main difference between the middle ruler and the upper ruler is the size of the small world, which brings about the difference in the basic strength of the two sides. During the process of moving forward, Long Yu focused all his attention on absorbing the power of creation, while Xiaoxu was constantly vigilant about the surroundings. After all, this area was already an alien battlefield, an extremely chaotic area, no matter where and when, some alien cultivators may appear. Now in this area, it is particularly easy for people from the Vulcan clan to appear. Once encountered, the most likely result will be a fight to the death. If you are really not an opponent, you can also try to escape. However, if you are really not an opponent, you may not even be able to escape. In this area, as the Void Dragon Blade continued to move forward and penetrated deep into the alien battlefield, Xiaoxu continued to feel the breath of the Vulcan clan floating in the surrounding space. This kind of aura is relatively sensitive to Xiaoxu, and he can feel it easily. If there is a Vulcan alien in close range, Xiaoxu can detect it in most cases. As for Long Yu, because he is mentally connected to Xiaoxu, even if he is wholeheartedly immersed in the process of improving his martial arts realm, once Xiaoxu discovers the situation, Long Yu can wake up immediately. On the raging alien battlefields, the aura of death is constantly spreading, which shows how many aliens and human warriors have died in these places in the past. The desolate atmosphere spread all over the alien battlefield, and Xiaoxu couldn't help but be affected by it, feeling a tragic mood. No matter who comes here, I am afraid they will feel like this. Along the way, we also saw many human cultivators forming teams to carry out experience tasks of patrolling and cleaning up this alien battlefield. Once an invading Vulcan tribe is found and killed, they can go back to work and receive relatively high experience rewards. Remuneration. These teams of human cultivators sometimes mistook the Void Nether Dragon Blade as the enemy. However, when they discovered that the divine power emitting from the Void Nether Dragon Blade was not a flame-attributed divine power, they knew that it could not be the enemy. Something from the Vulcan clan. One of the greatest characteristics of the Outer God clan, such as the Vulcan clan and the Ice God clan, is that very few individuals within the clan can comprehend the divine power of other attributes. Including the 5 elements of absolute beginning, once awakened, they will directly be the absolute beginning power of water system or the absolute beginning power of fire system. Basically, the power comprehended by the entire group is relatively single. This does not mean that these outer gods are weak, but it means that they are more proficient than humans and monsters in single-attribute divine scripts. As the Void Nether Dragon Blade continues to penetrate deeper, the chilling aura of the battlefield continues to surge in, shrouding the Void Nether Dragon Blade. 5 days passed, and Long Yu, who was practicing in the inner space of the Void Dragon Blade, finally achieved another breakthrough. From the middle master to the upper master, there was a gap of more than 3 months. For Long Yu, it was enough for him to become familiar with his own power, at least to the point where he could continue to improve. But now, he has finally stepped into the realm of Upper Master, and is only one step away from the realm of Great Master. Although this speed is not very fast for those top geniuses, it is already a speed that is difficult to reach for most people. Basic strength has been increased 3 times again. This is the biggest change for Long Yu to step into the ranks of upper-level masters. His own strength has soared, and his comprehensive combat effectiveness in all aspects has been improved at the same time. The improvement brought by the improvement of martial arts realm is the most comprehensive for practitioners. His small world has expanded to a radius of 30 billion miles, and if he wants to step into the realm of a great master, he must expand his small world to at least 50 billion miles. In a short period of time, it is impossible for Long Yu to break through to a great level of domination. Although there is no bottleneck for him, the creative power required to expand the small world alone requires more than the mid-level domination to the upper-level domination. At least 10 times more. Great Master, don't think about it for now. Long Yu has his own training plan and will not rush for success. Anyway, now that he has stepped into the upper-level master, he will not be at a big disadvantage even if he faces an ordinary second-level master or even a third-level master. If you don't have to worry about combat effectiveness, then there is no need to encourage the growth and destabilize your foundation. What's more, now he doesn't have enough battlefield legion meritorious service to exchange for enough creations. If he is too anxious, he will need more things, and the gain will not be worth the loss. Now, there are still many aspects that Long Yu can improve, but for a while, there is not much time for him to specifically improve his strength in those aspects. The nether dragon blade of the void passed through the foreign battlefield. Soon, a few days later, the atmosphere of war in front became stronger and stronger. Several battlefield fortresses belonging to the human race finally appeared in front of Long Yu. Once here, human cultivators and demon cultivators can be seen everywhere. All around Long Yu, human and demon cultivators are coming in and out of the battlefield fortress at any time. And in this area, it is impossible for the Vulcan aliens to come. Once they get close, they will be killed by the combined efforts of human and demon cultivators. Not far from this place, in the foreign battlefield, there is the battlefield fortress of the Vulcan clan, facing each other with the 4 battlefield fortresses on the human race. As for the situation, Long Yu didn't know. Anyway, he came here to find his father, Long Zi Chen. As for the situation of the battle, Long Yu was not particularly concerned. After all, this stalemate situation here has been going on for decades, and it is unlikely that there will be any big changes in a while. Long Yu chose one of the steel-style human battlefield fortresses and flew straight over. With a first-class Medal of Honor as a pass, Long Yu could easily enter it. Long Yu didn't know which battlefield fortress Long Zi Chen was in, so he had to go to one of the battlefield fortresses to ask the relevant personnel. With the authority of a first-class Medal of Honor, asking a commander about his whereabouts was a request that was completely impossible to refuse. Soon, Long Yu stepped into the interior of this steel battlefield fortress and went to the training mission hall. Anyway, he was here to find someone. He could first ask about the whereabouts of Long Zi Chen, and if it was convenient, he could take over the training mission. The merits of the battlefield legion that can be easily obtained should not be wasted. Excuse me, where is Commander Long Zi Chen now? Long Yu came to the management office of the mission hall, showed the first-class Medal of Honor, and asked his question directly. This question made the battlefield fortress personnel in the management office raise their heads and glance at Long Yu. When they saw the first-class Medal of Honor in Long Yu's hand, their expressions changed slightly, and then one of them said to Long Yu with a solemn expression, "Commander Long is out fighting now and has accepted a temporary mission." "Who are you?" "I'm Long Yu. I have something to ask him." Long Yu could only say this. Could he also say that he was Long Zi Chen's long-lost son? It turns out it's Long Yu. So, either you wait here for Commander Long, or you go to the area where he fights. The man glanced at Long Yu, and then said, "Based on your martial arts level, I suggest you wait here. Commander Long's mission should last for a long time, and it is very dangerous. If you go there, I'm afraid life is in danger." This person's reminder was well-intentioned, but Long Yu was not the kind of person who liked to wait. "It doesn't matter, you tell me where he went, and I can try to look for him." Long Yu smiled and said, "You sure?" The staff member's face changed slightly. Long Yu nodded. He had even seen alien gods. What other scenes would frighten him? "Then wait a minute, we have a training mission here, which is somewhat related to Commander Long's mission. If you want to go there, I will hand over this training mission to you. Of course, you alone will definitely not be enough. Yes, you have to find some strong companions." That person had always doubted Long Yu's strength. After all, he had only reached the master's martial arts realm. Under normal circumstances, he would indeed be unable to complete the strategic tasks he was about to release that could only be accomplished by a great master. "Don't worry, I have a solution." Long Yu thought that in his little world, there was an old man named Tianhua who was in the peak state of the 7th level master. He was not afraid of any unexpected situation at all. Unless he encountered another alien god and appeared again, otherwise, he could be said to be completely in danger of losing his life. Worrying. In that case, just take this jade slip. Seeing Long Yu's persistence, the man didn't say much. No matter what he said, he had heard of Long Yu's name. Knowing that this man had faced off against alien gods, he didn't think much about it. Not everyone can accept the jade slips of strategic missions. At least a powerful practitioner with a third-class Medal of Honor must be qualified to receive them. After Long Yu got the jade slip, he took a look at it and found that the mission content was very simple, that is, rescue. The jade slip said that there is a domination army that is trapped by the Vulcan tribe somewhere. Now it is unable to break out. Someone needs to set up a space-time array nearby so that the other party can teleport out directly. This strategic mission is very simple. Long Yu only needs to follow the method recorded in the jade slips and set up a space-time magic circle near the besieged Dominator Legion. The opponent can follow the power of this magic circle and teleport away. Come out. But it is difficult to say that it is difficult, because the place where the Dominator Legion is besieged is located deep in the alien battlefield. Near there, you may be attacked by the Vulcan Legion at any time. In addition, the place where the Dominator Legion was besieged was not far from the location of Commander Long Zi Chen. If Long Yu wants to find Long Zi Chen, he can first rescue the Dominating Legion, and then follow the Dominating Legion to find Long Zi Chen. Although during the fierce battle, it seemed not good for Long Yu to go to Long Zi Chen to recognize his relatives, but Long Zi Chen, as the commander of the Dominator Legion, was in the process of constant fighting. Long Yu wanted to wait for the other party to return, but he would definitely not be able to wait for him in a short time. He had to go out and look for it himself. After Long Yu accepted this strategic mission, he left the steel battlefield fortress and continued to move forward towards the depths of the alien battlefield. He entered the inner space of the Void Dragon Blade, and Xiaoxiu led him forward. Although the jade slip obtained by Long Yu showed the place where the Dominator Legion was besieged, it could not be teleported directly by Long Yu, so he could only go slowly by himself. In the alien battlefield, time and space teleportation cannot be used casually, otherwise it will allow the aliens to find the spatial coordinates of the people on their side, and thus be captured by the other party in some way. Long Yu could only let Xiaoxiu move forward slowly. Fortunately, the Void Dragon Blade is now filled with the power of the water system, which is the most primitive time and space divine power. It can teleport hundreds of thousands of miles through the void in one go. In the blink of an eye, Long Yu had teleported millions of miles away and completely penetrated into the alien battlefield. Once here, there were really dangers everywhere. one crisis at a time. There is every possibility that the Vulcan clan's legion will appear in front of Long Yu. No matter which direction it is no longer a safe place. A large number of Vulcan clan enemies may appear at any time. And Long Yu is still about 3 days away from his strategic mission location. During these 3 days, the danger Long Yu faces is extremely huge. If he is not careful, he may be blocked by the Vulcan clan and dragged in. During the battle, Long Yu has the Nether Dragon Blade of the Void, which is not a bad situation. If it were anyone else, it would have taken 3 to 5 days just to get to the place where the Dominator Legion was besieged, and the news might have leaked along the way, causing the entire task to fail. After all, if the people of the Vulcan clan knew about this strategic mission, it would be impossible for them to take advantage of it. Long Yu continued to move forward, going deep into the alien battlefield. Even within the next day, Long Yu saw several groups of aliens from the Fire God clan. His whole body was filled with the power of the flame attribute divine text. When he saw the void, the phantom dragon blade wanted to rush over. Fortunately, Xiaoxiu saw the opportunity quickly. As soon as he saw the Vulcan clan around, he immediately activated the power of the water element to continue to use the void to travel and leave the place. In this way, as long as they don't encounter too strong opponents, the Void Dragon Blade and Dragon Yu can directly avoid them, and prevent the opponent from getting any information about themselves. After continuing like this, for 2 days, with the last day of journey left, Long Yu was able to reach the place where the Dominator Legion was besieged. It was at this time that trouble finally arrived. Just when Long Yu was still 1 day away from where the Dominator Legion was besieged, he finally encountered an accident. In front of him, a space barrier appeared. That space barrier was accompanied by extremely mysterious flame patterns. It turned out to be not a simple space barrier, but a flame space barrier. With such a space barrier, Long Yu's magical power of 9 nether paths could only disintegrate the space divine inscriptions within it, but could not deal with the flame divine inscriptions. Long Yu felt a little bit, that layer of flame space barrier was definitely condensed by the powerful people at the 7th stage master level. If he came into contact with the power of the flame divine language, he would definitely be shattered to pieces. In other words, he now has no way to pass through the flame space barrier and continue moving forward. There is still about half a day left to the shortest distance required by the strategic mission to arrange the time and space teleportation array. This distance must be passed by Long Yu no matter what, otherwise the strategic mission will not be completed. Obviously, the Vulcan clan has also thought of this situation. When they surrounded the dominating legion, they would naturally think of someone coming to the rescue. In this way, a layer of flame space barrier can be formed on the periphery to stop the vast majority of human or demon cultivators. Bring the teleportation array over to arrange it. Only the strong ones from the human race and demon race can pass through such a flame space barrier. For Long Yu, this barrier is not the most critical difficulty. After all, he can use the magical power of the Book of Shadows to see if he can pass through the barrier through disguise and deception. The most important thing is that when the Void Dragon Blade came to this flame space barrier, it immediately attracted the attention of a nearby group of Vulcan aliens. This group of foreign Vulcan tribesmen are not very high in martial arts. They should be a small team of a Dominator Legion. The leader of the Vulcan tribe has the cultivation level of a great master. The other Vulcan tribes are all mid-level masters or high-level masters. Dominate the strength. In addition to the Vulcan clan who was the master of the section, there were a dozen or so other Vulcan clan aliens, all flying towards the location of the Nether Dragon Blade in the Void. Their mission is to prevent any human or demon beings from passing through this barrier. Now that a Void Ghost Dragon Blade has appeared with the aura of a human cultivator on it, they will naturally not let it appear and then run away. Faced with this situation, Xiaoxiu was originally ready to escape, but Long gave up his intention to escape. Because it is obvious that there are many Vulcan clans scattered around this flame space barrier. If Long Yu runs away, even if he can escape, he will be chased and intercepted by other Vulcan clans. After all, he didn't really want to escape, he just wanted to avoid this area and pass through the flame space barrier in other directions. If he hadn't been on a mission, Long Yu would have really run away, but since he accepted the strategic mission handed over by the Battlefield Legion, there was no way he could back down. What's more, Long Yu is not necessarily an opponent of the other group of Vulcans. Just now, he has been promoted to the level of a superior master, and his various methods have been enhanced, and he has not encountered any real battles yet. Now, it's time to test Long Yu. We must solve them all, before they spread the news. Long Yu thought in his heart, with a look of solemnity in his eyes. Obviously, to the group of Vulcans now, the Void Nether Dragon Blade is just a guy who delivers food. Even if Long Yu comes out of the Void Nether Dragon Blade, a human cultivator who is a superior master cannot be put aside by the other party. In eyes. There is no doubt that the other party will definitely think that with such a large number of them, they can easily kill Long Yu, so they will not convey the news. However, Long Yu wanted this effect. Contrary to their expectations, kill them quickly. As long as you are fast, they will have no chance to ask for help. The Vulcan clan has one big master and one big master, 4 upper masters and 7 middle masters. The strength of this Vulcan tribe's small team can be said to be very good. Long Yu also needs such an opponent to hone himself. The group of Vulcans flew directly towards the Void Nether Dragon Blade, and various types of flame attribute divine power came overwhelmingly. At the same time, various space divine powers exploded, directly destroying the space near the Void Nether Dragon Blade. All blocked. If ordinary means were used, it would be impossible for the Void Nether Dragon Blade to break through the space blockade and escape. It could be said that the opponent had no intention of giving the Void Nether Dragon Blade a chance to escape from the beginning. These Vulcans didn't have any playful intentions, they were just thinking about killing the Void Nether Dragon Blade as quickly as possible. Shashu, burial in the void begins. Long Yu's heart moved, and he directly let the Void Dragon Blade launch the strongest method, void burial. The primordial power of the water system began to condense among the 12 Vulcans, and it exploded instantly, forming a turbulent whirlpool of the primordial power of the water system. The emergence of this turbulent vortex directly caused the group of Vulcans to scatter in all directions. They all felt the truly terrifying power contained in this vortex, and of course they did not dare to bear its bombardment casually. Not to mention anything else, if there was a head-on confrontation, even the current Long Yu would not dare to withstand the bombardment of the void burial. Naturally, this group of Vulcans, whose physical bodies are not as powerful as Long Yu, are even more afraid. By using void burial like this, it is difficult to attack anyone. After all, the opponent will not wait there stupidly for the power of the water element to condense and explode. Although the void burial only requires 2 breaths from the time it begins to gather strength to the time it explodes, it is enough for the Vulcans to avoid it. However, what Long Yu wants is this effect. Due to the concentration of the power of burial in the void, the group of Vulcans had already dispersed before the power of this move exploded, and Long Yu took action at this time. He took his sights on one of the Vulcan clan's middle rulers and sprang out. The mad god comes to the world. Crazy fighting god walk. Long Yu used the derivative movement method that he had perfected in the Crazy War celestial body. His whole body was like an afterimage, and he instantly reached the side of the middle leader of the Vulcan tribe. Frenzy fighting with fists and cannons. Before Long Yu left the inner space of the Nether Dragon Blade of the Void, he had already used the Mad God coming to the world, superimposing a 10-fold increase in the power of the Mad War divine text. Now, Lung Buting punched out, and his fist hit the body of the middle leader of the Vulcan clan directly. He punched out, and the fire spread out. The entire Vulcan clan's middle master was immediately blasted by Long Yu's punch, and his body was blown away. The shape explodes. This scene happened so suddenly that the other Vulcan tribe didn't react at all, but then Long Yu continued to use his crazy fighting skills, and with a swish, he arrived next to the middle leader of the other Vulcan tribe. As usual, it was a punch, but this time, the middle leader of the Vulcan tribe reacted. After all, no one who can go to the alien battlefield is a fuel-efficient lamp. A layer of flame barrier directly covered the side of the middle leader of the Vulcan clan. The temperature in the surrounding space instantly increased sharply, almost melting the entire void into a furnace. However, this does not pose any threat to Long Yu at all. With the tempering of the physical body by the Quanzhan celestial body, the strength of his physical body is now definitely comparable to that of those second and third level masters. The mere increase in temperature could not do anything to Long Yu. On the contrary, Long Yu continued to punch, and this time the case and boxing cannon exploded with 3 times the destructive power. With one punch, it directly shattered the flame defense barrier of the middle leader of the Vulcan clan. Immediately afterwards, the Mad War Divine Text descended on the middle leader of the Vulcan clan and completely tore it into pieces. In a split second, Long Yu eliminated the 2 central Vulcan clan masters. At this time, other Vulcan clan members also reacted and wanted to surround Long Yu. It is a pity that because the void burial lay across the void at the beginning, it finally broke out at this moment, and the tyrannical destructive power spread out in all directions, cutting off some Vulcan tribesmen in other directions. Now, the only ones who can directly attack Long Yu are the 4 upper-level rulers of the Vulcan tribe. These 4 high-ranking masters ignored the others at this moment, and immediately attacked Long Yu. The flame divine inscriptions danced wildly in the void, almost forming several small suns. Crazy fighting god walk. Frenzy fighting with fists and cannons. Long Yu's figure flashed, and the opponent couldn't keep up with his speed. The next moment, he appeared next to a high-ranking ruler of the Vulcan tribe. He punched out, and the power of the Mad War Divine Text blasted into the body of the Vulcan tribe, knocking his body to pieces. Directly blasted to pieces. As the force of the Mad War continues to accumulate, Long Yu's whole body momentum becomes more and more terrifying, and the destructive power of the Mad War Divine means continues to increase. With one punch, the upper master of the same realm as him couldn't bear it at all, and his body instantly tore into pieces and turned into ashes scattered in the endless void. The flames finally bombarded Long Yu. However, at this time, Long Yu directly activated the celestial barrier to protect himself. The mere flame divine text could not do anything to him. Quick victory! Long Yu's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He raised his fist and continued to smash it down. His figure was walking through the void like a ghost, carrying the aura of a mad war god, like a god of war. In just 2 or 3 breaths, he moved this direction. The 4 upper-level Vulcan clan masters were all killed without encountering any effective resistance. Such a scene made the remaining Vulcans a little scared. Even the Vulcan clan, which was the first great master, was a little weak. After all, even if it wanted to kill the subordinates of its 4 upper masters so easily, it was simply impossible. This made it understand that the human cultivator in front of him was definitely a genius among the human race. Escape. Send the message out first and let others attack. The great master of the Vulcan clan suddenly thought of retreating. However, as soon as he thought this, he realized that he was suddenly unable to move, and then the scene in front of him changed completely. He was actually pulled in front of the human genius. The unbounded grip is broken. Long Yu's whole body was covered with 9 nether divine inscriptions, and the unbounded grip was directly displayed. The entire body of the great master of the Vulcan clan, shrouded in flames, was directly held by Long Yu's invisible hand condensed with the 9 nether divine inscriptions, and then pulled to Long Yu's side. It was just about to escape from here, but how could it have thought that Long Yu would have such means? Before it could react, Long Yu used the second and third stages of the unbounded grasp one after another. The apocalyptic 9 nether divine inscriptions containing corrosive power instantly broke through its body and blasted into its body. In vivo. The third stage of the unbounded grip is capable of breaking through the air and bombarding the opponent's body, similar to the martial arts that Long Yu had previously practiced, the ultimate blow through the air. This move was performed suddenly, and even the Vulcan clan who were in the realm of great masters suffered heavy losses at once. The main reason is that the physical body of the great master of the Vulcan clan is not very powerful, and it is not even as strong as the current physical body of Long Yu, so Long Yu broke through the air with a move of boundless grip and directly blasted him into serious injuries. Immediately afterwards, Long Yu displayed his 8th magical power, the 9 nether ball, without any hesitation. The great masters of the Vulcan clan were not dead yet, and there were still a few intermediate masters of the Vulcan clan. Long Yu decided to deal with them all. When the 9 netherworld ball appeared, a burst of sticky winding power spread out, trapping the remaining Vulcan clan within it. Even the great master of the Vulcan clan could not escape the restraints of the 9 netherworld ball. Immediately afterwards, the apocalyptic 9 nether divine inscriptions emitted from the 9 nether balls enveloped the Vulcan clan one by one. Almost instantly, the terrifying corrosive power exploded. After 2 or 3 breaths, these Vulcans were completely torn apart by the 9 nether balls, and then all were absorbed by the 9 nether balls. Soon, no trace of the Vulcan clan was left in the field. Not only that, even the remaining flame attribute divine auras of the Vulcan clan were completely absorbed by the 9 nether sphere. Long Yu had tested it before, and the magical power of the 9 nether balls could not be swallowed too many times in a short period of time, so he mainly swallowed the big master of the Vulcan clan, but not the other middle masters of the Vulcan clan. He went inside the 9 nether balls and just used the 9 nether balls to tear them apart and kill them. After devouring the great leader of the Vulcan clan, Long Yu discovered that the power of the 9 nether balls had indeed been further enhanced. In fact, he had been devouring the ice gods in the small world every once in a while. After such a period of time, the power of the 9 nether balls increased by about 1,000th. A 1,000th increase in power is really nothing. But now, Long Yu discovered that after the 9 nether ball devoured this great leader of the Vulcan tribe, its power suddenly increased by 1,000th, which was equivalent to the total effect of the 4 or 5 months he had been busy. This made Long Yu's eyes light up. I don't know how much power this 9 nether ball can increase through devouring. If it can be devoured once a day, it will take 3 years to double. But it is conceivable that if it devoured a stronger opponent, such as the Vulcan clans, if you are a 7th level master, then the power of the 9 nether balls will increase even faster. Long Yu thought to himself and put this matter aside for the time being. It was impossible to improve the 9 nether ball too much in a short period of time. If he wanted to massacre and devour the foreign races unscrupulously, he would probably have to wait until Long Yu at least reached only 4 levels of great masters will do. At that time, Long Yu should be able to deal with ordinary 7th level masters. He can find some high-level masters to devour, and the speed will be much faster. As for now, Long Yu has cleared out all the Vulcans in the field and has not given them a chance to pass on the news. No Vulcan tribe knows that the defense line in this direction has collapsed. Long Yu took advantage of this moment to fly directly towards the flame space barrier in front, and then directly used the magical power of the Book of Shadows when approaching that barrier. At that moment, Long Yu disguised himself as the same power as the flame space barrier, and then penetrated towards that barrier. There is no doubt that Long Yu's innate magical power is completely unreasonable. Even the flame space barrier jointly arranged by the 7th level masters of the Vulcan clan was easily penetrated by Long Yu. The Book of Shadows allows Long Yu to disguise himself as any existence, even if it is a gust of wind, a drop of water, a burst of primordial power, etc., it can even turn into nothingness. This method is the greatest guarantee of Long Yu's survivability, and it is also his most distinctive advantage compared to other cultivators. Originally, Long Yu was a little worried. After all, this layer of flame space barrier was exerted by the 7th level master. Even if he could pass through, he might not be able to do so unnoticed. He might be noticed by the Vulcan clan. But he soon realized that his worries were in vain. He passed through the flame space barrier without any movement at all, giving the Vulcan clan no chance to discover him. Until Long Yu passed through this flame space barrier, no Vulcan clan noticed his aura. Once here, he didn't dare to move forward arrogantly. Incarnate into nothingness. With a thought in Long Yu's mind, he cast the Book of Shadows and completely turned into nothingness, moving deeper into a void space. Long Yu still had about 1 day to go before setting up the teleportation circle. He might not have been able to hold on for that long. After all, it took too much power to transform into nothingness. But that's different now. He has now been promoted to the martial arts realm of a high-ranking master, and his internal strength has increased 10 times compared to when he was a lower-ranking master. If you could persist in transforming into nothingness for an hour at that time, you can certainly persist in transforming into nothingness for a day now. As long as Long Yu sets up the teleportation circle, the Dominator Legion surrounded by the Vulcan clan will arrive quickly. Long Yu can just follow them and leave, and there is no need to continue to escape in the form of nothingness. Long Yu kept moving forward in the void space and found that this area was full of Vulcan patrol teams. Fortunately, the other party could not find Long Yu in his current state. Otherwise, one after another would inevitably happen. Fierce battle. Surrounded by powerful enemies, Long Yu couldn't hold on for too long alone, so now he could only hide as much as possible, and then complete the strategic mission first. 1 day later. Long Yu has seen several waves of elite patrol teams along the way. Each of these patrol elites of the Vulcan clan is a 3rd-level master or above. If any of them is given to the current Long Yu, they will be able to suppress Long Yu. Even if it is difficult for the opponent to kill Long Yu, it is extremely difficult for Long Yu to kill the opponent. Long Yu ignored these patrolling elites and quickly arrived at the predetermined location. He found that there happened to be an elite patrol team of the Vulcan tribe patrolling the predetermined location. Long Yu had no choice but to wait aside. Anyway, the patrol team couldn't stay in one place forever. During this period, Long Yu's internal strength was somewhat depleted. He took out an ancient-level elixir and restored his own strength, allowing him to continue to transform into nothingness for 2 hours. Time passed bit by bit, and there were only 2 days left before the completion deadline of the strategic mission. If this deadline was exceeded, the besieged human dominance army would probably be completely wiped out by the Vulcan clan. Because of this strategic task requires strong people to complete it. The reason why the personnel of the Battlefield Legion are willing to hand over this task to Long Yu is entirely because he possesses the first-class Medal of Honor. This is a symbol of honor, but also a symbol of strength. There is no doubt that Long Yu did it and came as quickly as possible. The domination army that is now besieged here should still be in the process of persisting. I just don't know how long the Vulcan elite patrol team ahead will be around here. Long Yu first waited aside for a moment, but found that the 3-headed Vulcan clan of the elite patrol team did not move at all, as if they were stationed in this place. The 3 great masters of the 3-headed Vulcan clan squatted in an area in front of Long Yu, forming a triangle shape with each other. These 3 figures covered in flames, without arms or legs, were suspended in the void like a cluster of flames, with the powerful aura of the 3 great masters looming. If these 3 Vulcan patrol elites did not leave, Long Yu would not be able to install the teleportation circle in this place. However, he didn't know whether the teleportation circle could be placed in other places. If it could, things would be easier to handle. He could just search nearby and place it wherever there were no patrols. Anyway, it won't take too long to set up the teleportation circle. One stick of incense is enough time. Long Yu only needs to use his own power to activate the Jade Slip. The Jade Slip contains enough water-based Taichu power to come. A teleportation circle is automatically constructed. But when the teleportation circle is deployed, it must not be destroyed by the Vulcan clan, otherwise all efforts will be wasted. Long Yu either had to find another place. When he wasn't sure whether it was possible to find another place, there were only two options left. The first one is to wait for the 3 Vulcan clan patrol elites to leave the area, but this method is somewhat unreliable, because during the waiting process, members of the Human Dominator Legion are killed by the Vulcan clan at every moment. Long Yu must deploy the teleportation circle as quickly as possible. The second way is to kill all the 3 Vulcan patrol elites. This is the easiest way, but now Long Yu only has the martial arts realm of a high-level master. It is difficult to kill these 3 three-headed Vulcans at the same time. It's just too big. In addition to these 2 methods, Long Yu thought of another method. This method is a bit complicated to implement, but it is the most likely to succeed. The method Long Yu came up with was, of course, to lure away the 3 Vulcan patrolling elites. No matter where it is led, as long as it lasts for 1 stick of incense to give him enough time to set up the teleportation circle. But it is not an easy task to seduce these 3 Vulcan patrol elites. At least for the current Long Yu, it is still too difficult. Various methods of clone illusion can be killed by these 3 Vulcan patrol elites in one go, and cannot lead them away at all. No matter what, Long Yu must give it a try first. Anyway, within a radius of 100,000 miles, there are only these 3 Vulcan patrol elites. In a short period of time, he is not afraid of attracting the attention of other Vulcan tribes. It should be these 3 patrolling elites of the Vulcan clan. The range they can perceive is 100,000 miles in radius, so there are no other patrolling elites nearby. Long Yu kept thinking and quickly made a decision to let the Void Dragon Blade take on this seduction task. Xiaoxiu, follow me to a distance of 50,000 miles first. While Long Yu was communicating with Xiaoxiu, he maintained the state of incarnation and retreated towards the back. The other party's sensing range was 100,000 miles, so as long as Xiaoxiu appeared 50,000 miles away, he could cause these 3 heads to attention of the Vulcan patrol elites. Long Yu's plan is very simple. No matter how many patrolling elites of the 3-headed Vulcan clan he chooses to send after discovering the Void Dragon Blade, his plan will succeed. First of all, it is impossible for the opponent to remain indifferent. After all, the Void Dragon Blade contains the power of the water system. This is the power that can be used to arrange the teleportation circle. Therefore, 1 or 2 of these 3 Vulcan patrol elites will definitely come to investigate the situation. If a patrol elite of the Vulcan tribe comes over, then Long Yu can kill it halfway. With Long Yu's power alone, it is still difficult to kill the Vulcan tribe who are in the 3rd stage of the Great Master Realm, but he can give it a try. If 2 Vulcan patrol elites come to investigate, Long Yu will let Xiaoxiu hold them, and go to the place where the teleportation circle is set up to kill the remaining Vulcan patrol elite. No matter what the situation is, Long Yu only needs to face a Vulcan patrol elite, and he can still fight. He can at least try to hold the opponent back, and then take the opportunity to set up a teleportation circle. There wasn't much time, and Long Yu didn't have time to think about it carefully. He retreated 50,000 miles away with the Void Nether Dragon Blade, and then let the Void Nether Dragon Blade come out of the void space, emitting a burst of water-based Taichu power. I believe that the 3 Vulcan patrol elites should have noticed the existence of the Void Dragon Blade. At this time, Long Yu used a balanced control move towards him, which enhanced his perception tenfold, allowing him to detect it. The situation within 300,000 miles around. As Long Yu's martial arts realm has improved, the intensity of spiritual perception has also increased a lot. In this void space, the range of detection and perception is extremely broad. Then he discovered that the 3 Vulcan patrol elites had indeed sensed the existence of the Void Dragon Blade, and then sent one of them to rush here. It would only take a stick of incense to reach them. Since there is only one, then intercepted halfway. Killing intent flashed in Long Yu's eyes. He separated from the Void Nether Dragon Blade, transformed into nothingness, and walked alone for a while. When he arrived at a place about 10,000 miles away from the Void Nether Dragon Blade, he set up an ambush. The other party will pass by this route without any idea that there is a Dragon Yu lying in wait. In the case of surprise, at least Long Yu can take advantage of the battle first. As for how to fight next, it depends on how many methods the patrol elite has. It stands to reason that ordinary alien patrol cultivators are not particularly powerful. They are fast and have strong perception, but their frontal combat capabilities are not very good. Because of this, Long Yu wanted to find an opportunity to try one-on-one with one of them. The opponent flew over very fast, and came by means of space crossing. Long Yu used balanced control to detect the speed, frequency, and distance of the opponent's space crossing, and slightly adjusted his ambush location. Then, start waiting for the other party to come over. About half the time of burning incense had passed, the Vulcan patrol elites were getting closer and closer to Long Yu. Long Yu was in an extremely calm mood. He had done this kind of thing too many times before, and it was too many to cause any ripples in his heart. The only thing he is worried about now is that the Vulcan patrol elites of these 3 major masters are relatively strong. If they fight head-on, he will probably not be able to match them. You must know that this patrol elite of the Vulcan clan is not necessarily an ordinary cultivator, but may also be a genius among the Vulcan clan. If it is really a genius of the Vulcan clan who can fight beyond the level, then Long Yu will have an extremely difficult time fighting. Of course, it is unlikely that the one who comes out is a genius, because how can a genius come out to work as a coolie? When an anomaly is discovered 50,000 miles away, the guy sent out will usually be the most useless guy. Almost, do it. The next moment, the Vulcan patrol elite appeared in the center of Long Yu's ambush site just as Long Yu expected. The so-called ambush, in fact, Long Yu did not prepare any traps in advance. You must know that trap arrays and the like are composed of power. Even if they are far away, they are likely to be discovered by the opponent during the arrangement process. Therefore, Long Yu just hid here, transformed into nothingness, waiting for the other party to appear, and give him a hard blow. 4 phases of killing prison, kill. Long Yu didn't have any temptation or hesitation, and directly used his strongest method. At this critical moment of life and death, Long Yu would not play any slow and testing tricks with his opponent. After all, his martial arts level is much lower than his opponent's now. If he didn't establish an advantage from the beginning, the whole battle would be very difficult. It is possible that the other party will lead you away. The 4 phases of killing prison appeared, and the 4 powers of Shura, underworld, death, and hell surged out instantly, each condensing into countless chains of dark lines, and abruptly trapped and locked the Vulcan patrol elites in the 3rd stage of the Great Master Realm. The terrifying corrosive power of death began to devour the vitality in the body of the Vulcan patrol elite. Countless lines of death in the 4-phase killing prison turned into chains, constantly eroding into the opponent's body. The patrolling elites of the Vulcan tribe who were in the 3rd stage of the Great Dominion Realm did not expect that someone would be ambushing here, and the most important thing was that they were not able to discover it at all. If it is a stronger existence than it, there is no need to hide an ambush, just deal with him directly. But if it is a weaker existence than it, there is no reason why it cannot detect it with its spiritual perception ability. This speculation made the Vulcan patrol elite immediately know that Long Yu's hiding methods were very clever, and the purpose of such a human boy coming to this place was obvious. The 4-phase killing prison, the lines of death, and the chains of hell surrounded and trapped the patrol elites of the Vulcan clan. This guy also reacted very quickly, and suddenly burst out with fierce flame power, trying to kill the four-faced ones. The lines of death formed by the prison were dissolved. If Long Yu used other ordinary methods, he might be broken by the opponent. Even the death line of the four-phase killing prison seemed to be melted by the opponent's flame divine power. Long Yu was under great pressure at this time. The opponent's basic strength was nearly 100 times stronger than his. It was definitely not that easy to defeat the strong with the weak like this. Fortunately, the four-phase killing prison is indeed a forbidden technique of the ancient gods. Even if it lacks so much basic strength, the opponent cannot break it for a while. The Vulcan clan's physical body is relatively weak, and Long Yu knows this very well, so his killing moves are hidden behind the four-phase killing prison. Boundless grip, break it for me. Long Yu shouted sharply and grasped the air with one hand. This grasp did not pull the Vulcan over, but directly connected to the third level of the grasp, a killing move through the air. The invisible hand condensed with the apocalyptic 9 nether divine inscriptions instantly invaded the body of the Vulcan patrolling elite, and then the corrosive power and air-breaking power exploded at the same time. Even the patrolling elites of the Vulcan tribe who are in the third stage of the Great Dominion realm are not very powerful physically. The third stage of the Dragon Control Unbounded Grip directly bombards the core of the opponent's body. This kind of body is the easiest to deal with. A relatively weak one exists. With one move of the Unbounded Grip, the body of this Vulcan patrolling elite was severely damaged. The core of its power, similar to the location of the human Dantian and the demon Dantian, was easily blasted to pieces by Long Yu. Originally, the four-phase killing prison was Long Yu's most powerful killing move, and it was this move that attracted all the attention of the patrolling elite of the Vulcan clan. After all, such a terrifying killing move is a forbidden technique of the ancient gods. The Vulcan clan has probably never encountered it in this life, so it is natural for them to think that this is Long Yu's greatest threat to him. However, when the difference in basic strength is too large, the four phases of killing prison cannot completely kill the opponent, and can only hold the opponent back for a moment. If Long Yu can't kill the opponent in a short period of time, then Long Yu will be the one who dies. Fortunately, the third stage of the Unbounded Grip is extremely powerful. It penetrates the opponent's body at once and hits the core source of power in the opponent's body. When the place inside the opponent's body, similar to the human Dantian, was destroyed and severely damaged, its overall strength dropped instantly, falling to a point where it was worse than even Long Yu. Dragon Skeleton Ancient Tower, Absolute Sky Realm. At this time, Long Yu's victory is basically determined. The most important thing is to prevent the other party from conveying the news. In addition, the power burst of Long Yu's two methods just now was also controlled by Juekong domain in time and failed to be conveyed. Go far away. Dragon Bonebreaker, kill me. Long Yu himself entered the ancient Dragon Skeleton Tower, and then activated the Dragon Skeleton Breaker to spin and bombard the severely damaged patrol elites of the Vulcan clan at high speed. Although the opponent had suffered heavy losses, Long Yu was still not careless at all. He didn't want to capsize in the gutter. After all, the opponent's martial arts level was there. Even if the core of power in his body was destroyed, he might still be able to explode, and he might even choose to self-destruct. No matter what, Long Yu had to ensure his own safety. Safety. The ancient Dragon Skeleton Pagoda is an infinite-level top-notch warrior. In addition, the Dragon Yu activates the 9 Nether Sky Screen. The 5-layer 9 Nether Sky Screen covers the Dragon Skeleton Ancient Pagoda, making its defense power super strong. It is absolutely far superior. Dragon Yu's physical strength. Afterwards, the entire ancient Dragon Skeleton Tower began to spin at an extremely fast speed, turning into a whirlwind impact and rolling straight towards the Vulcan clan patrolling elite. While the Vulcan patrol elites were dealing with the power of the four-phase killing prison, Long Yu used the Unbounded Grip to severely damage the core of their power. At this moment, there was no room for dodge at all. The ancient dragon skeleton tower came with a bang, and the Vulcan patrol elite wanted to self-destruct. Unfortunately, its core of power was severely damaged, so it couldn't even self-destruct. The next moment, the dragon skeleton breaker whirlwind impacted at a high speed, blasting the body of the Vulcan patrol elite to pieces, completely shattering it into dregs. Finally solved one. Long Yu stood in the inner space of the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda and breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, he felt that there seemed to be a deeper exchange and communication between himself and the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda. This feeling made Long Yu's heart skip a beat. Isn't this just like the feeling when he and the Void Nether Dragon Blade reached the unparalleled level? Could it be said that he and the Dragonbone Ancient Pagoda have finally reached the unparalleled level? In the past, Long Yu had been in harmony with the Dragon Skeleton Ancient Pagoda to reach the realm of divine union, but had never taken the step to become unparalleled. But now, after joining forces to kill a Vulcan patrolling elite, they finally took that final step. A crucial step. As the connection between Long Yu and the ancient dragon skeleton tower became closer and closer, Long Yu felt that a certain consciousness was being born in the ancient dragon skeleton tower. The consciousness of the Dragonbone Ancient Pagoda, which was originally born from the unparalleled union with the Nine Nether Dragon Emperor, has long since dissipated. The ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, which was completely restored by Long Yu in various ways, is no longer the same soldier as the Nine Nether Dragon Emperor at that time. Of course, the self-awareness born after becoming Wuxuan with Long Yu is no longer the same. The original one. When Long Yu felt that the self-awareness of the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda was born, he could finally be sure that he and the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda had truly reached an unparalleled level. Speaking of which, this cooperation with the dragon skeleton ancient tower was just an ordinary battle. As for why it was able to suddenly reach the unparalleled level, it can only be said that Long Yu has been in harmony with it for too long, and has never been able to do it again. Promoted. After so many years of hard work, it finally paid off. In line with Wuxuan, Jiuyou military order. Long Yu felt the changes between himself and the Dragonbone Ancient Pagoda, and soon realized that he could use a new method, called the Nine Nether Military Order. This method seems to be able to summon some Nine Nether legions to help Long Yu fight. It can be said to be a summoning method. The Void Nether Dragon Blade, combined with Wuxuan, gave rise to the Void Burial, which is a super powerful attack method. Presumably this Nine Nether military order is not a simple method. Long Yu thought in his heart, but he was somewhat looking forward to it. Anyway, he had already solved a patrol elite of the Vulcan clan. It wouldn't take much time to just try the Nine Nether military order. Moreover, after he and the Dragon Skeleton Ancient Pagoda reached the unparalleled realm, the intensity of the Ju Kong domain increased several times, and the destructive power of the Dragon Skeleton Break also increased several times. If it could still explode, it would be even more powerful. Under the cover of the Juikong realm, Long Yu directly activated the Jiuyou military order, and then discovered that in each layer of the Dragon Skeleton Ancient Tower, some dark creatures who had mastered the power of the Jiuyou divine words were born. These dark creatures look like various grotesque alien races. They all contain the apocalyptic Nine Nether divine powers in their bodies. They exist in various realms of cultivation, and their numbers are also different. For example, after Long Yu checked it out, some dark creatures in the shape of hexagonal crystals appeared inside the ancient dragon skeleton tower. Their appearance was exactly the same as that of the Ice God clan, except that their whole bodies were turned into black, and they contained the power of the Nine Nether divine inscriptions. There are also some dark creatures that look like the Vulcan clan, the thorny ball-shaped Desolate God clan, the Wood God clan, etc. It turns out that the Nine Nether military order is to transform the aliens trapped in the Dragon Skeleton Ancient Tower into dark creatures, and instead they are used by me. Long Yu quickly understood the effect of this trick, which made him quite excited. Because most of these dark creatures summoned by the Jiuyou military order are at the same martial arts realm as Long Yu, high-level masters, as well as some other middle-level masters and lower-level masters. Even some of the great masters of a period were summoned. These dark creatures were originally imprisoned in the ancient dragon skeleton tower, but they all died inside. The Nine Nether military order can reunite the dead aliens with the Nine Nether divine inscriptions. Now, with Long Yu's strength, he can only summon a few second-level alien races at most. The alien races of the six-headed second-stage Great Masters are the Ice God Clan, the Fire God Clan, the Earth God Clan, the Wing God Clan, the Wood God Clan, and the Desolate God Clan. There are exactly 6 alien races, and each of them summoned one. Long Yu was quite excited. With these 6-headed second-level Master Dark creatures, there would be no problem at all in leaving the 2 Vulcan patrol elites. The appearance of Jiuyou military order can be said to be a boon to Long Yu, which instantly solved his current predicament. If he had learned this trick before, there would be no need to use the strategy of luring the tiger away from the mountain. Those 3 Vulcan clan patrol elites, Long Yu can definitely get rid of them by using the 9 Nether military order. Master, you must know that the dark creatures summoned by the Jiuyou military order cannot regenerate once they die. I must remind you that the dark creatures summoned by you in the tower are all dark creatures. To summon more, you must seal some aliens into the tower. The newly born self-awareness of Dragonbone Ancient Pagoda gradually awakened. This self-awareness was quite considerate, and he told Long Yu these things directly. However, Long Yu heard some mechanical tone from the other party's thoughts. It seems that each soldier's self-awareness and personality are also different. The consciousness of Void Dragon Blade is relatively friendly, but the self-awareness of Dragon Skeleton Ancient Pagoda seems a bit old-fashioned. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, the self-awareness of both parties is completely integrated with Long Yu. It can be said that they are both part of Long Yu. Long Yu does not need to pay attention to things like the personality of consciousness. Well, I understand. Long Yu nodded, and then he realized that all the aliens in the Dragon Bone Ancient Tower were here, which made him a little disappointed. However, the dark creatures transformed from the alien races of these 6-headed second-stage masters alone are enough to solve the situation he is currently facing. Jiuyou military order, seal. Long Yu's heart moved, and then he launched the 9 Nether military order towards the patrolling elites of the Vulcan clan who had just been shattered by the dragon skeleton. A dark beam of light suddenly arrived, directly sealing the physical and mental souls of the Vulcan patrol elites of the first 3 realms of Great Masters into the ancient dragon skeleton tower. In this way, he can use the 9 Nether military order in the future to transform this Vulcan patrol elite into a dark creature for his own use. This move was so easy to use that Long Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Then he didn't waste time and called Xiaoxu back first. Then he cleared away all traces of the battle in the field, turned into nothingness again, and moved towards the magic weapon. Rush to the array layout office. There are 2 remaining Vulcan patrol elites, it's time to kill them. Long Yu turned around all the way, but the 2 Vulcan patrol elites still didn't realize that the rookie they sent had been killed by Long Yu, and there were still people approaching them. Soon, Long Yu returned to the 10-mile range of the 2 Vulcan patrol elites. Under the influence of the incarnation of nothingness, the other party could not detect his existence at all. Without any hesitation, Long Yu suddenly burst into flames, and the ancient dragon skeleton tower burst out. The sky field instantly blocked the space in the field, preventing the opponent from sending out a signal for help. Immediately afterwards, the 6 alien dark creatures of the second stage of the Great Master Realm were released from the Dragon Skeleton Ancient Tower by Long Yu, and each rushed towards the 2 patrolling elites of the Vulcan clan. The apocalyptic 9 Nether divine inscriptions continued to explode and kill in the field, immediately covering the 2 Vulcan patrol elites in a chaotic and violent offensive. At the same time, Long Yu also asked other high-ranking masters, middle-ranking masters, and other alien dark creatures with relatively low martial arts realm to surround the two Vulcan patrol elites to prevent the other party from any possibility of escaping. After all, the two Vulcans left behind may not be as rookies as the previous one. They may have some special methods that they have to guard against. Otherwise, if any negligence occurs, Long Yu's actions will be wasted. The alien dark creature appeared out of thin air, and the two patrolling elites of the Vulcan tribe suddenly raised their spirits to the tune of 120,000 points, and the flame-attributed divine inscriptions burst out one after another. One of the patrol elites of the Vulcan clan turned into a giant fireball, which instantly expanded and enveloped the two dark creatures of the Desolate God clan and the Wood God clan. Endless level martial arts. Long Yu could see at once that this Vulcan patrolling elite had used endless martial arts, and it exploded 8 times more powerfully. There was originally a gap in martial arts realm, and coupled with the 8 times the power of this endless martial arts, the two dark creatures of the Desolate God clan and the Wood God clan could no longer bear it. Although these two dark creatures possess the martial arts realm of a second stage master, they do not know the martial arts, divine formations, and other methods they had in life, so their combat effectiveness is probably worse than that of ordinary second stage masters. But while the Vulcan patrol elites were dealing with dark creatures, Long Yu himself finally took action. Long Yu originally did not expect to let the 6-headed second-level dark creatures deal with the Vulcan patrol elites, but was prepared to do it himself when the opponent's attention was attracted. The Ball of 9 Netherworlds. Long Yu directly activated the 8th magical power, and a sphere formed by the dark 9 nether divine inscriptions appeared in the void, emitting a burst of sticky winding power, and controlled one of the Vulcan patrol elites. This Vulcan clan patrolling elite had just used his method to explode 8 times the power of the endless level martial arts to kill the two dark creatures summoned by Long Yu. For the appearance of Long Yu, the Vulcan patrol elites were completely unprepared. The 9 nether balls were controlled as soon as they appeared. Then Long Yu raised his hand and unleashed the unbounded grip. The invisible hand condensed from the apocalyptic 9 nether divine inscriptions directly passed through the air and attacked the Vulcan clan. Patrolling the body of an elite. Its most critical core of power was directly blasted into pieces by Long Yu. Joyo Military Order, absorb. Long Yu activated the ancient dragon skeleton tower to directly absorb and seal the Vulcan patrolling elite, allowing him to summon the dark creature that he incarnated into in the future. Immediately afterwards, without any pause, he let all the remaining dark creatures besiege the other Vulcan patrol elite. After all, there were so many that the remaining Vulcan patrol elite could not hold on for long. Even though it broke out and killed several dark creatures, they were only the dark creatures of a large master, or a middle master, or an upper master. The 4 dark creatures of the second and second major masters were approaching steadily, and they had already killed the Vulcan tribe. Complete siege by patrolling elites. Long Yu then turned around and used the unbounded grip again. The terrifying penetrating power shattered the core of the Vulcan patrolling elite's power. At this point, all 3 patrolling elites of the Vulcan clan had been almost killed by Long Yu. If it hadn't finally reached the unparalleled level with the ancient Dragon Bone Pagoda and derived the method of the 9 nether military order, Long Yu would not have been able to kill him so quickly. Kill this group of Vulcans. But now is not the time for him to sigh. Patrol, alert. Long Yu has absorbed and sealed all the soul consciousness of the 3-headed Vulcan patrol elite into the ancient dragon skeleton tower, so that they can be transformed into dark creatures in the future. Then, he asked the other dark creatures to spread out and look around, and he took out the strategic mission Jade Slip at the place where the magic circle was arranged. Long Yu directly activated the Jade Slip and raced against time to carry out the task. Waves of water-based primordial power emerged from the Jade Slip, and the prototype of a magic circle was naturally constructed in front of Long Yu. This magic circle is of course a teleportation magic circle, but it is only a unilateral receiving magic circle. In other words, this magic circle can only allow others to teleport to it, but cannot teleport away from this magic circle. Originally, this teleportation circle was used to respond to the domination army that was besieged nearby, so it did not need the function of teleportation, as long as it could receive it. The arrangement of the magic circle takes about 1 stick of incense. During this period of time, Long Yu must guard this place and prevent any Vulcan clan from breaking through and destroying the teleportation circle being set up. The time of a stick of incense may not be long, but it may be short, but it is not short either. In particular, Long Yu killed 3 Vulcan patrol elites here. If there are other Vulcan patrol elites around, it is very likely that there is some special method to detect them and come to harass them. No matter what, Long Yu must defend this place. Has the Vulcan tribe arrived so soon? Just after Long Yu started to set up the magic circle, he got news about the dark creatures under his hands. There were already 2 patrol elites from the Vulcan tribe flying over from a short distance away. They seemed to have discovered something abnormal here, and then their speed suddenly accelerated. Xiaoxiu, you guard the formation, I'll go over and stop them. Without any hesitation, Long Yu let the nether dragon blade of the void stay to guard the teleportation circle, and then asked the dragon skeleton ancient tower to activate the Jiwekong domain, covering the entire area near the teleportation circle being deployed. In this way, nothing can be teleported directly to the vicinity of the teleportation circle, or at least it will be involved in the sky realm for a long time. With this buffer time, Long Yu's possibility of successfully deploying the teleportation circle is greatly increased. On the outside, there are dark creatures on guard and patrol, while on the inside, there are 2 void dragon blades and dragon skeleton ancient towers defending. There is absolutely no problem in sticking to the incense stick. What Long Yu is considering now is to delay the arrival of the Vulcan patrol elites as much as possible, or in other words, to kill the Vulcan patrol elites as much as possible. The Vulcan patrol elites discovered by Long Yu are still about 10,000 miles away, and Long Yu has enough time to ambush on the road. However, the effect of this ambush may not be that good. First of all, this time, the opponent is 2 Vulcan patrol elites on the road together. Secondly, the opponent has discovered the situation here and is alert, so it will not be so easy to expose flaws due to haste. The 4 dark creatures with 2 levels of Great Masters can follow me and restrain one of them. Long Yu made a battle plan in his mind and set off immediately. 4 dark creatures transformed from different races quickly moved forward in the direction of the 2 Vulcan patrol elites, while Long Yu turned into nothingness and hid. The old trick was repeated, and Long Yu didn't know if he could get the same effect as last time this time. But no matter what, he had to give it a try. Take advantage of the fact that we are just patrolling the elites at both ends. If you can kill them, kill them. No matter what, you can delay the opponent's deployment time. Soon, the 4 dark creatures were in close combat with the 2 Vulcan patrol elites. The 2 sides fought together. Since the other side was already prepared, they started to attack very quickly this time. With almost just a face-to-face encounter, the dark creatures transformed by the Vulcan and ice gods were surrounded and shrouded by the power of the divine flames, and then completely burned to ashes. Before Long Yu could react, the other party's powerful methods had already killed 2 dark creatures. But then, Long Yu took action boldly, without any hesitation, and instantly summoned 5-9 nether hunters, and at the same time condensed 100 ancient afterimages. Each ancient afterimage only has the power of 1 blow, but even so, it is enough to attract the opponent's attention. As soon as the 5-9 nether hunters appeared, they launched 3 slashes with the heart sword at the 2 Vulcan patrol elites. Although the strong power of the illusion could not completely drag the opponent into the illusion, it also caused the opponent's spirit to appear in a trance for a moment. At this moment, 100 ancient afterimages used the 9 nether dragon breath methods one after another, and 100 jet black dragon breath fires instantly enveloped the 2 patrolling elites of the Vulcan clan. The methods used by the ancient afterimage are not as good as Long Yu himself, especially now that there is a big gap in cultivation between him and the patrol elites of the Vulcan clan. Therefore, it is impossible for the 109 nether dragon breaths of the ancient afterimage to kill the opponent, or even severely injure the opponent. All Long Yu needs is to let them attract the attention of the Vulcan patrol elites, and then he can kill them with one strike. 4 phases of killing prison, unbounded grip. Seeing that the opponent's attention was attracted, all his thoughts were focused on defending against those 9 nether dragon breaths. Long Yu did not hesitate to take action, first with the 4-phase killing prison, and then with the unbounded grip. The 2 moves were launched at the same time, attacking from both inside and outside. In almost just a moment, the Vulcan patrol elite attacked by Long Yu was directly hit hard, but before Long Yu could react, the Vulcan patrol elite's body was filled with flames of rebirth. When the flame of rebirth ignited, the trauma suffered by the entire Vulcan clan patrol elite suddenly got better. It was obvious that this was either the secret martial arts practiced by the other party, an innate magical power, or a divine formation. Long Yu didn't know what the specific method was, but the key issue was that the other party recovered completely immediately. This made Long Yu's heart tremble, knowing that it would be impossible to deal with his opponent like he just did this time. The Ball of 9 Netherworlds. Long Yu hid behind the ancient afterimages and the 9 nether hunters, and directly summoned the 8th magical power. The black 9 nether ball appeared, and the sticky and entangled 9 nether divine power rushed towards the 2 patrolling elites of the Vulcan clan. The winding power and control strength of the 9 nether balls are definitely not weak. After all, this is the product of the 9 nether prison monument that swallowed up the entire 9 nether realm and shattered it. The appearance of the 9 netherworld ball at this moment almost weakened half of the mobility of the 2 Vulcan clan patrolling elites. In other words, under the influence of the 9 netherworld ball, the 2 Vulcan clan patrolling elites, no matter what methods they used, the speed has dropped by half. Crazy fighting god walk. Frenzy fighting with fists and cannons. Long Yu's whole body was covered with a celestial barrier of mad battle, and then he quickly ducked behind one of the Vulcan patrol elites, and then punched out hard. This was the first time he had a head-on conflict with the Vulcan clan of the 3rd level of Great Master. Originally, he didn't want to take the risk, but now he really had no choice. Neither the 4-phase killing prison nor the unbounded grip can kill this thing. If it were to be done again, the other party would be alert and would only receive a lower effect. Therefore, if Long Yu wants to kill these 2 guys, he only has to fight hard. From the perspective of martial arts, it is almost impossible for Long Yu to kill the opponent, but Long Yu is very clear about the means he has now. In previous battles, he had never reached his limit. Now, he wants to see if he can do it, and use that almost self-inflicted fighting method to kill an opponent who is far superior to him. The Mad War divine inscriptions enveloped Long Yu's whole body, making him look like a mad god coming to the world. When his fist was about to fall on the Vulcan patrolling elite, the power of the Mad War divine inscriptions all over his body had increased 7-fold. On the Vulcan clan's body, a burst of heat almost sprayed onto Long Yu's face, and the power of the fervent flame divine text burst out instantly, covering Long Yu's entire body. The flame-attributed divine writings all over the body of the Vulcan patrol elites erupted, trapping Long Yu inside, and the ultra-high temperature burned the surface of his body directly. Long Yu's physical strength is not yet strong enough to withstand the attack of the 3rd level master head-on, but he will not be killed just because of this. Frenzy fighting with fists and cannons. Long Yu's whole body was burned black, but he didn't show any intention of flinching. He continued to swing his fist up, and the power of the Mad War divine text came with a bang, hitting the body of the patrolling elite of the Vulcan clan. Long Yu started to duel with this Vulcan. The remaining 2 dark creatures of the 2nd level Great Master, plus the 7 or 8 dark creatures of the 1st level Great Master, together held back the other Vulcan to buy time for Long Yu. In a short period of time, Long Yu punched 3 times directly at the Vulcan clan, superimposing 3 layers of crazy fighting power. Coupled with the previous Mad God coming to the world, the power of Long Yu's Mad War Divine Text has been increased 12 times. The 3 crazy punches and cannons just fought were more powerful than the last, but they were unable to cause any harm to the Vulcan clan. At the same time, the Vulcan patrol elite saw that Long Yu could still move, and immediately continued to attack. It should be a move of innate magical power, infinite flame attribute, divine power, falling from the sky, wrapping Long Yu's entire body. Although Long Yu's physical strength is not weak, he has been severely injured just now. Now he is bombarded by such innate magical power, and he will naturally be unable to withstand it. However, he took his time and used the Book of Shadows method to directly integrate into the opponent's flame power. Immediately afterwards, Long Yu turned into nothingness and escaped, reaching the void beside him. While hiding his aura, he activated the heart of the demon dust and began to heal himself. Although Long Yu was seriously injured, what he had just suffered was only skin trauma and no injuries to his muscles or bones. Relying on the power of the demonic heart, he fully recovered in just a few breaths. Immediately afterwards, Long Yu jumped out of the void space, and continued to catch up with the Vulcan patrol elite. The Mad War Divine Inscriptions enveloped his fists and continued to blast out the mad fighting boxing cannons. As a result, Long Yu's wild fighting power continued to accumulate, and coupled with the effect of the Mad God coming to the world, his attacks became stronger and stronger. At this moment, this punch made the Vulcan patrolling elite feel a hint of threat. The patrol elites of the Vulcan tribe originally thought that the innate magical power could kill Long Yu just now, but they did not expect that after a few breaths, Long Yu jumped out from nowhere. This Vulcan patrol elite originally wanted to take the opportunity to break through and destroy the teleportation circle being arranged, but unexpectedly Long Yu jumped out again and punched it in the back. The Mad War Divine Inscriptions move forward bravely. If you want to unleash the power of the Mad War Divine Inscriptions, what you need is Long Yu's aura of never retreating. The left and right punches were bombarded, but they still failed to hurt the opponent, but the Dragon Yu Quangzhan Tian's power was superimposed to a higher level. The patrolling elite of the Vulcan tribe was unprepared for Long Yu's reappearance. As soon as he reacted, he was punched twice. The next moment, he became furious. Flames burst out all over his body, forming 2 flaming light waves, one on the left and one on the right. Among them, the 2 flaming light waves were extremely destructive. Long Yu had just raised his fist and wanted to continue smashing it towards the opponent. One leg and half of his waist were completely vaporized by the opponent's 2 blazing waves of light. However, those 2 punches were still thrown down, and the crazy fighting force continued to pile up. Book of Shadows. Long Yu himself felt that he was extremely shameless. Although one leg and half of his waist were evaporated by the opponent's flaming light waves, he immediately used the Book of Shadows and hid in the void space, transforming into nothingness. The opponent could not do anything to him. In this way, Long Yumeken's heart was activated again, and he quickly restored his destroyed body. The patrolling elite of the Vulcan clan was naturally extremely surprised when they saw this. They couldn't figure out where Long Yu had gone. Its spiritual perception ability was definitely not weak, but it was unable to detect the location of Long Yu who had transformed into nothingness. Therefore, if it wants to avoid being attacked by Long Yu again, it can only activate the power of deduction. Unfortunately, it will take some time for the power of deduction to deduce Long Yu's location, and this period of time is enough for Long Yu to fully recover from his injuries. As a result, while the Vulcan patrol elites were still deducing Long Yu's position, Long Yu had fully recovered and continued to fight like crazy. He instantly flew in front of it and punched it down. With 10 layers of crazy fighting power, Long Yu's current punch has already posed a sufficient threat to this Vulcan patrolling elite. After the first punch, the opponent failed to react. Although a layer of flame defense barrier was activated, this barrier was shattered by Long Yu's punch. Then the second punch directly knocked the Vulcan Patrol Elite away. Long Yu used various methods, using this almost rogue method, to gradually superimpose his own crazy fighting power. With these two punches, the crazy fighting power reached the 12th level, plus the effect of the Mad God coming to the world. That is to say, it is 22 times more powerful than the crazy fighting fists and cannons he usually unleashes at will. After all, there is the 9 nether ball on the side to restrain the 2 patrolling elites of the Vulcan clan, slowing down their actions and various methods by half. Otherwise, Long Yu would have been defeated at this moment. On the other side, the Vulcan patrol elite, who was besieged by the dark creatures, was about to go berserk. For dark creatures at the level of a major master had already lost their lives and were completely burned. Nothing was left. If we work harder, as long as we can reach 33 times the power of the Mad War Divine Wen, we should be able to kill this Vulcan clan. Long Yu thought in his heart and did not stop his actions at all. Now the Vulcan patrol elite was alert enough to him. In this case, Long Yu changed his target. At this moment, Long Yu directly asked the dark creatures to deal with the Vulcan tribe that he was originally dealing with, while he used the Mad War movement and flew directly behind the Vulcan tribe that was originally besieged by the dark creatures. Frenzy fighting with fists and cannons. As usual, Long Yu punched out with 2 punches on the left and right, and the violent power of the Mad War Divine text burst out, sending the Vulcan directly flying away. Crazy battle with heavenly power, 14th level. The Vulcan clan was furious in an instant, and countless flame shackles condensed in the void, rolling directly towards Long Yu, building a flame cage, trapping Long Yu in it, and constantly shrinking in, tightening Long Yu's entire body. Tie tightly. The flame shackles were extremely hot and had a controlling effect, making Long Yu almost unable to move. And this is undoubtedly an excellent opportunity for Long Yu. Purifying Soul Mirror. Long Yu watched the other party use control methods, and without any hesitation, he activated the peak derivative method of the body of purification, the Purifying Soul Mirror. A layer of world-purifying light directly emerged from the surface of his body, condensing into a world-purifying soul mirror, instantly returning all the effects of the flame shackles tenfold. The thicker and hotter flame shackles rebounded instantly, trapping the Vulcan patrol elite in it. Kill. This was a great opportunity for Long Yu. He, the god of war, walked to the opponent's side and punched out one punch after another, adding to the power of the god of war. Every time a punch was thrown, the Vulcan clan's body, trapped by the shackles of flames, would be blasted dozens of feet away, but Long Yu was able to catch up with his mad battle skills every time and continue to punch the next punch. The opponent was trapped by the rebound of his own flame shackles and needed time to break through the shackles. Although it didn't take much time, Long Yu took advantage of this time and directly punched 6 times. Crazy battle with heavenly power, 20 levels. It's not enough, we have to crush it. Long Yu's whole body carries endless fighting momentum. Although he is only a master in the martial arts realm, judging from the momentum and pressure, he is not inferior to the 2 Vulcan patrol elites in front of him. Immediately afterwards, he raised his hand and the unbounded seal was activated. A burst of invisible and strange power appeared, forming an unbounded seal, directly sealing the Vulcan patrolling elite. If the opponent wants to break through the unbounded seal, it will take at least some time. Long Yu didn't hesitate and blasted directly towards the unbounded seal, and the crazy battle force continued to increase. In addition to this period of time, the effect of Mad God coming to the world has increased with time. Although it is slow, it has been superimposed to 14 levels. Including the bonus of the Mad War Divine Power, the total has reached the 35th level of the Mad War Divine Power bonus. Long Yu still felt that it was not enough. Although this power could kill the opponent, it could not crush him. It would take a lot of time. He punched 5 times in succession at the unbounded seal, and then the opponent was able to break it open from the inside. After breaking the unbounded seal, he finally escaped from it. Long Yu didn't hold anything back and punched the opponent directly. The Mad War Divine text almost tore the space into pieces. In this battle, Long Yu did not bring the Void Nether Dragon Blade or the Ancient Dragon Skeleton Tower. He relied purely on his own physical strength and the martial arts of crazy fighting celestial body to fight the opponent to the death. The patrolling elites of the Vulcan clan have realized at this moment that the human boy who is the superior master in front of them has the power to kill them, and they have become extremely cautious. However, the more cautious it is, the more constraints it will be subject to, and the less likely it will be to kill Long Yu in turn. Because, as time goes by, Long Yu's own Mad War Divine inscriptions will become stronger and stronger. 1 punch, 2 punches, and the continuous blast of the Mad War Divine inscriptions condense into the fist wind, almost breaking away the physical body of the Vulcan clan. The flame barrier continued to condense, barely able to defend against Long Yu's offensive. At this moment, Long Yu felt a heat wave suddenly coming from behind him. It turned out to be another patrol elite of the Vulcan clan. He had already controlled all the dark creatures, and then took the time to attack Long Yu. After all, those dark creatures still have very strong power. It is not easy to get rid of them, but it is easy to trap them. Seemingly sensing that Long Yu was becoming more and more powerful and posing a great threat to themselves, the 2 Vulcan patrol elites finally began to attack Long Yu in tandem. But by this time it was too late for them to think of joining forces. The afterimage of ancient times. Long Yu once again condensed 100 ancient afterimages, and the power in his body was almost exhausted. But now, each of these ancient afterimages has nearly 50 levels of increased power from the Mad War Divine inscription, which is completely different from the aura of the first 100 ancient afterimages. These 100 ancient afterimages almost simultaneously fired a mad fighting fist and cannon at the 2 Vulcan patrolling elites. The mad fighting divine text came with a bang with endless power. Faced with this situation, the 2 patrol elites of the Vulcan clan exploded and released the flame divine symbols all over their bodies. The infinite fire divine symbols rolled out, swallowing up most of the ancient afterimages in the field and burning them to ashes. However, there are still 20 or 30 ancient afterimages left, carrying the infinite fighting spirit, directly bombarding the opponent's body. At this time, Long Yu was surprised to find that when the ancient afterimage used the crazy fighting fist and cannon, and the attack hit the opponent, it could also superimpose a certain number of layers of crazy fighting heavenly power on itself. Of course, not every ancient afterimage can be superimposed. Now a total of more than 20 ancient afterimages are bombarded, which gives Long Yu 5 layers of crazy fighting power. Almost every 5 ancient afterimages hit the opponent, which can add 1 layer of crazy fighting power to Long Yu. This efficiency is still relatively high, but the problem is that Long Yu cannot often use this method to superimpose the power of the mad battle, because the power consumed to condense the ancient afterimage is too high. In particular, Long Yu's concentrated fighting against the ancient afterimage, with a high momentum, has consumed most of the strength in his body at once. If he wants to continue fighting, he can only take an ancient level pill. Long Yu's mad fighting power was once again superimposed by 5 layers, and the power of the mad fighting divine words he used was suddenly increased to 55 times. This made him feel as if a mad god had come to the world. Mad War God suddenly took action, and instantly reached behind one of the Vulcan patrolling elites, and then punched out. With terrifying power, the Vulcan patrolling elite was punched away. The flames on his entire body were shot down and spread out, causing him to be seriously injured in one blow. The patrol elite of the Vulcan clan was still dealing with Long Yu's ancient afterimage, but was knocked away by Long Yu with a punch, followed by a move of unbounded grip, and the third grip struck through the air. The invisible and strange power of the unbounded grip directly invaded the body of this Vulcan patrol elite, destroying the core of its body's power once again. Before, Long Yu destroyed his body once at the beginning, but he recovered it with some secret martial arts method. This time, Long Yu didn't intend to give it any more chances. After taking action with the unbounded grip, he once again moved forward at a high speed, and fired out 3 consecutive mad fighting fist cannons. Boom! 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 After 3 frenzied fights with fists and cannons, the entire body of the Vulcan Patrol Elite was scattered into sporadic flames. The core of power in his body fell apart, his vitality declined rapidly, and he soon lost all vitality. Now, Long Yu could be sure that he had finally killed this guy. He didn't stop at all, and immediately activated the Mad War God line, quickly chasing the remaining Vulcan patrolling elite. The Vulcan patrolling elite has now seen that the situation is not good and wants to escape, but how can it possibly match Long Yu's speed? In the state of mad fighting, Long Yu's flying speed increases by hundreds of times, and sometimes even has the burst effect of endless level martial arts, which can increase his flying speed by 200 to 300 times, or even 400 to 500 times. It can be said that it is as fast as lightning, even faster than some space teleports. In a few moments, Long Yu caught up with the Vulcan patrolling elite. Just as he was about to kill him, he discovered that there were several other Vulcan patrolling elites not far away, rushing towards them quickly. There are more and more, but the teleportation circle is almost ready. Kill the one in front of you, and then retreat first. Long Yu's heart trembled, knowing that he could no longer continue fighting like this, otherwise it would definitely be a disaster if the Vulcan patrol elites surrounded him. Of course, it was impossible for Long Yu to let go of the Vulcan patrolling elite so close to him. Now, Long Yu's whole body was full of crazy fighting divine words. The power of the crazy fighting divine words had been increased nearly 60 times. His whole body was like a black stream of light, passing through the void and catching up with the fire. Protoss Patrol Elite. Immediately afterwards, he raised his fist and smashed it. The terrifying power of the Mad War divine text fell on the head of the Vulcan Patrol Elite. It never expected that today it would be chased and killed by a human boy who was a mere master. The patrol elites of the Vulcan tribe reacted immediately, but they were unable to avoid or resist. The 60-fold power bonus of the Mad War divine text had already made Long Yu's punch as powerful as a 4th-level master. In addition, the Mad Fighting Celestial Body is an endless-level high-grade martial skill, and it is possible for it to explode with even greater destructive power. The punch that Long Yu caught up with was 3 times the explosion. In summary, it was directly equivalent to a punch attack at the level of a 5th-level master. The Vulcan patrol elites couldn't resist it at all, so they prepared to gather their own strength and explode themselves. However, before it had time to self-destruct, Long Yu's attack had already arrived, directly blasting its entire body to pieces. The flames all over its body turned into scattered firelight, scattered towards the surroundings, and scattered in the void. 2 patrol elites of the Vulcan tribe who were in the 3rd stage of the Great Master realm were killed by Long Yu. However, the combat effectiveness of these patrol elites was relatively low at the same level, so Long Yu didn't feel that he was very powerful after killing these guys. Of course, to a certain extent, as long as he continues to superimpose the power of the crazy battles infinitely, it is possible to deal with even gods. But the problem is that with Long Yu's frail body, he can't even withstand a single move in front of the human god. Only by being alive can it be possible to defeat the opponent. Long Yu had just been beaten half to death by the Vulcan patrol elite. If it weren't for the heart of the demon dust, he would be a disabled person now. Therefore, Long Yu's current limit is probably around the level of the 3rd-level master. If he were to deal with higher-level opponents, or some powerful geniuses who could fight beyond the next level, Long Yu still wouldn't be able to confront them head-on. Walk. Seeing that the other 3 Vulcan patrol elites were flying over quickly and would be in front of Long Yu in the next moment, Long Yu turned around and returned in the direction where the magic circle was being arranged without any hesitation. Through the thoughts of the nether dragon blade of the void and the ancient dragon skeleton tower, Long Yu was able to know that a dozen Vulcan patrol elites had been surrounded around the location where the magic circle was arranged. These patrol elites of the Vulcan clan are breaking through the aerial field set up by the dragon skeleton ancient tower as quickly as possible, thereby entering it and destroying the teleportation circle being arranged. It's a pity that the strength of the Jiwekong realm is far beyond their imagination, and it cannot be destroyed in a short while. When Long Yu returns, the Jiwekong domain is still as stable as Mount Tai. It will take at least half a stick of incense before it can be blasted away by the opponent. The combination with the Dragon Bone Ancient Pagoda reaches the unparalleled level. It is really useful to Long Yu. It can be said that it solved his urgent need. It's almost stable. Long Yu felt that the teleportation array in the center of the Jiwekong domain was gradually taking shape, and his heart finally settled down. As long as the teleportation array was formed and the dominant legion came over, Long Yu's strategic mission would be completed. The difficulty of this task is really not small. If it were another person, it might not be possible to complete it. Only those with a relatively high level of martial arts, 5th-level masters or 6th-level masters can complete this task relatively easily. However, even the peak masters of the 7th-level masters will not be able to overcome the flame space barrier at the 1st level. At that time, you may encounter great troubles that you cannot get through. Precisely because of the flame space barrier, the Vulcan clan's patrols within the barrier were not very strict, which allowed Long Yu to take advantage of it and set up this teleportation circle. If someone else came, they would be too weak to kill the 3 Vulcan patrol elites, and if they were too strong, they might not be able to silently break through the outer flame space barrier. Therefore, this kind of strategic task is very difficult and is generally only handed over to people with special abilities. From this perspective, Long Yu's ability to complete this strategic mission can basically be regarded as one of the people with special abilities. Long Yu transformed into nothingness and quietly entered the realm of Jiwekong. He looked at the anxious looks of more than a dozen Vulcan patrolling elites outside, and felt a little want to laugh in his heart. It was indeed the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, an infinite-level top-notch warrior. After becoming Wushuang, the strength of the Jiwekong domain was much higher than before. A little bit, it even has a self-healing function because it is an endless-level soldier. The attack methods and defense methods of the endless-level warriors can explode with higher multiples of power, and the state-maintaining means such as the Jiwekong realm can continuously repair themselves, making it more difficult for opponents to destroy them. Finally, a stick of incense has passed since the construction of the teleportation circle began. It took nearly a stick of incense for Long Yu to deal with the 2 Vulcan patrolling elites. Not long after he returned to the Jiwekong domain, the teleportation circle was finally successfully built. When the magic circle was completed, a burst of water-based Taichu power spread around, making Long Yu bathing in it feel refreshed. It seemed that at this moment, he had a little understanding of the water-based Taichu power. When you have time, you still have to rely on Xiaoshu to understand the power of the water system at the beginning. Long Yu thought in his heart, and then he saw the Vulcan patrol elites all around began to flee. At the same time, from the built teleportation circle, a figure flashed directly and appeared. When Long Yu completed the construction of the teleportation circle, the human domination army trapped not far away was immediately able to teleport here. The 2 places are about a day apart, and the large Vulcan army is still surrounding the Dominator Legion a day away. As long as the Dominator Legion teleports here, the other side will definitely not be able to catch up. The only problem is that a teleportation circle must have been constructed where they were trapped, so that the entire Dominator Legion could be teleported to Long Yu in batches. In the end, someone must stay there to either protect the teleportation circle or destroy it to prevent the Vulcan clan from chasing after them. So even if you escape, there will definitely be sacrifices. Long Yu was not far away from the teleportation circle. He watched a strong man from the personal race come out of the teleportation circle. The first thing that appeared was definitely a group of vanguard troops with relatively strong martial arts realm. They were all 3-stage great masters, 4-stage masters, and 4-stage masters. A high-level master, or even a 5th-level master. About a dozen strong men of this level, led by about 100 high-ranking masters, emerged from the teleportation circle. Each one of them had scars, and it was obvious at a glance how fierce the battle was over there. When this group of people came out of the teleportation circle and saw that Long Yu was the only one, they couldn't help but be stunned. Dragon Yu is not far away from the teleportation circle, with the void dragon blade in his hand and the ancient dragon skeleton tower at his feet. He is a high-ranking ruler alone. Surrounded by the Jukong realm, there are more than a dozen Vulcans, patrolling in all directions. Elite. Such a scene was beyond the expectations of the first batch of humans who escaped. Just one person? A superior master? Is this possible to break into such a deep place and build a one-way teleportation circle that allows them to escape? It's so shocking. This, little brother, are you the only one here? The leader was a 5th-level dominator who was tall, but the golden armor on his body was in tatters and even turned into ash in some places. He didn't know how many attacks from the Vulcan clan he had endured. He asked Long Yu directly, his voice filled with solemnity and vicissitudes of life. Not bad, how many do you have left over there? Long Yu nodded, and then asked a question. Our Dominion Legion has a total of 10,000 brothers, and now there are more than 6,500 brothers left. Speaking of this, the burly man's face darkened. Obviously, it was difficult for him to accept the loss of more than 3,500 people at once. After all, these people were their brothers who lived and died with them on weekdays. This time they fell into an ambush by the Vulcan clan, causing them such heavy losses, which was really unexpected. And if Long Yu's teleportation circle hadn't been constructed relatively early, their losses would have been even greater. Little brother, I cannot thank you enough for your kindness. To be honest, we originally planned that it would take 3 days to activate the teleportation circle, but I didn't expect you to be quite fast. The burly man nodded towards Long Yu and said gratefully, if we can leave the encirclement after 3 days, I'm afraid we will have less than 1,000 brothers left. I'm just completing my mission. When you all come over, let's go back together. Long Yu nodded. On the teleportation circle, the teleportation light kept flickering and lighting up, and groups of human masters appeared in the teleportation circle. These were all rescued by Long Yu. Most people, it can be seen, are still very grateful to Long Yu and are very friendly. But there are still a few people who look at Long Yu with a little hostility in their eyes. Long Yu can understand their mood. Some of their close friends must have died in the encirclement of the Vulcan clan, so these people are hating why Long Yu didn't come earlier. However, Long Yu himself has done his best, and it is already very good to be able to save more than 6,000 people now. You must know that even they themselves did not expect Long Yu to arrive so quickly. There are still people who are dissatisfied with him, so Long Yu really has no choice. Originally, in life, it was impossible for everyone to be satisfied with themselves. Long Yu didn't care about what those people thought of him. He just wanted to ensure that he was safe. As for these things now, he only regards them as tasks. Although it is a bit cold-blooded to say this, in many cases, this kind of thinking can save Long Yu from a lot of trouble. The battlefield is not a game, and people often die. There are some people that Long Yu can save, and he will do his best to save them, but there are some people who will die regardless of whether Long Yu is there or not. There is nothing Long Yu can do about these people. After all, he is not a god, but he can't control so many things, not even a god. In this situation, even if the gods are allowed to come over, how far in advance can they be rescued? It is conceivable that once the monster gods appear, the Vulcan gods will also appear, and this place will become even more stalemate. No one can know how many people will return alive in the end. Soon, a personal race master appeared in the teleportation circle, and the team here gradually grew. Finally, a 7th-level master, the leader of the Master Legion, also teleported over with others. In the entire void, more than 6,000 people have appeared in front of Long Yu. It can be said that basically everyone who can come has already come. The remaining ones who did not escape with the commander of the Dominator Legion must be responsible for staying in the encirclement and destroying the teleportation array they sent out. Otherwise, the strong men of the Vulcan clan can directly chase them out as long as they follow this teleportation circle, and then Long Yu's construction of this teleportation circle will become meaningless. Of course, everyone can also choose to destroy the teleportation circle here, but doing so will be very unsafe. Once one step is too late, the strong men of the Vulcan clan will chase after them. Even if a 7th-level master chases after them, they will be defeated. Can keep the teleportation circle here for a while. In this moment, more Vulcans will be chasing after them, and eventually the situation will be the same as before. Therefore, someone must stay at that end to destroy the teleportation circle. There are 300 brothers staying at the other end to destroy the final teleportation array for us. The Legion commander shouted sternly and waved his hand. It is the conditions created by these 300 brave brothers that we can go home. Now let's rush back. Don't look back. Kill all the Vulcans we encounter on the road. Every one of them will be killed. Keep. Rush. Kill. The momentum of more than 6,000 people shouting at the same time was really deafening, especially since all of these 6,000 people were the powerful masters of the human race who dominated the secret realm. Many of them were shedding tears. It was obvious that among the 300 brothers left behind, there might be friends he knew, truly close brothers, etc. The sacrifices made by 300 people were so that more than 6,000 of them could survive. No one forced the 300 people. They all made sacrifices voluntarily. Among them, many people were on the periphery to defend the Vulcan clan's attack, while others were in the center to destroy the teleportation circle, and eventually died together. Although Long Yu didn't see that scene, he could imagine it. If Hongying, Shu Chan, Lu Yuan, etc. had made such a sacrifice over there, how would Long Yu feel now? It is this kind of mood that makes Long Yu continue to work hard. He must continue to work hard to become stronger, so as to avoid this situation from happening at the root. However, he is far from reaching that level yet. In the martial arts, even if you reach the peak, you may not be able to reach that level unless you can become a god. However, let alone the difficulty of becoming a god, even if you become a god, you can truly and completely protect the people around you. Yet? Not really sure. Godlike people also have a time of death. When Long Yu saw so many godlike corpses in the ancient ruins of the Multi-Wing clan, he knew that even god-like people were not invincible in this world. In fact, even gods are extremely fragile in the face of certain existences. He recalled the scene he had dreamed of in a daze. The 9 Nether Dragon Emperor soaring in the sky was bombarded by a few beams of light. It was a peak godlike existence, but it was easily defeated by those few beams of light. His entire physical body shattered, unable to resist. What other being than a true god could do that? I just don't know if the real gods still exist now. If they exist, where do they exist? Long Yu sighed in his heart. The dominant army in front of them began to set off, rushing back towards the human territory. This was an order to return quickly without losing more. Of course, Long Yu followed them back. Along the way, he saw many Vulcan patrol elites, who were directly pressed to death by the angry human masters, without the slightest ability to resist. There were even many people flying around to catch some of the escaped Vulcan patrol elites and kill them directly. Anyway, in the eyes of the other party, both parties are aliens, and they just do it when they meet. There is no need to leave any survivors at all. Even if they do, the other party will not do any business with the human race, and they will just do it directly when they meet. At this time, Long Yu was in a state of great joy. Because he has now reached the unparalleled level with the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, he has derived the method of 9 nether military orders. Long Yu only needs to seal the corpses of the Vulcan clan who were killed by the human masters along the way into the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, and then he can kill them. Transform into a creature of darkness. The process of transforming dark creatures takes a while, but it won't take too long. It takes about a day to transform a third-stage alien of the Great Dominator level, so that it can be used by Long Yu. Therefore, it can be said that Long Yu gained a lot during the next journey. As long as the Vulcan clan appeared nearby, they were all killed by everyone, and then Long Yu stepped forward and sealed them in the ancient dragon skeleton tower, waiting for them to be transformed into dark creatures. In just one day, everyone arrived at the flame space barrier, and in the space of Long Yu's dragon skeleton ancient tower, there were already 200 more bodies of the Vulcan clan's patrolling elites. To be more precise, the extra corpses in the space of the dragon skeleton ancient tower are the corpses of the Vulcan clan's patrolling elites. With Long Yu's current strength, it will take at least half a year to transform all these corpses into dark creatures. This speed is undoubtedly a bit slow, but Long Yu is not in a hurry. Anyway, he has no need for these dark creatures for the time being. He will transform them one by one first. When the time comes, it will be enough to send a few of them. After all, these are all dark creatures in the third stage of the Great Master Realm. Generally speaking, 4 or 5 of them are enough to solve most of the situations faced by Long Yu. If 4 or 5 heads still can't solve it, then even if Long Yu sends 40 or 50 heads, it may not be able to solve it, and it doesn't mean much. Soon, everyone had arrived in front of the flame space barrier. The Legion commanders and deputy commanders of several 7th-level masters in the Domination Legion joined forces to launch a fierce bombardment at the barrier. In just one breath, the flame space barrier was blasted through by huge force, unable to stop the entire Dominator Legion at all. There were many Vulcan warriors wandering nearby, seeming to be detecting their movements, but soon a team from the Dominator Legion rushed forward and killed all the aliens from the Vulcan clan. These ordinary warriors of the Vulcan clan are only 1 or 2 level masters in cultivation, and most of them are even at the upper or middle master levels. Long Yu didn't bother to seal these corpses. Even if they were transformed into dark creatures, they didn't have much fighting power. He now had a lot of corpses at the 3rd level of the Great Master, so he didn't have to seal these weaker beings. The Dominator Legion was overwhelming and wiped out all the Vulcans they encountered along the way. Little brother, do you want to go back and deliver the mission now? The burly Legion commander came to Long Yu and asked. Although he escaped, there was no smile on his face. After all, the sacrifice of his dominating legion this time was too great, losing almost 3 points. One of the human hands. I have something more important to do than delivering the task. Long Yu shook his head and said in a deep voice, Senior, do you know where Commander Long Zi Chen is now? I heard that he seems to be making strategic deployments in the area nearby. The Commander-in-Chief of the Tianlong Legion? The burly and rugged Legion commander was stunned when he heard this, and then nodded. I do know where he is, but our Legion is going back to rest now. If you want to find the commander of the Tianlong Legion, I can give it to you. A jade slip, which records the coordinates of his current location. The Legion commander did not ask Long Yu what he wanted from Long Zitian and what his relationship was with Long Zitian, because he knew very well that it had nothing to do with him. Long Yu came ahead of time to complete the strategic mission and saved most of the people in their dominant legion. He was very grateful, and it was appropriate to do a small favor for Long Yu. Well, thank you, Senior. Long Yu nodded and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He finally found where Long Zi Chen was. Anyway, it would be easier to find him in a star field nearby. However, if the dominant army here escapes from the encirclement, I am afraid that the guys from the Vulcan clan will be furious, and they will probably search everywhere. Long Yu must be more careful on the way to find Long Zi Chen. After getting the news about Long Zi Chen, Long Yu separated from the dominant army. There was no use in following the other party. Long Yu went on the road alone and returned to the lonely state at the beginning. Soon, no one appeared within a distance of tens of thousands of miles in all directions, whether it was the human race or the Vulcan race, all in this area. Relatively scattered. However, that will not be certain after a while. The Vulcan clan is likely to send a large force out to search for the Dominator Legion, or even intercept it. But that has nothing to do with Long Yu. Logically speaking, the Dominator Legion has already traveled such a long distance, so it should not be caught up by the Vulcan clan again. Long Yu shook his head and put the matter of dominating the army behind him, and then followed the star field coordinates recorded in the jade slip alone, heading towards Long Zi Chen's location. Only now did Long Yu know that the dominant legion commanded by Long Zi Tian was called the Tianlong Legion. It seemed to be a very famous legion in the human territory. Long Yu was indifferent to this. He just wanted to see his so-called father, and then ask him why he abandoned himself and his mother Bei Yuyao and came to the outer world alone. In 2 days, Long Yu traveled hundreds of millions of miles in the starry sky, and finally came close to the coordinates of the star field recorded in the jade slip. When he came to this place, Long Yu had a different feeling. It seemed that the void was filled with an oppressive atmosphere. He looked around, including after activating the light of balance, and using his spiritual sense to detect the surroundings, but he didn't find anything. This made him a little confused. Could it be that the Tianlong Legion commanded by Long Zi Chen was not here? He has arrived near the center of the coordinates, but he has not seen anyone. Or can it be said that the Tianlong Legion has completed its strategic deployment and returned to the battlefield fortress? Feeling the oppressive atmosphere in this star field, Long Yu became more and more confused. It was obvious that something had happened in this place, but he could not see what happened. Incarnate into nothingness. Long Yu had no choice. In order to prevent any accidents from happening, he transformed into nothingness, hid in the void space, and completely disappeared from this void. After entering the void space, Long Yu began to carefully observe the surroundings and found that this place looked like a trap array had been laid. The oppressive aura came from the trap array, hidden in the dark. Although it is not clear what the trap array is, Long Yu can be sure that the trap array definitely exists in this space. Obviously, the Tianlong Legion's previous strategic deployment was to set up a trap array here, but as for the purpose of setting up this trap array, Long Yu had no idea at all. Including where the people from the Tianlong Legion are now, Long Yu has no idea at all. All he can do now is hide in this place and see what happens here. However, he hadn't been hiding for long when he saw 2 figures suddenly appearing out of thin air. They were 2 human cultivators. They both had the cultivation of 3 levels of great masters. Judging from the clothes on their bodies, they should belong to alien battlefields. As for which legion they were from, Long Yu didn't know. Could it be that they were from the Tianlong Legion? After the 2 people appeared out of thin air, they seemed a little confused. They looked around and scratched their heads when they saw no one was there. Strange, I saw a figure here just now, why did he suddenly disappear? We can't be wrong. Someone must be here. I don't know which kid from the human race. Now that he is hiding, we can't find him at all. It seems that his hiding ability is very strong. The 2 looked at each other, nodded, and then seemed to use some means to find the people hiding nearby. Of course, what they were looking for was Long Yu. Long Yu's heart moved, and he appeared directly and flew out of the void space without waiting for the other party to use his methods. You too, I'm here. I accepted a strategic mission and came here. Didn't you know that you two are members of the Tianlong Legion? After Long Yu appeared, he asked the two people directly, but did not approach them because he was not sure of their positions. No matter what, Long Yu acts the most cautiously and will not put himself in any danger without certain assurance. When the two people saw Long Yu appearing out of thin air, they were stunned for a moment, and then they were extremely surprised, because they didn't expect that the person hiding nearby so that they couldn't find him was actually just a human youth from the upper-level master. There is no doubt that Long Yu's martial arts cultivation level once again shocked these two people. However, these two people can be regarded as people who have seen the world. They did not remain stunned for too long. One of them immediately reacted and said to Long Yu with a solemn expression, "Our strategic deployment is a secret. How could you receive any strategy? Task?" At the same time, another person sent a spiritual thought to this person, "I feel the aura of the demon race and God from this kid, which should prove that he is not disguised as a foreign race." The demonic godlike aura he felt was of course coming from the first-class Medal of Honor in Long Yu's hand. Long Yu showed it out, and then said, "Okay, to be honest, I accepted another strategic mission and came to this area. I wanted to see my father, Long Zi Chen, by the way. Is he here?" This is huge news. The two people were stunned when they heard this. "Dad? The dragon is in the sky? Isn't their legion commander always single? Why did a son suddenly appear?" However, looking at the genuine first-class Medal of Honor in Long Yu's hand, it cannot be forged. It should be impossible for such a person to joke about such a thing. "You come with us first. We are from the Tianlong Legion. If you want to see the Commander-in-Chief Dragon, we should go and inform him first," one of them said to Long Yu, and then waved towards Long Yu. The power of the world suddenly enveloped Long Yu, trying to take him to another space. Now Long Yu finally understood why he couldn't see anyone from the Tianlong Legion here. It turned out that the entire Tianlong Legion was located in another small world, and that small world Mark had some kind of function of hiding whereabouts, making it possible for him to hide his whereabouts. There was no sign of any human being in the entire void. It can be said that Long Yu is struggling now. He is still a little worried that the other party is not from the Tianlong Legion, but then he thinks about it. If the other party is really malicious, he only needs to bring out the 9 Nether Prison Monument, which is enough to solve everything. "Let's go." Long Yu nodded and did not resist the power of the world. Then his entire body disappeared completely from the void along with the two people. What appeared in front of Long Yu's eyes was a fortress-like building suspended in the void. The entire structure was made of poured steel, and it seemed to be extremely defensive at first sight. The entire building is no smaller than a battlefield fortress, and even surpasses some battlefield fortresses in terms of momentum. This is the base of our Heavenly Dragon Legion. The Commander-in-Chief is inside. You come in first and have a rest, and we will inform you. The two patrol members who led Long Yu in, after speaking to Long Yu, left one person to take him over, and the other person disappeared in a flash. Long Yu knew that it was the use of the world power of this small world. It could appear anywhere in this small world anytime and anywhere. He should have reported it to Long Zi Chen. Long Yu, on the other hand, followed the other person and flew towards the steel fortress. Along the way, he saw many people patrolling by and looked at them strangely. Then the man who led Long Yu explained to these people one by one, saying that it was Commander Long Zi Tian's son who came to look for people. As soon as these words came out, everyone had expressions of amazement. It was obvious that no one knew that Long Zi Tian actually had a son. This was extremely exciting news. Long Yu was also convinced by these people's gossip. Could it be that Long Zi Tian could tolerate others talking about him behind his back? Soon, Long Yu was taken to the steel fortress by the man, and a chilling aura hit his face, making Long Yu feel full of solemnity. This is a battlefield. Long Yu could feel that an extremely bloody battle had taken place in this steel fortress building. The bloodstains on the wall, the dents made by the smash, etc., all represented the battles that had taken place here. These battle traces can obviously be removed, but they have not been removed. It is obvious that they want to stay as a warning or commemoration. Long Yudao also understands this mentality. After all, on the alien battlefield, no moment is absolutely safe. Although the steel fortress seems to be very safe now, no one can take it lightly, otherwise there may be dangers. Disaster strikes. Long Yu was taken to a relatively simple room, and then the person who led the way smiled and said to him, "Wait a moment, we have already gone to bring the news to the commander-in-chief. If nothing else happens, he will soon come see you." "Thank you." Long Yu nodded, then walked around the room and looked around. Even in this simple reception room, there were many traces of the battle. For example, there was a lot of blood spilled near the central stone table and benches, and there were some signs of corrosion, which should be traces of previous battles. It seems that this steel fortress building was once invaded by the enemy, but was repelled by the Tianlong Legion. Although they were repelled, many sacrifices were left. These sacrifices are also a warning to the remaining people. Never take it lightly at any time. In just 20 years, Long Zitian left Tianyu continent and Jiuyou realm all the way and came to the outer world. He has full plans to own this steel fortress and become the commander of the battlefield legion. It will only take about 10 years. Long Yu thought in his heart, with a slightly complicated mood. Long Zitian, he had always heard that this was his father. Regarding this statement, he had only heard of it when he was on Tianyu continent. From the mouths of Bai Yunzong, the leader of the Xintian sect of the Tang dynasty, Feng Changge, the leader of the Feng family, including the Mo family in the imperial city, the Long family, the royal Chu family, etc., Long Yu learned everything about his father, Long Zitian things. But after leaving Tianyu Island, I never heard any news about Long Zitian until I met the Heavenly Prison Thunder Emperor from the Ascetic Alliance in the Five Emperors Holy City. Even the Heavenly Prison Thunder Emperor failed to tell Long Yu the news about Long Zitian, and just disappeared. After that, Long Yu came to the outer world, and finally on the alien battlefield, after the Ice God clan battle ended, I just got the news about Long Zitian, and it took at least half a year to find it. The dragon is in the sky, commanding the domination army and fighting on the alien battlefield. It is said that it has been more than 5 years. In these 5 years, he has made great achievements and gained a lot of fame, and has become one of the familiar heroes near the borders of the human race. For such a character, in addition to the obsession to find his father, Long Yu also had curiosity about him. He also didn't know how Long Zitian, who was trapped in the thunder pool of the heavenly prison, escaped and traveled all the way. To this day? Long Yu waited quietly. Although there was a person next to him, there was no further communication between the two parties. Only the person kept looking at Long Yu. Suddenly the man said in surprise, "By the way, I heard that there was a boy named Long Yu who killed 3 alien gods on the other side of the demon clan territory. Could that be you?" Long Yu was a little surprised. He never said his name was Long Yu. "Yes, it's me." "How did you guess that?" Long Yu was a little curious. "You said you are the son of the commander-in-chief, so your surname is most likely Long, and you also have a first-class Medal of Honor. In recent years, among the news that has been spread, you are the only one who meets this condition." The man chuckled. "Sure enough, a tiger father has no dog sons. The commander-in-chief's son is also a dragon among men." After saying this, before Long Yu could say anything, an impatient voice suddenly came from outside the room. "What the hell? What the hell? What a tiger father and dog son, I don't remember when I had a son." As this clear voice entered the room, a young man wearing a white shirt appeared at the door with squinted eyes, and stepped into the room. As soon as he saw this person, Long Yu immediately knew that this was the person he was looking for. The dragon is in the sky. Of course, Long Yu didn't know it from any blood connection, but from the other person's appearance. It has to be said that the person in front of him looks very similar to Long Yu, especially the pair of eyes, which are almost the same mold. Engraved in the middle. Commander, I'm not the one who said that. Look at this kid, he looks exactly like you. If you say he's not your son, I don't really believe him. The patrol soldier who came with Long Yu looked a little strange as he said this. Hearing Long Zitian's denial, he thought to himself, could there be many miscellaneous things involved in this? Of course, Commander-in-Chief, you can just handle the matter yourself. Let's take one step first, hee hee. The man didn't dare to gossip. After saying this, he turned around and left the room. Get lost. The young man in white raised his eyelids slightly, waved his hand to let the man leave, then turned sideways and started to look at Long Yu again. Hearing him say, "Go away," there was no insult in it. It was like a joke between brothers, but it made people feel friendly. Long Yu didn't expect that Long Zitian had such a personality. He looked pretty, but he was a bit careless. It seemed that even the patrolling soldiers of the third-level master dared to make fun of him. It seems that this dragon is quite friendly in the sky. Long Yu thought in his heart, but this would not affect his resentment towards Long Zitian. No matter which way you look at it, since Long Zitian was not seriously injured or on the verge of death, nor was he coerced into losing his freedom in life, there was no reason to abandon his wife and son. What's more, this guy doesn't seem to want to admit that he has a son now. You look a lot like me. Long Zitian glanced at Long Yu a few times and said lazily. You don't admit it? Long Yu didn't bother to say more to him and asked directly. How can you ask me, the Commander-in-Chief, to admit something that is not true? Long Zitian suddenly felt energetic. He opened his eyes and walked to Long Yu in 3 steps at a time. Come on, tell me which girl particularly admires me and wants to be my wife, so I'm looking for you. Are you here to act in such a drama? When Long Yu heard this, his eyes suddenly widened. Does this guy really think so, or is he joking? If you really think so, how narcissistic is this? Of course, Long Yu also admitted that a handsome guy like himself, coupled with Long Zitian's proud legend of battlefield achievements, could indeed attract the admiration of many little girls. Ahem, Long Yu shook his head quickly, what the hell were he thinking about? However, Long Yu really didn't know how to answer Long Zitian's question, so he had to change the subject and asked, are you trying to cheat, or do you not remember what happened back then? Jiuyo Realm, Tianyu Continent. Long Yu directly mentioned these 2 words, and then carefully observed Long Zitian's reaction. If the other party was pretending, then Long Yu would probably be able to tell. But to Long Yu's disappointment, Long Zitian didn't have any special reaction when he heard Long Yu's words. Instead, he laughed loudly, I'm still in the Lotus continent of the Ming dynasty, haha. Things like you, I have met the Commander-in-Chief so many times. Come on, it's really difficult to take advantage of me. Let's do this. I'll give you some cultivation elixirs, so you don't take the risk to come to me in the future. How about that? After all, the foreign battlefield is too dangerous, and it is not possible to find this commander smoothly every time. Long Yu really didn't expect that when he came over and saw Long Zitian, he would be in such a situation. Is this guy a tease? What about the mighty and domineering heroic spirit of the legendary flying dragon in the sky? Why can't Long Yu feel anything? Long Yu's eye stared at Long Zitian's eyes carefully. He had to say that these eyes were really handsome, but Long Yu didn't see anything awkward in them. This Long Zitian seems to be born with such a character. Now, it doesn't look like he is acting at all, which makes Long Yu extremely strange. It's settled. I, the Commander-in-Chief, will take the first step. The strategic deployment here is still waiting for the prey to take the bait. We can't miss the good show. Long Zetian took 2 steps back, waved to Long Yu with a smile, turned around and wanted to leave the room. With his cultivation as a 7th level master, if he wanted to leave, Long Yu would not be able to stop him. But when he reached the door of the room, he stopped again. Anyway. Long Zetian's clear voice came again. Long Zetian's voice came again, making Long Yu raise his eyebrows. Since this guy refused to admit it, did he have anything else to say? Could it be that this commander-in-chief really had such a romantic past and had a son like you? When Long Zetian said this, even his own tone was not very confident. He seemed to be a little confused and suspicious of something. It's not that he doubts Long Yu, but that he doubts himself. This tone makes Long Yu a little strange. Didn't this guy just firmly deny that he didn't have a son? Don't you know what you have done? A cultivator's memory will strengthen as his cultivation level increases. Commander Long, please don't tease me. Long Yu said calmly. Regardless of whether Long Zetian is his father or not, whether he admits that he is his father or not, it actually has no impact on Long Yu, but for his mother Bei Yuyao, the impact is very different. Back then, Bei Yuyao and Long Zetian's identities were completely unequal. Long Zetian was from a small country in the countryside, but Bei Yuyao was from the high-ranking Tianyu Holy Academy and the daughter of the dean. How could the two of them come together? There must be that level of liking for each other. Now, Bei Yuyao is still worried about Long Zetian. There is no doubt that if the two can reconcile now, it will be a matter of resolution for Long Yu. It's a pity that Long Zetian looks like this now. Obviously he doesn't want to admit his guilt, which gives Long Yu a headache. 9 Nether Realm, Tianyu Island, I will personally investigate. If it is confirmed, I will be responsible for you. What Long Zetian said at this time changed his previous joking tone and seemed more serious. But these words made Long Yu chuckle. It's useless for you to investigate now. The Jiuyo realm has disappeared, and Tianyu Island has completely disappeared. Only those people and things should still remain in the hearts of some people. Since you don't want a certification, then there is nothing I can do about it. My memory does not start from that time. Long Zetian heard the displeasure in Long Yu's words, but his tone was still indifferent. In short, as soon as I woke up in the outer world, I couldn't remember anything before, and what happened after that was in the world outside the world. Serving in the Ascetic Alliance and the Battlefield Legion, he indeed has no memory of his wife and children. After saying this, Long Yu finally understood why Long Zetian refused to admit it. It turns out this guy has lost his memory. According to what he said, he had just woken up and had been practicing in the great world outside the world until now. He did not have any chance to come into contact with Long Yu, Bei Yuyao, or those people on Tianyu Island before. Could it be said that what Long Zetian said is true? However, regardless of whether what he said was true or not, there was nothing else Long Yu could do now. If Long Zetian was pretending to have amnesia and deliberately did not want to admit what happened to Bei Yuyao and Long Yu, then he would not be able to force the other party to admit it. In the outer world, there is a method of paternity testing, but Long Yu does not think that he can force the other party to do such a test. After all, Long Zetian is still the commander-in-chief of the Battlefield Legion, a powerful being of the 7th level master. Unless Long Yu also reaches this level one day, otherwise, his and Long Zetian's status will not be equal. If you want to ask the other party to do anything, the other party will have the reason and strength to refuse. If Long Zetian really lost his memory, this situation would be quite easy to handle. Long Yu is now carrying the 9 Nether Prison Monument, the small world is among them, and the Xingwu world is also among them. Although Jiuyo world and Shenwu world are gone, the environment of Xingwu world is not much different from the original. The most important thing is that many people in the Tang dynasty are in Long Yu's small world. For example, Bai Yunzong, the leader of the Xintian sect, did not leave with Long Yu, but stayed in Long Yu's small world to enjoy his old age with peace of mind. Bai Yunzong is not very old, but after experiencing so many things, he has lost the fighting spirit to further improve. Of course, the key is to find someone who loves him and cannot bear to be separated from his lover. The two of them, that pair, have been living in Long Yu's small world recently, living a paradise-like life, and they seem to have a baby. At this moment, Long Yu can let Long Zitian enter his own little world to see Bai Yunzong. As for some other people in the Tang dynasty, including the royal Chu family, the Xiong family, Mo family, the General Long family, etc., many of them were brought into the small world by Yu Hanqin. If you want to find them, you may not be able to find them. In that case, would you like to meet someone from your past? Maybe it will remind you of something? Long Yu asked tentatively. I would like to meet you, but now is not the time. Long Zitian chuckled, seeming to have returned to his funny character before. Since you are here, just watch a good show with me, the commander-in-chief. What is going to happen later is not something you can do casually. You can see it. Admittedly, you are not someone who has never seen the world. You have even helped drag and kill alien gods, but today's scene will definitely make you feel so good that you can't breathe. Long Yu really didn't know what could make him feel so good that he couldn't breathe. Even when he was with Han Ying, he had never had a similar feeling. He really didn't know what it felt like to feel so good that he couldn't breathe. The Tianlong Legion is making strategic deployment here. Now that Long Yu has come in, it is not convenient to leave immediately. It may disrupt their strategic deployment plan. In this case, Long Yu should stay and take a look. Then after things here are over, I will bring some people to meet you. They are all in my little world anyway. I hope you can think of something. Long Yu nodded, agreed to Long Zitian, and then left the room with Long Zitian, heading towards the core of the entire steel fortress. Walking in the corridor, Long Yu noticed that after entering the core area of the steel fortress, the walls of the passages on both sides were covered with a shallow layer of lightning, which obviously contained the extremely powerful Taichu power of the gold system. If the lightning power on the wall is triggered, Long Yu can be sure that with his cultivation and physical strength, there will definitely be only one way to die. Long Zitian should be good at the divine power of thunder and lightning, and he may have already understood the power of the golden element. Long Yu thought to himself, and followed Long Zitian all the way to the core area of the steel fortress. In this core area, many Long Zitian people control the entire steel fortress, and from here, you can see some situations in the big world star field. Long Yu understood that so many scenes in this core area were all from when he first arrived in this star field. Thinking about it, when he first came here, he was spotted in a flash, so he had the two men came out to search. Long Yu did not ask Long Zitian what things were arranged in that star field, but the oppressive atmosphere in that star field was something Long Yu could not help but feel. If that was an ambush against the Vulcan clan, Long Yu really didn't think that the Vulcan clan would take the initiative to come into such an ambush circle. After all, the Vulcan clan's perception is also very keen, and there is no reason for the oppressive atmosphere in this star field. If you don't feel it, you will be cautious and won't rush into this star field. I don't know what kind of show Long Zitian is talking about. Seeing that Long Zitian actually brought Long Yu to this core area, some members of the Tianlong Legion who were originally here were a little surprised. Boss, is this really your son? He looks just like you. I think it's probably true. Otherwise, why would the boss bring him here? There are many things here that are the secrets of our Tianlong Legion. Everyone in this place was not serious at all, and they started talking about it. Long Yu was a little surprised by this situation. He didn't expect that these people would tease his legion commander like this, but Long Zitian didn't seem to refute these people yet. Shut up, Commander-in-Chief, and go do your own thing. Don't make Commander-in-Chief unhappy. No one will get the mission reward this time. Long Zitian looked around, snorted coldly, sat in the center, crossed his legs, and stared at the pictures in front of him. There is no one like this. If you didn't know better, you would never know that such a guy would be the commander of the army. He, boss, the Vulcan clan legion will come over later, and there may be some Vulcan clan beauties. I can add some more collections to my collection. A very wretched short young man didn't care that Long Yu was right next to him, he just said with a smile, which attracted a burst of contempt from several people on the side. The Vulcan tribe is also beautiful? Although I know you like collecting corpses, isn't this too strong for your taste? A person on the side said directly, disgustingly. Ignore him. This guy is just mentally ill. When I think about me being in the same legion with such a guy, I can't help but feel sick and can't eat every day. Another person vomited. You know nothing about it? Do you understand that this is art? The wretched little man looked around with disdain, with a lonely expression in his eyes. He obviously felt that no one could understand him, which was quite sad. But soon he saw Long Yu, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Hey, little boss, do you think this is art? The wretched short young man raised his head towards Long Yu. Just like the Vulcan tribe, they are actually divided into genders, but they are not divided into men and women like us, but have 3 genders. The beauties among them are not very similar to other people. They are usually the ones who control the decision-making in the Vulcan Legion. It is difficult for ordinary people to see them. These corpses, collected, still have a lot of commemorative significance. After saying this, Long Yu's face was filled with black lines. Who are the people in this Tianlong Legion? Why are there all kinds of weird people? But I have to say that wretched short young man seems to have done a lot of research on other alien races. Just speaking, his understanding of the Vulcan clan is far better than ordinary people. Why does the Vulcan clan have 3 genders, and women are the controllers and decision-makers? This kind of thing, Long Yu has killed so many Vulcan clan, and he still doesn't know it. However, Long Yu didn't know what this guy was doing by collecting alien corpses. Is it really just commemorative as he said, or does it have some special purpose? For example, like the Marahun that Long Yu saw before, he collected alien corpses and refined them into puppets to fight for him. Long Yu could only keep this kind of question in his heart. After all, he was not very familiar with the other party, and it was not convenient for him to ask casually. He might have touched the other party's taboo accidentally. Long Yu did not move forward inside, but just leaned against the steel wall behind him, feeling the weak current flowing inside, but it did not cause any harm. But this is when these lightning attribute divine powers are not activated. Once activated, Long Yu will probably die immediately. Now that the entire steel building is hidden in the small world, it is not so easy to be discovered by aliens, but there is no need to worry about this thing suddenly launching. Others obviously saw Long Yu's actions, but they didn't come to remind him, so it was obvious that nothing would happen. Long Yu leaned against the wall and looked at the pictures in front of him leisurely. There was a calm scene in the picture, and there was nothing in the silent void. Only the dim and faint starlight in the distance flickered slowly, and the entire void was extremely calm. As time passed, everyone in the core area of the steel fortress became quiet. During this period of time, Long Yu saw one weird thing after another. Everyone in the Tianlong Legion was not in their right mind, and some were even weirder than that wretched little man. There was a guy who strung together the power cores of some powerful aliens he had killed, such as the fire pills in the Vulcan tribe, the ice pills in the ice god tribe, etc., and strung them together into a large string of beads, hanging them around his neck. Superior. Every fire pill, ice pill, etc., came from the body of the powerful alien race of the 7th level master. Such a large string of beads, with at least 40 or 50 beads, seemed shocking. But don't think about using this to deter the existence of those alien races. When those alien races see such a series of things, they will be even more irritated, without exception. Even among a group of people, those alien races will regard him as the first target of attack. This thing has no other function other than taunting in battle. Although these guys have more personalities, there is no doubt that there are a total of 12 people in this core area, 13 including Long Zi Chen, and each one is an extremely powerful being. Although among the 13 people, only Long Zi Chen and the other two were 7th level masters, even the others were all 6th level masters, and their combat power was no less than that of ordinary 7th level masters. As for Long Zi Chen's combat power, Long, you really couldn't estimate it. Most people showed up with their own aura, and one or two things could be seen from the aura. But Long Zi Chen really had no aura at all, just like an ordinary gangster. Maybe during the battle, Long Zi Chen will show his aura as a powerful 7th level master. Anyway, until now, Long Yu doesn't know what Long Zi Chen's strength is. Is it like the peak 7th level domination level like Concubine Yu? Or slightly weaker? Or weaker? Long Yu knew nothing about this. Suddenly, traces of fire began to appear in the pictures in front. This scene made everyone in the scene excited. The appearance of fire is obviously a prelude to the appearance of the Vulcan clan. The show begins. A look of fanaticism appeared in Long Zi Tian's eyes, and then he finally stood up from his seat, with a look of anticipation. At this time, everyone else was looking expectantly at the scenes in the field. Only at this time, the expressions of these guys were exactly the same, unlike before, each of them had their own weird look. Long Yu also began to look attentively, and found that in the silent starry sky, traces of fire continued to appear and began to dot the void. It seems that this is a harbinger of the arrival of the Vulcan clan's large army, and it is not flying over, but teleported directly from a distant place. This situation made Long Yu a little surprised. The Vulcan clan came directly from a distant place. Logically speaking, it must be extremely hidden news. How could the Heavenly Dragon Legion know about it and come here to lay a trap in advance? This kind of thing is not something that Long Yu can know. After all, it must be related to the entire human race's intelligence system, and this level of information is absolutely impossible to spread. Otherwise, in the future war with the Vulcan clan, the human race is likely to face with a disadvantage. But now, since the Tianlong Legion has laid out all the traps, Long Yu only needs to watch the show. If a relatively powerful Vulcan tribe dies in that star field, Long Yu can still go and kill those. The corpses of the powerful Vulcan clan were sealed into the ancient dragon skeleton tower. If a Vulcan corpse of a 7-stage master can be sealed, it will be a big improvement for Long Yu, and the frontal combat effectiveness will be increased dozens of times. Of course, Long Yu wants to seal such a powerful Vulcan corpse, but he still faces many competitors, because there are many people in the Tianlong Legion who want to collect the Vulcan corpses. For example, that wretched little young man, although he didn't know what he was collecting for, it was obvious that Long Yu could never rob him. No matter from which point of view, these Vulcans were the prey of the Heavenly Dragon Legion, and Long Yu was at best just a theatergoer. He didn't want to owe others a favor, so he had to wait for the other party to finish picking out the rest before picking out the rest. He couldn't have all the Vulcan corpses taken away by the other party, right? Long Yu thought of this, and then continued to watch the field. That trace of fire is the precursor of the upcoming arrival of the Vulcan Legion. By this time, the arrival of the other party is inevitable. They will definitely appear in this place and fall into the trap of the Tianlong Legion. At this moment, without any Vulcan tribe actually coming from the other side, it would be impossible to detect the oppressive atmosphere in this place. No wonder, this place has such an obvious trap that most people would avoid when passing by, but it happens to be aimed at the opponent's long-distance teleportation, so it works wonders. Long Yu suddenly realized it at this moment, and had to admire the intelligence information acquisition capabilities of the Human Battlefield Legion or the Heavenly Dragon Legion. It is possible to know in advance that the Vulcan clan's legion will descend on this place, this void star field, so how can the information be collected? Anyway, Long Yu can't do it no matter what. The show is about to begin. The traces of fire in the void gradually enlarged, and then, the figures of the Vulcan clan appeared out of thin air, each one at least in the realm of a great master. This turned out to be a big domination army. When the group of Vulcan figures appeared, they descended into the void one after another, and they seemed to suddenly notice something was wrong. It seemed that after some urgent communication, they wanted to ask the people behind them to stop teleporting, but the teleportation was already started and could not be stopped at all, so they all could only try to escape as quickly as possible. Because the transmission distance of the other party is too far, the person who transmitted it cannot convey the message back, resulting in a serious asymmetry of information between the two sides of the Vulcan clan. They noticed something was wrong here and wanted to ask the follow-up troops to stop teleporting, but the follow-up troops had no idea what was going on here. The teleportation was still continuing, but every time the Vulcan clan's figure came, they immediately sensed something was wrong, and then wanted to teleport out of the void. It is a pity that the Tianlong Legion has long expected such a move. Therefore, in this void, from the moment when a trace of fire started to light up, a layer of space restriction has been activated. All space divine texts have been sealed in this void and cannot be used. None of the Vulcans could run away, at least they couldn't use the space gods to teleport away, so they all began to fly away. And more Vulcans were sent over, and they gradually became stronger and stronger, with second stage great masters, third stage great masters, even fifth stage great masters, all the way to seventh stage great masters. There were about 3,000 people in total, and the entire Great Overlord Legion was gradually teleported over. It only took a stick of incense to add up, and they were all teleported over. The Vulcan clan masters, who had run the farthest, had not yet escaped the trap range of this star field. It's almost done, let's start it. As Long Zitian laughed loudly, everyone saw countless thunder lights emerging from the void without any warning. The thunder light condensed by the power of the prime origin of the metal system was like a heaven and earth net, trapping the 3,000 people. The great master of the Vulcan clan was completely enveloped in it. The sudden trap attack caught the Vulcan lords off guard, but they did not panic. They joined forces according to their team combinations and began to fight against the lightning bombardment together. In particular, there were a few seven-stage masters who, together with other Vulcans around them, built a strong defensive barrier, which was not broken by the thunder trap for a while. However, other Vulcan tribes suffered much more. Most of the Vulcan clan are only at the level of Great Master, to level 3. They have at least 2,000 heads, and there are no other powerful beings nearby. These Vulcan tribes joined forces with each other and set up defensive formations, but they could not resist for long. In just a few breaths, more than half of the entire Vulcan tribe's Great Master army had been killed or injured in the thunder trap. This method of trapping and killing is really amazing. It can wipe out the opponent's entire army of masters without even a single blow. Long Yu was deeply shocked by the scene. You must know that the Tianlong Legion is just a domination legion. If it confronts the Great Domination Legion head-on, it will obviously be much worse. But now, the Vulcan clan's Great Master army was directly defeated. In Long Yu's sight, the Vulcan clan's Great Master army, which was teleported from an unknown distance and wanted to do something here, was directly ambushed by the ambush set by the Tianlong Legion in advance. Even some strong men from the Vulcan tribe who were seven-stage masters were completely killed by the thunder condensed by the power of the prime origin of the metal system after struggling for a period of time. In this void starry sky, the 3,000 powerful masters of the Vulcan clan were completely dead and injured. Their corpses lay everywhere. They were all turned into charred black under the bombardment of the power of thunder. The flames on their bodies were completely extinguished and turned into a pile. Coke. From the time when the first Vulcan Lord came down to the time when all 3,000 Vulcans were killed, it took no more than half an hour in total. During this period of time, Long Yu saw the great masters of the Vulcan clan struggling continuously, but they could not escape the cage formed by this thunder trap. It's done, now it's harvest time. Long Zetian snapped his fingers, and then issued an order. The logistics team goes out and brings back all the Vulcan corpses and everything on them, and start distributing the spoils. Yes, boss. Someone immediately agreed happily and ran out to inform the logistics team. Then, Long Zetian turned his head sideways, glanced at Long Yu, and smiled. Boy, come with us, everyone who sees you has a share, and everyone who sees you has a share. How do you, the Heavenly Dragon Legion, divide things? Long Yu asked. Wouldn't you know if you came here? Long Zetian laughed, then waved his hand, and the dozen or so people around him immediately stood up and followed him to share the things. Long Yu didn't ask any more questions, and followed the others. During this period, the wretched short young man came together with Long Yu and smiled at Long Yu. I heard that you had sex with a foreign god head-on. How did it feel? Face to face? When Long Yu heard this, he suddenly felt bad, and said rather awkwardly, do you also want to try it? In fact, there are many such opportunities. There are many opportunities, but few survive, alas. The wretched short young man sighed, with a melancholy expression on his face. If one day I can really get a corpse of an alien god, maybe I can learn something from it and step into the godlike realm. After hearing this, Long Yu had some thoughts. The Tianlong Legion is undoubtedly a very powerful legion. If it is recruited into the forces of Void Galaxy, wouldn't it make the entire power of Void Galaxy a lot stronger? As for the decision-making power of the Tianlong Legion's whereabouts, of course it is in Long Zetian's hands, but it is certainly impossible for Long Yu to raise this point with him now. Unless Long Zetian admits that he is his father, Long Yu will consider it and tell Long Zetian something about the Void Galaxy. Otherwise, Long Yu has no reason to persuade the other party to join. What's more, in fact, Long Yu does not particularly need the combat power of the Tianlong Legion. After all, the current Void Galaxy is still in a period of stable development and will not encounter anything like the alien race. Battle. It is definitely not possible for a combat legion like the Tianlong Legion to develop stably. Only on the alien battlefield can they maximize their strength. Everyone moved forward, constantly teleporting and walking through the steel fortress building, and soon came to a huge square. In the center of the square, the charred corpses of the Vulcan clan were piled up like a mountain. Around the square, members of the Tianlong Legion continued to gather, lining up in various squads. They were extremely orderly. About 8,000 people had already arrived. The square is extremely wide and can easily accommodate 8,000 people without appearing crowded at all. Many people in the center are sorting the corpses of the Vulcan clan and dispersing the various cultivation resources on them. Soldiers are put together with soldiers, elixirs are put together with elixirs, small world the wreckage is put together with the wreckage of the small world, and so on. The Vulcan clan's combat soldiers and elixirs are useless to the human race and the demon clan, but for the combat soldiers, they can be recast and decomposed into weapon refining materials, and for the elixirs, some special materials can also be decomposed. It is used by humans and demons to refine elixirs suitable for them. As for the wreckage of the small world, this is useful. There may be many cultivation resources in the small world of each great master of the Vulcan clan. These 3,000 great masters of the Vulcan clan have 3,000 small world wreckage, among which many are still well-preserved small worlds. This is definitely a huge wealth. Even if 3,000 people from the Tianlong Legion come to share it, everyone can get a lot of things. The rest are the corpses of the great masters of the Vulcan clan. Among them, the 12-headed 7th-level Master Vulcan clan, and the 88-headed 6th-level Master Vulcan clan. Long Yu took a fancy to it at a glance. It would take longer for these corpses to be transformed into dark creatures, but once successful, Long Yu with the Imperial Guard's frontal combat effectiveness will be enhanced countless times. At this moment of harvest, all the members of the Tianlong Legion looked happy, waiting expectantly for Long Zitian to distribute the spoils. The people from the weaponry refining department will take all the soldiers. All the elixirs, people from the alchemy department come and take them away. If you want the corpses of the great masters of the Vulcan clan, please come to the commander-in-chief and register them. The logistics officer will distribute them to you as appropriate. There are also these small world remnants. According to the team distribution, the Magic Circle department will directly get the small world remnants of the 12-headed 7-stage master and the 88-headed 6-stage master. Listening to Long Zitian's distribution of these things, Long Yu felt that it was quite fair. This time he was able to kill all 3,000 of the Vulcan clan's Great Master army. The trap was undoubtedly the one that made the great contribution. In this case, it is normal for the people in the Magic Formation department to get the best rewards. How many cultivation resources will there be in the small worlds of the 7th level master and the 6th level master? Unimaginable. What's more, there are 12-headed 7th level masters and 88-headed 6th level masters. Long Yu had heard before that there were only about 300 people in the Magic Formation department of the Tianlong Legion, and each of them was highly accomplished in formations. They jointly arranged the Thunder Trap Magic Formation. On average, every 3 people can have a 6-stage or 7-stage master realm of small world wreckage to explore, and what they get is all their own. Such a harvest is enough to make everyone jealous. However, among the Heavenly Dragon Legion, no one else present had any expressions of jealousy, and some only had respect for the Magic Formation department. Obviously, this is what they deserve, and this distribution is completely fair. If the harvest is obtained through the frontal battlefield, then the Magic Circle department will not get any good things. In this regard, it is completely fair within the Tianlong Legion. This actually gave Long Yu an inspiration. In the Void Galaxy, you can also set up an independent Magic Circle department to study Defensive Magic Circle, Trap Magic Circle, and Attack Magic Circle. Now that Old Man Tianhua has joined Void Galaxy, Old Man Tianhua can select the candidates for the Magic Circle department. After selection, Old Man Tianhua will form the Magic Circle department, and the people will be managed by Old Man Tianhua himself. But in this way, Old Man Tianhua manages the Weapon Refining department and the Magic Circle department at the same time. It seems a bit busy. Long Yu thought in his mind, and then shook his head. There was nothing that could be done about it. Among the Void Galaxy forces, no one had the same Magic Circle attainments as Old Man Tianhua. For the time being, they can only plan like this first. In the future, Long Yu may encounter top talents who specialize in magic circles, so he must seize the opportunity to bring the opponent closer to the Void Galaxy forces. Since Long Zitiandu said that Long Yu should participate in the distribution of things, everyone who saw it would have a share, but Long Yu was not polite. He directly stepped forward to register with Long Zitian, saying that he needed some corpses of the great master of the Vulcan clan. The higher the other party's cultivation level, the better, and the more the better. In short, Long Yu meant that as long as it was more than 3 levels, whatever remains of the great master's Vulcan clan corpse can be given to Long Yu. If not, forget it. It was useless for Long Yu to bring the corpses of the Vulcan clan with lower cultivation levels. He now had more than 200 Vulcan clan patrol elites at the 3rd level of Great Master, and he had no time to transform these corpses into darkness. Biology. Therefore, what he registered with Long Zitian was to obtain higher-level Vulcan corpses as much as possible. In terms of quantity, there were no requirements. Come as much as you can. Long Yu doesn't need too much, nor is he short of much. It's better if you can get it, and it doesn't matter if you can't get it. Only with this mentality can you avoid disappointment. After all, to the Tianlong Legion, Long Yu was just an outsider. When distributing the spoils, Long Yu didn't have the right to ask for too much. Just wait for the news. After Long Yu registered, Long Zitian smiled and nodded at him. We have completed the strategic deployment, and it's almost time to go back. After 1 day, your things will be distributed to you, and after 7 days, we will return to the battlefield fortress. Nearby, are you coming with us, or? Don't be in a hurry to make this decision. Now that the Vulcan clan's great master army is settled, maybe it's time to let some people come to see you. Long Yu groaned. My mother, Bei Yuyao, and Senior Bai Yunzong are now in my little world. If they hear the news that you are still alive, they will definitely be very happy, but I don't know if you will. Would you like to meet them? After hearing this, Long Zitian also looked a little confused. Your mother, is this the commander-in-chief's wife as you said? When she was on Tianyu Island in the Nine Nether Realm? Good. Long Yu is now certain that Long Zitian in front of him is his father. It depends on whether the other party admits it or not. Admit it, that's the best. If you don't admit it, Long Yu can't do anything to him. If Long Zitian really has lost his memory, will he remember something when he sees Bei Yuyao, Feng Changge, and Bai Yunzong? Then let me, the commander-in-chief, go meet them. After Long Zitian said this, he waved his hand. Let's go, boy, follow me to my room. The spoils here are almost distributed, and everyone is basically happy. Every member of the entire Tianlong Legion has received the spoils they deserve. On Long Yu's side, those Vulcan clan flesh bodies would still take a day to be distributed, so he was not in a hurry. Since Long Zitian wanted to meet Bei Yuyao and Bai Yunzong, Long Yu would meet with them first, hoping that it would remind Long Zitian of something. Mainly Bei Yuyao, Long Yu has been practicing now, and has no time to accompany her. If Long Zitian remembers what happened in the past, he can naturally take her with him. Long Zitian was alone, turned around and left, leaving the rest of the Tianlong Legion in the square, allowing them to disperse freely. Long Yuza followed Long Zitian and prepared to arrange their meeting. Long Zitian's room was not luxurious. Instead, it had an iron-blooded style. The walls were surrounded by steel, and a chilling atmosphere surrounded the entire room. The room was not big. After Long Yu came in, he saw a simple bed, a simple stone table, and a few simple stone benches. After all, this was the interior of a battle fortress, and there could not be any palace-like enjoyment. Something exists. This place is not suitable for meeting. Let me go to your little world. Long Zitian returned to his room, glanced around, then shook his head and said to Long Yu, you can go in with me. You know, a pure person like me will blush when he sees a woman and his heartbeat will speed up. If I am the only one, I definitely won't be able to say anything. After saying this, Long Yu didn't believe it at all. Long Yu had already seen Long Zitian's shamelessness, but since he wanted to enter Long Yu's small world, it was best, lest Long Yu had to bring other people out, which would not only be troublesome, but also increase the number of other people. Psychological burden on people. Now that Long Zitian took the initiative to visit them, he undoubtedly took care of their mood. Long Yu still felt that this was more appropriate. Then let's go. Long Yu nodded, raised his hand, and the power of the world enveloped Long Zitian and himself, and then urged the two of them to enter Long Yu's small world. The Nine Nether Prison Monument appeared in Long Zitian's room. There was no need to worry about any safety issues. Who would dare to break into the Legion commander's room for no reason? However, just in case, Long Yu still asked Xiaoshu to be on guard outside. If there was any special situation, Long Yu would be able to come out and deal with it immediately. Who do you want to see first? Long Yu asked Long Zitian. Bai Yunzong, the leader of the Tianjin sect you are talking about. Long Zitian said with squinted eyes. When he came to Long Yu's small world, what he saw was an endless void, and not far away was the continent built by the new martial arts world. Since we want to meet other people, we naturally have to meet them one by one. This should have a better effect on restoring memory. Long Yu knew about Bai Yunzong since he left the Feng family and went to Xintian sect, and he heard the first story about his father, Long Zitian, from Bai Yunzong. Bai Yunzong was a little older than Long Zitian, but the two were very good friends. However, Long Zitian was later expelled from the Tang dynasty and was hunted down to the Thunder Pond of Heavenly Prison before he completely disappeared. Now in Long Yu's small world, Bai Yunzong has found his true love and has lived a stable life. In the Baishui Empire, some people's status is superior to others, such as Bai Yunzong, Bai Yuyao, and other people related to Long Yu. Since arriving in Xinwu world, they have all lived in the Northern Snow Empire above the center of Xinwu world. However, although they have privileges, they rarely appear in front of others to exercise their privileges. Due to their relationship with dragon control, they were all considered VIPs in the Baishui Empire. Yu Hanqin gave them some special care, such as the distribution of some free training resources, and so on. However, both Bai Yunzong and Bai Yuyao lived their own lives and paid little attention to other things. Long Yu first took Long Zitian to the top of a barren mountain in the Northern Snow Empire. Bai Yunzong recently lived here with his beloved. In fact, Long Yu also knew the woman next to Bai Yunzong. She was Tang Qin, the former leader of the Hanbing sect in the Tang dynasty. When the seven sects discussed martial arts, only the Hanbing sect stood firmly on the side of the Tianjin sect. It established the friendship between the two sects. Later, Bai Yunzong and Tang Qin developed a good impression of each other, and naturally came together. Now they live outside the wilderness of the Northern Snow Empire, living a leisurely life. The two even have a young son, but still in his infancy, he is far from grown up. Not to mention Bai Yunzong, in fact, even Tang Qin recognized Long Zitian, but Long Zitian may not recognize Tang Qin. After all, when Long Zitian was expelled from the Long family and the Tang dynasty, Tang Qin was only a core disciple in the Ice sect, and there was a huge difference in status between the two parties. At this moment, Bai Yunzong and Tang Qin were resting in the yard, leisurely and contented. Tang Qin was holding her baby in her arms and chatting happily with Bai Yunzong. In the distance, the figures of Long Yu and Long Zitian slowly appeared from the horizon, and then flew towards this direction. They were immediately caught in the eyes of Bai Yunzong and Tang Qin. Who is it? Bai Yunzong followed Tang Qin, obviously a little surprised. No one had ever come to see them since they lived in this place. Except for Bai Yuyao, who came here occasionally, there was no one else. Now, those two figures on the horizon are obviously not Bai Yuyao. Moreover, at first glance, the two figures were heading towards the mountain peak here. Basically, there was no other possibility except to come to Bai Yunzong. Soon, Long Yu and Long Zitian gradually approached the mountain peak. In the eyes of Bai Yunzong and Tang Qin, when they saw their figures, their faces suddenly showed expressions of extreme surprise. Who did I say it was? It turned out to be Long Yuha. He Long Zitian. Did he find his father? Bai Yunzong's face was full of surprise at first, and then he was full of surprises. For him, if there was any regret in this life, it was that the death of his former brother Long Zixing was uncertain. When Long Zitian was expelled from the Tang dynasty, he was unable to stop it. This was the pain of his life. But now, Long Zitian, whom he had always missed, suddenly appeared in front of him. Tang Qin also recognized Long Zitian, stood up with the baby in his arms, looked up at the two figures on the horizon, and a look of surprise appeared on his pretty face. That's not it, isn't that? The dragon is in the sky? Oh my God! Tang Qin couldn't help but exclaimed. She had seen Long Zitian from a distance, and she knew very well that Long Zitian was a legendary hero of the Tang dynasty. Later, she took the entire Hanbing sect and followed Long Yu to the Shenwu world outside Tianyu Island, and found out that Long Zitian was hunted down and trapped in the heavenly prison Thunder Pond. There was no news for such a long time. She never thought that Long Zitian would come back one day. However, she couldn't see how much cultivation Long Zitian had now. After all, Long Zitian's aura was relatively restrained, not to mention that the gap between her and Long Zitian was really too big. Bai Yunzong and Tang Qin stood up and looked far away in the direction where Long Yu and Long Zitian were flying. Long Yu saw Bai Yunzong and Tang Qin from a distance, and began to introduce to Long Zitian, that is Bai Yunzong. When we were in the Tang dynasty, you were the best brothers. Metropolitan. Although the current Bai Yunzong and Tang Qin don't care much about improving their martial arts realm, they still have the cultivation level of the secret realm of the king. Bai Yunzong is in the late king realm, and Tang Qin is in the early king realm. In the current Beishui Empire, this level of cultivation is nothing, but they do not pursue fame and wealth. These levels of cultivation are absolutely enough for self-protection. Even if there is any powerful being who wants to do evil to them, they still have the jade in their hands. The communication jade talisman given by Han Xian can notify the nearby legions of the Northern Snow Empire to come at any time. Boy, you're not doing this right. Long Zitian glanced at Bai Yunzong and Tang Qin, and immediately knocked Long Yu on the back of the head. You know that he is your father's brother, but you don't support him. How come you are now in the secret realm of the king's realm? Since you haven't thought of anything here yet, don't take advantage of me so early. If you want to be my father, you must at least take good care of my mother. Long Yu was troubled by Long Zitian's character, but he still explained, in addition, it's not that I don't want to support Senior Bai Yunzong and Tang Qin, but they stayed here voluntarily. The other people I brought with me are all here now. My experience on the alien battlefield is all about sprinting to dominate the secret realm. Well, that's it. Long Zitian squinted his eyes and looked at Bai Yunxing from a distance, but found that he couldn't remember anything at all. However, there are some things that you may not be able to recall just by seeing them once. Let me go have a chat with him and see if I can remember something. Long Zitian laughed, then accelerated his speed, and soon landed in front of several houses on the mountain peak, striding towards Bai Yunzong. When the two parties met, they didn't need Long Yu's help in introducing them. After all, they both knew who the other party was. However, Long Yu didn't expect that Long Zitian could still chat with Bai Yunzong, despite losing his previous memories, and the two of them entered the house directly, ready to chat. Long Yu could only stay outside with Tang Qin. How old is the baby? 6 months. Congratulations. Long Yu chatted with Tang Qin sentence by sentence, and soon they talked about the current issues of Tianjin sect and Hanbing sect. It turned out that these two sects had taken root in the capital of Beishui Empire. The current sect leaders of these two sects are both unknown to Long Yu and are rising stars in the sect. At that time, Long Yu also thought about bringing Hanbing sect, Xintian sect, and Xu Chan's group of people to the outer world. But when he had this idea, he was already in the outer galaxy in the monster clan's territory. Obviously, it was impossible for them to adapt to life in the outer galaxy. At the very least, their martial arts realm was not enough to complete the outer galaxy. Experience mission, and thus will not be qualified to stay in the outer galaxy. Therefore, Long Yu could only let them stay in their own little world and continue like this. According to the selection system of Long Yu's small world, once a sufficiently talented practitioner appears, the 5 emperors will gather them together so that Long Yu can take them out at his convenience. The I sect and Tianjin sect have no disciples who have reached this level for the time being, so they are still developing themselves in the capital of the Northern Snow Empire. After waiting for a long time, Long Yu didn't even wait for Bai Yunzong and Long Zitian to come out of the house. As the sun set, Tang Qin smiled at Long Yu. I'll go inside and make some food first. I don't know how long they will be chatting. It's better not to stand outside. Long Yu nodded. He followed Tang Qin into the house and found that the decorations in the house were simple and refreshing. Such a life was somewhat enviable. It's a pity that Long Yu is destined not to get used to this peaceful life. When he arrived at the house, he did not disturb Long Zitian and Bai Yunzong, nor did he follow Tang Qin all the way. Instead, he followed Tang Qin's directions to a free room. This room was usually used by the couple for practice, and Long Yu practiced quietly in this place. He has experienced previous battles and understands what he is lacking now, so he wants to take advantage of this time to improve. The aspect he wanted to improve was, of course, the secrets of martial arts and the heart of demonic dust. In the heart of demonic dust, he had previously cultivated to the second level, and the speed of reshaping his body was no longer slow, but he still couldn't keep up with the pace in actual combat. Long Yu had previously fought against the patrolling elites of the Vulcan tribe who were in the third stage of the Great Master Realm. During the desperate hand-to-hand fight, he was almost completely killed by the opponent. At that time, if Long Yu's demonic heart was at a higher level, it would obviously be easier to fight. Anyway, now he has accumulated more than 4 months of heaven and earth spiritual energy. These heaven and earth spiritual energy are definitely enough for him to upgrade the magic dust heart martial arts secret method to at least 3 levels in one breath. As long as there is enough aura of heaven and earth or the power of creation, it is undoubtedly very fast to improve the level of martial arts secrets. Long Yu's small world has long stored enough spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Now that he is in the small world, he can use the power of the world to absorb all the spiritual energy of heaven and earth stored in other places in the small world. Come inside your own body. In the right side of Long Yu's chest, the heart of demonic dust was beating slowly, and the blood vessels on it connected Long Yu's whole body. Once any damage was suffered, it could be recovered immediately. At this moment, Long Yu condensed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth towards Machen's heart, and began to condense the second heart according to the Machen heart cultivation method. After Long Yu's small world was integrated into the source of heaven and earth spiritual energy, the recovery speed of heaven and earth spiritual energy became extremely fast, which not only allowed Long Yu to provide 10 times the heaven and earth spiritual energy to the Bone Clan survivors, but also accumulated an extremely large amount of heaven and earth spiritual energy. If calculated in terms of elixirs, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth accumulated by Long Yu now is at least equivalent to 1,000 ancient level elixirs. 1,000 ancient level pills, what a huge resource is this? This is the biggest difference between cultivators who have small worlds and other cultivators. Once they step into the secret realm of domination and condense the small world, the entire small world is equivalent to an endless supply of elixirs for producing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, saving a lot of resources. A small world can support hundreds of billions of cultivating beings in the Xinwu world. It can be seen that the difference between entering the secret realm of domination or not is really huge. Long Yu now has so much aura of heaven and earth, and he is thinking, should he go and see the remaining members of the Bone Clan? Maybe Ding Jingwu Feng now wants to give more jade slips of endless martial arts skills in exchange for the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. In any case, improving the heart of demon dust is what Long Yu needs to do first now. He condensed all the spiritual energy from heaven and earth towards the heart of demon Chen in an endless stream, constantly increasing the strength of the heart of demon Chen. If this trend continues, it will not take a few hours to raise the level of this martial arts secret. A full day and night passed. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth that Long Yu had accumulated for so many months was quickly condensed into the heart of Demon Chen, and he directly raised the martial arts secret technique of the heart of Demon Chen to the 5th level. It is indeed much more difficult to improve the demonic heart than to upgrade the pure world body and balance control. It seems that it will take 2 months of heaven and earth spiritual energy to upgrade the demonic heart to the 6th level. Long Yu was quite emotional. Now the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is still sufficient. As long as the heart of the devil dust is raised to the 6th level, he will have no use for the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. At that time, he will pour more spiritual energy of heaven and earth into Xinwu world to make Xinwu the hundreds of billions of cultivating beings in the world are cultivating faster. After all, it is almost time to create more talents for Void Galaxy. Without the source of heavenly spirit to increase the birth rate of heavenly and earthly spiritual energy 10 times in Long Yu's small world, it would be too difficult to do this. But now, Long Yu has easily upgraded the demonic heart to the 5th level. It can be said that in Long Yu's small world now, the recovery speed of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is not inferior to that of some 3rd-level masters. Days and nights passed without anyone bothering him. When he consumed all the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in his body, he paid a little attention to his surroundings and found that Bai Yunzong and Long Zitian were having a drink in the yard outside the house, while Tang Qin was pouring wine aside. From the looks of them, they seemed to be chatting quite speculatively. I don't know. Can we let him get some memories back? Long Yu thought in his heart, but did not disturb the other party. Instead, with a thought, he disappeared from the house. Since Long Zitian and Bai Yunzong haven't finished talking about things yet, he has to do some other things first, such as going to meet with the remaining members of the Bone Clan, Prison Wufang. The current Bone Clan survivors have received 10 times the resource supply of heaven and earth spiritual energy for 1 month, and their lives are naturally much more nourishing. Many of the Bone Clan survivors' juniors are able to gradually improve their martial arts realm, allowing the entire Bone Clan to the 300,000 living beings of the surviving family have a motivation to work hard. When Long Yu appeared in front of Ju Wufang again, Ju Wufang was obviously waiting for Long Yu. Seeing Long Yu, Jia Wufang immediately came forward, but saw that Long Yu didn't have the Void Nether Dragon blade with him. He couldn't help but feel a little distressed. This way the two sides couldn't communicate. But Long Yu smiled and raised his hand to release the ancient dragon skeleton tower. Now he and the Dragon Bone's ancient pagoda have reached the unparalleled level, and their thoughts are connected. As a soldier's consciousness, the Dragon Bone's ancient pagoda can fully receive the divine thoughts of hell. In other words, as long as you have unparalleled warriors, humans or demon cultivators, you can communicate with foreign races. Just tell me if you have anything. Long Yu passed through the ancient dragon skeleton tower and spoke directly to the prisoner Wufang. Jun Wufang's spiritual thoughts were soon transmitted into Long Yu's mind through the ancient dragon bone pagoda. Sir, in the past few days, the lives of our Bone Clan survivors have been much better than before. Thank you for your generosity, sir. That's what you got for yourself. The relationship between us is just an equal transaction. Long Yu smiled and replied, I have said before that as long as you provide a jade slip with endless martial arts skills, I can increase the spiritual energy of heaven and earth tenfold for you for a month. Sir, since it is a transaction, it should be fair, at least relatively fair. Ji Wufang sorted out his words, and then sent a spiritual message to Long Yu. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth is a resource that can be continuously restored to adults, but for us, endless level martial arts are lost. Month-to-month transactions are really a huge disadvantage to us, the surviving members of the Bone Clan. So what do you want? Long Yu narrowed his eyes and asked. A jade slip with endless level martial arts can be exchanged for 3 times the spiritual energy resources of heaven and earth, and it is permanent. Yu Wufang put forward his request straightforwardly. He was not afraid of Long Yu's anger. Anyway, for the time being, they had the jade slips with endless martial arts skills in hand, so they could still protect their lives. Now, what they need is to negotiate with Long Yu. 3 times the permanent spiritual energy of heaven and earth, this is not a good deal for me. If it is such a deal, I would rather not have that endless martial arts. Long Yu chuckled, but did not agree to the other party's trading conditions, and did not even think about bargaining. Giving 10 times the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to the Bone Clan survivors is equivalent to Long Yu consuming 10% of the spiritual energy production of heaven and earth here. Now, he consumes the most in Xinwu world, needing to consume 20% of the heaven and earth spiritual energy produced, and he also plans to increase the investment of heaven and earth spiritual energy resources in Xinwu world. There is no doubt that compared with the endless level martial arts, the release of heaven and earth spiritual energy in the new world of martial arts is more important. After all, the two moves that Long Yu has obtained from the endless level martial arts have not yet reached the transformation state. Well, how about 2.5 times? Jia Wufang thought about it for a while, and then proposed again. We, the Bone Clan, have had strong men who dominated the secret realm in the past, and we also know the natural recovery amount of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, so we will provide us with 3 to 5 times the supply of spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It shouldn't have a big impact on adults. If Long Yu hadn't obtained the source of heavenly spirit, the supply of so much spiritual energy from heaven and earth would have had a considerable impact. However, now that he had the source of heavenly spirit, he really wouldn't feel anything if it was 3 to 5 times the source. However, Long Yu cannot give the opponent the illusion that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is cheap. Twice, this is the maximum I can accept, and I only accept 3 transactions, 3 endless level jade slips, for 6 times the permanent spiritual energy of heaven and earth. In this case, I can still consider it. Long Yu directly stated his bottom line. After hearing Long Yu's conditions, Yu Wufang began to think about it. 6 times the amount of heaven and earth spiritual energy will obviously give the Bone Clan survivors a lot of development opportunities, at least allowing most of them to grow up smoothly. As long as the members of the Bone Clan survivors successfully grow to adulthood, they will basically have the cultivation level of a 2-star emperor to a 3-star emperor, and what they need for their growth is enough aura of heaven and earth. As for the higher levels, you need more than just the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Unless you get some creative things, you can only rely on your own efforts and luck. If you have an epiphany, it is possible to advance to that level. But the difficulty of epiphany is too high. This situation is too rare. In the past, when they were at the Galaxy Ancient Ruins, no one in their entire Bone tribe could achieve epiphany. At that time, they could occasionally find 1 or 2 created objects, and then let the top geniuses in the clan improve their martial arts realm, such as Jing Wufang, who is now at the level of a 5-star emperor. After coming to Long Yu's small world, Jia Wufang also broke out and improved his cultivation level a little. From this point of view, Jia Wufang's martial arts talent is indeed very strong. If there are enough training resources, Jing Wufang may not be worse than Yu Fei, Lu Shuang, Yu Feng and others. After all, Jing Wufang can be regarded as the most talented person among the Bone Clan survivors. Although there are only 300,000 remaining members of the Bone Clan, in fact, there are still many geniuses among them. When the Bone Clan was destroyed, those who were eligible to be protected and passed down were all the best in the clan. Bloodline. Now among the remaining members of the Bone Clan, every ordinary member's martial arts talent is definitely among the best among the human race and the demon race, at least reaching the level of Heidao and Yiziwei. Because of this, Long Yu must keep a close eye on these guys, otherwise if he accidentally fails to restrain them, it is very likely to cause great trouble to the humans and monsters. Thinking of this, Long Yu felt quite sorry. People who are not from my race must have different minds. Otherwise, he still wants to absorb these 300,000 bone races into the Void Galaxy force. If they are cultivated, the overall combat effectiveness of these 300,000 bone races can even be as high as more than 100 times that of the Tianlong Legion. It's a pity that the current Long Yu cannot control such a powerful force. If the opponent has power, it will definitely pose a threat to the Void Galaxy. If something unexpected happens, Long Yu can't afford the loss, so at least at this stage, he can't put this plan into practice. Jing Wufang thought about it for a moment, and it was quite difficult to make a decision. Fortunately, the entire Bone Clan remnant was now under the control of Jing Wufang, so he only needed to make the decision. If there are more decision-makers, it becomes harder to make a decision. Long Yu is not in a hurry. He is carefully observing the 300,000 members of the Bone Clan survivors. Most of the Bone Clan survivors are mortal bone fighters, with more than 100 bones. This part of the Bone Clan members account for 99% of the 300,000 Bone Clan survivors. Only the remaining 1%, which is almost 3,000, are the same Bone Clan royal family as Yu Wufang. The Bone Clan royal family recorded in the history books has a body composed of 460 bones, but now the Bone Clan royal family among the Bone Clan survivors has more than 460 bones for each individual. Among them, Jing Wufang has 578 bones. He is considered one of the strongest among the remaining members of the Bone Clan. Besides him, there are 3 other strong men, each with 700 bones. Above. Long Yu now roughly knows why each of them has a different number of bones from the number recorded in the history books. In the history books, the number of bones of the Bone Clan mortal bone fighters, the Bone Clan royal family, and the Bone Clan royal family is fixed, 103, 460, and 3,600. But now, their number is much higher than recorded in this history book. This is because of crossbreeding. In the past, the Bone Clan's social hierarchy was very strict, and it was absolutely impossible for any bone fighter to give birth to offspring with the Bone Clan's royal family. However, after the Bone Clan suffered a devastating blow, in order to preserve the continuation of the Bone Clan, the Bone Fighters, the Bone Clan royal family, and the Bone Clan royal family began to engage in behavior similar to intermarriage. As a result, Bone Clan survivors with different numbers of bones were born. Among the 300,000 Bone Clan survivors currently led by Jing Wufang, although Jing Wufang does not have the largest number of bones, he is the one with the purest bloodline of the Bone Clan royal family. As the level of martial arts improves, the number of bones in its body can also increase. This is because of its bloodline. But like the 3 geniuses from the Bone Clan who now have more than 700 bones, their bloodline is not very pure. As the level of martial arts improves, the number of bones increases only in a limited way. Roughly speaking, as long as he steps into the secret realm of domination, the prisoner can easily surpass them and become the true strongest of the Bone Clan. Of course, now, the 3 remaining geniuses of the Bone Clan with more than 700 skeletons are all only at the level of 3-star Emperor or 4-star Emperor. Compared with Yu Wufang, their strength is still far behind. Now Long Yu knows a lot more about the Bone Clan than before. After all, the other party has been in his small world for such a long time. There are some things that Long Yu has been secretly paying attention to. Of course, Long Yu knew everything about the things in his own little world. He has also been thinking of ways to truly use these Bone Clan survivors for his own use. Unfortunately, he has never thought of a better way. It always carries great risks, which makes him unable to make up his mind. In this case, let them continue to stay in the small world for now. When Long Yu comes up with a solution, he will deal with them again. Before that, they were able to dig out the endless level martial arts jade slips they had in their hands, which were very useful to the Dragon Control and Void Galaxy forces. Just the 2 moves that Long Yu now has, the Crazy Fighting Celestial Body and the Unbounded Grip, have enhanced Long Yu's very high combat effectiveness, and even the Crazy Fighting Celestial Body has become his greatest asset in transcending extreme battles. Long Yu was thinking about the problem, and of course Yu Wufang was also thinking about it. After about half an hour, Ji Wufang finally figured it out, and sent out a spiritual thought to Long Yu. In that case, let's do what the Lord said, and permanently pour 6 times the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in exchange for 3 endless pieces. Super Martial Arts Jade Slip. As usual, we will select this Martial Arts Jade Slip. Okay, then it's settled. Long Yu narrowed his eyes and expressed his agreement. In fact, for Long Yu, who has the source of the heavenly spirit, it is not too difficult to provide 6 times the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to the 300,000 Bone Clan survivors, and the impact is not very big. But the 3 jade slips with endless level martial arts still have a lot of effect on Long Yu. In terms of value, Long Yu definitely took advantage of it. If this condition was placed in the outside world, I don't know how many people would want to fight for it. Unfortunately, Long Yu couldn't let the Bone Clan survivors go outside. Therefore, only Long Yu can take advantage of this advantage. The reason why Long Yu didn't want to trade more was because he wanted to take his time. After all, the endless level martial arts jade slip was not a cabbage, and Long Yu didn't want to squeeze too many of the Bone Clan survivors at once. The fewer the endless level martial arts jade slips the opponent possesses, the easier it is for something to happen. Long Yu is still very aware of this. After all, the other party has to provide Long Yu with an endless level martial arts jade slip every year. If the number of jade slips is too small, they will definitely panic and want to find a way out. They might cause some trouble to Long Yu at some point. This is not good. Therefore, the transaction of 3 endless level martial arts jade slips should be within the tolerance of the other party and can meet Long Yu's current needs. This transaction is still feasible. After the 2 parties reach a deal, the next step is naturally the delivery process. The 3 jade slips with endless level martial arts skills had been prepared by Yu Wufeng for a long time, and now they were handed over directly to Long Yu Lai, and Long Yu also raised his hand to activate the power of the world, gathering the spiritual energy of heaven and earth here. 6 times the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was put in place quickly, and Long Yu did not make any ink with the other party. After the transaction was completed, he left here directly with the jade slip of endless level martial arts. Next, there was a cheer from the Bone Clan survivors. Since they were injected with 10 times the spiritual energy of heaven and earth a few months ago, they have lived a good life, which they all miss. Now we will permanently release 6 times the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to let them know that the days to come will be better and better. Although he is still imprisoned in Long Yu's small world, at least no accidents have happened in this place, and it is relatively safe and stable. If they leave this small world, this group of bone race survivors will be in real danger. They will be surrounded by alien races everywhere and no one can protect them. Now, there are dragon guards who can protect their existence and allow them to survive at least. With a flash of his body, Long Yu was enveloped by the power of the world and returned to the Xinwu world. Behind Bai Yunzong and Tang Qin's home, he reappeared in the training room. At this time, Bai Yunzong and Long Zitian were still having a pleasant exchange. There were constant laughter in the yard outside, and Tang Qin also joined in the chat. Long Yu didn't care what they were talking about. Anyway, he just wanted to know the result. If Long Zitian couldn't retrieve his memory, then everything would be in vain. In contrast, he was more concerned about the 3 endless level martial arts jade slips he got and which martial arts they were. After all, this was something closely related to him. 2 monster martial arts books and 1 universal martial arts book. Long Yu took one look and felt a little disappointed. Including the general martial arts book, these 3 martial arts books were of no use to him. There are 2 demon clan martial arts, one for attack and one for defense. It is good for Hong Ying and others, but it is useless for Long Yu. He is not a demon clan and cannot practice the racial martial arts of the demon clan. As for the universal martial arts, it is a physical martial skill. Long Yu does not need it very much at this stage. After all, he has the Void Dragon Blade, which can teleport over long distances. As for short distances, he now also has the physical skills of the Mad Warriors. However, these 3 martial arts are of little use to Long Yu, but they are very useful to other people in the Void Galaxy. First of all, one of the Demon Clan martial arts is a control martial skill, common to the Demon Clan. If it is given to Hong Ying to practice, and combined with Long Yu's boundless grasp, it can definitely make the enemy. There is also an attack martial skill that is applicable to the ice-attributed divine writings. As an endless level high-grade martial arts, its attack strength will definitely not disappoint, and the moves with the ice-attributed divine writings generally have some control effects. There are not many demon cultivators with ice attributes in the Void Galaxy. Long Yu thought in his mind, but instead thought of the pair of new students who were just like him when he was in the seminary, namely Tian Qingxue, a girl from the Twin Demon clan. In the seminary, the number of demon cultivators and human beings is about the same, half and half. Among the people who participated in the auction of Long Yu's ice essence, it seems that only Tian Qingxue belongs to the demon cultivator. This ice attribute demon attack martial skill can be sold at the right time. In this way, there will be no rubbings left on Long Yu's body, because the martial arts jade slips can only be copied and created after the practitioner has practiced them to a certain level. Selling it now is equivalent to completely selling it, which is a pity. Long Yu thought for a while, maybe it would be better to find someone in the Void Galaxy to practice this martial skill first, and then sell it. There are still just over 2 months until the new batch of divine wine is put on the shelves in the seminary. During this period, Long Yu himself is afraid that he will not get enough battlefield legion points. Therefore, selling an endless level high-grade martial skill can be regarded as a means. Anyway, for Long Yu himself, it will definitely make a lot of money. Just as he was thinking this, Long Zitian outside the house suddenly ran in. "Boy, it's time for us to leave." There were some accidents outside. Long Zitian's face became a little solemn and he called Long Yu. Long Yu didn't ask what happened. Anyway, he would know as soon as he left here. However, the Void Dragon Blade didn't react at all. It seemed that Long Zitian and the members of the Tianlong Legion had other special communication methods. It seemed that Long Zitian had already said goodbye to Bai Yunzong. Long Yu just waved to Bai Yunzong and Tang Qin, then wrapped Long Zitian with the power of the world and headed back out of the small world together. The scene in front of them changed, and soon Long Yu and Long Zitian returned to Long Zitian's room. "Xiao Su, is there no problem?" Long Yu directly made a gesture towards Xiao Su. The nether dragon blade of the void flew to Long Yu's side, and a spiritual message came from him. "It seems like something happened outside, but it shouldn't be a big problem. It's not a dangerous thing, but there seems to be some trouble." Long Yu nodded, and then asked Long Zitian, "How is it? Did you recall any memories?" "No, Bai Yunzong told me a lot of things from the past, but unfortunately I can't remember them at all. We'll talk about this later. There are compatriots outside who need to be rescued," Long Zitian said as he prepared to run out. Naturally, Long Yu followed directly. After all, they are still deep in the alien battlefield. It is normal to encounter some unexpected things, but they don't know what happened. Soon, Long Yu followed Long Zitian to the previous command center area. Then he looked outside the screen and saw a familiar team, which was being surrounded and attacked by a large group of Vulcan legions. That familiar team happens to be the Dominator Legion that Long Yu just rescued from the Vulcan clan's encirclement. There are probably more than 5,000 people left. It seems that in just a short period of time, nearly 1,000 people were besieged and killed by the Vulcan Legion. What's going on with this Dominator Legion? It's always being besieged by the Vulcan Legion? Long Yu was covered in cold sweat. Isn't this Dominator's luck too bad? I had just been rescued from the encirclement by him, and not long after, I was surrounded again. What luck? Or is it that the Dominator Legion is being targeted by people from the Vulcan clan? Only this one is more likely. As for things like traitors, they still won't appear in wars with foreign races, because the racial differences are really too big. Now, it depends on what the Tianlong Legion can do. Rescue is definitely necessary. The key is how to save? Directly from the front? Anyway, the current matter has nothing to do with Long Yu, he just needs to watch here. Collect some information and see what the overall strength of the Vulcan Legion is. Long Zi Chen quickly issued orders one after another. The most important thing was intelligence collection. Only by knowing oneself and the enemy can one be victorious in every battle. The Tianlong Legion can have such a prestigious reputation, which is inseparable from its powerful intelligence collection ability. In the Tianlong Legion, the intelligence team immediately started taking action. Of course, Long Yu couldn't see the actions of this group of people. He only knew that after a while, Long Zaitan got most of the information he wanted to know. Now, the steel fortress where Long Yu is hiding is also completely hidden in the nearby void. The besieged human race Dominator Legion and the Vulcan Legion surrounding this legion do not know that there is such a steel building next to it. The Tianlong Legion has enough time to choose how to rescue the human race's dominant legion while ensuring their own safety. This legion of Vulcan clan's dominators consists of 4 7th-stage Great Masters, 6 6th-stage Great Masters, 24 5th-stage Great Masters, and the rest are all 4th-stage Great Masters and below. There are 8,000 people in total, 7 of them thousands, and 500 people have not reached the level of a Great Master. They are just a standard Vulcan clan master army. Long Zaitan announced the news obtained by the intelligence team, and then showed a smile on his face. In this case, our Tianlong Legion's tough battle is coming again. Each combat team is ready to take action and carry out sneak attacks separately. Strive to kill them as quickly as possible, those Vulcan Legion commanders and Deputy Legion commanders. The beheading operation begins. It can be seen that this is definitely not the first time that the Tianlong Legion has done something like this. Having an invisible steel fortress is definitely handy for sneak attacks. I don't know how you got this steel fortress. Anyway, it has something to do with Long Zaitan. The role of this steel fortress on the alien battlefield is definitely comparable to those of the official battlefield fortresses of the human race, or even worse. After all, the invisible steel fortress can be used in many places and produce miraculous effects. Long Yu only needs to watch the show. In the void ahead, the Vulcan clan's Overlord Legion was sure of victory, and they continued to attack the surrounded human clan Overlord Legion. Both sides were going back and forth, and the flame-attributed divine inscriptions almost filled the entire place. Every moment, lives are lost in war. Although he was far away, Long Yu could also feel the chilling atmosphere in the battlefield. Every member of the human dominance army exerted all their strength to stop the Vulcan clan's attack. However, with their defense alone, it was really difficult to completely resist the Vulcan clan's offensive, as countless flames came from all directions. Among the human dominator legions, the legion commanders of the 7th-stage Great Dominators all joined the battle and kept sprinting in different directions. Every time they sprinted, they could blast several Vulcan dominators with their tyrannical power of Mad War divine power. However, after blasting a few heads, the Vulcan tribe of 4 or 5 levels of Great Masters immediately joined forces to attack him. Under the joint efforts of the other side, the human army commander had to retreat, and then chose other directions to try to break out. However, the Vulcan clan's encirclement is extremely tight. In every direction, there are some team captains and captains who are in the 4th or 5th level of the Great Master realm to intercept them. Even the commander of the human army cannot break through directly. Moreover, as soon as the leader of the human race and other strong men of the human race showed signs of breaking out, the 7th-stage masters of the Vulcan army would immediately take action. This is a completely airtight cage, enveloping the entire human legion with no chance of escape. And the people from the Tianlong Legion arrived at this time. In the Tianlong Legion, there are several teams that are responsible for beheading operations. Although there are not very strong people in these teams, the strongest is the level of the 5th level master, but together they can kill the Vulcan clan, who is the 7th level master. Strong. Long Yu observed the scene carefully, and soon, he finally saw the team involved in the beheading operation. When Long Yu saw this team, of course the Vulcan clan's dominant legion also saw it, but it was too late for them to react. In the Tianlong Legion, each member of these decapitation teams possesses a divine item from the beginning. And everyone has awakened the Taichu divine grade to the 6th level or above. In other words, the actual combat effectiveness of each person in these teams is comparable to that of the Red Warbler. Each beheading team has 7 to 12 people. The smaller one is responsible for the leader of the Vulcan tribe, who is the 6th level master, and the larger one is the leader of the Vulcan tribe, who is responsible for the 7th level master. They divide the work and cooperate, and each team has responsibilities. Extremely clear. In total, there are 20 beheading teams, with a total of about 200 people. There is no doubt that these 200 people are the elite team within the Tianlong Legion. Many strategic tasks can be completed by relying on them. For example, the current beheading operation. To deal with the 8,000-sized Vulcan clan's dominant army, head-on conflict is definitely not a good choice. Even if they can win, the Tianlong Legion itself will suffer a lot. And by carrying out the beheading operation first, you can avoid large-scale casualties on your own side. It can be said that the 20 teams involved in the beheading operation are the vanguard and the absolute main force of the Tianlong Legion's battle with other alien legions. Basically, half of the powerful men in the Tianlong Legion were concentrated in these beheading teams. As soon as the decapitation team of the Tianlong Legion came out, the entire situation on the battlefield was completely different. When the 7th level masters and 6th level masters in the Vulcan Legion were entangled, the powerful masters of the Human Race Legion, who were originally surrounded, also began to break out one after another. Under attack from both inside and outside, the dominant army of the Vulcan clan suddenly became chaotic. This beheading team is very good. Long Yu's eyes lit up when he saw it. It seems that this kind of team that specifically targets the opponent's high combat effectiveness should be formed among the Void Galaxy forces. In the Battlefield Legion, this kind of team seems to be able to create a lot of value, much higher than the value generated by letting these high combat powerhouses be separated to lead other teams. In Long Yu's eyes, many beheading teams had just taken action and had already dragged down the high combat powerhouses of the Vulcan clan and completely suppressed them. Even if other ordinary warriors from the Vulcan tribe came to harass them, they could not rescue their squad leader. Each member of the beheading operation possesses the Taichu divine art that has been awakened to the 6th level or above, and each has also practiced a unified martial arts secret method. The effect of this martial arts secret method seems to be able to enhance the power of the Taichu divine art. This is the unified configuration of the beheading team in the Tianlong Legion. The martial arts secrets combined with the Taichu divine grade give them unparalleled attack capabilities. They have a powerful effect when dealing with enemies with high combat effectiveness unexpectedly. In almost just one encounter, 2 6th level masters of the Vulcan clan were killed directly, and their bodies were directly collected by the beheading team to prevent them from being lost in the chaos. There are still a lot of good things in the corpses and wreckage of the small world of the Vulcan clan who are in the realm of the 6th stage of great domination, but they cannot be wasted, and it is also related to the issue of more convenient distribution after the war. Only a quarter of an hour later, Long Yu discovered that the beheading teams had almost killed his opponents. Among the Vulcan clan's masters, the 7th level master and the 6th level master were left with only the strongest general commander. There were 24 members of the beheading operation to deal with this general commander, but they could not kill him for a while. After all, the combat effectiveness of the two sides was still too different. But at this time, the Legion Commander and Deputy Legion Commander of the surrounded Human Domination Legion finally broke out of the encirclement and came straight towards this direction for support. The 3 chief and deputy commanders of the human race Dominator Legion were all 7th-level masters. As soon as they joined the battlefield, they directly suppressed the opponent's commander-in-chief. In cooperation with the 24 members of the beheading operation, they immediately with lightning speed, the opponent was seriously injured. The other Vulcan cultivators around the Vulcan army commander are of no help at all. In this level of battle, only the strong can affect the battlefield. The commander of the Vulcan clan's army turned into flames. He actually achieved nirvana once and recovered from serious injuries all over his body. However, he didn't dare to fight anymore and immediately turned around to activate the space gods to escape. It knows very well that since these decapitation teams suddenly appeared nearby, there must be other strong men hiding. If they don't leave now, it will be too late and their lives will be lost here. However, it was too late to run away now. Interception Team. Long Zetian issued an order in the central command area of the Steel Fortress, and immediately another branch of the Tianlong Legion took action. This interception team is small in number, only 7 people, but each of them has a strong method, which is space interception. The means they have are similar to the sky domain displayed by the Dragon Royal Dragon Skeleton Ancient Tower. They can block all the space sacred texts in the area and no one can use them, thereby intercepting the enemy and preventing them from escaping. The surrounding space was completely sealed almost immediately. No one could use the space divine inscriptions in it, including the commander of the 7th-level master of the Vulcan clan. The general commander of the Vulcan clan immediately issued an order to have all members of the Vulcan clan's dominant army self-destruct. The reason why I knew this order was because many Vulcans in the field began to self-destruct. They probably saw that they could no longer escape and were desperate to drag a group of people to hell. Unfortunately, Long Zetian had already anticipated this situation. In many cases, when there is no hope, self-destruction is a common method used by the Vulcan clan. How could Long Zetian not be on guard against this opponent's move? The wretched little young man stood up at this moment, and in a flash, he left the steel fortress and went to the center of the battlefield ahead. Then he raised his hands, and a burst of magical and strange power instantly spread across the entire place. Bound of silence. This magical and strange power instantly filled the entire field, and then caused some strange changes to all the forces in the field. Everyone in the battlefield felt that the power in their bodies seemed to have suddenly become silent, let alone self-destruction. Even if you want to use some powerful methods, you can't do it at all. Silence Barrier, First Grade Divine Formation. When this trick came out, Long Yu's eyes lit up. It was indeed a first-grade divine formation, the legendary bridge to the godlike realm. This trick was really powerful. As soon as the silence barrier came out, the place almost fell silent. No one could use too much power, and all the power in their bodies fell silent. The battlefield that was originally in full swing suddenly became deserted. Get ready, take action. Following Long Zetian's order, the large force of the Tianlong Legion finally set off at this time. Almost in an instant, they arrived on the battlefield and mixed with the surrounding Vulcan warriors. The reason why they airborne like this is because of the silent barrier. With the silent barrier covering the whole place, no one can use any powerful means. The soldiers of the Tianlong Legion are airborne and have no fear of being killed directly by the 8,000 warriors of the Vulcan clan. Immediately afterwards, the silence barrier began to change. The silence barrier in the entire battlefield was directly divided into 9 parts, and the silence barrier in each part began to undergo different changes. This kind of change has been practiced countless times by the Tianlong Legion before. When a certain part of the silence barrier weakens or even fails, the members of the Heavenly Dragon Legion in that area immediately launch a fatal offensive against the Vulcan clan around them. The warriors of the Vulcan clan don't know when the silent barrier will weaken or strengthen. Often, after hundreds of them have been killed by a wave of attacks, just when they are about to fight back, the silent barrier here will be strengthened again. The power within their bodies is completely suppressed. The silence barriers in the 9 areas are constantly changing, weakening, and strengthening without any rules. During such changes, the number of the Vulcan clan's dominant legion decreased sharply, and hundreds of Vulcan clan members died at the hands of the Heavenly Dragon Legion warriors every moment. This scene made Long Yu gasp in awe. As expected of the Heavenly Dragon Legion, no wonder it is invincible on the alien battlefield. The magical and strange effects of the first-grade divine formation of Silent Barrier, coupled with their daily practice of this tactic, they have already become proficient in it. If it is used now, it will undoubtedly have a miraculous effect. Relying on the Silent Barrier to create a time difference, the 9 battlefield areas kept changing. Every time the changes started, the members of the Tianlong Legion knew it clearly and directly used their methods to kill the Vulcan clan. However, the Vulcan clan was slow to react and was only killed for the massacre. And because the silence barrier changes without any rules, only the Heavenly Dragon Legion soldiers who have practiced in advance can take action as quickly and accurately as possible. No matter how fast the Vulcan clan reacts, it must be half a beat slower. In a battle of this level, being slower than a blink of an eye means the loss of life. After just 1 stick of incense, less than half of the 8,000 Vulcan clan masters in the field were left. Among them, all the 7th stage Great Masters and the 6th stage Great Masters in the Vulcan clan legion were killed, and not a single one was killed. Can survive. Without a leader, the Vulcan clan's dominant army became increasingly chaotic and its losses increased. Gradually, the effect of the silence barrier is no longer needed. The situation on the field has become completely one-sided. The Vulcan clan's understanding of the power of the Flame Divine text is very profound, but it has no effect at this moment. At this point in the battle, there is no longer any suspense. The number of Vulcan lords continues to decrease, 4,000, 3,000, 2,000, 1,000. The remaining Vulcan tribe will choose to self-destruct sporadically. Once the silent barrier weakens, they will immediately self-destruct. They still caused some losses to the Tianlong Legion and the Human Race Dominator Legion, but the losses were not large. Because, when the Tianlong Legion was cleaning up the Vulcan Clan Dominator Legion, they gave priority to cleaning up the Great Masters among them. The remaining ordinary Vulcan clan masters in the secret realm would not cause spacetime turbulence if they self-destructed, and they did not have any particularly great power. If the big master explodes himself, the situation will be different, so this situation must be stopped in advance. Obviously, the Tianlong Legion has very rich experience in fighting. After the whole battle, although some people were seriously injured or even died due to a moment of negligence, the number was not large. All added up, probably less than 10 people died, and only a few dozen people were seriously injured. Added up, these people were all caused by the self-destruction of the Vulcan clan, otherwise they would have been unharmed. However, in war, it is normal for people to die. Even elite legions like the Tianlong Legion will inevitably lose their numbers in a battle. Unless it is the kind of battle that relies entirely on setting an ambush, but that situation is too rare. In many cases, in frontal battles, it is already very remarkable to be able to achieve the battle-loss ratio of the Tianlong Legion in this battle. It can even be said that such a record, if compared to any other human domination legion, would be enough for the Legion commander to brag about for a lifetime. But on the side of the Tianlong Legion, it was just a very ordinary battle of annihilation under the command of Long Zai. These are the elites among the human battlefield legions. Only with first-class corps commanders, first-class battle plans, first-class executors, and first-class combat effectiveness can a first-class battlefield corps be formed. At this point in the war, there was no longer any suspense. The Heavenly Dragon Legion defeated the dominant legion of the Vulcan clan with an overwhelming advantage. For the human legion surrounded by the Vulcan Legion, this is the second time they have been rescued in recent times. They don't know why they are so unlucky and always besieged by the Vulcan Legion? If the Tianlong Legion hadn't happened to be nearby this time, I'm afraid their losses would have been extremely serious, and it was even possible that the entire Dominion Legion would have been wiped out. Now that the battle is won, the next most important thing is to clean up the battlefield. Regarding the cleanup of the battlefield, the Human Domination Legion did not make any demands, but gave up the cleanup rights to the Tianlong Legion. After all, the Tianlong Legion saved more than 5,000 of their entire legion, so they naturally wanted to give the Tianlong Legion some thanks. The resources of the Vulcan clan's dominant legion belong to the Tianlong Legion. This can be regarded as a common practice between legions on the alien battlefield. Long Zetian quickly sent a logistics team out to collect the corpses and training resources of many powerful men from the Vulcan Legion. Long Yu was thinking that in order to prevent the Human Legion from being surrounded again, maybe the other party could follow the Tianlong Legion to act together, or be led into the Steel Fortress. It's a pity that Long Zetian has no such plan. Perhaps, except for the people from the Tianlong Legion, few people are qualified to enter the Steel Fortress. At least, any human domination of the Legion, Long Zetian would not let him in. This is one of the reasons why the Heavenly Dragon Legion seems quite mysterious to the outside world. What they harvested again was obviously less than what they harvested the first time, but it was still a great harvest, making the entire Tianlong Legion members beaming with joy. Long Zetian distributed things again. This time he also asked Long Yu to ask for something, but Long Yu did not make any request. He had been allocated a trophy for free before, which could be said to be Long Zetian's courtesy to the guests, but if he accepted it again now, it would be a bit too much. Anyway, Long Yu didn't lack such a thing, and he was too lazy to owe Long Zetian some favors. Even if the other party admits that he is his father, Long Yu will not rely on him. What's more, Long Zetian is still in a state of amnesia, and the relationship between the two is still in an uncertain state. The normal rescue war ended in just 3 hours. The entire Vulcan clan's dominant army was completely wiped out, and this place was not particularly far from the outer galaxy of the human race. In other words, it is relatively close to the home range of the human race, and it will not be so easy for other strong Vulcan tribes to appear. The next part of the journey should be said to be a smooth journey, but for Long Yu, the next period of time is the most critical step of the trip. Because, next, Long Yu will take Long Zetian to meet his mother Bai Yuyao. Compared to Bai Yunzong, Bai Yuyao obviously cares a lot more about Long Zetian. For Bai Yunzong, even if Long Zetian does not appear, his life has been fixed and will continue along this trajectory. But this is not the case for Bai Yuyao. What choice Long Zetian makes will obviously determine the future direction of Bai Yuyao's life. For Bai Yuyao, the two most important people in her life are undoubtedly Long Zetian and Long Yu. Are you going to see the wife you mentioned? It's not that there's a rush, it's that the spoils you allocated last time have been decided. In the room, Long Zetian smiled at Long Yu, then took out a storage ring and handed it to Long Yu. Long Yu took the storage ring and took a look, and saw 3 Vulcan corpses in the 5th stage of the Great Master Realm. After all, he only watched that battle, and the Tianlong Legion distributed the corpses of the Vulcan clan in the 5th stage of the Great Master Realm to him. It's already pretty good. Although he did not get the body of the 7th or 6th stage Vulcan clan master, Long Yu was already satisfied. After all, he got this for nothing, and he was already very embarrassed if he accepted it, so what qualifications did he have to ask for anything else? There were not many corpses of the 7th or 6th stage Vulcan clan masters, and there were also many people in demand among the entire Tianlong Legion, including the wretched short young man who had cast the silence barrier. Long Yu still doesn't know the guy's name, but thinking about it, it doesn't matter. Anyway, the other person is a core figure in the Tianlong Legion. From now on, Long Yu may not have any interactions with him. If the other party doesn't take the initiative to introduce him, Long Yu won't ask. Long Yu sealed 3 Vulcan corpses of the 5th level master level into the ancient dragon skeleton tower. He found that it would take 9 days to transform one of them, which should be related to the power level of the corpse. It takes about a day for him to transform a 3rd level master Vulcan into a dark creature. The basic strength of a 5th level master Vulcan is about 10 times that of a 3rd level master, and the transformation takes almost 9 or 10 days. If you calculate it this way, it would take nearly a day to transform a 7th level master into a dark creature, which is 3 months. This time is a bit long for Long Yu. It is unnecessary. After all, it cannot be of much help. The dark creatures with 5 levels of great masters are enough for him to deal with normal situations. Another harvest of the Tianlong Legion has nothing to do with Long Yu. Yes, Long Yu could see from this that if he could win consecutively on the foreign battlefield and continuously defeat his opponents, the benefits would be extremely astonishing. Not to mention anything else, the benefits brought by these 2 groups of Vulcan clan dominator legions to the Tianlong Legion alone are worth at least hundreds of millions in battlefield legion meritorious service. Although there are tens of thousands of people in the entire Tianlong Legion, each person can get at least tens of thousands of battlefield legion merit points, which is already a lot of wealth for those ordinary masters. If Long Zitian is in special need of cultivation resources at certain moments, he can just go out to fight and kill a foreign domination army, and he will immediately get a lot of battlefield legion merits. However, if it were not for special circumstances, Long Zitian would not keep all the loot for himself. In the Tianlong Legion, every member needs to practice and improve their strength. Only in this way can they fight against stronger alien legions in the future and gain more from it. After all, Long Yu is also someone who wants to develop his own power now, and he is more willing to study the various models of the Tianlong Legion. Including the construction of patrol teams, logistics teams, beheading teams, etc., they all inspired Long Yu. In the future, in the process of building the power of Void Galaxy, we can build the framework of the entire organization according to this model. Since we want to develop our own power, we naturally need a complete organizational structure, and it cannot be as fragmented as before. Otherwise, if they are attacked by any opponent, the entire Void Galaxy force may be in chaos. Although at this stage, Void Galaxy will definitely not be discovered by any hostile forces and attract any threats, one day, Void Galaxy will face various opponents, and Long Yu has to prepare for this. The 3 Vulcan corpses obtained by General Long Yu were sealed into the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda. The consciousness of the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda was also quite happy. After all, this also meant that the capabilities of the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda were enhanced and could help Long Yu more. Although the self-awareness of Dragon Bone Ancient Pagoda is very cold and mechanical, there is no doubt about his sincerity for Long Yu. If he can help Long Yu more, his consciousness will still be very happy. Speaking of which, Long Yu hasn't given this consciousness a name yet. After thinking about it, Long Yu directly decided to call him Xiaota. Xiaoshu and Xiaota, the 2 self-consciousnesses born from the war soldiers, can be said to be Long Yu's closest friends. The thoughts of the 3 are completely interoperable. There is no need to say what Long Yu wants the 2 to do, just think about it. This is the benefit of being in harmony with the soldiers to the unparalleled level. The only thing Long Yu is puzzled about now is that he has not awakened the Void Dragon Blade to the 1st level. Logically speaking, the 1st level awakening of the Taichu Divine Grade is very simple. Could it be that because Xiaoshu is a special Taichu Divine product, the difficulty of awakening is higher than that of other Taichu Divine products? Long Yu thought to himself, feeling more and more that this was very possible. After all, the effect of Xiaoshu's awakening to the 1st level is equivalent to the effect of other Taichu Divine products awakening to the 6th or even 7th level. So, is the difficulty of awakening similar? This can also explain why Long Yu has not been able to awaken the Void Dragon Blade for such a long time. Shaking his head, Long Yu didn't think too much about this issue. Anyway, the awakening of the Taichu Divine Grade was not something that practitioners could actively control. They could only let it happen naturally. Next, Long Yu's mind was still on Long Zitian. After seeing Bai Yunqing in the sky, Long Zitian didn't remember anything from the past. It could be seen that he was either pretending, or the lost memory was really completely lost. In this case, even if he were to see Bai Yuyao, it would be difficult for him to remember anything. If this were the case, wouldn't it make Bai Yuyao happy for nothing? But no matter what, now that Long Zitian has been found, Long Yu can't hide it from Bai Yuyao. No matter what the result is, they still have to meet. As for the outcome, it is beyond Long Yu's control. Even if what he had in mind didn't succeed in the end, there should be no regrets for Bai Yuyao. Thinking in his heart, Long Yu searched for the location of Bai Yuyao in the small world, then wrapped himself and Long Zitian with the power of the world, and moved forward together in his own small world, once again arriving at Bai Yuyao in the center of the Xinwu world. On the continent of Snow Empire. Together with Long Yu, Long Zitian returned to the small world inside the Nine Nether Prison Monument. During this period, Long Yu knew that his mother Bai Yuyao had been traveling around the Xinwu world. In order to ensure her safety, Yu Hanqin sent a female disciple to follow Bai Yuyao. Firstly, it was to ensure that nothing would happen to her. Secondly, she wanted someone to accompany Bai Yuyao. And thirdly, she wanted to practice her female disciple. After all, Bai Yuyao is currently in the early stage of martial arts and has just entered the Qing realm. Although she has received a lot of training resources under Long Yu's care, she has no way to concentrate on her training because she cares about Long Zitian. That's why she wanted to go out and travel around to relax. As for Dou Zicheng, who used to be with her, now he has joined the Five Emperors Alliance and has long been separated from Bai Yuyao. After all, Bai Yuyao's heart is in the sky. He is a grown man and he is too embarrassed to keep following Bai Yuyao. Together. Dou Zicheng originally came from the Jiutian Star Palace on Tianyu Island. He stood up for Bai Yuyao, but was hunted down by the elders of Jiutian Action. By chance, he happened to be rescued by Long Yu, who had just obtained the Dragon Skeleton Ancient Pagoda. Since then, because he followed Long Yu, he has been walking together with Bai Yuyao. The two of them are considered very good friends. Dou Zicheng was already very close to Long Zitian, otherwise he would not be willing to be raped for Bai Yuyao. The sect elders chased him. After Long Yu left for the Great World, the relationship between Bai Yuyao and Yu Hanqin developed well, and they settled down in the Bai Shui Empire first. As for Dou Zicheng, he went to the Five Emperors Alliance, joined the Five Emperors Alliance, and continued to pursue martial arts. Long Yu was still very grateful to Dou Zicheng for being hunted down for Bai Yuyao. However, for such a long time, Long Yu has provided him with a lot of training resources, and so on. It's hard to say who owes whom. If they have a chance to meet, they will still be friends, but Long Yu will not take the initiative to find him. Bai Yuyao is different. After all, she is Long Yu's mother. Since she is still traveling around the northern Snow Empire to relax, it is not easy for Long Yu to find her. However, after all, Long Yu is the master of this small world. With the power of the world, everything in this small world is useless. Escaped. It didn't take long for Long Yu to find Bai Yuyao's location. It turned out to be in the north of the northern Snow Empire, in a land of ice and snow, enjoying the snow scenery in the ice field. Next to Bai Yuyao, there was indeed a girl accompanying him. Long Yu remembered that she was Yu Hanqin's disciple. Although Long Yuren did not arrive, he was able to know everything about the situation here. Bai Yuyao chatted with the girl and called her Yuer. She was now at the middle stage of the imperial realm. She was still in the Bai Shui Empire. Enough to protect Bai Yuyao's safety. Long Yu took Long Zitian to the sky above the ice field in an instant, bathing in a sheet of falling snow, which did not fall for the time being. That person is my mother Bei Yuyao. Long Yu pointed at Bei Yuyao, who was flying snowflakes below, and then said. With Long Yu's current methods, it would be impossible for the other party to detect such an appearance in the sky above Bei Yuyao, including the female disciple Yuer. Long Zitian nodded and looked at Bei Yuyao with squinted eyes. At this moment, Long Yu suddenly frowned slightly because he found that Yu Hanqin's female disciple Yuer seemed to have some movement. She raised her head in confusion and glanced at the sky. Did you discover something? Long Yu's expression remained unchanged, but there was some doubt in his heart. He and Long Zitian were now concealed by his balanced control methods. Not to mention the middle stage of the Emperor realm, even the 3rd and 4th level masters would not be able to do it. Find their traces. However, looking at Yuer's appearance, it was obvious that she had discovered something was going on above. This made Long Yu wonder. He observed the girl carefully and saw that she was a pretty girl. In the Beishui Empire, being able to enter the middle stage of the imperial realm at this age is definitely a genius among geniuses. No wonder she can be. Yu Han took a liking to him and personally accepted him as his disciple. Different from ordinary people, Yuer's ears appear to be relatively pointed, and it seems that they have become more sensitive because of this. When she detects something is wrong, she doesn't know whether she relies on her senses or her ears. No matter what, Long Yu could be sure that Yuer had discovered traces of himself and Long Zitian, or at least sensed something was wrong here. This ability is extremely rare, which makes Long Yu have some interest in her. If she takes Yuer with her when carrying out certain tasks, many things will become very convenient. However, the other party was a disciple of Yu Hanqin, and Long Yu was too embarrassed to try to gain leverage. He could only wait to get to know each other later. Commander, go down, they have discovered us. Long Yu said lightly, looking at Bei Yuyao and Yuer below who made a vigilant posture. Apparently because of Yuer's vigilance, Bei Yuyao also knew who was hiding in the snow. In this case, there is no need to continue hiding it. It is true that Long Yu can continue to activate the Book of Shadows to turn into nothingness, and Long Zitian has his own way to hide himself deeper, but there is no need to do so when facing the two women. The two people directly showed their figures, then teleported downwards, and in an instant they were not far away from the two women. In the midst of the flying snow, Long Zitian raised his hand, and all the snowflakes stopped in mid-air, completely motionless, and just stayed in the mid-air. Across the stagnant flying snow in the sky, Long Zitian and Bei Yuyao saw each other at a glance and took in each other's face. Long Yu could tell that when Bei Yuyao found out it was him at first, she looked happy and wanted to say hello. After all, she and Long Yu hadn't seen each other for a long time. But soon she saw Long Zitian's face clearly, and she was stunned on the spot. Tian, brother Tian? Bei Yuyao was stunned on the spot, pursed her lips and murmured, obviously in disbelief. She did not expect that Long Zitian, who had been thinking about it day and night, would suddenly appear in front of her. She would never admit her mistake, because the Long Zitian at this time was exactly the same as the Long Zitian during the painful separation many years ago. Nothing changes? Long Zitian obviously saw the deep affection in Bei Yuyao's eyes, but now he is shrinking back a little. Because he didn't remember any memory about the woman in front of him. Under such circumstances, if he wanted to deceive this woman, or tell the truth to her, it would cause her pain. It was still difficult for Long Zitian to do such a thing. Although Long Zitian was a legion commander on the alien battlefield, now, he came to the small world of Long Yu just to find his lost memory. Now, I am afraid that the memory cannot be recovered, but it is really cruel to let him hurt a woman's heart. This situation is different from that of Bai Yunzong before. For Bai Yunzong, even if he doesn't remember everything before, he can still communicate with the other party as a new friend. However, when facing Bei Yuyao, Long Zitian obviously couldn't do this. Mom, he has lost his memory. Long Yu looked at the complicated expressions of the two of them, shook his head, and helped to tell the truth. Moreover, it seems that there is no way to get the lost memory back. If I could remember a beautiful woman like Yu Yao, I would definitely remember it at the first sight. However, I didn't think of any memories about you. Long Zitian also sighed. Hearing the words of Long Yu and Long Zitian, Bei Yuyao was not disappointed. Instead, there was a hint of relief in her eyes. I said, no wonder, you haven't been there all these years. When you come back to us, I thought that when you entered the heavenly hell thunder pond, you were already, just alive. As Bei Yuyao spoke, she smiled and shed tears. The happiness in my heart was real, because it meant that it was not Long Zitian who had abandoned her all those years ago, but just because of amnesia. But there was also unspeakable pain in her heart, because Long Zitian still didn't remember her after seeing her. Doesn't it mean that Long Zitian's lost memory may not be recovered? What does it mean to her if she can't find it back? Mom, if you have anything to say, just say it to him. It might remind him of something. You're and I will stay away for a while. Long Yu thought for a while, then said to Bei Yuyao, and then made a gesture to the girl You're beside him. You're has been with Bei Yuyao for so long, so of course she knows who Bei Yuyao has been caring about all these years. Now that she suddenly meets Long Zitian, she can probably understand Bei Yuyao's mood. There is no need for outsiders to be present. But You're glanced at Long Yu with a strange expression. Isn't this boy the master of the small world she lives in now, Long Yu? Isn't he Bei Yuyao's son? At this time, why don't you stay and comfort Bei Yuyao? Long Yu felt that there was no use in staying at this time. After all, the relationship between Bei Yuyao and Long Zitian was a matter between the two of them. He couldn't help them with how they chose next. After all, when they separated, Long Yu was just a baby who couldn't speak, so there was no need to stand between them. Even though Long Zitian has no memory now, with Long Zitian's emotional intelligence, he also knows what to do now. On the contrary, Long Yu was quite interested in You're. Of course, his interest was not that of that aspect, but that he was somewhat interested in her almost innate intuition. He wanted to talk to You're and ask her how she discovered him just now. Long Yu is still quite concerned about this. In comparison, although he cares about Bei Yuyao's affairs, he can't get involved himself, so he should let the adults resolve it themselves. Long Yu took You're to the side. While he was curious about You're was also curious about him. She had never met Long Yu. She only followed her master Yu Hanqin and now Bei Yuyao, and she often heard Long Yu's name. Over time, she had already become very curious about Long Yu. Long Zitian and Bei Yuyao looked at each other speechlessly, neither of them knew what to say first. Long Yu did not stay in this embarrassing place. Although he hoped that both parents could reconcile, this kind of thing was not something he, a junior, could decide. Long Yu took You're to the side, and the flying snow continued to fall all over the sky. Only in the area near Long Zitian and Bei Yuyao, the flying snow stagnated in the sky, as if for eternity. Long Yu, don't you go and talk to Sister Yuyao? You should know how important Long Zitian is to Sister Yuyao. Even if Long Zitian loses his memory, Sister Yuyao can't live without him. You're whispered to Long Yu. Long Yu shook his head. My mother is very strong, not as fragile as you think. If Long Zai innocently refuses to admit it because of amnesia, she will not bother more, believe me. Although Long Yu didn't spend much time with Bei Yuyao, some of her character could be seen in her daily behavior. Just because Bei Tianyi had been imprisoned in Tianyu Beiyuan for more than 10 years because of Long Zitian, how could anyone endure this kind of loneliness? Bei Yuyao endured it completely, which shows that she has a firm mind. The reason why I couldn't forget Long Zitian before was because I never knew where Long Zitian was. That kind of tangled thoughts was the source of Bei Yuyao's melancholy. Now, Long Zitian finally appeared in front of her, and the meeting she had missed for many years finally came true. Even though Long Zitian had lost his memory, it was enough for Bei Yuyao to let go of her previous obsession. As for what Bei Yuyao will do next, Long Yu doesn't know, but he can be sure that Bei Yuyao will never die because of losing Long Zitian at this time. She had never been such a fragile person. On the contrary, it's you, Long Zitian, and I didn't show up just now. How come you discovered us? Long Yu was more curious about this, and asked Yuer directly. Hearing this, Yuer looked at Long Yu carefully. I don't know, but I have an intuition that I was accepted as a direct disciple by the master. It was because I accidentally discovered her hidden whereabouts once, so she accepted me as your disciple. This kind of natural instinct is very good. Long Yu's eyes lit up. I guessed it right. This is just a natural instinct. After all, if it is a martial arts secret method, it cannot have such a heaven-defying effect. Long Yu, are you so good at concealment that you are so confident that no one will see you? Yuer curled her lips. She was a little curious about Long Yu, but after all, Long Yu was Bei Yuya's son, so she had nothing to fear from Long Yu now, and she could say whatever she wanted. Even though Long Yu was the master of this small world, she didn't have the slightest fear. This character is quite to Long Yu's liking. Of course, he doesn't want to flirt with women, he just simply appreciates this girl's temperament. Of course I still have this confidence. In fact, apart from you, no one below the Dominion secret realm has ever been able to discover my hidden traces. Long Yu told the truth and said with a smile. In that case, I should be quite honored. Yuer pursed her lips and smiled, her eyes were extremely clear. Seeing Long Yu so peaceful, she let go of the tension she had in her heart. What does it feel like to have a small world? How many cultivation resources do you need to step into the secret realm of domination? How can I practice martial arts secrets the fastest? After letting go, Yuer couldn't hold back her mouth and kept asking Long Yu some questions about cultivation. Of course, Long Yu answered directly to the questions he could answer. He had experienced many things. So it doesn't hurt to talk to Yuer. However, there are some things that can only be understood by oneself and cannot be explained in words. For example, if you want to step into the secret realm of domination, you must understand the power of creation. The power of creation cannot be understood by listening to others. At that time, Long Yu controlled 80% of the 9 Nether Dragon Seal and entered the 9 Nether Palace. Only by grasping the core can we realize the power of creation. If not, Long Yu didn't know how long he would be stuck on the threshold of breaking through to the secret realm of dominance. The two chatted and the time passed quickly. Long Yu also asked some questions about Yu Hanqin's current situation. It turns out that Yu Hanqin has now reached the level of a 5-star emperor. Although there is no creation for her to absorb, she relies on her own martial arts talent and has a sudden enlightenment to improve her martial arts realm. Not everyone has this kind of talent. If Long Yu had not left the small world and not been able to obtain so many created things, it would have been extremely difficult to rely solely on talent improvement. Yu Hanqin, who is at the 5-star emperor level, still stays in Long Yu's small world just to ensure the smooth development of the Beishui Empire. This country is a precious existence left to her by Yu Hanqin's elders. She is unwilling to part with it and does not want to let this country decline like this. Although the Northern Snow Empire is now located above the 5 Emperors' holy city in the center of the Xinwu world, and its geographical location is extremely advantageous, Yu Hanqin is still worried. When she was in the Beishui Empire, Yu Hanqin vigorously recruited talented direct disciples and cultivated a powerful legion to ensure that the Beishui Empire would have the strongest combat effectiveness after she left. As for Yu Hanqin himself, he has been preparing to leave the new martial arts world recently. It was from Yuer's mouth that Long Yu learned about these situations. Otherwise, he really wanted to run to ask Yu Hanqin how long he wanted to stay in this small world. If she still has to stay for a long time, Long Yu doesn't mind providing her with some creative objects first. After all, Yu Hanqing's strength is not weak, and she is one of Long Yu's trustworthy friends. Her martial arts realm has improved. There are only advantages, and no disadvantages to Long Yu. In the past, the creations on Long Yu were not enough for him, but then Long Yu would no longer need them, especially if he returned to the Void Galaxy, he could still get a lot of creations. It is worth mentioning that if Yu Hanqing wanted to leave, she would leave with her 6 direct disciples to go to the big world together, including the girl Yuer in front of Long Yu. Yuer's current cultivation level in the middle stage of the Emperor realm is not considered a powerful existence in the secret realm of the King's Dao. Therefore, Yu Han wants to wait for all her direct disciples to step into the Emperor level before bringing them together. Go to the outside world. As for how to get to the outside world, of course they can only go through Long Yu. Long Yu had some thoughts about this. Since other friends around him were going to the Void Galaxy anyway, why not take some time and go back to the Void Galaxy to see how things were going? Long Yudu hasn't seen Concubine Yu for a long time, and he doesn't know if she has made any breakthrough in the realm of martial arts. Calculating the time, if Long Yu goes back to the Void Galaxy and comes back within 3 days, he can still catch up with the semi-annual new products on the shelves of the seminary. His main concern is the divine wine, and he doesn't care much about other things. After all, the amount of the divine wine represents how long he can use the Revelation Level 9 Nether Divine Texts, the water-based Taichu power, and the gold-type Taichu power. Thorough understanding. This is a great improvement to his strength. There was ice and snow all around, and snowflakes kept falling. Long Yu and Yuer were soon covered with white snow. However, the two of them used their inner strength to make all the white snow evaporate into water vapor. Not far away, Long Zitian and Bei Yuyao have been chatting continuously since the beginning. Although they don't know what they are talking about, the situation seems to be okay. Finally, after more than 2 hours had passed, Bei Yuyao bowed to Long Zitian, then turned around and walked towards Long Yu and Yuer. "Sister Yuyao, how's it going?" When Yuer saw this, she ran over and asked. "It's nothing. Although we can't be together, today I finally solved a knot in my heart." Bei Yuyao smiled slightly. From the depths of her eyes, there was no sign of sadness. Just as Long Yu expected, once she untied the previous knot, she would not have any big thoughts. As for the result, Long Yu should know it. Anyway, Bei Yuyao should not leave with Long Zitian. Has he really lost his memory and can't remember anything at all? Yuer looked at Long Zitian, who was standing not far away, and asked sadly. "Well, there's nothing we can do about it. I'm just curious now about what he went through back then." As Bei Yuyao spoke, she turned her head sideways, glanced at Long Yu and said with a smile, "Xiao Yu, take me to the great world outside the world. I have left behind so many years of martial arts, and it's time to pick it up and continue walking. Go down." Originally, Bei Yuyao was seriously injured, but the serious injury had been completely cured by Long Yu before. After all, he had obtained many ancient level healing pills before, and it was easy to treat Bei Yuyao's serious injuries. Therefore, Bei Yuyao's martial arts realm has improved these days, but not quickly. After all, she has a knot in her heart and cannot focus most of her thoughts on cultivation. But that's different now. Bei Yuyao is the daughter of the original head of the North Campus of Tianyu Holy Academy, and her martial arts talent is excellent. It can be said that with Bei Yuyao's talent, if he works hard, he may not be worse than Man Xian, Qihua, and the like around Long Yu. This is naturally good news for Long Yu, and it is also good for Bei Yuyao to get out of her previous knot. Although Long Zitian has lost his memory and cannot remember past events, it is not necessarily a bad thing. Although Long Yu didn't know what Bei Yuyao and Long Zitian talked about with each other, the decision made by Bei Yuyao was not bad for Long Yu, at least it was an acceptable decision. "Mom, if you want to leave, I will make arrangements, but not now. I will let you out when you get to a safe place outside." Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your safety. Long Yu said solemnly to Bei Yuyao. Well, it's no problem. You can come whenever is convenient for you. I also have to make some preparations. I need to say goodbye to some friends. Bei Yuyao smiled and nodded. Well, I'll leave first. The situation outside has not been completely resolved yet. Long Yu also smiled and said. We are still on a foreign battlefield outside, and we may encounter danger at any time, or some special circumstances, just like when we suddenly encountered the human race's dominant army being surrounded by the Vulcan tribe. As long as you are within the scope of the alien battlefield, you will always face possible dangers. This danger not only comes from the Vulcan tribe, but also from any other alien tribe. No one knows how many alien races are plotting against the human race in this area at this moment. After leaving Bei Yuyao and Yuer, Long Yu and Long Zitian left his own little world together and returned to Long Zitian's room in the steel fortress. What did you say? Long Yu was still a little curious about this, so he asked casually. I said, although I can't remember the past memories, I am still happy to take her with me. Maybe I will remember it sometime. Long Zitian spread his hands. Unfortunately, she is not willing to wait for the return of memories that I may not be able to find. Instead, she said that instead of waiting for my memories to return, it is better to work hard from now on and let me regain my memory. Go get to know her. I quite like this woman, haha. I want to whip you. Although you have lost your memory, the matter between you and her is the truth. You even have a son. Long Yu pouted, but since you can't remember it, there's nothing you can do about it. Just take your time on this matter. Since there's nothing here, I have to leave first. Where did you go? Long Zitian asked. It's still a long way from the outer world galaxy. You're alone, so I'm afraid it's not very safe. Why don't you come with us and return to the vicinity of the human battlefield fortress first? No, since I can come here alone, of course I can go back alone. Why are you worried about me? Long Yu shook his head, waved his hand to Long Zitian, and walked outside the steel fortress. Long Zitian didn't stop him. He smiled happily when he saw Long Yu's leaving figure, and then gave instructions to the Tianlong Legion to open the door and let Long Yu leave the fortress. Coming out of the steel fortress, Long Yu's eyes once again returned to an endless void. He found that he had just walked out of it, but as soon as he came out, he could not feel the existence of the steel fortress at all. The invisibility ability could even fool Long Yu. This is completely normal. After all, Long Yu's spiritual perception is not particularly strong now. Even with the bonus of balanced control, it is only equivalent to the spiritual perception of the 4th or 5th level of a great master. I just don't know that if Long Yu is promoted to the 4th or 5th stage master, the intensity of his spiritual consciousness will definitely surpass the ordinary 7th stage master, and even approach the level of a strong person in the godlike realm. At that time, can you feel the existence of the steel fortress of the Tianlong Legion? With this question, Long Yu disappeared alone, transformed into nothingness, and disappeared into the void. The Human Domination Legion that was previously rescued by the Tianlong Legion has now separated from the Tianlong Legion and left this place. It should have gone to the front and wanted to return to the human battlefield fortress as quickly as possible to rest. After Long Yu transformed into nothingness, he also quickly crossed towards the outer galaxy of the human race. Relying on the void crossing of the void dragon blade, he moved much faster than the steel fortress of the Tianlong Legion. After transforming into nothingness, only godlike beings can discover Long Yu's form. Therefore, any member of the Tianlong Legion, including Long Zitian, completely lost traces of Long Yu, which made the entire Tianlong Legion members amazed. As expected of the Commander-in-Chief's son, he is awesome. This statement spread to every corner of the Tianlong Legion, which made Long Zitian quite puzzled, because even as the Commander-in-Chief of the Tianlong Legion, he did not have such a powerful hiding ability. The most important thing is that now Long Yu has only reached the master's level of martial arts and is already so powerful. When he reaches the level of the great master, won't he be even more invincible? Of course Long Yu was too lazy to care about what the people in the Tianlong Legion thought. He only knew that he needed to join Hanying as soon as possible, then complete several training tasks in the seminary, wait for the new batch of spiritual wine to be put on the shelves in the seminary, and then practice again to improve his strength. But halfway through, he encountered another unexpected event. When the Void Nether Dragon Blade took him halfway through time, a violent burst of flame divine power erupted in front of him, suddenly shrouding Long Yu in it. The power of the flame divine text exploded, and most likely the tyrannical Vulcan clan appeared in front. Long Yu's heart trembled. He had just crossed over from the void and bumped into him. There was no good way to dodge at the moment. He could only activate the Book of Shadows, and his whole body transformed into the power of the flame divine language, completely integrated into it. In this way, he was able to survive this sudden explosion unscathed. When his situation stabilized and he looked around, he finally found that the situation in this place was somewhat familiar. A large group of aliens from the Vulcan tribe appeared in front of Long Yu. There were probably more than 100 of them, and each one was a being of at least 6 levels of Great Master. Among them, there are 12 powerful Vulcan clans, with 7 levels of Great Masters. There are more than 120 Vulcan clansmen in total, surrounding a human dominance army. Seeing this scene, Long Yu's face suddenly twitched. Isn't this human domination army the same one he went to rescue from the encirclement before? And he was also the one who was rescued by the Tianlong Legion not long ago. Now, this human dominance army is once again surrounded by the Vulcan clan. What evil has been done? Long Yu's face darkened. The situation in front of him really made him complain about his incompetence. However, he deduced from this that the Vulcan clan was so persistent in pursuing and annihilating this human domination army. It must be that this human race domination legion had something to do with it. What a special thing! Otherwise, why would he be surrounded and besieged several times? Moreover, the Vulcan clan must have the means to grasp the whereabouts of this dominating legion. Otherwise, it would be impossible to find them so quickly and catch up with them and surround them. It is very possible that this human dominance army has robbed something from the Vulcan clan. Long Yu guessed this, but it was of no use, because in the current situation, he could not help at all. In his eyes, the total number of human domination legions was less than 4,000. 2,000 more people lost their lives and will never return to their hometown. And in the field, there are more than 120 Vulcan clan strongmen, who can easily crush all the people of this human dominance army. Although I can't fight against these strong men of the Vulcan clan, it's not good to not save them. In this case, I can save as many as I can. Long Yu thought in his heart, and continued to transform into nothingness, flying towards the center of the battle group. The distance is not far, and if this situation continues, Long Yu will soon be able to fly to the battle group, and then take the time to pull the people of the Human Dominator Legion into his own small world, so that they can be hidden and avoid being attacked by the Vulcan clan. Killed fate. The only problem is, how does Long Yu get the people from the Human Dominator Legion to voluntarily come to his small world? This is a problem. Generally speaking, each Dominator Legion will have a special communication method. If Long Yu tells the commander of the Dominator Legion about rescuing people, he should be able to convey it to other people in the Legion, right? In any case, it was unlucky enough that the Dominator Legion was besieged by the Vulcan clan 3 times in a row. Long Yu couldn't stand it anymore, so he could save as many as he could. First of all, he saw at a glance the commander of this domination legion, a strong human race who was a 7th level master. At this time, he was besieged by 5 strong men from the Vulcan tribe who were 7 level masters. With 1 enemy against 5, they were retreating steadily. The commander of the Human Domination Legion clenched his teeth and held on, feeling the heavy casualties of countless members and brothers around him, and his heart was bleeding. These days, the dominating army he led has been really tortured. However, the key problem is that even he himself doesn't know why he is so unlucky. Is the Vulcan clan really targeting their legion? Even though they have lost tens of thousands of Vulcans who dominate the secret realm, they still refuse to give up easily? If I had known earlier, I would have acted together with the Heavenly Dragon Legion. Unfortunately, now, I don't know where the Heavenly Dragon Legion is. The commander of the Dominator Legion is very anxious. If there is no assistance from other legions, their entire Dominator Legion will definitely be completely wiped out today. At this time, the burly Legion commander suddenly received a spiritual thought. This divine thought was slightly familiar, and he quickly remembered that this was not the first time they were besieged. Who came to rescue them? Is that Dragon Yu's spiritual aura? After all, Long Yu had been operating with the Dominator Legion for a while, and the Legion leader immediately recognized Long Yu's spiritual thoughts. The spiritual thought conveyed by Long Yu said, "Legion Commander, if there is no other way, give an order first, let the people in your legion not resist, come into my little world, I am sure to take them all away alive." The commander of the legion was undoubtedly overjoyed to receive the spiritual idea of Long Yu, and immediately used their special communication method within the legion to convey the news. Immediately afterwards, Long Yu started taking action. Long Yu quickly traveled through the void, constantly bringing one after another powerful human masters from the secret realm into his own small world, and then transformed into nothingness to hide again. Every time it appeared, it only lasted a moment. The strong men of the Vulcan clan who surrounded the Human Domination army soon knew that there was such an existence. They kept rescuing the strong men from the secret realm of the human race, but they could not find Long Yu at all. You know, Long Yu, who is transformed into nothingness, can only be discovered by beings in the godlike realm. Under such circumstances, Long Yu rescued more than 100 people in no time, and he was very skillful in doing so. After becoming familiar with the road, he could save people faster. Although he was saving people like this, Long Yu was still very strange in his heart. He didn't know why the Vulcan clan was so persistent in dealing with this dominating army. Is it really because this dominating army is so unlucky? Or is it because of some other reason? If Long Yu could know this reason, it might bring him some gains, and it would also help the Human Domination Legion understand why he was so unlucky to be targeted. It's a pity that even the commander of the human-dominated army doesn't understand. Either he is hiding it or he really doesn't know. It's just that my life is almost gone, so there's no point in hiding it. Long Yu thought in his heart and continued to rescue people. Regardless of whether he knew the truth or not, all he could do now was to save as many people as he could. Although the Battlefield Legion did not give him this task, no matter how he thought about it, he knew that the more people he rescued now, the more rewards he would get when he returned. Even if there is no reward, Long Yu will do his best to save as many people as possible. Anyway, he has nothing to lose. He can save so many other people's lives, why not do it? Regardless of emotion or reason, Long Yu had no reason to back down. Under the continuous slaughter of the Vulcan clan, there are fewer and fewer people left in the Human Dominator Legion. Long Yu is not picky about saving people. Anyone who can be saved will be wrapped up with the power of the world and sent away. Entered into his own little world. Regardless of whether they were low-ranking masters, middle-ranking masters, high-ranking masters, or great masters, Long Yu would always save them. Soon, a total of more than 500 human masters gathered in that area of the small world. In the big world, the number of the besieged Dominator Legion is getting smaller and smaller, and the death and injury rate is almost the same as Long Yu's rescue speed. In a short period of time, only 3,000 people are left out of the original 4,000. You save another 1,000 people, then leave quickly, and you will hold the rest of us back. The commander of the Dominion Legion himself was almost unable to hold on anymore, but he still didn't let Long Yu save him. Some guilt and self-blame could be heard in his tone. As a Legion commander, he failed to protect the members of his own Legion. This was undoubtedly a failure. Under such a failure, he wanted to let as many people in his Legion survive as possible, and he could only rely on Long Yu. He really didn't expect that a high-ranking master like Long Yu could be at ease in a war zone with such great masters and rescue his people. But anyway, it would be great if he could save him. If Long Yu hadn't come, these people will most likely be annihilated. After hearing what the Legion commander said, Long Yu didn't think much and started to rescue people more quickly. Even for the convenience of rescuing people, Long Yu found that many people in the Dominator Legion were spontaneously moving closer to each other. In this way, Long Yu could rescue more people at one time and speed up the rescue efficiency. Although the speed of rescuing people is faster, because there are fewer and fewer human beings in the field, the speed of the Vulcan clan killing human beings is also becoming faster and faster, and the number of people killed and rescued still maintains a balance after all. Long Yu was able to rescue dozens of people at one time, but at the same time, the Vulcan clan also began to send people to intercept him. They even guessed where he might appear to save people, and arranged some simple magic circles to deal with him. Unfortunately, Long Yu's spiritual perception ability is very strong. These simple magic circles seem to appear directly in front of him. How could he bump into them by himself? If he can't save people here, he will go to the other side to save people. If he wants to be rescued by Long Yu, the masters of the Legion must hold back all the Vulcans around them, or clear out all the traps. Just fine. Everyone knows the importance of this. It is impossible for Long Yu to involve himself in order to save them. According to what the Legion commander said, Long Yu quickly rescued a total of 1,500 people in his own small world, and then there were only 1,000 people left in the field. The other 1,500 people were all he died under the massacre of the powerful master of the Vulcan clan. The remaining 1,000 people began to desperately attack the powerful Vulcan clan master, pulling every Vulcan clan master into the battle. Under such circumstances, Long Yu turned into nothingness and flew away directly into the distance. No one from the Vulcan clan could find him while he was hidden. Those Vulcans were still preventing Long Yu from appearing to save people, and wanted to arrest Long Yu, but they didn't expect that Long Yu had left quietly. It's pretty good to be able to save 1,500 people. Long Yu's internal power has been exhausted several times. If someone didn't happen to know the martial arts secrets of power transmission and replenished Long Yu with a lot of energy, Long Yu would have lost a lot of energy. The elixirs on my body may not be enough. After all, it is a dominant legion of the human race. Among them, the Warrior Association has many martial arts secrets, such as power transmission, breath hiding, group acceleration, and other effects. Long Yu also received a wave of benefits, which made him more difficult to detect when hidden and made him fly faster. Not long after, he took the more than 1,500 powerful people who dominated the secret realm and were at least 1,000,000 miles away from that area. Now he finally felt relieved. But what puzzled Long Yu was that he still felt that his danger had not been eliminated, as if something was following him. However, with his spiritual perception, he couldn't find what was chasing him. This feeling made Long Yu dare not stop for a moment, and let the Void Dragon Blade continue to travel through the void, trying to run as far as possible within this period of time. Calculating the distance, if Long Yu wants to return to the nearest human battlefield fortress, he still has about 1 day to go. Any accident may happen within this day, and there must be no negligence. Otherwise, Long Yu will be in danger. Maybe it would be a tragedy all of a sudden. After all, the opponents are a large number of powerful men who are the pinnacle masters of the Vulcan clan. Moreover, Long Yu also had a weird premonition of being tracked, and it was very likely that the other party could still find his traces. After Long Yu kept running away for about half a day, the situation finally became a little bad. Because Long Yu felt that the thing following his tail was still there, but he had never been able to get rid of it, and he didn't know what the hell it was. Then, the more he moved forward, the more he could feel the temperature around him gradually rising. Before he could react, his whole body fell directly into the cover of a space barrier. Got caught. One after another, the Vulcan clan figures appeared around Long Yu, and a total of hundreds of Vulcan clan masters from all directions surrounded him. Long Yu didn't turn into nothingness when he was on his way, but now he had to use his methods. He didn't know how the other party caught up with him, and he didn't know why the other party had to catch up with him, but now he had to escape from this encirclement. The Path of 9 Netherworlds. Long Yu directly activated the powerful magical means, the 9 Nether Path, and the whole person quickly flew in front of the space barrier, and then the 9 Nether Path extended a dark path, trying to penetrate and collapse the space barrier. But what Long Yu didn't expect was that the time it would take for his 9 Nether Path to disintegrate the space barrier would definitely exceed the time it took for the Vulcan clan to kill him. With no other option, Long Yu could only activate the Book of Shadows. He disguised himself as a force like the space barrier, then integrated into it, and finally escaped on the opposite side of the space barrier. Finally, transform into nothingness. Long Yu's figure disappeared without a trace again. The hundreds of Vulcan lords were extremely manic about this, and they continued to use their magical powers and launch fire offensives towards the place where Long Yu disappeared and some areas in front. It's a pity that, since Long Yu is hiding, how can he be hit by them like this? Someone is using the martial arts secret method of power transmission in the small world of Long Yu. Long Yu is not worried about the depletion of power at all. Moreover, among the 1,500 human masters, there is more than one person who can transmit the martial arts secret method of power transmission. There is such a logistics team, hundreds of people can actually transmit power. This martial arts secret is not uncommon among the human and demon clans. It can even be said to be a cheap martial arts secret among the human and demon battlefield legions. It is easy to learn, but it is generally useless and can only play a supporting role occasionally. Therefore, people with little ability can directly practice power transmission, so that they can have a little effect on the frontal battlefield and gain some contributions. Although Long Yu escaped from the opponent's encirclement this time, he was still puzzled because he didn't know why the opponent insisted on chasing him. You know, this place is not far from the nearest battlefield fortress of the human race. If the great masters of the Vulcan clan happen to encounter any patrol legion of the human race, they will definitely be wiped out. Risking such a big risk and trying to annihilate the human dominance army, such a thing is obviously weird. Long Yu doesn't believe that those guys from the Vulcan clan are stupid, so the only explanation is that the dominant army of the human race carries something very important to the Vulcan clan. In fact, Long Yu really thought wrong. If the Vulcan clan pursues a target so unscrupulously and stubbornly, it is very likely not because of what the other party is carrying, but because of a grudge against the other party. Of course, the hatred between the human race and the Vulcan tribe has long been at odds with each other, but racial hatred is not enough to make the other side pursue a dominating legion. The real reason is that this human race master army killed an important figure in the Vulcan tribe when it was performing a mission before. Because of this, the important persons backstage kept sending out the Vulcan tribe's master legion, trying to kill this human race master. The entire legion was annihilated, thereby avenging that important figure. Of course, Long Yu doesn't know these reasons at all for the time being. He only knew that as he continued to escape from this round of interception, he was getting closer to the human battlefield fortress, and some human battlefield patrol legions began to appear around him. Each patrol legion was composed of powerful masters. The combat effectiveness is extremely strong, ensuring that after discovering any situation, the message can be passed to the battlefield fortress behind. The first Patrol Legion team Long Yu encountered had a total of 18 Great Masters. The captain was a 6th-level Great Master, and the rest of the team members ranged from 3rd-level Great Masters to 5th-level Great Masters. As soon as he met someone, Long Yu stepped forward directly, showed his first-class Medal of Honor, and briefly explained the situation he faced. Everyone who can join the patrol corps in such a place is a strong man and has rich experience in fighting foreign races. After hearing what Long Yu said, he immediately took countermeasures. The captain frowned and said, "This situation has happened before. Although it may be that it is carrying something very important to the Vulcan clan, it is more likely that this Dominator Legion killed important people of the Vulcan clan, so it was remembered. After all, there are not many things that can make the Vulcan clan so crazy, but there are many important people who make the Vulcan clan desperately want revenge. You two go and report the situation here to the battlefield fortress, and the rest of us will escort little brother Long back." With just the 18 members of this patrol team, it was simply impossible to help Long Yu defeat the Vulcan Legion that came for revenge, so they had no other option but to escort Long Yu back first. Fortunately, when we get to this place, the guys in the realm of the Vulcan clan's great masters should not dare to come over. Otherwise, even if they kill the man who dominates the human race, it is impossible for the Vulcan clan's great masters to escape. Once a battle breaks out here, human support can arrive immediately. If several Dominator legions come together, those great dominators of the Vulcan tribe will not be enough to watch. Following the squad of patrolling legion, Long Yu soon saw the shadow of the battlefield fortress, and felt a little relieved. But at this moment, Long Yu suddenly became alert, and an extremely bad premonition appeared in his mind, making him feel terrified and nervous. Careful! Long Yu felt the flame attribute divine aura coming from all around, and immediately knew that the guys from the Vulcan clan were launching another offensive. Moreover, what the opponent is launching now is not an ordinary offensive, but a self-destructive offensive. The hundreds of Vulcan lords actually broke in and launched a self-destructive offensive in this area close to the human battlefield fortress. At first, the human patrol legion team didn't notice anything, but Long Yu relied on intuition to feel the other party's intention, and then the members of the patrol legion team discovered something was wrong. Just at this time, the powerful masters of the Vulcan clan finally appeared in front of him. They landed in this area instantly through powerful void teleportation methods, and then directly gathered all the power in their bodies and chose to self-destruct. The self-destruction of the Great Overlord is extremely powerful and can produce chaotic time and space turbulence. Here, it is not like the time and space tunnel when Long Yu encountered this situation before. In the time and space tunnel, the Taichu 5 element storm on both sides will absorb all the power that exceeds a certain level, causing the time and space turbulence to be unable to form in the time and space tunnel. But now, we are not in the time and space tunnel. Hundreds of powerful Vulcan clan members self-destructed, and the power of the space-time turbulence generated was definitely not something Long Yu could withstand. At this moment, Long Yu reacted immediately and activated the Void Dragon Blade to escape out of this area. However, he found that the 16 people in the human patrol team were all looking at him with funny faces. It's a time like this. Why are they staying here if they don't run away? Long Yu's heart was moved, but he soon knew why, because as the Vulcan clan appeared in this area, the momentum of self-destruction showed, and immediately another tyrannical aura fell from the sky. Accompanied by this powerful aura, watercolored light poured down from the sky. Like rain, light blue light fell from the sky and fell on this area. Although all the great masters of the Vulcan clan who were contaminated by this blue light have successfully self-destructed, their self-destruction power has been absorbed by these blue lights and has not exploded at all. Not to mention relying on the power of these self-destructions to kill Long Yu and the others. These watercolored streams of light fell from the sky, absorbing all the power of self-destruction and eliminating them invisible. The Vulcan clan's self-destruction crisis, which seemed extremely serious in Long Yu's eyes, was actually easily resolved. Isn't it strange? In our battlefield fortress, there is Lord White Tiger sitting in charge. The captain of the Patrol Legion team of the 6th Stage Master smiled at Long Yu and said, "This area has entered the protection range of the battlefield fortress. A self-destruction attack by the Vulcan tribe at this level does not even require the White Tiger to take action. With the White Tiger, the watercolored streamer array arranged by the adults is enough to solve the problem." Watercolor streamer array. Only then did Long Yu realize that this large piece of watercolored light was actually a magic circle. Such a powerful magic circle could completely suppress and absorb the self-destruction power of hundreds of great masters. How terrifying is this? As for the Lord White Tiger the other party was talking about, Long Yu had also heard of it. He was a powerful godlike person from the human race who always guarded the battlefields of alien races from the human race. In terms of fame, Lord White Tiger's fame is much louder than that of Long Zi Chen. It can be said that White Tiger is the patron saint of the human race's territory. No matter how ferocious the foreigners send to attack, they will always fail in front of the White Tiger. However, Long Yu has never heard of it. Is the White Tiger male or female, tall or short, fat or thin? In the eyes of ordinary people, powerful godlike beings are very mysterious beings. Those who can see the godlike person with their own eyes, there are very few practitioners. White Tiger should just be his title, and Long Yu didn't even know what his real name was. However, Bai Hu was able to arrange such a powerful formation as the watercolor streamer formation, which made Long Yu take a breath of cold air. He couldn't help but ask the old man Tianhua in his little world, "Senior, can you arrange an array similar to this watercolored streamer array?" Of course old man Tianhua also takes note of the situation outside. He has been following Long Yu on his journey, and many times during this period he was able to help Long Yu solve problems easily, but he did not take action. After all, Long Yu could solve the problem himself and there was no need for him. On the other hand, he didn't want to meddle in other people's business and make Long Yu feel that he could rely on him for everything. But as the situation changed later, especially when Long Yu broke into the encirclement of the Vulcan Lord's Legion to save people, old man Tianhua knew that in this case, even he could no longer affect the overall situation. Because there are so many great masters of the Vulcan clan. In a head-on confrontation, old man Tianhua cannot be his opponent at all. Only by placing him on Long Yu can he escape from such a desperate situation. Another person, not even old man Tianhua himself, would be able to break into the encirclement, rescue 1,500 people and then escape safely. What he saw along the way made him understand a lot more about Long Yu, and at the same time he also had a lot of admiration for Long Yu. Obviously, this kid is definitely a natural talent. Although the level of martial arts is still relatively low now, once it grows up, its potential will even exceed that of many younger geniuses who are sought after by countless people. No wonder he can join a seminary. This kid does have something unusual about him. Now, Long Yu has seen the watercolored streamer magic circle, and asking him this question makes the old man Tianhua quite embarrassed, because it is not possible for him to construct such a powerful magic circle. Even if you perform at a super level, it is impossible to build such a powerful magic circle. This is a magic circle built by senior godlike people. There is nothing I can do about it. What's more, I am not even at the top of the magic circle. Old man Tianhua answered Long Yu calmly. He doesn't feel ashamed about this. After all, what he is best at is weapon refining, and in the process of weapon refining, he is sure that even those powerful gods may not be more proficient than him. In terms of weapon refining skills, old man Tianhua is definitely the pinnacle among the human race and monster race, there is no doubt about this. Well, since I want to develop my own power, then I must be able to build a magic circle like this. Otherwise, why should I let my power gain a foothold in this world? Long Yu narrowed his eyes and said, since Senior doesn't know how to do it, then I have to find other people who are proficient in formations. Yes, I have already said that I joined your force only with the ability to refine weapons. As for the magic circle, I hope you can find a stronger senior so that I can learn from it too. Old man Tianhua said calmly. I will pay attention. If there is a suitable candidate, I will invite him to join us at all costs. Long Yu has agreed to the old man Tianhua. This matter has indeed been put on his agenda, but there is no candidate yet. As for winning over the white tiger god, this is completely impossible, don't even think about it. When the watercolored streamer array appeared, it dissolved the self-destruction power of those powerful Vulcan clan members. Those Vulcan clan members were sacrificed in vain, and had no impact on Long Yu and others at all. Hundreds of powerful masters of the Vulcan clan self-destructed. The scene was spectacular, but unfortunately, it was just a flash in the pan. Immediately afterwards, Long Yu, led by the Patrol Legion team, returned to the battlefield fortress ahead. No one came to greet them, because the entire battlefield fortress was in an extremely busy state, and everyone had their own things to do. On the alien battlefield, few people do formal things, and almost everyone is a practical activist. Just now, hundreds of Vulcan masters exploded nearby. Although it attracted the attention of many people, they would not pay attention to this matter that had nothing to do with them. This is very different from the situation in the territory of the demon race and the human race. If this happened within the territory of the human race or the demon race, there would definitely be many people watching and pointing, but on the alien battlefield, such a situation would never happen. The battlefield fortress immediately dispatched a team of people to pick up the things left by the hundreds of Vulcans. Although they all self-destructed and the small world was reduced to ashes, there might still be some things left behind. It is definitely not an ordinary thing to be able to stay in such a situation, so it is necessary to clean up the battlefield. Brother Long, please wait here for a moment. Someone will come to deal with your matter soon. The captain of the Patrol Legion team finished speaking to Long Yu, and then led the team members away from Long Yu, leaving Long Yu alone to wait in the corner of a hall. This hall is the mission hall of this battlefield fortress. The entire battlefield fortress presents a silver-white streamlined style. Compared with the steel fortress of the Tianlong Legion, it is more elegant. People come and go in the mission hall, and few people notice others. Perhaps because the fighting here is more intense, the atmosphere in the battlefield fortress is more tense and chilling than that of the demon clan. On the monster tribe side, some things can attract a lot of people's attention, but here, not many people pay attention to other people's affairs. Everyone is in a hurry to complete their own experience or strategic tasks. Long Yu's strategic mission was completed, and he also rescued 1,500 people who dominated the Legion. I don't know what rewards he will get. Of course, the battlefield legions will take care of all these things. Soon, a middle-aged man who looked like a responsible person wearing leather armor walked towards Long Yu with 2 storage rings. This person looked serious. When he saw Long Yu, he gave a military salute first, and then said seriously, "Are you Long Yu? Come with me first. You have a lot of things on your side. Of course, this is for you to complete your strategic mission. I'll give the reward to you first." After saying that, he threw one of the storage rings to Long Yu. Long Yu caught the storage ring, took a closer look at it, and found that there were 2 cards stored in it, each of which could be exchanged for 1 million Battlefield Legion merits. This was his reward for completing a strategic mission, that is, to build a teleportation array and rescue the besieged human dominance army. Unexpectedly, 2 million Battlefield Legions had so many merits. But it's normal to think about it. This strategic task is extremely difficult, no less difficult than escorting the fire talisman in the demon territory before, and only Long Yu can complete it. If someone split it equally with him, there wouldn't be much reward. Of course, these rewards are nothing to Long Yu, but for other ordinary cultivators, 2 million Battlefield Legion meritorious service can at least provide them with a year of training and survival needs, even for some great masters of the 5th and 6th levels. The same is true. Long Yu put away the jade slip and followed the leather-armored middle-aged man towards the depths of the battlefield fortress. He knew that he had to deal with the 1,500 powerful masters who dominated the secret realm in his little world next. Now, only these 1,500 powerful masters of the secret realm are left in the Human Domination Legion. The rest, including the commander of the Legion, have all been killed and died in the hands of the combined team of the great dominators of the Vulcan tribe. Therefore, how to settle these people is also a big problem. These people died on the alien battlefield and lost their team, so the Battlefield Legion must naturally take responsibility. Otherwise, who would be willing to work on the alien battlefield? Responsibility is on the one hand, and rights and protection are on the other. Both are indispensable. The mission of defending the human race cannot always be left to those who have a strong sense of mission. That is simply not enough. Enough benefits, and benefits must be used to attract more people to join the Battlefield Legion. Long Yu followed the leather-armored middle-aged man to a room inside the battlefield fortress. This room was very large, like a martial arts arena, with a large space in it. At the door of the room, there are several human leaders in the realm of great masters. When they saw Long Yu being brought over, they nodded to the leather-armored middle-aged man, and the person in charge walked towards Long Yu with a smile. "Brother Long, I basically know what happened to you. In your small world now, there should be many powerful people who dominate the secret realm, right? If you save them, the Battlefield Legion will give you a reward. Every time you save, how about 10,000 points of Battlefield Legion merit for one person?" This man spoke to Long Yu in a consultative tone. "Actually, we also know that it is not appropriate to use the merits of the Battlefield Legion to convert human lives, but now this dominating legion has suffered heavy casualties, and our Battlefield Legion must also pay tribute to those who died. Pay a lot of pension." "I understand what you mean." Long Yu waved his hand, indicating that the other party didn't need to say more. Long Yu didn't save people for the purpose of making money. Now that the other party is willing to pay 10,000 for Battlefield Legion meritorious service, it's already very good for him. You know, he saved 1,500 people. The total is 15 million Battlefield Legion meritorious service. These Battlefield Legionary meritorious services are enough for him to use in a short time. It is absolutely enough to buy the divine wine in at least 2 months. You know, Hongying has also been completing training tasks in the seminary during this period, and may have received more Battlefield Legionary merits than Long Yu. As for the divine wine, even in the seminary, only a dozen bottles can be brewed every 6 months. With 4 million bottles, he and Hongying can basically buy them all. 10,000 is enough. Should I let them come out to this hall now? Long Yu looked around and asked. "Yes, thank you, little brother Long, for your understanding." The person in charge nodded happily and pointed to the middle of the room with a smile. "You can have them gather in the middle. We will count the number of people and other information, and then uniformly distribute Battlefield Legion merit rewards to you." Long Yu nodded when he heard the words, and then mobilized the power of the world to release the 1,500 powerful masters of the secret realm who had been rescued from the small world one by one. Those practitioners who dominate the secret realm also know what situation they are facing now. After coming out of Long Yu's small world one by one, they couldn't help but thank Long Yu. After all, it was Long Yu who saved their lives. Long Yu responded one by one, and soon 1,500 people were released and gathered in the center. According to what was said before, the Battlefield Legion gave Long Yu 15 million Battlefield Legion meritorious service, and then began to arrange the remaining 1,500 people. As for their next fate, Long Yu guessed that they would either continue to serve in the battlefield legion and join other dominating legions, or they would retire and receive a retirement meritorious service. How to choose is entirely up to them. The battlefield legion will never force others. Therefore, there is no need for Long Yu to participate in the next thing. He saved people anyway, and this matter has nothing to do with him now. But just as he was about to turn around and leave, among the 1,500 powerful masters of the secret realm, there was a legion captain of the 5th level master, but he quickly ran towards Long Yu and handed Long Yu a jade slips. Hero, this is a thank you gift that 1,500 of us have gathered together to give you. If it weren't for you, 1,500 of us would have been buried in that star field, so please accept it. That's good. Thank you? Long Yu was a little strange, but if something came to his door, he would certainly not refuse it. Thank you everyone, I'll leave now. I'm in a hurry. Long Yu nodded, narrowed his eyes, and said to the other party. Well, actually there is one more thing. The Legion captain whispered to Long Yu, many of our brothers want to follow you in the future. What do you think? After hearing this, Long Yu was a little surprised. He had never thought of bringing these people with him. I just passed by the battlefield legion, and I will return to the seminary soon. Long Yu didn't know whether to laugh or cry, so he just shook his head and refused. Although these people are strong men who dominate the secret realm, he does not need them to follow him. In the Void Galaxy, although there are not many people who dominate the secret realm, they can be accumulated with cultivation resources. What's more, since these people are from the battlefield legion, Long Yu is too embarrassed to poach them. It's like a seminary. I know that a young man as sharp as you must be someone who can do a lot. Well, since you don't want us, we will continue to fight in the battlefield legions. I hope that one day we can be here again. Fight alongside you. The captain said with some pity. Long Yu nodded, then turned and left, turning over the jade slip in his hand. He was shocked to find that this jade slip actually contained extremely high battlefield legionary merits. 30 million. Basically, each of these 1,500 people contributed 20,000, which together amounted to 30 million battlefield legionary merits. They were handed over to Long Yu as a thank you gift for Long Yu for saving them. Boy, you've made a lot of money. Long Yu received the 30 million battlefield legion as a thank you gift, and the old man Tianhua, who was staying in his small world, knew it immediately, and immediately said, 30 million, even if it is used to buy endless level soldiers, it will still be a waste. I can buy dozens of pieces, and I can make money faster than even an old man. But, TSK, you are quite capable. This kind of opportunity to save people is very difficult to come by, and even if ordinary people do, it is impossible to save these people alive like you. Thinking about it this way, it's still hard to earn these 30 million, but in your hands, it somehow becomes easier. Long Yu laughed at old man Tianhua's words. Instead, he asked old man Tianhua, Senior, do you have anything you need to buy? Since it is convenient now, just buy it now to avoid the trouble of finding the exchange later. Well, then listen carefully, these things will be used in the future, and they are valuable. Old man Tianhua was not polite and directly told Long Yu the names of several materials. But when Long Yu heard this, he immediately smiled, these materials are already in my power. There is no need to purchase them separately. You can use them immediately. That's right, the materials mentioned by old man Tianhua had already been exchanged in one go when Long Yu and Xiaobai exchanged them for alien god corpse bones. Upon hearing what Long Yu said, old man Tianhua was stunned. Each of these materials he mentioned is valuable. Even if Long Yu spends all 30 million on them, he may not be able to buy them all. Now, Long Yu actually told him that he had already prepared those materials? There is no doubt that Long Yu shocked old man Tianhua once again, and he believed that Long Yu could not deceive him. What would be the benefit of deceiving him about such a thing? If Long Yu couldn't take it out by then, it would just be his own feet that would be hit. Long Yu's abilities seemed to far exceed Old Man Tianhua's original expectations, and he was even refreshing his understanding of Long Yu time and time again. Old Man Tianhua always thought that he had underestimated Long Yu, but he soon discovered that not only did he not underestimate Long Yu, but he had always underestimated this guy. This made Old Man Tianhua feel a little melancholy. Is he really old? Now these young people are so crazy. Now Long Yu only has the cultivation level of a high-ranking master. If he waits for him to step into the realm of a great master, or even advance all the way to a 7th-level master, wouldn't his abilities be even more terrifying? It can even affect the overall situation of the human race and the demon race. Not to mention, Old Man Tianhua always has a premonition that Long Yu is likely to step into the level of a god. Once this happens, Long Yu can definitely be said to be one of the human race's cauldron bearers, and the overall strength of the human race will be a big improvement. Of course, all this seemed a bit far away, and Old Man Tianhua didn't think too much about it. He only thought that he would be able to reach a higher level in weapon refining and delve deeper into the magic circle. If possible, I hope to get the opportunity to step into the godlike realm. Long Yu did not leave the battlefield fortress immediately. Instead, he selected some cultivation resources in the trading hall in the battlefield fortress, paid 15 million battlefield legion merits, and purchased 3 third-grade creations of the Tianjing level. This is what he uses to attack the Great Overlord. After spending the 15 million, he still has 30 million battlefield legion meritorious deeds. It is completely enough to buy the spirit wine, so he is not worried about not having enough. He also wanted to buy a shadow essence to strengthen his other innate magical powers, but it was a pity that this kind of thing was hard to come by. Even though he had enough achievements in the battlefield legion, there was no shadow essence in this battlefield fortress. For sale, even if you want to buy it, you can't buy it. Shadow essence, space essence, ice essence, these are all treasures that can enhance innate magical powers. As for how they were born, Long Yu didn't know. He only got a space essence and an ice essence from the remains of the small world of the Ice God clan god. The space essence was integrated into the 9 Nether path by him, giving the 9 Nether path the ability to disintegrate all spaces. The ability of power. As for the ice essence, it was auctioned off at the seminary and sold to Tianqing Xue, a new student of the Twin Demon clan. The harvest was very large. It's a pity that it's not that easy for him to get more essence. The production of this kind of thing is extremely rare, not to mention that what Long Yu needs is shadow essence. I don't know if shadow essence is produced anywhere within the borders of the human race and the demon race. Long Yu knew that there was some production of ice essence in the Ice God clan's territory. Lu Xuan, the leader of one of the factions in the seminary, had been in the Ice God clan's territory for a long time and had almost all the ice essence. If there is a chance, Long Yu needs to find out where he can get the shadow essence. Whenever possible, he will try hard. After purchasing 3 creations, Long Yu left this battlefield fortress. He headed towards the human territory and would be able to return to the edge of the outer galaxy in about 2 days. However, at this time, he received news from Hong Ying. Hong Ying and Yu Ge, who had just received a new academy experience, teleported directly towards the alien battlefield, and they were not far from Long Yu. This made Long Yu a little surprised. He originally wanted to return to the outer galaxy, or even return to the human territory to meet Hong Ying, but he didn't expect that the other party would be such a coincidence and come directly to the alien battlefield. In this case, of course Long Yu had no need to go back, but chose to join Hong Ying first. In the silent void, Long Yu saw the 2 girls Hong Ying and Yu Ge. The 2 girls were waiting for Long Yu's arrival and studying the academy training mission this time. Yu came. When they saw Long Yu, Hong Ying and Yu Ji's eyes clearly lit up, because after not seeing each other for a while, Long Yu was directly promoted from a lower ruler to a higher ruler. This was a huge change. Although they were mentally prepared, the two women were still a little surprised when they actually saw them. Among the two girls, Han Ying has improved to a level of martial arts during this period, and like Yu Ge, has become a strong master of the third level. Yu Ge has not changed much. She is still in the martial arts realm of the third level master. However, she is not far away from the fourth level master. She must be able to improve in a short period of time. Compared with when they performed the first academy experience together, the combat effectiveness of the three-person team is obviously much stronger now. The combat effectiveness of Long Yu alone is at least 10 times stronger than before. If he encounters the foreign race like before again, Long Yu can easily control it, and then let Han Ying and Yu Ge kill it with all their strength. What's more, there are still many corpses of powerful Vulcan tribesmen sealed in Long Yu's dragon skeleton ancient tower. After waiting for 5 days, he can transform a 5th-level Vulcan tribe master into a dark creature. By that time, the overall combat effectiveness of their 3-person team would have at least doubled. Is this training mission difficult? Long Yu asked the other party first. It's hard to say. The situation is not very clear yet. The first step in this training mission is to investigate. In other words, the mission publisher has not even investigated the situation here clearly. Han Ying shook her head, and then said to Long Yu, the mission goal is to intercept a Yuan clan assassin. It is said that there is news that a Yuan clan assassin is coming to the human territory to spy on intelligence. Let us intercept and kill it. It's just that we don't know where this Yuan clan assassin will appear. Moreover, the Yuan clan's physical body is too strong. If it is a Yuan clan assassin who is above the 5th level of Great Master, I'm afraid we will join forces. Even if it comes, it can't break through its physical defense. Yu Ge was a little worried. There's no need to worry. As long as you can find the target, defeating it shouldn't be a problem. Long Yu shook his head and said with a smile. He mainly relies on the 2 endless-level martial arts skills of Unbounded Grip and Crazy War Celestial Body. In addition, he also has the Dragon Bone Ancient Pagoda that has just become Wuxuan. The 9 Nether Military Order, can release a large number of dark creatures are coming. After saying this, Long Yu took out all the endless-level martial arts jade slips he had obtained before. It is an endless-level high-grade martial skill that can only be practiced by the Demon Clan. It is a one-move control method, Demon Shadow Binding, which is just right for Han Ying to practice. Similar to the control martial arts of the Unbounded Grip, once Han Ying successfully cultivates it, since her cultivation level is higher than that of Long Yu, the power of the move of demonic shadow binding will definitely surpass Long Yu's Unbounded Grip. As for Yu Ge, Long Yu originally didn't plan to give anything, but after thinking about it, Yu Ge and Han Ying already had a very good relationship, and the 3 of them would cooperate for a long time in the future. Therefore, Long Yu took out the endless-level high-grade movement and martial arts and gave it to Yu Ge. This time, Long Yu obtained 3 endless-level high-grade martial arts from the remains of the Bone Clan, a demonic shadow binding, and an ice-attributed demonic cultivation technique, which he cannot use now. The remaining one is an endless-level high-grade martial skill that is common to both humans and monsters. It is a physical martial skill called 9 Heaven's Star Flash. Long Yu is not very clear about its effect. Anyway, he has no time to practice this at this stage. Recruit martial arts. If you want to exert the effect of Jiuxiao Star Flash, you must at least cultivate it to a transcendent state. Long Yu does not have this time for the time being. What's more, the best matching power used by Jiuxiao Star Flash is the Light Attribute Divine Script. In this regard, Long Yu is obviously at a disadvantage. He has no achievements in the Light Attribute Divine Script. But Yu Ge is different. The divine text that this girl has understood is originally the power of the Star Divine Text, which is one of the powers of the light-attributed divine text, and her level of compatibility with the light-attributed divine text has reached the 10th level, which can be said to be completely explosive. The dragon controls the distance of dozens of galaxies. It can be said that Jiuxiao Star Flash's physical and martial arts skills are quite suitable for Yugu. After receiving the martial arts jade slip, Yugu was obviously a little embarrassed, and her face suddenly turned red. Endless-level high-grade martial arts are extremely precious even in seminaries. When Long Yu participated in the seminary's auction, someone came out to auction an endless low-grade martial arts. At that time, 12 million Battlefield Legion merits were auctioned. Now, the 9 Heaven Star Flash that Long Yu took out was an endless-level high-grade martial skill, and its value was more than 10 times higher than the endless-level low-grade martial skill. It's no wonder why Yugu is a little embarrassed, because she feels that she is not very familiar with Long Yu, but Long Yu actually gave this martial arts to her to practice. She knew why as soon as she thought about it. It was obviously because of the acceptance. The reason for going down is to fight together. The stronger she is, the more she can help the team, allowing them to overcome difficulties and complete one academy experience after another. This jade slip is not given to you, it is just for your cultivation, temporarily. When the school year of the seminary is over, you will return it to me. How far you can practice by then depends on you. Long Yu said to Yugu, with a smile. Yugu nodded and smiled slightly. Yes, I understand. Even if it is borrowed, this thing is extremely precious to me. There is no one in the entire seminary that can repair the endless-level high-grade martial arts. Long Yu also knew something about this. Even a strong godlike person may not be able to practice endless high-grade martial arts. For example, the original 9 Nether Dragon Emperor did not practice more than 2 moves of endless-level martial arts. Of course there is a reason why Joyo Dragon Emperor is picky, but it can also be seen how rare the endless-level martial arts are. The 2 endless-level high-grade martial arts, Demonic Shadow Binding and 9 Sky Star Flash, were handed over by Long Yu, but they should not have any effect in a short time. After all, it takes a lot of time to practice endless-level high-grade martial arts. Even if Long Yu had done special training before, it still took several months to master the 2 endless-level martial arts skills of Unbounded Grip and Crazy Fighting Celestial Body to perfection and transcendence respectively. After obtaining the endless-level high-grade martial arts, especially Yugu, he will definitely practice with all his strength. After all, Yugu will not possess this endless-level martial arts jade slip forever. There are still about 8 months to return it. Long Yu got it. She will definitely want to work hard to cultivate Jiuxiao Star Flash to the realm of transformation within this period of time. Let's go first, Hong Ying. It's up to you to find the traces of the Yuan clan. Long Yu said to Hong Ying, and then looked around. Stars were twinkling in the endless void, and there were endless dangers hidden in the alien battlefield. Hong Ying nodded and began to gather the power of deduction in her hands. Just like the previous training mission, they got an object with the aura of the Yuan clan, and based on this object, they could conduct experiments on the Yuan clan. Deduction, whether you want to know its status or location, as long as you have strong enough deduction power, you can directly deduce it. Because Hong Ying has practiced the secret martial arts of the Blood Demon clan, her deduction power is much stronger than that of ordinary martial arts cultivators of the same level. However, at this moment, her deduction is like a stone in the sea, with no effect at all. Obviously, either the Abyss Assassin is very far away from here, or the Abyss Assassin has a strong ability to shield the deduction. No matter what the situation is, it is not a good sign for the 3 of them. But in terms of deduction, Long Yu and Yugu couldn't help much. When Hong Ying was performing the deduction, Long Yu and Yugu could only protect her from the side, but couldn't do anything else. Hong Ying frowned tightly, as if there had been no news, but soon, a happy look appeared on her face. There's a little movement. Although we can't find the other party's location or any other information from it, we can follow the clues and temporarily locate which large area the other party is in. Hong Ying said as she used a special trick. This special technique was derived from her practice of the secret martial arts of their blood demon clan to the 9th level. For example, the light of equilibrium strengthens the martial arts secret method of equilibrium control. After Hong Ying used this special method, her deduction power was directly increased tenfold. 10 times the strength of the deduction made Hong Ying, who was already good at deduction, become even more astute. The power of deduction was like an ancient torrent, pouring towards the Abyss tribe at the other end of the deduction. Originally, Hong Ying had already found some information about the other party, but now her power of deduction exploded tenfold. Although this moment consumed all of Hong Ying's power of deduction, it allowed her to clearly capture the position of the Yuan clan on the other side. More than 10 million miles away, it is flying towards the territory of the human race. This Yuan tribe has the cultivation level of a 5th level master. It must be very powerful in combat, so be careful. After Hong Ying got the news, she immediately spoke to Long Yu and Yuge. The two nodded. Yuge is very experienced. After getting this information, he said, the Yuan clan's physical body is made of metal and is extremely powerful. The Yuan clan's assassins rely entirely on physical means, so don't fight against them physically. Don't talk about the Yuan clan's physical body as a 5th stage Great Master. Even the Yuan clan's 3rd stage Great Master's body is much stronger than ours. Because Yuge had fought against the Yuan clan before, she was particularly cautious about this. Similarly, Long Yu, who has fought with the Yuan clan, also knows that the Yuan clan is a foreign race that came out of the Abyss. It has no territory in the big world, so it has always wanted to invade the territories of other races. Although the assassin of the Yuan clan now has no idea what kind of assassination mission he has, Long Yu will never let him get even one step closer to the human race territory. Be careful. Hong Ying said solemnly, my power of deduction is now exhausted, so the Yuan clan is likely to move to another location during this period of time. As for the direction in which it will move, we have no idea. Since we can't keep track of its movements at all times, we must act as soon as possible. At least, we should go to the nearby area first. My martial arts level is the lowest. I can go there and try to attract it out. Long Yu said. Well, then we will enter Xiaoshu's internal space. If you are in danger, we can appear immediately. Hong Ying nodded, already understanding Long Yu's thoughts. After all, the two of them had fought together many times, and they had some understanding of each other's thoughts. Now that Long Yu has the Void Nether Dragon Blade, he is obviously the fastest on the road, and Long Yu's life-saving ability is also very strong, so there will be no surprises when he is used as a bait. The main reason was that the opponent was an extremely strong Yuan clan assassin, so it was impossible for him to have any other abilities that could kill Long Yu. After all, Long Yu possesses the magical power of the Book of Shadows, and there are various other ways to get rid of attacks in purely physical form. Yuge didn't know Long Yu that well. She was a little surprised by Long Yu and Hong Ying's battle plan. It was actually Long Yu who went out as bait to attract Yuan clan assassins? But no matter what, Yuge still has great trust in Long Yu and Hong Ying, mainly Hong Ying. She has worked with Hong Ying for more than 3 months, and she knows very well how strong Hong Ying is. Especially after Hong Ying was promoted to the 3rd stage of Grand Dominance, her strength even caught up with Yuge's. When dealing with some foreign races, she was no less effective than Yuge. With the smooth cooperation in many battles, Yuge did not doubt the two people's battle plan, but followed Hong Ying into the inner space of the Void Ghost Dragon Blade. Then, travel through the void. The power of the water system at the beginning is wrapping the entire Void Dragon Blade, and then taking Long Yu and the 3 of them together to travel tens of thousands of miles away. The improvement of the dragon's control strength, coupled with the integration with the Void Ghost Dragon Blade to a higher level, has directly increased the void traversal distance of the Void Ghost Dragon Blade to an extreme level. One jump is 3 million miles, and the original distance between the Yuan tribe and them is only more than 10 million miles. Long Yu only needs to jump 3 to 4 times to reach that place directly. Even if the opponent is extremely fast, he cannot run very far in this short period of time. As long as Long Yu appears within the opponent's perception range, will the opponent take the initiative to attack to kill Long Yu? Long Yu doesn't know the other party's mission goal, nor does he know the other party's personality. Anyway, he has to get to that place first. Even if the other party refuses to take the initiative to appear, Hong Ying can quickly replenish the deductive power she has consumed during this period. When she gets to that place, there will definitely be more auras of the Yuan clan assassin, making it easier to deduce the other party's current position. After 4 jumps, each void crossing spanned a distance of 3 million miles. After 4 jumps, Long Yu directly appeared in another void with the Void Ghost Dragon Blade. As soon as he arrived here, he felt a somewhat familiar aura, which was the aura of the metal body from the Abyss clan. Obviously, the Abyss clan assassin had stayed in this place for a while. Perhaps it was Hong Ying's powerful deduction power that allowed her to stay here for a while, but now, when Long Yu came here, he saw no sign of the Yuan clan assassin. Long Yu waited for a moment, but there was nothing else happening around him. The Abyss assassin seemed to have completely left here. Hong Ying and Yu Gu were a little disappointed when they saw this, and wanted to come out of the Void Dragon Blade, but were stopped by Long Yu. Wait a little longer, maybe it's still confirming the situation. Long Yu said to the 2 women, and then pretended to search alone on the spot. If there are many people, the Yuan clan assassin may not show up, but now that Long Yu is pretending to be alone, the Yuan clan assassin may not be able to hold back and attack Long Yu. Long Yu continued to wait in the void. Hong Ying and Yu Gu had not come out of the Nether Dragon Blade in the void for the time being and wanted to wait for a while. Anyway, Hong Ying's strength has not been fully restored yet. When her strength is restored enough to carry out the next deduction, she will be able to come out and continue to deduce the whereabouts of the Yuan clan assassin. Long Yu waited for a while and found that there was no movement around, but he was not in a hurry. Anyway, he can be sure that the speed of the Abyss assassin is definitely not as fast as his own Void Dragon Blade. In this case, even if the opponent is not fooled and attacks him, he can wait for Hong Ying to recover and continue to track it. Anyway, he is faster than the opponent, so sooner or later, he will be able to catch up with the opponent. After about a stick of incense, there was no movement around, and Hong Ying's strength had almost recovered. At this time, Long Yu could only give up the idea of attracting the opponent out in disappointment. It seems that this Yuan assassin is very dedicated to his mission. Even if he sees a human like me, he would not kill him. He is too cautious. Long Yu sighed and shook his head. Hong Ying smiled, "Don't be a pity. Think about it, if you go to perform a mission in a foreign territory, how can you do anything other than the mission goal? Even if it is to kill an insignificant minion, it is very likely that you will be exposed because of this. This is something that is not worth the gain." "That's right. I'm overthinking it. In this case, I can only rely on you to deduce the location of the Abyss assassin." Long Yu scratched his head, and then the red warbler flew out from the inner space of the Void Dragon Blade. As for Yu Gu, she still hasn't appeared for the time being, because she can now be hidden as a trump card. During the tracking period, Long Yu and Hong Ying can show up. After catching up, there will inevitably be a fight. At that time, Yu Ji's sudden appearance can definitely catch the Yuan clan assassin off guard. Even if he cannot kill him directly, he can at least disrupt the opponent's position and put the opponent at a disadvantage in the next battle. The power of Hong Ying's deduction surged and condensed again, across the endless void, and fell on the Abyss assassin. And this time, the result was obtained faster, without consuming all of Hong Ying's deduction power. Force. Because the Void Dragon blade was extremely fast, it took almost no time to fly over. Even though the Abyssal clan kept teleporting, it still only reached a distance of 4 million miles. From this perspective, the speed of the Void Dragon blade is 3 times that of the opponent. In this case, Long Yuka was relieved. The closer the distance, the easier it is for the Red Warbler to deduce the opponent's position, leaving less time for the opponent to escape. Chase. Long Yu laughed and once again entered the inner space of the Void Dragon blade, allowing Xiaoshu to directly use void travel, crossing a distance of 3 million miles in one go. Once again, he crossed 1 million miles in the void and arrived at the location of the opponent as deduced by Hong Ying. It can be seen that the other party is approaching the human territory, but this place is still far away from the outer galaxy, and it is not known who the target of the Yuan clan assassin is. But come to think of it, the assassins of the Yuan clan, who are the 5th level masters, can't kill any important figures of the human race. No matter what, Long Yu's goal is to kill him. After catching up with the opponent's position again, Long Yu found that the void was still quiet, and nothing appeared in his field of vision. Hong Ying, continue the deduction. Since no one is seen, let's continue the deduction. At the same time, Long Yu is 100% prepared. Once the Yuan clan assassin appears nearby, he will be able to react immediately, and the secret method of balanced control is also fully activated. The light of balance blessed both himself and Hong Ying, increasing their spiritual perception ability tenfold. Hong Ying came out of the inner space of the Void Dragon blade, and then began to deduce the whereabouts of the Abyss assassin. The power of deduction is concentrated. If the situation is normal, you should be able to deduce the whereabouts of the other party in a few breaths. After all, the other party has only teleported a distance of 1 million miles in a short period of time, making the deduction even more effortless. Long Yu was on guard, while Hong Ying continued to deduce. Found it, be careful. Suddenly Hong Ying screamed, and she deduced the whereabouts of the Yuan clan assassin, but the location shocked her, because the location she deduced was actually right behind her, which was Long Yushan. Forward. That Yuan clan assassin was actually hiding beside Long Yu and Hong Ying. This situation startled Hong Ying. Just as she screamed, a muffled groan came from behind her. That muffled groan came from Long Yu. At the same time as Hong Ying made the sound, a black shadow suddenly appeared from the void. Without giving Long Yu any time to react, he directly knocked Long Yu away and completely destroyed his body. Broken to pieces. Long Yu was able to groan. It was probably because of his stronger physical body. The Yuan clan assassin appeared too close. Even Long Yu, who had been on guard, did not expect that the opponent would appear in front of him like this. Around. Seemingly realizing that Long Yu was the fastest to catch up with him, the Yuan clan assassin struck first and chose to deal with Long Yu, almost killing him with one blow. The Yuan clan's physical body is really too strong. In a head-on physical collision, Long Yu has no chance of winning. It is not unusual for the Yuan clan assassin to be killed in one blow. The puddle of minced meat just floated into the void. The assassin of the Yuan tribe succeeded in one blow and did not run away immediately. Instead, he turned around and pounced on Hong Ying. Fortunately, at the moment when Long Yu was hit, Hong Ying had already reacted. Facing the attack of the Yuan clan assassins, the 6 wings of demon blood bloomed directly from Hong Ying's back. The blood-red light covered her whole body, and the power of the blood-colored divine inscriptions condensed to form a blood-colored shield. This burst of blood-colored shields directly blocked the physical collision of the Yuan clan assassins. Although the blood-colored shields shattered in response, the Yuan clan assassin's attack was also blocked. This Yuan clan has a similar shape to the Yuan clan that Long Yu saw before. The entire body is glowing with metallic luster, sometimes like black iron and sometimes like silver. The steel-like body represents extremely strong vitality. It's definitely not that easy to kill this Abyss Assassin. But this Abyss Assassin also revealed something, that is, although Long Yu's body was shattered, he was not dead yet. Among the pile of broken flesh, the heart of the demon dust was beating continuously, absorbing the surrounding elements. Various forces are reshaping Long Yu's body. Moreover, Long Yu used the martial arts secret method of balanced control to directly hide the power fluctuations in the pile of minced meat, so that the Yuan clan assassin could not detect the small movements of his rebirth. Fortunately, this opponent is the Yuan clan. The Yuan clan's physical body is powerful, but whether it is spiritual perception or deduction power, there is a big gap compared with the human race and the demon race. Therefore, the Yuan clan assassin did not notice that Long Yu was reshaping his body. And this also planted the seeds for its failure. As a demon cultivator of the third-level master, Hong Ying would definitely be able to deal with an ordinary fifth-level master easily, just like how Long Yu now deals with the second-level master. However, this Abyss Assassin is obviously not an ordinary fifth-level master who can be sent to foreign territories to carry out assassination missions. The strength of this Abyss Assassin is probably as strong as an ordinary seventh-level master. Therefore, as soon as Hong Ying faced the opponent head-on, she immediately fell into a disadvantage. However, under such circumstances, Yugu has not appeared yet, because she knows very well that even if she comes out now, she will not be able to alleviate the situation faced by Hong Ying. At most, she will be able to delay the Abyss Assassin a little. She believed that Hong Ying and Long Yu could hold back the Yuan clan assassin until they attracted all of its attention. At that time, Yugu will appear and kill with one strike. Hong Ying resisted the Yuan clan assassin's attack with great difficulty, with blood-colored divine symbols flying all over her body. The shadow of the bloody whip danced wildly in the void, constantly lashing the Yuan clan assassin. However, the Yuan clan assassin's body was extremely strong. He withstood several attacks from the red warbler and remained completely motionless. Moreover, he endured these attacks head-on without even using any defensive moves or means. This kind of physical strength really exceeded Hong Ying's expectations. Hong Ying and her younger brother, Hong Jun, had experience in foreign battlefields, but had they ever encountered such a powerful Yuan clan assassin? For a moment, Hong Ying was a little shocked. This Yuan clan assassin had such a powerful body. Even if she stood there and let her kill him, she would probably have to kill him for a long time before she could kill him. Not to mention, the Yuan tribe, a foreign individual, has such a terrifying recovery ability. For them, it doesn't matter if they suffer a little injury or even a serious injury, they can recover easily. Therefore, when dealing with the Yuan clan warriors, it is best to kill them with one strike. The body of the Yuan clan assassin in front of you seems to be more powerful than the ordinary Yuan clan. While Long Yu was reshaping his body, he estimated the strength of this Abyss assassin. Finally, he was sure that the strength of this Abyss assassin had definitely reached the level of an ordinary 7th-level master. As for his body and recovery ability, it was even more powerful. An ordinary 7th-stage master. This thing is so terrifying, it is definitely one of the few powerful enemies that Long Yu has encountered so far. Fortunately, Long Yu relied on the 5th level of demonic heart to reshape his body, and the recovery speed was not much slower than that of the Abyss assassin. After just one stick of incense, Hong Ying was about to be completely suppressed by the Yuan clan assassin. At this time, Long Yu had completely reshaped his body, and the apocalyptic 9 nether divine inscriptions came straight towards the Yuan clan assassin. Unbounded grip. Long Yu used the 9 nether divine inscriptions to display endless high-level martial arts. Even though the martial arts realms of the two sides were greatly different, this time, the metal body of the Yuan clan assassin paused for a moment. However, the body of the Yuan clan assassin only paused for a moment. After all, Long Yu's current martial arts level was too low, and at the level of a superior master, it was too difficult to deal with the Yuan clan assassin who was a 5th level master. Moreover, this Yuan clan assassin is not just an ordinary 5th level master. It seems that this time, just like last time, I can only make a fuss. Long Yu thought to himself that in a battle at this level, the role he could play was extremely limited. Fortunately, he still had some other abilities. For example, the sky domain of the ancient Dragon Bone Tower can block the escape route of the Abyss Assassin, and relying on the Void Dragon Blade, he can quickly catch up with the opponent and ensure that the opponent cannot escape. Coupled with Hong Ying's powerful deduction power, this Yuan clan assassin had no chance of escaping once he was dragged down by them. It is a pity that the strong men of the Vulcan clan who are in the 5th stage of the Grand Dominance realm sealed by Long Yu in the Dragon Skeleton Ancient Tower have not yet been transformed into dark creatures and cannot be used. Otherwise, this battle will be much easier. Long Yu Wujia's grip was used to control the Yuan clan assassin for a moment, and Hong Ying recovered. After all, she had undergone many academy trainings in succession. Even if she faced such a powerful Yuan clan assassin, Hong Ying could not stand it. Didn't get into trouble. Yuga is still hiding in the inner space of the Void Nether Dragon Blade, not appearing, waiting for opportunities anytime and anywhere. Once there is a good opportunity, it will be the death of the Abyss Assassin. Hong Ying has quite a lot of experience in fighting alien races. Now she can see that she cannot confront this Abyss Assassin head-on, otherwise she will never be his match. Therefore, she quickly began to adopt a roundabout strategy and used various methods to mainly drag down the Yuan clan assassin. The bloody divine inscriptions in the field were constantly shrouded and condensed, and then were blasted to pieces by the Yuan clan assassins with their violent bodies. No matter how hard Hong Ying tried, she could not trap the Yuan clan for more than one breath. Fortunately, with the help of Long Yu, Hong Ying will not be at a disadvantage, but if this continues, the situation will still be very unfavorable for them. Seeing that the situation was not good, Long Yu's heart moved, and he released the 3 previously transformed dark creatures from the ancient Dragon Skeleton Tower. Before he got the 3-headed and 5-stage Great Master Vulcan corpse, he stayed in Long Zitian's steel fortress for a few days. During that time, he transformed the 3-headed and 3-stage Great Vulcan corpse into a dark creatures. Although these dark creatures have no fighting experience in life, they still have extremely superior fighting instincts. The elites of the Vulcan tribe who can come to the alien battlefield, even after they die and turn into dark creatures, their combat power exceeds that of ordinary 3rd-level masters. Now, 3 dark creatures appeared, without any pause, and rushed straight towards the Abyss Assassin. The 3 dark creatures surrounded the Abyss Assassin, and the power of the 9 Nether Divines surged out. These 3 dark creatures were warriors of the Vulcan tribe during their lifetimes. They used the power of flame-attributed divine inscriptions, but now after being transformed into dark creatures, all they contain in their bodies are the apocalyptic Joyo divine inscriptions. From this aspect, these 3 dark creatures are even stronger than before. However, the lack of some martial arts and supernatural powers that they had in life has become their weakness. The 3 dark creatures took action and suddenly turned the situation around. They joined forces with Hong Ying to trap the Abyss Assassin. Of course, this is only temporary. Even with 3 more helpers, Hong Ying was still facing a lot of pressure. The Yuan clan assassin did not panic at all, and his strong body with a metallic color rushed through the void. It was just a simple collision, and it instantly fell on a dark creature. The terrifying force directly knocked the dark creature into pieces. The dark body scattered in all directions, turning into scattered 9 nether divine inscriptions. The power dispersed into the surrounding void. The other 2 dark creatures, under the control of Long Yu, took the opportunity to launch the strongest offensive towards the Yuan clan assassin. The 9 nether divine inscriptions condensed into countless dark beams, which suddenly fell on the body of the Yuan clan assassin. The metallic luster on the surface of the Yuan clan assassin's body dimmed for a moment, but then it became even brighter. The metallic light flashed, and the entire Yuan clan assassin was like a cannonball, blasting towards the other side of the darkness. Biology. The 3 dark creatures only served to delay Hong Ying's attack, and could not cause any harm to the Abyss assassin. However, Long Yu was not discouraged and continued to use various methods. While the 3 dark creatures were summoned, he also continued to summon several Jiuyou hunters. Nearly 10 9 nether hunters were like walkers in the darkness, easily sneaking into the side of the Yuan clan assassin, and then each slashed 3 times with their heart swords. The scimitar in their hands carried a strong spiritual impact and enveloped the Yuan clan assassin. The physical strength of the Yuan clan far exceeds that of all other races. Neither the human race nor the demon race can compare with it, but in terms of spirituality, it is their weakness. Even though Long Yu's martial arts level is 5 levels lower than that of his opponent, which can be said to be a world of difference, but now the Jiuyou hunter swings out his heart sword 3 times, and as the spiritual sword light falls on the Yuan clan assassin, it also made the Yuan clan assassin's spirit appear in a trance again and again. Although it is just a trance, it plays a huge role in the battle situation. Hong Ying accurately seized every opportunity, and the blood-colored divine inscriptions condensed into a whip. Then, while the Yuan clan assassin was in a daze, the blood-colored whip fell on the weakest part of his body, causing the metallic luster on his body to dim again. It is impossible to kill this Abyss assassin like this, but Hong Ying and Long Yu still have a trump card, which is Yuge in the inner space of the Void Dragon Blade. Their mission was to make this Abyss assassin ignore other alertness, and then hope that Yu Song would appear at the critical moment and kill him with one blow. Therefore, no matter what, Long Yu must cooperate with Hong Ying to drag this Yuan clan assassin into a bitter battle. Quietly, the power of the Mad War Heaven on Long Yu's body began to build up, and the aura of the Mad Gods coming to the world bloomed fiercely on Long Yu's body. In just a short period of time, the power he could unleash by using the Mad War Divine Inscription was beyond ordinary. 10 times. Since it is so difficult to fight that Abyss assassin now, then use the endless level high-grade martial arts of the Mad War celestial body. As the strength of the Mad War Heaven stacks up higher and higher, that Abyss tribe will definitely feel stronger and stronger. Pressure. Of course, in a short period of time, Long Yu still did not dare to go head-to-head with the Abyss clan. He could only continue to condense the ancient afterimages, and then let the ancient afterimages launch wild fists and cannon attacks against the Abyss clan assassins. The assassins of the Yuan tribe relied on their physical strength, and every wave of violent fighting, fists, and cannons were directly hit without any dodge or evasion. This situation made Long Yu heart happy. Because if the opponent does not dodge or evade, he will be able to stack more layers of crazy fighting power. Once the crazy fighting power reaches a certain number, he will be able to confront the Abyss assassin head-on, and even kill this assassin. The 2 Yuan clan assassin was finally killed. However, it is not that easy to add up the layers of the crazy fighting power. Long Yu must hide his own crazy fighting power at all times, because it arouses the opponent's alert, and it is very likely that the Yuan clan assassin will come first. Deal with Long Yu. At this stage, the Abyss assassin is not aware of the threat of Long Yu. Even if the Mad God comes to the world and uses the Mad War divine power to increase his strength tenfold, the Yuan assassin does not feel that Long Yu is a threat to it. Instead, as Hong Ying exploded with stronger power, the demonic blood 6 wings awakening skills emerged one after another, and the bloody red light kept flashing in the field, bombarding towards the Yuan clan assassins. During this period, Hong Ying's power became stronger and stronger, gradually putting pressure on the Yuan clan assassins, who had to spend a lot of time dealing with Hong Ying. The assassins of the Yuan clan continuously collided with Hong Ying physically, and the metallic luster continued to break through the blood-red light, appearing extremely domineering. However, Feng Yin relied on her flexible body and some kind of magical power to transform into 6 wings of demon blood. Afterimage dodges the opponent's attack. If this situation continues, the Yuan clan assassin will not be able to touch Feng Yin's body at all. However, Long Yu didn't stop at all, constantly condensing the afterimages of the ancient times, and launched wild fighting fists and cannons at the Yuan clan assassin. Although the Yuan clan assassin was constantly chasing Feng Yin, the ancient afterimage of Long Yu was able to perform the Mad Battle Divine move, flashing to the opponent's side and punching out in an instant. Every time he punches out, Long Yu's mad fighting power will be superimposed one more layer, making his use of the mad fighting divine power twice as powerful. However, Long Yu temporarily concealed the increasing strength of his furious warcraft, instead evading, not daring to engage in direct combat, and was always harassing the Yuan clan assassin. Under Long Yu's constant harassment, the Yuan clan assassin couldn't bear to be annoyed, and kept smashing those ancient afterimages with his physical body. Then he raised his hand, and part of his body was separated from his body. This is the metallic fluid that Long Yu has seen before. The life of the Yuan clan, a foreign race, is not a whole life like the human race or the demon race, but a collection of lives that rely on the physical body and can be divided into various parts of metallic fluid, and each part has its own life. Now, this abyss assassin was impatient with Long Yu's harassment, and finally began to urge the metal fluid to come out, hoping to kill Long Yu directly with the metal fluid that took up 20% of his strength. The metallic fluid flew out of the Yuan clan assassin's body, and instantly accelerated to the limit. Like a metal cannonball, it landed on Long Yu's body. This situation shocked Long Yu. But fortunately, he had had fighting experience with the Yuan tribe before, and he had been wary of the opponent's move for a long time, so he was able to react in time. The primordial power of the water system enveloped him, and at that moment, the Void Dragon Blade teleported him 100 feet away, successfully dodging the opponent's metal fluid cannonball. The metal fluid is separated from the other party's body, and does not require the other party to spend any effort to control it, because the metal fluid has its own life and thoughts. This is the terrifying thing about the Yuan clan. An individual can be divided into several individuals to fight at the same time. This ability is possessed by no other race except the Yuan tribe. Although the ancient afterimage like Long Yu or the 9 Nether Hunters can also create the effect of using more to defeat fewer, in fact they don't have much effect. Because, compared to the strength of Long Yu itself, the ancient afterimage and Jiryo Hunter are undoubtedly too weak, basically not even 1/10 of Long Yu's strength. But these separated fluids from the Yuan clan are different. Even the 20% of the metallic fluid separated by the Yuan clan has a combat capability equivalent to at least 70% of the Yuan clan itself. This is the real horror of the Yuan clan. The Yuan tribe warrior that Long Yu originally fought against was only 2 realms higher than Long Yu, so the suppression in this aspect was not particularly reflected. But now, Long Yu was facing 20% of the strength of the metallic fluid alone, but he was already showing a bit of incompetence. All of Long Yu's ancient afterimages and 9 Nether Hunters were blown to pieces by the 20% strength of the metal fluid cannon in an instant. Then, the metal fluid cannon continued to rush towards Long Yu, who had dodged 100 miles away. Come. As the metallic fluid rolled over, it gradually transformed into the body of a Yuan clan, only slightly smaller than its original body, as if a son had been born on the spot. This made Long Yu couldn't help but think, could this be how the Yuan tribe reproduces and continues? After all, this method of reproduction is quite efficient. After all, the separated little guy has the wisdom of the original body, and also has a certain degree of power and strength. It is much easier to cultivate than the human race and the demon race starting from scratch. However, Long Yu doesn't know exactly how the Yuan tribe reproduces. It may be possible to know in the future, but now, Long Yu's biggest difficulty is to deal with this metallic fluid clone. As for the Abyss Assassin himself, after the metallic fluid was separated, his strength was reduced to 90%. This made Hong Ying feel a little more relaxed, but not much. Hong Ying continued to use blood-colored divine inscriptions to deal with the Yuan clan assassins. Because the Yuan clan assassins spent some time on Long Yu, Hong Ying slightly pushed its body back a certain distance, and the metallic luster on its body became dimmer than before. However, this dimness only lasted for a moment. Almost in the blink of an eye, the Abyss Assassin returned to his perfect form, and most importantly, his figure suddenly disappeared from the void. This situation made Hong Ying a little dumbfounded, because she remembered that the concealment ability of this Abyss Assassin was extremely strong. Unless she used the power of deduction, she would not be able to find any trace of him. Now that the Yuan clan assassin is hiding in the void, it is obviously discovered that Hong Ying and Long Yu are not as easy to deal with as it imagined, which makes it ready to use its trump card. The reason why this Yuan clan is called the Yuan clan assassin must be because its assassination methods are extremely terrifying. The two of them had already learned how to assassinate it. If Hong Ying hadn't suddenly deduced its location and reminded it right away, the other party might have succeeded with the first blow. If Long Yu hadn't dodged in time, not only his body would have been shattered, but even the heart of the demon dust would have been severely damaged. If so, it would have been a disaster for Long Yu. But now, Hong Ying cannot devote all her attention to the deduction, because once she performs the deduction, it is very likely that the Yuan clan assassin will suddenly appear behind her and attack her. If she is suddenly hit by a Yuan clan assassin, Hong Ying does not have the demonic heart of Long Yu, who can quickly reshape her body. Once she is hit, Long Yu will lose one fighting force. Even if Yuga comes out again, she will not be able to reshape her body. We will definitely be able to kill this Yuan clan assassin. Long Yu was dealing with the Abyss clan clone made of metal fluid, just like he was dealing with a Yuan clan assassin with the fourth stage of the Great Master Realm. The pressure was still great, but Long Yu did not transfer this part of the pressure to Hong Ying. Originally, it's his responsibility. This part of the metallic fluid must be killed by Long Yu. The afterimages of ancient times are constantly being condensed by Long Yu. At this moment, Long Yu has unknowingly accumulated 45 layers of Mad War power. In addition, coupled with the influence of the Mad Gods coming into the world, 10 layers have been accumulated over such a long time. 5 levels, which add up to 60 times the power of the Mad War Divine Text. 60 times the power of the Mad War Divine Text is enough for Long Yu to kill some 3rd-level masters and even ordinary 4th-level masters, but it is still not enough to face the metal fluid clone of this Abyss Assassin. Therefore, Long Yu still did not expose the level of his mad fighting power. He just maintained the original fighting method, using the ancient afterimages to circumvent the opponent. Long Yu continued to use the crazy fighting skill. This movement method was quite good. He could quickly move to the side, and there was no need to use the space divine text, so the opponent would not be able to see the teleportation position in advance. Long Yu deliberately led the metal fluid clone far away, but the metal fluid clone didn't pay much attention and directly chased Long Yu. Although this metal fluid clone has its own intelligence and life, it was ordered by the main body after all, to kill the human guy Long Yu. In this case, before the Yuan clan assassin's body issues other orders, this metallic fluid clone will use all means to perform this task. Therefore, the metallic fluid clone chased Long Yu farther and farther away. Long Yu could teleport hundreds of feet away every time he teleported, and the metallic fluid clone also chased him. This situation made Long Yu feel happy. If the other party keeps chasing him, it will be extremely beneficial to him. However, Long Yu's current danger is also extremely high. If he is not careful, he will be hit by the metallic fluid clone, and then his body will be destroyed with terrifying force. Now if the opponent's body is destroyed again, the opponent will no longer be able to allow Long Yu to reshape his body, unless someone delays his time. But Long Yu now leads the opponent away, which also cuts off his own escape route. Even if he needs support by then, Yu Ge and Hong Ying will not be able to get here. Yu Ge was left in the direction of Hong Ying by Long Yu and the Void Nether Dragon Blade, allowing Xiaoshu to cooperate with Hong Ying to contain the Abyss Assassin's body. The burial in the void was continuously used by Xiaoshu, forcing the Yuan clan assassin to move strangely. Every time the Abyss Assassin wanted to kill Hong Ying, the void burial could always break out at a key location, causing the Abyss Assassin to retreat. Even an extremely strong Abyss Assassin would be hard-pressed to resist the void burial unleashed by the Void Dragon Blade. However, the void burial move is too difficult to hit the opponent. Although it is extremely powerful, if the opponent sees the tendency of void burial to explode, he will definitely have enough time to avoid it. Unless he is forcibly controlled by someone, he will be able to hit the opponent. With the cooperation of Xiaoshu and Hong Ying, the Yuan clan assassin became extremely violent. In its eyes, whether it is Long Yu, Red Warbler, or Void Dragon Blade, they are all vulnerable little things, but it has been entangled here for so long. If other geniuses of the Yuan clan knew about this, wouldn't they be laughed to death? Therefore, the Yuan assassin is ready to deliver a fatal blow. Buzz. A sound similar to the friction of ancient steel came from the Yuan clan assassin, and then its speed exploded to the limit, crashing directly towards Hong Ying. This time, the speed of the explosion increased to an unprecedented level, so that Hong Ying didn't even have time to dodge. Although the void burial erupted, the Yuan clan assassin did not pay attention to the upcoming void burial. Kill the Red Warbler first. Red Warbler, in danger. There is no other way. Yu Ge, who has been hiding in the inner space of the Void Dragon Blade, can only come out now. The power of the stars and divine words shines down like a waterfall, falling directly in front of Hong Ying, aiming at the attacker. The Yuan clan assassin is coming. Awakening skill, Galaxy Waterfall. The Yuan clan assassin felt the sharpness of Yu Song's offensive, and knew that even with his physical strength, if he were to bear Yu Song's blow head-on, he would be seriously injured. Especially since the void burial is still erupting in place, its forced attack will definitely put itself in danger. The sudden Yu Ge made the Yuan clan assassin a little confused, but it also knew that today's situation was probably arranged by these guys from the human race and the demon race. It couldn't escape, so it was the only way to survive. Just try your best to kill all these guys. Even if he risked being injured, this Abyss assassin would kill Hong Ying before he could. His determination was extremely firm. The metal stream of light burst out of the void, instantly cutting through the whirlpool of water-based Taichu power buried in the void, facing it. Yu Ge's awakening skill, Galaxy Waterfall, rushed directly in front of Hong Ying. This speed was really too fast. Hong Ying tried to dodge, but couldn't. Her speed was still too slow after all. But at this moment, Long Yu suddenly flashed and teleported directly to Hong Ying from an unknown distance. Then he held Hong Ying with one hand and activated the Book of Shadows. The power of the world brought Hong Ying into Long Yu's small world. The Book of Shadows made Long Yu directly transform into nothingness. Long Yu, who was in a state of nothingness, directly avoided the strong attack of the Yuan clan assassin's main body, and then dodged to the side, and the crazy fighting fists and cannons rushed out, bringing with it a terrifying wave of void. 100 times the power of the Mad War divine text. Burial in the void, waterfall of the galaxy, and fighting fists and cannons, the Yuan clan assassin didn't pay attention for a moment, and he had already fallen into the encirclement of 3 terrifying moves. Waterfall of the Galaxy is an awakening technique of the Taichu divine level awakened by Yu Ge. It is an awakening technique derived from the 10th level of awakening. It is extremely powerful. Burial in the Void is the strongest method of the Void Dragon Blade. Although there is some delay in the burst of power, the Abyss Assassin has now taken the initiative to break into the range of Burial in the Void. The last mad fight with fists and cannons was the result of Long Yu's hard work during this period. When fighting the metallic fluid clone, Long Yu delayed time and lured the metallic fluid clone to a farther place, while condensing the ancient remnants. Ying continued to use frenzied fighting fists and cannons on it, superimposing his own frenzied fighting power and keeping it hidden. Until this time, all the power hidden by Long Yu was released at the same time, and 100 times the power of the Mad War Divine Text burst out. 3 kinds of attacks rushed out from 3 directions, completely surrounding the Yuan clan assassins. It was impossible to dodge. Faced with this situation, the Yuan clan assassin seemed a little surprised. His whole body was divided into several pieces of metallic fluid at the same time. These metallic fluids dispersed and flew out in all directions. The original Yuan clan assassin's body was powerful, but not very penetrating. But now that it has been divided into pieces of metallic fluid, its penetrating power has become extremely strong. Every piece of metal fluid can directly penetrate one of the 3 offensives, directly penetrating from the Void Burial and the Galaxy Waterfall. Although it suffered some damage, it was not fatal. On the other hand, Long Yu's crazy fighting fist cannon, because it was an attack he could freely control, hit one of the metal fluids with one punch. With this punch, the metallic luster on the surface of the metallic fluid suddenly became extremely dim, and the speed of its flight into the distance was also directly weakened. Come again. Fight with fists and cannons. Long Yu didn't hesitate at all. He retracted one punch and continued to throw out the other. Facing the metal fluid right in front of him, the Mad War Divine Text broke out again. 101 times the power bonus of the Mad War Divine Text, reaching the strongest state in Long Yu's history. In order to superimpose so much fierce fighting power, Long Yu took several ancient-level pills to restore the power consumed in his body. However, the result is gratifying. With nearly 100 layers of dragon control of the Mad Battle power, and more than 10 times the power bonus of the Mad God coming to the world, he can have earth-shattering power with every punch. Explosive force. Even compared with ordinary 5th-level masters, they are not far behind. When the power of Long Yu's Mad War Divine Inscription was increased by 10 times, his power was equivalent to that of a practitioner of the 3rd level of Great Master. Now that the power of his Mad War Divine Inscription has been increased by 100 times, he has already caught up with the 5th level of Great Master. To put it simply, if Long Yu now uses the Mad War Divine Inscription, his strength is already on par with the 5th level master. This is still when the level of integration between Long Yu and the Mad War Attribute Divine Text is relatively low. If Long Yu can reach the 12th level with the Mad War Divine When Attribute and reach the peak level of integration in the future, then the effect of his Mad War Celestial body will be even more terrifying. Long Yu punched 3 times in succession, but the metal fluid couldn't dodge at all, and was hit by Long Yu's fist. On the 3rd punch, the metal fluid was finally exploded by him. After all, the strength of each part of the metallic fluid clone of the Yuan clan assassin is only equivalent to 70% of its original body. Even the Yuan clan assassin, who is in the 5th stage of the Great Master realm, can no longer withstand the metal fluid separated from it. Now Long Yu is here. The unlimited superposition of the Mad War Divine Inscriptions was extremely powerful, but starting from 100 times, Long Yu had clearly felt that this tyrannical power had put a huge burden on his current physical body. If he continues in this state, Long Yu may throw a few punches, and his body will collapse. Therefore, theoretically unlimited superposition cannot be achieved by Long Yu. Fortunately, with the help of Demon Chen's heart, Long Yu's body, which was about to collapse, was constantly being reshaped. Now it was 100 times better, and he could be saved by relying on Demon Chen's heart. When the power reaches 200 times, the burden on Long Yu's physical body will be even greater. I am afraid that even the heart of demon dust will not be able to prevent the collapse of his physical body. Although the crazy fighting power can be superimposed without limit, there are still other objective restrictions in the end. If the physical strength is not enough, it is impossible to continue fighting after the crazy fighting power is superimposed to a high enough level. Because in that case, once the power of the Mad War divine text is used, Long Yu's physical body will begin to collapse, and if it goes to a deeper level, not even the heart of the demon dust can stop it. Once the physical body completely collapses, even if the heart of the demon dust is completely reshaped, the new physical body will not have the layers of crazy fighting power that were superimposed before. Now, it can be said that Long Yu has used Kuang Zhan's celestial body to a certain level, and of course he has a deeper understanding of it. Long Yu swung 3 punches in succession, 100 times the power of the Mad War divine inscriptions, directly bombarding and shattering that part of the metal fluid. However, he also suffered great damage, and many parts of his body could not withstand the power of the Mad War divine inscriptions and began to break apart. For a time, even though Long Yu had the ability to repair the demon dust heart, he could only stay in place for a period of time to repair his body. Fortunately, when the Yuan clan assassins saw that Long Yu was so strong, all the other metal fluids ran away in other directions, and they no longer had any plans to defeat Long Yu. The parts of the metal fluid that passed through the void burial and the galaxy waterfall were seriously injured, but they were still alive. However, the metal fluid bombarded by Long Yu was completely shattered, and the life contained in it was directly destroyed. Dissipated. The sudden appearance of Long Yu's punches shocked both Yu Ge and Hong Ying. They had never thought that the power of Long Yu, a low-ranking master, could be so powerful. Although Long Yu seems to have been shocked by that power now, and his physical body has suffered a lot of damage, to Long Yu, this damage is nothing. Originally, Long Yu had practiced Death Realm body refining and crazy combat celestial body, and his physical strength was far beyond that of ordinary people. What's more, with the heart of demonic dust, there was no way Long Yu could die due to the shock to his physical body. However, he will lose some combat effectiveness in a short period of time. As long as the heart of demonic dust restores his shattered body, he can immediately continue to fight, and he will be faster and more destructive than before. Martial arts secrets, martial arts, and magical powers can all complement each other. For example, now, Long Yu's heart of demonic dust and crazy battle celestial body can work together to produce great results. The two combined together create such a powerful existence as Long Yu. And without the heart of demonic dust, now that Long Yu had killed part of the metal fluid with those few punches, he would have basically lost his combat effectiveness. After 3 punches, each punch was more powerful than the last, and the damage to his body was getting more and more serious. The most conspicuous thing was that Long Yu's hands were almost bloody due to the shock, revealing the white bones, and thanks to the magic dust. His heart kept beating, reshaping that part of the bloody body. No one can escape, kill them all. Yu Ge saw the 5 metallic fluid clones of the Yuan clan assassins fleeing around. She immediately said in a deep voice that the mission of this academy training was to kill the Yuan clan assassin. Therefore, any part of the metallic fluid neither can be let go. Each part of these metallic fluids carries all the memories of the Yuan clan assassins, plus their own lives and consciousness. If any of them are let go, Yu Ge will not be able to complete the training mission he accepted. In addition, the combat power shown by Long Yu now has definitely shocked this Yuan clan assassin. The upper master can kill its metallic fluid clone. Is this something ordinary people can do? If it were allowed to escape and Long Yu's news was exposed among the Yuan clan, there might be many powerful beings from the Yuan clan who would strangle Long Yu in the cradle. Now that Long Yu is a lower-ranking master, he is already so tyrannical. When Long Yu reaches the realm of Great Master, or even rises to the level of 7th level master, he will definitely be a formidable enemy of the foreign race. You know, the aliens have genius assassination plans. All alien races have been snooping on the internal information of the human race and the demon race. Once they discover that there is a genius who is beyond ordinary people, they will try their best to kill it to prevent it from developing into a godlike person. I'm not afraid of anything else, I'm just afraid that the number of gods will increase, which would be fatal bad news for the aliens. Including the human race and the demon race, they also have this kind of plan, so many patrol spies are also placed among the alien races, searching for geniuses among the alien races. To be honest, any human race or monster race that can join the seminary is a target that must be eliminated in the eyes of foreign races. Therefore, it is extremely dangerous for students of the seminary to go out for training. However, every student from the seminary is not an easy character to deal with. Now Hongying and Yugu are both in the realm of the 3rd level of Great Master, but they can complete the tasks and goals of the 5th level of Great Master. This kind of strength can only be possessed by students in seminaries. Yugu chased 2 of the metal fluids, and Hongying also chased and killed 2, leaving only 1. After Long Yu's physical body was reshaped, he relied on void travel to directly dodge in front of the opponent, and then punched out directly. Unbounded grip. Fighting with fists and cannons. 2 consecutive moves of endless level martial arts were launched, first to control the opponent's figure, even if it was only for a moment, and then a frenzied fight with fists and cannons followed. With one punch, the entire metallic fluid exploded. Obviously, the combat power of Long Yu, who has now accumulated hundreds of layers of crazy fighting power, has already reached the ordinary 5th level master level. It is not so easy to stack hundreds of layers of crazy fighting power. Long Yu's physical body began to shatter again after one punch. At the same time, the metallic fluid clone of the Yuan clan assassin was also shattered by his punch, completely exploding, and the life consciousness within it dissipated. The current Long Yu's combat power is so strong that he can easily kill a metal fluid clone when faced alone. By using the unbounded grip, you can completely control the opponent. Immediately after a move of the mad fighting fist and cannon, the terrifying mad war divine inscriptions can turn into a storm, shattering the metallic fluid clone into a large piece of metal fragments and scattering towards the surroundings, which has completely lost its life and spirituality. This part of the metallic fluid clone has completely died and can never be recovered. On Yugu and Hongying's side, the 2 women reacted and went to chase 2 metal fluid clones each. This Yuan clan assassin could not stay at all, and any metal fluid clone must be killed. Let them deal with these 4. Long Yu thought in his mind that he had another target of his own, which was the metallic fluid clone that the Yuan clan assassins initially separated from to hunt him down. Just now, he and the metallic fluid clone used delaying tactics to attract it far away, then turned back and scattered the Yuan clan assassin's body. Now, he had to go back and kill the metallic fluid clone, otherwise he would be run away by that metallic fluid clone. In this kind of thing, Long Yu is not willing to let any flaws appear in his mission. Since the metallic fluid came to hunt him down in the first place, he has enough responsibility to kill it. However, now the metallic fluid clone seemed to have noticed something was wrong, and then completely hid it in the void, which made Long Yu a little depressed. With the other party hiding like this, it was really difficult for him to find the other party's hiding place. You must know that Long Yu's martial arts realm is still only accessible to upper-level masters. Even if the opponent is just a metallic fluid clone, he still has the basic strength equivalent to the 4th-level master. Based on Long Yu's strength, it is impossible for him to deduce the opponent's location with his little deduction power. Even if he wants to deduce, it is just a waste of energy. Unless Hongying came to deduce the metallic fluid clone, it would be possible to directly find its location. However, now that Hong Ying itself has to hunt down the two metallic fluid clones, she is already in a hurry and cannot have time to help Long Yu deduce. Therefore, if you want to find the metallic fluid clone that you have led far away, you have to rely entirely on yourself. Long Yu quickly arrived at the place where he had lured the metallic fluid clone before, and then the light of balance blessed himself. The Abyss assassins as a whole have powerful concealment methods, but after they are split into individual metal fluids, they may not be able to use the same strength of concealment methods. Therefore, it is very possible that the hiding method of this metallic fluid clone is not particularly clever, so Long Yu will try it with his own methods first. Balanced control, balanced light, this martial arts secret technique was used by Long Yu. His spiritual perception suddenly increased more than 10 times, and then spread towards the surrounding void, looking for any trace of the metallic fluid clone's breath. Unexpectedly, he actually found some traces of this. He felt that the metallic fluid split into two again and fled towards the void from different directions. Although they were all hidden, it was impossible to hide in front of Long Yu's 10 times spiritual perception ability. You must know that Long Yu has cultivated balanced control to the 9th level, and his spiritual perception is more than 10 times stronger than ordinary martial arts at the same level. After casting the light of balance, it can be improved tenfold. In total, it is equivalent to Long Yu's spiritual perception being 100 times stronger than that of practitioners of the same realm, similar to the Mad War divine text that surrounds his body now. It is not too difficult for Long Yu to find a metallic fluid clone whose hiding methods are not very good. Now that I've found it, the next thing is easy to handle. Without any hesitation, Long Yu directly used the unbounded grip, completely pulling the two metallic fluid clones back, and the apocalyptic 9 nether divine inscriptions instantly wrapped around the bodies of the two metallic fluid clones. These two metal fluid clones were separated from the original metal fluid clone and turned into two small ones. Each small metal fluid clone has 1/10 of the power of the original Yuan clan assassin. Although they only have 1/10 of their power, these two metal fluid clones are actually able to exert half of the strength of the Yuan clan assassins, and they are not as weak as imagined. However, in front of the current Long Yu, these two small Yuan clan assassins were like little guys, with no ability to resist at all. Long Yu used the Revelation level 9 nether divine inscriptions to use the unbounded grip. Although he pulled the two metal fluid clones over, he did not control them. They immediately wanted to start a counterattack against Long Yu. However, Long Yu didn't give them any chance, and instead used the Mad War divine token to display the unbounded grip. This time, the violent power of the Mad War divine inscription directly imprisoned the two metallic fluid clones on the spot. Now, Long Yu's use of the Mad War divine art can unleash 100 times the power. Even this multiple is still being superimposed, and it has now reached 107 times. Under such circumstances, even if Long Yu used the Mad War divine inscription to display the unbounded grip, his hands would be in a state of collapse. Machen's heart is always beating, and the beating speed is getting faster and faster, allowing his body to reshape faster and faster, but it still can't keep up with the speed of the body's disintegration. As long as he uses the Mad War divine inscription, his body will be shaken by the tyrannical power. The heart of demon dust keeps beating, and he can barely maintain the current combat effectiveness of Long Yu. After Kaizen Xuanhuan used the unbounded grip, Long Yu blasted out 2 fists, respectively. With the power of a terrifying explosion, the two metallic fluid clones were completely shattered into metal scraps. Without any pause, Long Yu completely annihilated and disintegrated these metal fragments with the 9 nether divine inscriptions, making them completely disappear from this world. Then, he turned back and thought with the Void Dragon Blade, and the void traveled instantly to the direction of the Red Warbler. He also wanted to take advantage of the current state where the level of the crazy fighting force was high enough to help Hong Ying and Yuge kill all the opponents they were chasing. But when he came over, he found that Hong Ying and Yuege didn't need his help. They had already killed the 2 metallic fluid clones. All the metallic fluid clones exploded, but Long Yu did not relax, including Yu Ge and Hong Ying, who did not act rashly or get carried away. The 3 of them looked at each other and nodded to each other, and then Hong Ying once again began to gather the power of deduction, following the aura of the Yuan clan assassin, and spreading it around. The power of deduction quickly descended on the Abyss assassin, but now it was divided into a dozen invisible pillars of the power of deduction, each falling on the metallic fluid clones of the Abyss assassin. There is no doubt that all these metal fluid clones have been killed, and even the aura is getting weaker and weaker. Before long, it is difficult to deduce the aura of this Abyss assassin even with the power of deduction. Only then did the 3 of them breathe a sigh of relief. Because the power of deduction cannot be deduced, it is the Abyss assassin who is really dead. Otherwise, even if all the metallic fluid clones found are killed, there is no guarantee that the Abyss assassin is completely killed. Long Yu, I didn't expect you to be so strong now. Yu Ge looked at Long Yu with a look of reverence in her eyes. Originally, she thought that Long Yu, who joined the seminary a year later than her, was still her junior. But now it seems that it won't be long before Long Yu can truly surpass her. This guy can actually kill the metal fluid clone of the Yuan clan, who is about the same strength as her, which really surprises her. You must know that the martial arts realm of Long Yutsai's master, his cultivation level is so low, and his combat power is so strong that even the assassins of the Yuan clan can't suppress Long Yu in the slightest. Yu Ge and Hong Ying have already seen Long Yu's fighting method, which is to continuously superimpose the power of his own crazy battle, making the power of the mad battle divine text become stronger and stronger. But where did this method come from? After the power is strong enough, Long Yu's physical body shows signs of collapse every time he uses it, but he can rely on the heart of the demon dust to quickly reshape his physical body and recover. Yu Ge is very lucky that they were able to kill this Abyss assassin in time. Otherwise, if this continues, Long Yu may not be able to hold on, and even the speed at which his body can be reshaped cannot match the speed at which his body is shattered. The situation will be very bad by then. It can be said that it is very likely that they will be finished. Obviously, in this operation, Long Yu's role has been improved a lot compared to before. It can be seen that Long Yu's strength has been enhanced at least 10 times compared to the last time we met. It can even compete with the metal fluid of Yuan clan assassins. The front of the clone is strong. At this moment, Long Yu's whole body was surrounded by the divine inscriptions of mad war, and he looked like a crazy warrior. However, as time gradually passed, the power of mad war in him gradually receded and dispersed. Long Yu's eyes, which were originally filled with the divine writings of mad war, finally gradually returned to their clear appearance. The fierce battle just now made his heartbeat accelerate to an unimaginable level. Not only the beating of Mo Chen's heart, but also the beating of his own heart, all showed that he was in an extremely excited state. This made him take out the 3 heavenly crystal-level creations in his arms without hesitation, then selected one of them and began to absorb the creative power in it. In this way, Yu Ge and Hong Ying looked at each other, and they both had a tacit understanding and did not say anything. Instead, they silently guarded Long Yu's side and protected him. Because, in this way, Long Yu clearly wants to take the opportunity to break through to the realm of the Great Master. Although there is only one level of difference between a high-ranking master and a Great Master, in fact, the basic strength is much different. Once Long Yu gets a breakthrough, he will cross a big level and become stronger than before. Powerful. Now Long Yu had just experienced a fierce battle and almost pushed himself to the limit. All the power in his body seemed to be boiling. Dingdian novel. If we don't try to break through now, when will we wait? Long Yu remembered that Hong Ying's breakthrough to the realm of the Great Master was also in the process of a fierce battle. Therefore, battle is indeed a major way to promote the improvement of cultivators. Long Yu now began to absorb the 3rd grade Tianjing level creations, And then Yu Ge and Hong Ying were on the side to protect Long Yu. The Abyss Assassin has been completely killed. Once Long Yu's breakthrough is completed, we can go back and deliver the mission. Hong Ying smiled at Yu Ge and said, "Well, to be honest, if we met the Xuan clan assassin this time, it would be really difficult to deal with it if it weren't for the help of Long Yu. Just the two of us, even if we could kill it, it would take a long time. It's at least 10 times more, and there's also the possibility of encountering danger." Yu Ge said with a little emotion at this time, obviously fully recognizing Long Yu's strength. She raised her head and looked at Long Yu, and found that the breakthrough level of a dedicated cultivation was extremely obvious in this void. After all, the power of the Mad War divine text was lingering all over his body, and it had not completely retreated, making him look like a violent figure. Mars. When absorbing the heavenly crystal-level creations, Long Yu transferred all the absorbed creative power to the small world to expand the territory of his small world. As the territory of Long Yu's small world continues to expand, Long Yu's basic strength also begins to slowly increase. Since a cultivator steps into the secret realm of domination, the territory of the small world will affect the cultivator's basic strength. The larger the small world, the greater the cultivator's basic strength. The stronger the basic strength of the person. Long Yu was neither arrogant nor impatient. After the fierce battle just ended, he started practicing step by step and tried to make a breakthrough. When it comes to breaking through the realm, Long Yu has not encountered a bottleneck for a long time. Even now that he has been promoted from a high-ranking master to a great master, he has not encountered any bottlenecks. Anyway, he only needs to absorb the power of creation from created things, to expand the territory of his small world and slowly move closer to the level of a great master. Time keeps passing. For Hong Ying and Yu Ge, this was the moment to witness the birth of a strong man. For 3 days and 3 nights, Long Yu absorbed the 3 heavenly crystal-level creations, and then finally allowed himself to be born. Transformation. Recalling Hong Ying's breakthrough at that time, it was because she had already reached the point of breakthrough, and then broke through the shackles during the fierce battle and gained promotion. But now, Long Yu relies on 3 heavenly crystal-level creations to forcibly expand the territory of his small world, and then when he encounters a bottleneck, he breaks through in one fell swoop, almost without encountering any threshold. As soon as Long Yu broke through to the realm of a great master, he felt a huge burst of power surge out of his body. This breakthrough directly increased his basic strength by 4 to 5 times. After all, it was a breakthrough in a great realm. For practitioners, this is a qualitative change. Long Yu had a fierce battle with the Yuan clan assassin, and directly broke through to a great master. This situation, he himself did not expect. Fighting against this Yuan clan assassin, he had burned all his potential and used all his methods. In addition to the 4-phase killing prison, Long Yu had used all his methods, and was finally able to barely clean up the metal fluid clones of the Yuan clan assassins. It was still with the assistance of Hong Ying and Yu Ge, whose fighting power was as good as Long's. It can be said that Yu is comparable. But now, Long Yu has broken through to a level of great dominance, and is even stronger than Hong Ying and Yu Ge. Of course, this requires Long Yu to superimpose the crazy battle power to 100 levels again. If they fight like this, Yu Ge and Hong Ying will not give Long Yu any chance to superimpose the power of the mad battle. This is for sure. Therefore, if the two sides compete, Long Yu may not be Yu Ge and Hong Ying. Warbler's rival. However, if the 3 of them cooperated to fight against a strong enemy, it would be Hong Ying and Yu Ge who would contain the opponent, and then Long Yu would be responsible for stacking up the layers of crazy battle tension, and then defeat the opponent in one fell swoop. Long Yu's greatest ability now is not in one-on-one combat, but in the sudden emergence of a new force in cooperation, which can be used as the final trump card. After the breakthrough, the 3 of them no longer need to stay in this void. How many battlefield core merits can you get after completing this Academy's training mission? Long Yu came to his senses and asked the two women about this matter. There are 6 million points in total. If we divide them equally between the three of us, each of us will get 2 million battlefield Legion meritorious deeds. Although it's not much, the task is pretty easy. Yuga replied, and then took out a jade slip with a metallic texture from his arms. The aura of the Yuan clan assassin still remained on this jade slip. These auras were added by the strong godlike people in the seminary school, with extremely powerful means. If the task was not completed, these auras would always exist. Hong Ying relied on these auras to deduce the whereabouts of the Yuan clan assassin, and finally everyone caught up with him and killed him. Since Long Yu's foreign battlefield team had received tens of millions of battlefield Legion merits before, so the 2 million battlefield Legion merits of this training mission were not very valued, but it was still better than nothing. At that time, whether you want to buy the divine wine or the shadow essence, you will need a large amount of battlefield Legion meritorious service. What Long Yu needs now is to accumulate, and then wait for the next accumulation. However, what made Long Yu more confused was that he asked Yuga, and Yuga also said that he had never seen the existence of shadow essence. Other things such as fire essence, ice essence, and light essence, although precious, but it still happened anyway. Only shadow essence is too rare in the realms of humans and demons. It is said that shadow essence is produced within the realm of the soul tribe, but the realm of the soul tribe is too strange and weird, so ordinary people should not talk about it. Looking for the shadow essence. Just stepping into its territory has no hope of coming back alive. Long Yu knew something about the Soul Clan. After all, he had fought against the Soul Clan in the bloody battlefield before, and had killed one of the Soul Clan. The Soul Clan has no body. If the spiritual perception is not strong enough, the cultivator will not be able to perceive the existence of the Soul Clan at all. Even if one enters the territory of the Soul Clan, in the eyes of an unqualified cultivator, the surroundings are completely nothingness, and once one suffers a sudden mental shock, death is the only way out of 10. The location of the Void Galaxy seems to be right next to the Soul Clan territory. When I am strong enough, I can try to go to the Soul Clan territory. Maybe I can actually find traces of the Shadow Essence. Long Yu thought in his mind that this matter was extremely dangerous, so he couldn't do it in a short time, at least until he reached a higher level of cultivation. The first level Great Master is still too weak. At least, when he reaches the 4th level and 5th level Great Master and can deal with the ordinary 7th level Great Master, he will have a little bit of confidence in entering the territory of the Soul Clan. Long Yu still has some confidence in this. Others don't dare to enter the territory of the Soul Clan. It doesn't mean that Long Yu doesn't dare. After all, he has practiced the body of purification, and has also raised the body to the peak, derived from the soul mirror means of purifying the world. For the Soul Clan, the purifying body is a martial arts secret that completely restrains them, and can naturally withstand most mental shocks and control methods. Practitioners who have practiced this secret martial art can definitely be said to be the natural enemies of the alien race, the Soul Clan. However, Long Yu felt that the pure body alone might not be enough. Now that he had entered the realm of the Great Master, he had some new ideas in his mind. There is still a core part of the 9 Nether Prison Monument that he has not yet explored. He knew very well that both the pure world body and the demonic heart were excavated from the core of the 9 Nether Prison Monument. The 9 Nether Dragon Emperor had already detected part of it, but now Long Yu has not detected it yet. There is no trace of the core of the 9 Nether Prison Monument. When I go back this time, I will take a rest first. Hong Ying, Yuega, how far are you from improving your realm? Long Yu asked the two women. I will soon be able to break through to the 4th level of Master, but Hong Ying is still far behind. Yuga glanced at Hong Ying, then smiled and said, I would like to break through before embarking on the next mission, but if I want to break through, I'm afraid I have to stay in seclusion for about a month. No one has ever broken through as easily and quickly as Long Yu. Yuga wants to break through from the 3rd level of master to the 4th level, but there are bottlenecks that are difficult to overcome. Even with Yuji's talent, it would not take a while to overcome this bottleneck, but it should be possible in about a month. Han Ying also nodded and said, since you have broken through, and Yuga can also break through, we will wait for a month before carrying out the next training mission. We can accept slightly more difficult tasks. Is there anything you can break through in this month? Long Yu asked Han Ying. He was still very concerned about Han Ying's training. After all, she was his woman. He couldn't let her practice go wrong or waste her time in vain. I can try to practice the endless level high-grade martial arts jade slip you gave me, demonic shadow binding. This control method seems to be very useful. At least it must be cultivated to the peak or perfect level, before it can be used in actual combat. Please use it. Han Ying said with a smile, obviously thinking about what she could do in the next month. In fact, in addition to practicing demon shadow binding, she also has many methods that can be improved, such as balanced control. She has not yet reached the 9th level of peak cultivation, and her spiritual perception has not been improved to its optimal state. This still has a certain impact on her. As for improving the balanced control of martial arts secrets, she still needs the support of training resources. This is not a problem for Long Yu, nor is it a problem for Han Ying. Both of them now have a large amount of Battlefield Legion meritorious deeds, so it is not too difficult to purchase some heavenly crystal level creations. Yuga activated the metallic jade slip, and then a burst of water-based Taichu power enveloped the 3 of them together, sending the 3 of them back to the interior of the seminary. To this day, Han Ying still doesn't know where the seminary is built. She only knows that it is definitely not within the boundaries of the human race and the demon race. Not to mention Han Ying, even Yuga, who has been here for more than a year, is not very clear about this. Even the faction leaders Lu Shuang and Yu Feng have not figured out this issue. Long Yu guessed that the seminary was probably located in a place similar to the Void Galaxy. Only in this way could it be guaranteed to be 100% quiet and undisturbed. Therefore, Long Yu was surprised that the jade slips experienced in the God-like academy could teleport practitioners over such long distances. Only strong men in the godlike realm could do it. After returning to the seminary, Long Yu planned to rest for more than a month, then wait for the new batch of spiritual wine to be put on the shelves, and try to detect the core of the 9 Nether Hell Monument. Now that he has entered the realm of the Great Master, his cultivation has reached a new level. There is no harm in trying it again. Anyway, they are not short of the merits of the Battlefield Legion. It is better to summarize the gains during this period. After Han Ying came back, she exchanged a few heavenly crystal-level creations and hid in her room to practice. She should still be some distance away from being a 4th-level master, but it would be good to practice now. Moreover, she also wants to improve the secret method of balance control, which also needs to rely on absorbing the power of creation from created things. Yugo, on the other hand, is not far away from the 4th-level master. After this month, if he sees him again, he will probably be the 4th-level master. Long Yu returned to his room, and then began to transform the corpse of a 5-stage master of the Vulcan clan. After about 7 days, he could transform it into a dark creature. In general, more than a month has passed, and the corpses of the 3-headed and 5-segmented masters sealed in the ancient dragon skeleton tower can be transformed into dark creatures. This preparation made by Long Yu will allow him to perform at critical moments. Produce stronger combat effectiveness. Then, he took out the 9 Nether Hell Monument in the room. Anyway, except for himself, no one could enter his room in the seminary without his consent. He did not need to worry about being seen by others. As for the managers of the seminary, such as the gods, they have long known that Long Yu has the 9 Nether Prison Monument. After all, Long Yu has also taken out the 9 Nether Prison Monument many times in public. Now, no one will bother Long Yu. Long Yu didn't know what was in the core of the 9 Nether Prison Monument, but what was certain was that the remaining thoughts similar to those of the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor were absorbed into its core and sealed. In the current Jiuyo Prison Monument, there is an internal space, which contains rich Revelation Level 9 Nether Divine inscriptions, and there is also a small world space, which is Long Yu's small world, developed in the 9 Nether Prison Monument. Beyond that, there is a core space. When Long Yu checked before, this core space was firmly locked by the 9 Nether Divine text barrier, and Long Yu could not break through it at all. But now, as his understanding of the Revelation Level 9 Nether Divine text deepens, it seems that the barrier of this core space is not so unbreakable anymore. Long Yu took out the 9 Nether Prison Monument and erected it in the center of his room. Although it was a room, it was actually a large space that could fully accommodate the entire 9 Nether Prison Monument. In front of the 9 Nether Prison Monument, Long Yu was completely inconspicuous, but as the apocalyptic 9 Nether Divine inscriptions condensed all over his body, his aura gradually merged with the entire 9 Nether Prison Monument. Originally, when Long Yu had not stepped into the Great Master, what he did not resonate with the 9 Nether Prison Monument at all. But now, he condensed the apocalyptic 9 Nether Divine inscriptions in his body throughout his body, attracting the attention of the 9 Nether Prison Monument, and causing the 9 Nether Prison Monument to emit a strong burst of apocalyptic 9 Nether Divine inscriptions. The 9 Nether Divine inscriptions all over Long Yu's body are connected together. The two sources of the 9 Nether Divine inscriptions, one large and one small, were all exuding the apocalyptic 9 Nether Divine inscriptions, and the strange aura soon spread throughout the entire place. Long Yu can clearly feel that there are 3 different spaces in the 9 Nether Prison Monument: the inner space, the small world space, and the core space. But now, the core space of the 9 Nether Prison Monument is still not open to Long Yu. Of course, after he stepped into the secret realm of the Great Master, the strength of the Revelation Level 9 Nether Divine inscriptions increased by about 5 times, and he was able to break through the 9 Nether Prison Monument. The first barrier of the core space. The core space of the 9 Nether Prison Monument is arranged layer by layer. Long Yu now breaks through the first layer, and then the whole person steps into it under the shroud of the Revelation Level 9 Nether Divine inscriptions. This is a dark space. The space is not very big. The entire space seems to be sealed in a black sphere. On the inside of this black sphere, there are some strange and eerie patterns engraved on it. These patterns bring great joy to Long Yu. Got some familiar feelings. This is the method of cultivating the body of the pure world. Long Yu's heart moved, and he finally understood where the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor's purifying body came from. Looking at these strange and eerie patterns, Long Yu suddenly had a different feeling about the pure world body. This feeling made him ecstatic. You must know that the body of purifying the world that Long Yu practiced before was practiced by the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor, which contained the Jiuyo Dragon Emperor's own understanding of the body of purifying the world. However, whether it is martial arts or martial arts secrets, they all have their origins. What Jiuyo Dragon Emperor cultivated is not the origin, so the version of the world-purifying body that Long Yu cultivated is not the strongest. Now that he has seen the source of the purifying body, it will undoubtedly make his purifying body martial arts secrets more effective, or more authentic. Even though he had cultivated the purifying body to the 9th level, but after arriving at the 1st level of the core space of the 9 Nether Hell Monument, he discovered that the effect of the purifying body could be enhanced. In this black spherical space, there are some strange and forbidding patterns carved in all directions, all about the body of purification. Long Yu found that as long as he records these patterns in his mind, the effect of the body of purification will be improved. This situation was something he had never seen or heard of before. The secret techniques of martial arts can also be improved by burning patterns, which is simply unheard of. However, the mystery of the Nine Nether Prison Monument had long made it clear to Long Yu that there would be something extraordinary in its core space. These patterns of the purifying body contain some kind of strange power. As long as these patterns are imprinted in the mind, the effect of the purifying body can be enhanced. It is so easy. Long Yu thought in his mind, and after a total count, he found that there were a total of 198 mysterious patterns on the black curtain-like walls surrounding the black spherical space. Each mysterious pattern can enhance the effect of the purifying body by 1%. If nothing unexpected happens, after all these mysterious patterns are imprinted in the mind, the effect of Long Yu's world purifying body can be increased by 3 times. This is an incredible number, which is equivalent to cultivating the pure body to the 10th level. However, in fact, it is impossible to cultivate the secret method of martial arts to the 10th level. This is good news for Long Yu. The improved effect of the body of purifying the world means that he has more guarantees for his future adventures in the Soul Clan territory. But soon, Long Yu discovered that these 198 mysterious patterns were not as simple as he had just imagined. Long Yu easily imprinted the first 22 mysterious patterns in his mind and memorized them completely, which increased the effect of his purifying body by 22%. This process basically doesn't take much time to complete. But starting from the 23rd mysterious pattern, Long Yu found that it was at least twice as difficult and time-consuming to imprint it in his mind. However, once it is imprinted in the mind, each mysterious pattern can enhance the effect of the purifying body by 2%. This situation made Long Yu thoughtful. While he was trying to imprint these mysterious patterns into his mind, he was thinking about the situation and wondered to himself, could it be that these mysterious patterns also have their own levels? If there are 22 patterns in one level, there are 9 levels, which adds up to exactly 198. In other words, when the body of purification reaches the first level of cultivation, it can absorb and record 22 patterns. When the body of purification reaches the second level, it can record and print another 22 patterns. And the effect is more significant. The second level of 22 mysterious patterns can enhance the effect of the purifying body by 2%. Added together, the effect can be increased by 44%. After such a calculation, the 66 patterns in the first 3 levels alone can double the effect of the purifying body. This discovery simply made Long Yu ecstatic. If this situation continues and a casual calculation is made, if all 198 mysterious patterns are imprinted in the mind, the effect of the purifying body can be enhanced 99 times. I just don't know whether the effect of these mysterious patterns will continue to increase as Long Yu guessed. What Long Yu is sure of is that it will be more difficult to remember to print these mysterious patterns as time goes by. As for whether the effect will be proportionally improved, he doesn't know. It took Long Yu less than 10 breaths to print each of the first 22 mysterious patterns, which was very fast. But for each of the 22 mysterious patterns in the second level, Long Yu spent at least 40 or 50 breaths, and the time required was at least 4 to 5 times greater. If this situation continues, it may take more than 3 years for Long Yu to print all 198 mysterious patterns. If the difficulty of each level of mysterious patterns were 5 times higher, it would take more than 50 days to comprehend one of the last 22 mysterious patterns. However, these are just speculations now. As for the specific situation, Long Yu will know if he continues. Long Yu calculated that if the current trend continues, he will be able to imprint the 154 mysterious patterns of the previous 7th realm in his mind during this more than a month of rest. If all these are imprinted in the mind, the effect of the Dragon Royal purifying body can be increased by 616%, which is more than 6 times stronger. But in total, it would take 2 months to complete so much, which made Long Yu a little confused. After all, the original agreement was to rest together for a month and a half. Actually, it seems like 2 months, just enough to practice. After all, a new batch of spiritual wine will be on the shelves in a month and a half. Honging and I will still have to practice for a while, and Yuga can also take this opportunity to practice more. That martial skill is like a flash of stars in the sky. Long Yu thought in his mind, shook his head first, and didn't think much about it. Anyway, now he will remember these mysterious patterns first, and he can imprint as many as he can in his mind. Moreover, what Long Yu thinks about most now is whether there are any mysterious patterns related to these in the second layer of the 9 Nether Prison Monument. A being with similar patterns, a being whose understanding can improve the effect of his demon dust heart. Compared with the body of pure world, the martial arts secret technique of demonic heart can improve Long Yu much more at this stage. If the demonic heart can be strengthened, Long Yu can reshape his body faster and face the challenges. Have stronger recovery capabilities against stronger opponents. But now, Long Yu seems to have no way to open the second layer of the core space of the 9 Nether Prison Monument. It seems that we need to understand all the mysterious patterns on this first layer. Long Yu thought to himself, a little confused. Now he has to comprehend all the mysterious patterns on the first level, especially the 22 patterns on the 9th level of the pure world body. Each one takes 50 days. It is really too long, and the efficiency is very low. It seems that it will take a long time to open the second layer of the core space of the 9 Nether Hell Monument. However, Long Yu thought that he was originally unable to open the first layer of the core space, but now he was able to open it and come in to imprint these mysterious patterns in his mind. Does this mean that as Long Yu's martial arts realm improves, or as he improves in some other aspect, his ability to comprehend these mysterious patterns can be accelerated? At the moment, Long Yu doesn't know yet what needs to be added to increase the speed of imprinting patterns in his mind, but he thinks there should be one or more factors that affect it. But having said that, Long Yu imprinted the previous layers of mysterious patterns in his mind very quickly. Each mysterious pattern in the first level can be completed in 10 breaths. The second level only requires 5 times the time. The third level, 5 times more, 22 third level. It only takes an hour to print all the mysterious patterns. An hour later, Long Yu had printed the appearance of 66 mysterious patterns in his mind, and as a result, the effect of the purifying body was more than doubled. Long Yu's ability to resist mental attacks and control methods has become stronger, but the rebound effect of the purifying soul mirror has not been strengthened much, and it is still only 10 times the rebound. All in all, the purifying body is just a means of protection. Although the purifying soul mirror can rebound the opponent's attacks at critical moments, the intensity of the rebound depends on the opponent and has nothing to do with Long Yu's own strength. Next, Long Yu began to engrave the 22 mysterious patterns of the 4th level, and the speed was not slow. He could imprint 5 patterns in his mind in about an hour. By the time Long Yu printed the 88 mysterious patterns, less than 6 hours had passed. Long Yu is quite satisfied with this efficiency, mainly because in a short period of time, the effect on his world-purifying body has been greatly improved. It's a pity that balanced control is not the secret martial arts method recorded in the 9 Nether Prison Monument, which makes Long Yu feel a little regretful. Otherwise, if balanced control is improved in this way, wouldn't it be against the heavens? The 22 mysterious patterns of the 5th level are beginning to be comprehended. It takes basically an hour to comprehend one of them, and it takes 2 days to complete them all. During this period of time, Long Yu tried to pay attention to various factors that affected the speed of engraving mysterious patterns, and finally found that the improvement of basic strength, the improvement of the understanding of the apocalyptic 9 Nether divine inscriptions, and the improvement of the understanding of the power of the golden element can speed up the speed of imprinting mysterious patterns in the mind. It seems that after the Tangshan wine is put on the shelves, I can improve my understanding of the apocalyptic 9 Nether divine inscriptions, so that I can speed up the printing of these mysterious patterns. Long Yu thought in his mind, and continued to imprint the appearance of those mysterious patterns in his mind, constantly improving the effect of the martial arts' secret technique of purifying body. Although the speed is slower now, the mysterious patterns of the previous layers can still be engraved in Long Yu's mind. Even if it is increased 6 times first, it will be a huge improvement for him. In a short period of time, he wanted to improve his strength, and there was no other way. It was still useful to print these mysterious patterns first. After opening the core space of the 9 Nether Prison Monument, Long Yu discovered that his true rise had only begun now. Others may also have the strength to challenge past levels, but only the things in the core space of the 9 Nether Hell Monument cannot be obtained by others. Because now, even if Long Yu has printed those mysterious patterns in his mind, he can't show the appearance of these mysterious patterns to others. This mysterious pattern can only be engraved in the mind by coming to the 9 Nether Hell Monument to understand it. As for the core space of the 9 Nether Prison Monument, not everyone can enter. Long Yu discovered that he was able to enter the core space of the 9 Nether Prison Monument. In addition to comprehending the apocalyptic 9 Nether Divine Inscriptions, he also inherited the inheritance factors of the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor. Others, even Concubine Yu, may not be able to enter this core space. In other words, only Long Yu can obtain these mysterious patterns that strengthen the pure body. Although Long Yu can teach other martial arts secrets such as the body of purification and the heart of demonic dust to others, he cannot get the bonus of the mysterious patterns. After all, he is weaker than Long Yu. The body of pure world and the heart of demonic dust, this level of martial arts secrets are already extremely heaven-defying, not to mention, after receiving the bonus of mysterious patterns, what kind of existence can this martial arts secrets transform into? No wonder, the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor was able to reach the peak of god-like status back then, and he could be regarded as one of the best among the strong men in the godlike realm. The reason is here. In the core space of the 9 Nether Prison Monument, there are such mysterious patterns that can enhance the effect of martial arts secrets. This is only the first level. Long Yu can guess that there will be mysterious patterns about the heart of demonic dust in the future, and there must be many other things. The ancient god's forbidden technique of the 4 phases killing prison should also be obtained from this core space, but I don't know which level it is on. In the 9 Nether Prison Monument, the basic power is the apocalyptic 9 Nether Divine Inscriptions, which is located in its inner space. It is not too difficult to comprehend the apocalyptic 9 Nether Divine Inscriptions, at least ordinary people have the opportunity to do it. Matter. Concubine Yu and others were also able to enter the inner space of the 9 Nether Prison Monument and comprehend the apocalyptic 9 Nether Divine Inscriptions by virtue of the ordinary 9 Nether Divine Inscriptions they had comprehended. Based on the apocalyptic 9 Nether Divine Inscriptions, the 9 Nether Prison Monument also contains records of many more powerful methods. The body of purification, the heart of demonic dust, and the 4-phase killing prison should be one of them. It's a pity that Long Yu doesn't have a deep understanding of the 4-phase killing prison now. Now he can only use the most basic method of the 4-phase killing prison, wrapping the opponent with death lines, and then eroding the opponent with the breath of death. The power is for the current Long Yu, it is still relatively limited. Without the martial arts of Quanzhan's celestial body, 4-phase killing prison can still be said to be Long Yu's strongest killing move. Unfortunately, Quanzhan Celestial Body's Quanzhan Tianchi can theoretically be superimposed without limit. It is definitely Long Yu's current fighting move. The trump card. As for the 4-phase killing prison, it was basically difficult to use it before Long Yu broke through it. When dealing with the patrolling elites of the Vulcan clan who were the 3rd-level masters, Long Yu also used it once, but it did not work. What a great effect! Therefore, he is also preparing to put the comprehension of the 4 phases of killing prison on the agenda recently. This is the forbidden art of the ancient gods. If you practice it to a high level, it will definitely be stronger than the crazy battle against the celestial body, and it will be much more powerful. More than a month later. Long Yu has reached the 7th level of recording those mysterious patterns in his mind. The previous 132 mysterious patterns have all been imprinted in his mind. But now, it takes at least 2 days for each of the 7th level mysterious patterns to be imprinted in the mind, which is a bit slow. When a new batch of divine wine was put on the shelves in the seminary, Long Yu Tsai only printed 9 mysterious patterns of the 7th level in his mind. The rest can only be postponed until later. On this day, when a new batch of Tongshan wine was put on the shelves, Long Yu, Hong Ying and Yuga came out of their rooms together and gathered in the lobby. After a month and a half, Yuga has indeed risen to the martial arts realm of the 4th level master, and the power of the stars she has comprehended has become much more powerful than before. Yuji's basic strength has increased by more than 3 times. If he used his current strength to deal with the Abyss Assassin, it would definitely not be as difficult as before. As for Han Ying, although her martial arts realm has not improved, during this period of time, she has continued to practice the secret martial arts technique of balanced control, raising it to the 9th level of peak realm. She can also use the light of balance. Of course, the most important thing is that her spiritual perception ability has been passively increased several times. And she tested it with Long Yu and found that the effects of the light of balance cannot be superimposed. In other words, the same practitioner can only enjoy the bonus of the light of balance once at the same time, and the spiritual perception can be increased by up to 10 times. Even if 2 people apply the light of balance at the same time, they cannot be superimposed repeatedly. But even so, Hong Ying's spiritual perception ability has now reached a super level, even on par with the strong masters of the 7th stage. In addition, she also practiced the endless level high-grade martial art of demonic shadow binding, and the results were pretty good. Yuji's 9 Heaven Star Flash has reached the level of Deshang, while Hong Ying's demonic shadow binding is also at Deshang level. The progress of the 2 girls is about the same. Counter-integral. Yuga improved her martial arts realm, Hong Ying practiced balanced control, and the 2 women did the same thing for more than a month. Long Yu only printed those mysterious patterns in his mind to improve the effect of the world-purifying body. Now the 3 of them are meeting in the hall of the human seminary, preparing to buy a new batch of spiritual wine. The main reason is that Long Yu needs this kind of thing. He also needs to understand the Revelation Level 9 Nether Divine texts, the power of the beginning of the metal system, and the power of the beginning of the water system, which is still quite time-consuming. Therefore, the Tongshan liquor is indispensable. It can at least save him several years of effort. The comprehension speed is 100 times a day. Each bottle of the divine wine can save Long Yu at least 3 months. If he can buy 10 bottles of the divine wine, it is equivalent to saving Long Yu 2.5 years of comprehension time. Of course, a bottle of Tongshan liquor is worth 4 million battlefield legion merits. At this price, not everyone is willing to buy it. For ordinary cultivators, they would rather spend 3 more months cultivating than lose the battlefield legion. Merit is spent on purchasing theosophic wine. In the quasi-theological college, other students also have a great demand for spiritual wine. After all, everyone is a genius among cultivators. The merits of the battlefield legion are nothing to them. Only the speed of cultivation is everything. When Long Yu and the others came to the hall, they found that many people were already there. Some of these people were selecting training tasks, but there were still a few people standing in the center of the hall, seemingly waiting for something. There is no doubt that they are also here to compete for the divine wine. When a new batch of Tongshan liquor or other items are put on the shelves, the items will be brought directly to the lobby for auction, and the highest bidder will win. Therefore, the 3 of Long Yu are here now to wait for the auction of Tongshan liquor to begin. Long Yu took a look at those people and found that they were all powerful men from the 5th level master to the 6th level master. There were 4 people in total, and they seemed to be geniuses of the Yufeng faction. When Long Yu and the others walked towards the center, they also attracted the attention of these 4 people. If it were to select experience tasks, the 4 of them would be too lazy to pay attention, but it was obvious that the 3 of Long Yu were not here to select tasks, but were walking towards the center. It was very likely that they came to buy the divine wine like them. Hey, aren't these 2 new students this year? I wonder what you want to buy here. One of them narrowed his eyes, and then mocked. How many battlefield legions have you 3 earned in the past 6 months? If you are here to buy Tongshan liquor, I advise you to give up. This was said without politeness, and it could be said that it was a direct provocation to the 3 of Long Yu. This kind of thing was not uncommon. The 2 major factions of the seminary were originally in opposition to each other and competed with each other. After hearing what the other party said, Long Yu didn't say much, but Yuga snorted softly. In my opinion, it's time for you to give up, right? We really have to settle on the divine wine. In the quasi-theological college, the demand for spiritual wine is not small. Now, only 2 groups of people have appeared, and others are likely to come later. Therefore, Yuga really didn't regard these 5th and 6th level masters as his main competitors. You know, if you want to compete for the spiritual wine, what matters is not the level of martial arts, but financial resources. Whichever side has more battlefield legion meritorious service will be able to buy more spiritual wine. Now, Yuka knows that Long Yu already has more than 30 million battlefield legion meritorious service, which can be said to be a huge amount. The harvest of these 5th and 6th level masters in the past 6 months is only about 12 million per person at most. Compared with the 3 people of Yuiga Long Yu Hongying, the total is far behind. Hongying and Yuga mainly took a break with Long Yu for more than a month, so each of them only received about 10 million battlefield legion merits. But including Long Yu's, there are more than 5,000 in total, which is no less than the other party. More importantly, both women knew that Long Yu had something good to sell this time, and that was the most important thing, the endless level top-grade ice attribute monster attack martial arts, which can definitely sell for more than 30 million. Come at a high price. This is without competition, otherwise it is not impossible to earn 50 million. Endless level high-grade martial arts are too scarce, and there are no rewards of this level even in seminaries. If you want to use battlefield legion meritorious service to get it, can't even buy it. Just wait a little longer, as this batch of spiritual wine will be put on the shelves, more and more people will gather, mainly new students like us. If Tianqing Xue and Tianqing Ma come over, this endless level of high-grade demon clan martial arts is ready for use. Long Yu thought in his heart and ignored the ridicule of those guys. Instead, he stood aside with the 2 women, quietly waiting for the divine wine to be put on the shelves. The spirit wine is about to be brewed. This is really not a small tone. Yuga, is this how Liu Xuan usually teaches you? However, the other party seemed to hold on to them and taunted them again. After all, they are all students of the seminary, so these guys have a strong sense of superiority. When facing Long Yu and the others, they don't pay attention to restraint at all. You must know that whether it is Long Yu, Hanying, or even Yuge, they are only new students who have been here for a year, so these so-called veteran students naturally have a sense of superiority in front of Long Yu. However, Long Yu just glanced at the other party and said lightly, I don't know how many years you have been practicing in the seminary, but you still only have the cultivation level of a 5th or 6th level master. If it were you, I would be ashamed. And if you're dead, how can you still be in the mood to ridicule others? As soon as these words came out, the faces of the 4 people suddenly became gloomy. Compared to what they said, Long Yu's words were even more rude, and he actually doubted their cultivation talents. Although they have been here for 3 or 4 years and are only 5th and 6th level masters, their progress is still not slow. They are definitely not comparable to the top geniuses, but they are not worse than normal students. You have just entered the realm of a great master. I really don't know how confident you are to say this. One of them sneered at Long Yu with a stern face. Just because I have improved to the 3rd level of martial arts in half a year, is this confidence enough? If the other party wants to cause trouble, Long Yu will not be afraid of the other party. Even if there is a fight, he will not be at any disadvantage. Now in his ancient dragon skeleton tower, there are dark creatures with 3 heads and 5 levels of masters sealed, plus both Yuge and Hong Ying have become a lot stronger, and it is absolutely impossible for them to be killed directly by each other. As long as you hold on for a moment, are you still afraid that the other party will actually kill someone in a seminary? Those who cultivate in this kind of seminary are the top geniuses of the human race and the demon race. It is impossible for a strong person in the godlike realm to watch them kill each other. Therefore, Long Yu had nothing to worry about. Long Yu's words made the 4 people feel depressed, and they didn't say anything for the time being. In half a year, he has advanced to the 3rd level of martial arts, directly from a low-ranking master to a 1st-level master. This speed is indeed extremely astonishing. Even if the average person breaks through the bottleneck from a high-level master to a great master, it is likely to be stuck for half a year to a year, let alone someone like Long Yu. It is indeed not something that ordinary people can do. Even in the seminary, only top geniuses can reach this level. Could it be said that this Long Yu is actually a top genius? Even if there are enough training resources, as long as the talent is not enough, continuously improving the martial arts realm may lead to unstable foundation. In this case, they can see it at a glance, but now Long Yu is in front of them, obviously there is no unstable foundation. The signs are definitely normal improvement. It can be seen that Long Yu's martial arts talent is definitely beyond ordinary people, even beyond ordinary seminary students. Originally, there were only over 100 people in the seminary, all of whom were the strongest elites of the human race and the demon race. Long Yuning was at the forefront among these people, which shows that his martial arts talent is indeed not bad. This is of course also related to the inheritance of the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor. Otherwise, he would not have the same bottleneck as he does now, and he might not be able to break through to the realm of a great master so quickly. The momentary debate died down, and then another group of people appeared from the door of the hall and walked towards the center. That group of people were also from the Yufeng faction. There were 3 people in total, all of whom were at the peak of the 7th stage master. They were obviously much stronger than the 4 people who had just mocked Long Yu. When these 3 people came over, they just glanced at Long Yu and the others and ignored them. They had no interest in mocking Long Yu or anything, and it would not do them any good. This is the real strong man, unlike those 4 people who can only show off their power in front of the new students. Even the 4 guys who didn't have a 6th-level master didn't say anything to the 3 newcomers. When these 3 people appeared, the 4 guys shut their mouths, seeming to be a little afraid of these 3 people. Long Yu looked at each other. The 3 of them were all dressed in black, and each of them had a murderous look on their bodies. It seemed that they had just returned to the seminary after carrying out some killings. These are the real competitors. If you want to buy Tongshan liquor, you need to compete with them. I'm afraid it will be difficult. Long Yu thought in his heart. Those 3 black-clad 7th-level masters have such strong murderous aura that they must have been immersed in killing for a long time. So how many achievements can they make on the battlefield? I am afraid that it is an unimaginable amount for Long Yu. 30 to 40 million per person is not a problem, and it may even exceed 50 million. This is only their harvest in the past 6 months. As for whether they had any battlefield legionary merits in the past, no one knows. As time goes by, more and more competitors appear in front of Long Yu. Although Long Yu didn't know whether they all wanted to buy Tongshan liquor, on the surface, it seemed that each group of people had strong purchasing power. Even a bottle of divine wine with 4 million battlefield legions merits is just an ordinary thing in the eyes of everyone, and is not very precious. Soon, just as Long Yu expected, new students like him and Hong Ying, Tianqingxue and Tianqingma, also followed the two seniors of the Yufeng faction and came to the hall. Judging from their goals, they obviously also want to compete with the spiritual wine. After all, the martial arts realm of their twin demon clan is not too high. After all, they are too young and have not fully mastered many powers. The spiritual wine is not suitable for them. Very important to them. Before and after, a total of more than a dozen groups of people came, and nearly 30 people in total wanted to bid on the things that were about to be sold. Of course, not everyone needs Tongshan wine, but there is no doubt that Tongshan wine is also very competitive. Seeing the pair of new students from the Twin Demon clan arriving, Long Yu walked towards them. Tianqingma first noticed Long Yu. This talented young man in black from the Demon clan looked at Long Yu warily. Long Yu, what do you do for me? There's a deal, let me ask you if you want to do it. Long Yu smiled slightly and raised the corner of his mouth. I have here an endless level high-grade martial arts jade slip practiced by the Demon clan. It is suitable for the Demon clan to master the power of the ice attribute divine power. It is an attack martial skill. I don't know, do you want it? Trade? When Long Yu said these words, the expressions of many people in the venue changed. Endless level high-grade martial arts? This is too awesome. Martial arts of this level are actually traded? Almost everyone's eyes were focused on Long Yu, because the endless level high-grade martial arts skills were really amazing. You must know that there are a total of 14 godlike experts in the entire godlike academy, including the human race and monster race. They rarely practice endless level high-grade martial arts. Martial arts of this level are only found in legends. It is precisely because many endless level high-grade martial arts have been lost that the human race and demon race are now weak. The overall strength has been weakened a lot compared to the ancient times long ago. Now, Long Yu actually trades jade slips with endless high-grade martial arts skills? It sounds like it is more suitable for the training of banshees of the Twin Demon clan, but such a jade slip of martial arts is worth a lot of money. The starting price of at least 30 million Battlefield Legion meritorious deeds, and if there is competition, 30 million, it's absolutely impossible to get it. Yes, 30 million is the minimum price. It is definitely priceless in the outside world. No one will sell this level of martial arts jade slips. If I had such an endless level high-grade martial art, it would be very developed. I must advertise it first and gather all the people who need it together before auctioning it. Only in this way can the profit be maximized. Yes, this Long Yu is too young after all. If he trades it like this, he will suffer a loss. Many people were whispering to each other and communicating in private. But they didn't know that for Long Yu, this jade slip of endless level high-grade martial arts was just one of the many endless level high-grade martial arts he possessed. Moreover, Long Yu guessed that there were at least dozens of such jade slips among the Bone Clan survivors. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Yu Wufeng to directly take out 3 martial arts jade slips to exchange the spiritual energy of heaven and earth with him. Moreover, it is possible that Jing Wufeng still has some endless level super-grade or even top-grade martial arts in his hands. After all, they were handed down from the joint forces of the human race and the demon race in the ancient times. Until now, except for the remains of the Bone Clan, they are not in the hands of other places at all. Impossible to find it. Now, Long Yu not only wants to sell this endless level martial arts, but also wants these Twin Demon clan guys to pay all the Battlefield Legion meritorious service for it. In this way, the other party will not have the strength to compete with Long Yu. The magical wine. Of course, Long Yu had no idea how much it could be sold for. After all, things of this level rarely appeared in seminaries, so it was difficult to have any previous records for reference. Endless level high-grade martial arts, Demon Clan, Ice Attribute? When the girl Tianqingxue heard this, she was obviously moved immediately. Wasn't this martial arts tailor-made for her? She glanced around subconsciously and found that among the monsters around her, there didn't seem to be any monster geniuses who understood the properties of ice, and her heartbeat accelerated a little. If no one competes with her, wouldn't it be easy to obtain this endless high-grade martial arts book? However, she soon discovered that although there was no one in the field who was as suitable for this martial art as her, there were many people with eyes as fiery as hers. If the price is relatively low, if you buy it for 30 million, you can sell it for 70 to 80 million or even hundreds of millions of Battlefield Legion merits if you sell it outside. Such a deal is definitely an extremely cost-effective deal, so Tianqing Xue is not necessarily the only one who wants to bid on Long Yu's martial arts, and others may not let it go easily. Long Yu also saw the eyes of everyone around him. He knew it in his heart, and then he smiled and took out the jade slip of the endless level high-grade demon martial arts. This is the endless level high-grade martial arts. We are both students of the seminary, so naturally, I will not lie to you. You can start bidding now. The highest bidder will win. Generally speaking, if martial arts jade slips are sold outside, they need to be inspected by a notary. Otherwise, what content is recorded in the jade slips can be just mentioned casually. But in the seminary, there is no need to do this kind of notarization. After all, they are all students of the seminary. They are all top geniuses of the human race and the demon race. Who would fake such a thing? When Long Yu said this, everyone around him began to boil. Although the batch of training resources such as Tongshan liquor has not yet arrived, the atmosphere in the field was aroused by Long Yu in advance. In terms of value, the value of the endless level high-grade martial arts book Long Yu took out is much higher than those of 30 million. Before Tianqing Xue and Tianqing Ma could react, a bald young man next to them made a direct bid with an evil smile on his face, as if he was bound to win this martial skill. This bald young man is also a demon cultivator, but he is not majoring in ice attribute divine arts. This does not prevent him from bidding for this martial arts jade slip. As soon as the price of 30 million was announced, Tianqing Xue and Tianqing Ma looked at each other, and then nodded. 32 million. Tianqing Xue made a direct bid. It seems that in the past 6 months, this pair of twin monsters have also received many rewards for their Battlefield Legionary meritorious service. He was able to spend 32 million without blushing, which shows that his assets are definitely not less than Long Yu. Long Yu knows that everyone who can join the seminary is a genius among geniuses. It is not a problem for each person to earn 10 or 20 million in half a year. If the tacit cooperation like Tianqing Xue and Tianqing Ma is extremely high, he is a genius, and the two of them earning 50 million together is not much. Although the martial arts realm of the two is slightly lower, like Long Yu, they are still able to complete many arduous tasks. The martial arts realm does not affect the speed at which they earn Battlefield Legionary merits. 35 million. The price was rising steadily, and the bald young man increased the price without any hesitation. Tianqing Xue frowned and glanced at the bald young man. After all, the bald young man himself was not suitable for practicing this martial art. Why was he so determined to compete with them? The bald young man smiled evilly. One of my wives is an ice-attributed demon cultivator. It is only natural that I bid for her. Tianqing Xue said this without any temper. Regardless of whether it was true or false, she could not stop the other party from bidding. After all, the highest bidder would get this thing. 36 million. Tianqing Xue gritted her teeth and bid. It was obvious that this price was already unbearable for her, and it was definitely only she and Tianqing Ma who could afford this price together. Unexpectedly, I just paid off the merits I owed to all my seniors not long ago, and now I have spent all the remaining merits. I don't need the divine wine for the time being. I must get this endless level high-grade martial skill. Tianqing Ma whispered to his sister. In fact, Long Yu also knows the reason why these people are so rude. take himself as an example. After practicing the celestial crazy fighting and unbounded grip, how much has his overall combat effectiveness increased? Almost unimaginable. Endless level high-grade martial arts are something that is enough to transform any cultivator. Because of this, it has such a high price and attracts so many people to compete. 38 million. 40 million. After Tian Qingxue made the bid, the bald young man added another 2 million, but was immediately overshadowed by another voice shouting 40 million of merit. This voice actually came from the 3 black-clothed killers that Long Yu had noticed before. Each of them had a strong murderous aura, and they must have just returned from the battlefield of life and death. One of these 3 men in black actually wanted Long Yu's endless grade high-grade jade slip. When one of the 3 men in black made a bid, the voices of the other people around him suddenly became quieter, and they all looked at the 3 of them with some annoyance. Obviously, the identities of these 3 people are very unusual. They made bids, and others almost did not dare to bid again. They are a very powerful team in the Yufeng faction. There are 7 people in the team. Among them is a female demon cultivator who happened to have understood the Ice Attribute Divine script. However, she has not come here now, and I don't know what she is doing. Beside Long Yu, Yuka began to explain to him via voice transmission, their bid should be to help their companions auction this endless grade high-grade jade slip. Unfortunately, Qingxue did not get this jade slip this time. Yuji's statement is obviously more in line with the facts, and many people present think so. As soon as the 3 black-cloaked killers bid, the expressions of Tian Qingxue and Tian Qingma obviously changed. They did not expect that even these 3 people would compete for the endless level high-grade martial arts. I want everything, and the one with the highest price gets it. One of the killers in black glanced at Tian Qingxue and said lightly. Although the words were not very polite, they still explained his bidding behavior. He actually spoke. Many people in the venue were very surprised. After all, this 7-member group called the Killers rarely talked to other people. Now, I don't know what happened, but the killer in black actually explained it to Tian Qingxue, which made Tian Qingxue a little flattered. However, being flattered is one thing, she still has to fight for what she deserves. Tian Qingxue, as the ultimate genius of the Twin Demon clan, naturally knows that he is the best, and his future achievements may not necessarily be worse than this 7-man combination of killers. She looked at Tian Qingma and then made a final price, 42 million. This is all they have. As 2 new students who have just joined the seminary, it is very good to get so much in half a year. Not to mention, they had paid off a lot of debt they had owed before. Of course, there are also 2 senior 6th-level masters of the Yufeng faction who took them to complete the academy experience. All the Battlefield Legion merits they received were equally divided. Otherwise, they would not have gotten so much. After all, their martial arts cultivation is still relatively low, and most of the experiences in similar seminaries are not suitable for them. Because of this, Yufeng sent 2 senior students to lead them through the academy experience. 42 million is their limit, and behind them, the 2 young geniuses who are the 6th-level masters also look a little embarrassed. One of them sighed, shook his head and said, Tian Qingxue, we can't help you anymore. This time we also saved a Battlefield Legion meritorious service to buy what we need. It's okay, senior, we understand. Tian Qingxue waved her hand quickly and said, in the past 6 months, our seniors have helped us a lot. Now there is nothing we can do if we can't get this jade slip of martial arts. Even though he said this, some reluctance could still be seen in Tian Qingxue's eyes. In fact, she also knew that although she had bid again and had the merit of 42 million battlefield legions, the possibility of being able to auction it off was really slim. How could the killer in black give up such a good opportunity? But what happened immediately after was astonishing to everyone. I give up my bid. The killer in black, who made the bid, waved his hand and immediately fell silent. These 5 simple words made everyone around them talk quietly. This result was really beyond everyone's expectations. They all thought that the killer in black would buy it at all costs. After all, that endless-level high-grade martial arts jade slip is also suitable for one of their killer squads. But in this case, no one else would bid with Tian Qingxue. It was clear that the killer in black wanted to help Tian Qingxue. Although he didn't know why, it was obvious. He just made the bid to shock others, but now he gave up just to fulfill Tian Qingxue. When everyone looked at Tian Qingxue with curious expressions, Tian Qingxue herself was still confused. She was prepared to fail in the bidding, but she did not expect that the black-clothed killer gave up the bidding and put the top-grade martial arts jade slip was given to her. She can be sure that she and Tian Qingma definitely don't know this killer. Why should the other party give her this face? Suddenly, she thought of the legendary existence in the Twin Monster clan, the twin-hearted bird god. Among the demon clan, one of the powerful gods guarding the territory of the demon clan is a member of the twin demon clan. Could it be said that this killer team is related to the twin-hearted bird god? Although there were originally 2 twin-hearted bird gods and one died, their combat power is definitely at the godlike level, and they are the strongest existence among the human race and the demon race. It is quite possible that the Slayer squad has something to do with the twin-hearted bird god. After all, there are only a few top experts in the realms of humans and monsters. The 7 members of the Slayer squad were obviously one of them, and it was only natural that they would be related to the godlike one. Of course, no one present could guess the specific reason. Anyway, Long Yu only knew that after the man gave up the bidding, his endless-level top-grade ice attribute demon attack martial arts jade slip was sold to Tian Qingxue for 42 million. This price is not a loss, but with a little manipulation, it is possible to double the price, but now Long Yu is too lazy to do so many things. The assets of Tian Qingxue and Tian Qingma have basically been absorbed by Long Yu in this way. When Tongshan liquor appears later, there will be one less competitor. Pay the money with one hand and deliver the goods with the other hand. Long Yu handed the jade slip to Tian Qingxue, and then received a jade slip from the other party. The jade slip recorded 42 million points of battlefield legionary meritorious service. This is a special meritorious jade slip for the battlefield legion. Only godlike experts can refine it, and only those with a certain status in the battlefield legion can change the quantity. After Long Yu got this jade slip, he could take it to some managers of the Battlefield Legion and call on the merits of the Battlefield Legion. In Battlefield Legions, transactions generally take this approach. There are many other types of transaction currencies in the territories of humans and monsters, but on the alien battlefield, the Battlefield Legion merit is used uniformly. Long Yu received 42 million Battlefield Legion meritorious services and gained a lot of confidence in the upcoming competition for the Tongshan liquor. After Tian Qingxue got the martial arts jade slip, she couldn't wait to sink her mind into it, and then discovered that it was indeed a powerful endless-level high-grade attack martial arts, and the ice attribute divine power contained in it made her feel like she is so obsessed with martial arts that it is almost tailor-made for her. If she can cultivate it to a certain level, her overall combat effectiveness will definitely be increased by at least double, or even more, which is equivalent to being able to cross another level of martial arts to deal with stronger opponents. This is the effect of the endless-level high-grade martial arts, but if you want to reach the level of defeating the opponent beyond the next level of martial arts, you must at least practice it to the transformation state. To be honest, the price of 42 million is relatively low. If an endless-level high-grade martial arts jade slip appears within the Battlefield Legion, at least it will be publicized for a month and then attract enough popularity. Afterwards, if it is auctioned, it can usually be sold for more than 100 million. Yuka said to Long Yu Chuan. When Long Yu heard this, he shook his head. I really don't lack the merits of the Battlefield Legion. It's enough. I can give these endless martial arts jade slips to those in need. Everyone is on the alien battlefield, they are all comrades on the same front, there is no need to distinguish them so clearly. If you really need battlefield legion meritorious service, many things on Long Yu can be exchanged for massive meritorious service, but it's just not necessary. Now, just to weaken the other party's ability to compete for the divine wine, Long Yu would sell it. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so anxious. This martial skill is indeed a bit profound. It is very difficult to practice it to the peak of Deshang. I will go back and study it for a while. Anyway, the merits of the battlefield legions have been used to purchase this martial skill, and there are no other merits to compete for what will appear later. After Tian Qingxue said this to the two seniors of the Yufeng faction behind him, he and Tian Qingma turned around and left. They had just obtained the endless level high-grade martial arts, and they couldn't wait to go back to practice. Everyone could understand this feeling, but no one found it strange. This scene made Yu Ge and Hong Ying look at each other and then smile at each other. The two of them were also a little surprised when they were given the endless level high-grade martial arts jade slip by Long Yu. Hong Ying was lucky, after all, she already knew what Long Yu had. But Yu Ge never thought that Long Yu could hand over such a precious thing to her. Although her 9 Heavens Star Flash martial arts jade slip was only lent to her temporarily, it was already a rare opportunity. Over half a year, if she practiced it with all her strength, it would be enough for her to practice it to the transformation state. At that time, she would have nothing to lose by returning the martial arts jade slip to Long Yu. She would be able to carve a copy of the martial arts jade slip for others to practice. The difference is that the martial arts jade slips she reproduced contain traces of her own cultivation experience. If others use them to practice, although they can succeed in cultivation, it will not be so easy to cultivate to the transcendent state. This is the difference between the original martial arts jade slips and the rubbings. Long Yu was then waiting for the seminary to put the next batch of Tongshan wine and other items on the shelves, but at this moment, an unexpected situation happened. Before the official personnel of the seminary appeared, one of the young men in black from the killer team stood up, took something out of his arms, and then showed it around. Shadow essence, bid, the one with the highest price will get it. It turned out to be a shadow essence. The young man in black raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and looked at Long Yu from time to time. It was obvious that he had some intention of targeting Long Yu. This made Long Yu's heart beat faster. Shadow essence, this is exactly what he has always wanted, something that can enhance the effects of his innate magical powers. The killer in black took out the shadow essence. Others didn't feel much, but Long Yu was shocked. For him, this thing was extremely useful. If the other party brought out the shadow essence at this time, could it be that he saw Long Yu selling something to Tian Qingxue just now, so he also acted like this? In any case, for Long Yu, the importance of shadow essence definitely exceeds the spirit wine. A batch of Tongshan liquor will be sold every 6 months, but if you miss this shadow essence once, you may not encounter it again for decades. First of all, let me explain that this shadow essence was obtained by our Slayer team from the Soul Clan territory. Needless to say, it is dangerous. If you want to take away this shadow essence, the starting price is at least 50 million. Battlefield Legion merit above, otherwise, it will not be sold today. The black-cloaked killer said calmly, looking at Long Yu intentionally or unintentionally. It was obvious that this person knew Long Yu's need for shadow essence. Long Yu was also a little surprised. Why was this black-cloaked killer targeting him so much? Could it be because he belonged to the Yufeng faction and he belonged to the Liuoshuang faction? This possibility is not high, but no matter what, he will definitely want this shadow essence today. After all, it is such a rare opportunity, so don't be too sorry for yourself. Now he has 42 million plus the original 35 million, which means he has a huge sum of 78 million. You must know that his first-class Medal of Honor is still brought to him every month. A profit of 500,000. 78 million, there should be no problem in getting this shadow essence. As for the spiritual wine, we can only look at it when the time comes. If you can buy it, buy some. If you can't buy it, there is nothing you can do. Anyway, if Long Yu buys this shadow essence, it is impossible for Hong Ying and Yu Gu to match their assets. If the price is so high, even a fool will know that the other party is playing a trick on him. Although Long Yu needed this shadow essence very much, it was impossible for him to be willing to be played by the opponent. 50 million. Thinking of this, Long Yu made a bid directly, and then glanced at the black-cloaked killer. When he made the bid, the black-cloaked killer also glanced at him. The two looked at each other, and Long Yu saw a hint of amusement in the other's eyes. This feeling made Long Yu very unhappy, but he would not express his displeasure. He didn't know the other party. Since the other party was selling the shadow essence, he could just bid. There was no need to worry about the others. If the other party really wanted to mess with him, Long Yu was not an easy target. Even if it is some kind of killer team, so what if it is the pinnacle of the 7th level master? Long Yu also has his own methods. If the two sides really confront each other, it's not necessarily who will win. Apart from anything else, Long Yu just needs to show off his face and call the old man Tianhua in the small world to come out for help. It will be enough to deal with it. Several of the other party's guys, plus those friends who are still in the Void Galaxy. Long Yu never felt that he was at any disadvantage in the seminary. Even if his martial arts level was not very high for the time being, there was no way for others to bully him. When Long Yu bid 50 million, no one else bid for a while. But soon, a mysterious man in black robes in the crowd raised his hand. 60 million, I want the shadow essence. The voice was a bit hoarse, making it difficult to identify him. Even some other old people from the seminary didn't know who this person was. Obviously, this person deliberately concealed his identity. 61 million. Long Yu narrowed his eyes and continued to bid. The current price was still within his acceptable range. There was no need to give up. Anyway, it was good to have the shadow essence. As for who the person bidding against him was, Long Yu didn't care, but he guessed that that guy was probably siding with the young man from the Slayer squad just to raise the price. After all, Long Yu had learned before that there were not many practitioners practicing the Shadow Attribute Divine Script in the entire seminary, so the demand for Shadow Essence was not very high. 70 million. The mysterious man in black robe continued to bid. Compared with Long Yu's one-time price increase of 1 million, this man directly raised the price by 9 million. It seemed that he was going to order the Shadow Essence. This made Long Yu a little confused. Does this guy really want this thing? In any case, Long Yu still had enough Battlefield Legion merit to bid, so he continued to bid. 71 million. This is Long Yu's last bid. If the other party raises the price to 80 million, then Long Yu will not bid again. For him, all his assets are the final bottom line. If you can't buy it without breaking the bank, there's no need. Anyway, Long Yu thought that one day he would go to the Soul Clan territory sooner or later. By then, he would definitely be able to get more than one shadow essence. Originally, Long Yu had planned that this shadow essence would be snatched away by others. But unexpectedly, when he bid 71 million, the mysterious man in black robe did not continue to bid, but waved his hand to express his intention to give up. When the black-cloaked killer saw this, he smiled lightly and said, Long Yu offered 71 million, is there any higher? If not, this shadow essence belongs to him. Of course, the people around would not continue to bid. The price of 71 million was definitely considered an extremely high price. Under normal circumstances, 50 million for one shadow essence would be about the same. Many people felt that Long Yu had been cheated. However, Long Yu didn't think so. For him now, the Battlefield Legion's meritorious service is something external to him. If it can be exchanged for something that improves his own strength, it is the most critical to him. No one else made a bid. Even if the shadow essence was bought at this price, it would be impossible to make a profit but would lose money if it was resold. Long Yu's bid was already a high price, so it was normal for the transaction to be concluded like this. The black-cloaked killer nodded. In that case, this shadow essence is yours. After saying this, he threw the shadow essence directly to Long Yu. Long Yu, on the other hand, through the jade slip of merit he had just obtained from Tian Qingxue and the jade slip of his own body to the opponent. After manipulation, it happened to contain 71 million points of Battlefield Legion merit. Pay the money with one hand and deliver the goods with the other hand. After getting the shadow essence, Long Yu was still a little surprised. He held the shadow essence in his hand and felt the extremely pure power of the shadow divine rune in it. He was a little excited, but he did not leave after getting something like Tian Qingxue did. On the one hand, his state of mind is much calmer than that of Qingxue that day. On the other hand, he still has to stay here and wait for the next batch of spiritual wine to be put on the shelves. Although his Battlefield Legion meritorious service has been basically spent, Yu Ge and Hong Ying still have more than 10 million each, and Long Yu still has 7 million. If the price is right, he can still get 2 bottles of Theosophic wine. At this time, Long Yu turned his head and glanced at the young killer in black, and found that his eyes were secretive, and he didn't know what he was thinking. However, this has nothing to do with Long Yu anyway. Everyone around them also began to communicate privately about the 2 auctions. Long Yu was the protagonist of the 2 auctions, and had obviously become the focus of everyone's attention. The strange thing is that every time Long Yu appears in the seminary, he will become the focus of everyone. Even when he came here for the first time, he took out the ice essence for auction, which caused the 2 major factions, Yu Feng and Lu Xuan, of tit for tat. This guy seems to cause trouble wherever he goes, and make everything restless. After these 2 auctions, the official seminary-like merchandise will finally be delivered. As everyone was looking forward to it, a figure they were all familiar with gradually walked out of the hall. That was the usual person in charge of the seminary, Luangshan Fuhua. Godlike Fuhua is a powerful member of the Sky Bat Demon clan. She usually manages the entire seminary, including the current product launches. There are very few people in the entire seminary. Apart from the students, there are only a few staff. They are usually responsible for the construction of the seminary and the release of training tasks, etc. The number of these people rarely, and generally rarely appears in front of other students, appearing quite mysterious. The things that everyone has been waiting for are finally here. First of all, the Tongshan wine. This time, the brewing workshop of the seminary has pointed out a total of 13 bottles of Tongshan wine. The output is 1 bottle more than the previous half year. The godlike god came pacing forward, holding a bottle of divine wine in his hand, and walked into the crowd with a smile on his face. Put your bid on the Tongshan wine now. The basic price is 2 million a bottle. The one with the highest price will get it. As the godlike Fuhua said, he raised his hand and took out all 13 bottles of divine wine stored in the small world, and made all 13 wine bottles float in the air. 13 bottles of divine wine, initially won with 2 million battlefield legions, are basically the rewards a student gets for each completion of a training mission. This divine wine is generally only needed by younger cultivators, or other guys who have just realized the new divine power, so even in quasi-theological colleges, it may not be able to sell out all of it. It turns out that the original price of this thing was 2 million. Long Yu knew it well. When he and Han Ying first came to the seminary half a year ago, since there were no new students, there would be some leftovers from that batch of spiritual wine, and he bought a lot of it. And now, the starting price of these Tongshan wines is 2 million, which is undoubtedly good news for Long Yu. Maybe he can still get a lot of Tangshan wines. For each bottle of Tangshan liquor, everyone present can bid. Until no one bids, the auction of 13 bottles of Tangshan liquor is over. At the beginning, the price was 2 million. Long Yu, Yu Ge, and Hong Ying didn't think twice and directly marked every bottle of Tangshan liquor in the venue. They each took out 10 million and bid 200 for each bottle. Million, with a total of 10 bottles, marked. Long Yuza had 7 million left and took out 6 million to mark 3 bottles. Of course, they were the first to mark it, but they were certainly not the last ones to buy it. Soon, bottles of Theosophical wine were marked with higher prices by others. For example, the 3 bottles of Tangshan wine that Long Yu was interested in were remarked at prices of 2.2 million and 2.3 million respectively, and the marked prices were rising, and soon reached 300. Thousands of battlefield legionary exploits. This price is relatively cheap. Long Yu thought that when he first came to the seminary, the remaining Tangshan wine was 4 million bottles, which meant that when the auction was originally held, the average price sold was 4 million bottles. It is worth noting that the price marked on the Tangshan wine can be revoked. Once revoked, the merits of the battlefield legion will be returned to oneself, and the base price of the bottle of Tangshan wine will become the price before the cancellation. This also explains why Long Yu was able to buy so many bottles of Tangshan wine when he first arrived. Now, the competition for Tangshan liquor is greater, and the final transaction price may be higher. Long Yu holds 7 million battlefield legion merits. It is certain that he can take a bottle of Tangshan liquor, but it will be very difficult to take 2 bottles. At this time, Hong Ying secretly ran to Long Yu and transferred 3 million battlefield legion meritorious deeds to him. With 10 million, I should be able to try and photograph 2 bottles of the divine wine. I still have 10 million left here. If I photograph the divine wine, I can give it to you first. Hong Ying said to Long Yu, on my side, there is no power that needs to be understood. The most important thing is to practice the endless level high-grade martial arts, demonic shadow binding. Therefore, it is best for you to comprehend the power that needs to be understood as soon as possible. Long Yu did not refuse Hong Ying's kindness. Anyway, the two of them had long been inseparable from each other, and both parties would naturally consider each other for many things. Hong Ying no longer needs the spirit wine, so it is normal for her to bid for Long Yu. Well, I thought of a wrong way to practice martial arts. I'll tell you later. Long Yu thought of how he suppressed his own cultivation and fought with weaker cultivators in the world before, and used this to practice martial arts. The effect was pretty good, so he planned to teach this method to Hong Ying. Hong Ying nodded, and then left to continue marking the prices of the spiritual wine. 4 million. Soon, the prices of all the Tangshan wine in the market reached this amount. Until now, the price of any bottle of Tangshan wine has not been revoked. This means that at a price of 4 million, these Tangshan wine will be all were purchased. Sure enough, the current competitiveness is much stronger than that of the previous half year. After all, there are 2 new players, Long Yu and Hong Ying, who have invested a lot of assets. 4,200,000. Long Yu looked at the situation in the field and marked 2 bottles of Tangshan wine at this price. In a short period of time, no one came to raise the prices of his 2 bottles of Tangshan wine. Not long after, the prices of the 13 bottles of Tangshan wine on the market were raised to 4.2 million, and then the prices of some of the Tangshan wine were raised to 4.3 million. At this point, some people started to cancel, and 2 bottles of Tangshan liquor came out. The cancellation price was 4.3 million. Obviously someone didn't want it, or they didn't have enough funds, so they used it to compete for the other bottles. Long Yu immediately marked the price of the 2 bottles of Tangshan wine he was interested in at 4.5 million. This price is already relatively high compared to the value of Tangshan wine itself, so the price has almost stopped since it reached this point. 4.6 million, 2 bottles. 4.5 million, 7 bottles. There were 4 bottles worth 4.4 million. In the end, there was still no vacancy for any bottle. Everyone participated in the bidding. It seems that after this auction, there will be no leftover wine in the seminary-like mall. Got off. Finally, deal. Long Yu, Hong Ying and Yuga received 2 bottles, and 3 bottles of the divine wine, respectively. Yuga had no power to comprehend, but now he participated in the auction just to get the divine wine for Long Yu. Both she and Hong Ying knew that Long Yu had not yet fully comprehended many of his powers. If he could fully comprehend those powers, Long Yu's strength would be greatly improved. This was because Long Yu gave Yuga the jade slip of the Jiuxiao Star Flash martial arts, which moved Yuga quite a lot, especially after seeing Tian Xingshua's endless-level high-grade martial arts sold for more than 40 million yuan. For the price, she felt that it was difficult to repay Long Yu's efforts. Therefore, 3 bottles of divine wine are equivalent to a thank you gift. In fact, 3 bottles of Tongshan wine are really important to Long Yu Lai. Now there are 7 bottles of Tongshan wine in total, which can save Long Yu at least 2 years in comprehending various powers. 1 bottle of divine wine can save 100 days of comprehending power, 7 bottles can save 700 days. After the deal was completed, Long Yu didn't have many Battlefield Legion merits left, not even Hong Ying and Yuega. Fortunately, their completion speed will increase and they can earn Battlefield Legion merits. It will also become faster. 7 bottles of divine wine were handed into Long Yu's hands. This scene was seen by the killer in black, not far away, and he couldn't help but sneered, "It's really generous to buy 7 bottles of the spirit wine alone. It's a pity, who doesn't know that the effect of the spirit wine will be like elixir, is it just like medicine, gradually fading away? Good. The effect of the spirit wine is attenuated." This Long Yu knew it when he drank the spirit wine before, but he didn't care about this. Because he is a man who has cultivated the heart of demon dust. All you need to do is use the secret martial art of the heart of demonic dust to completely regenerate your body, and then the side effects caused by drinking the spirit wine will completely disappear. This is exactly the same as the side effects of elixirs. Because of this, Long Yu is so dependent on the effect of the spiritual wine. If it were anyone else, it would be impossible for him to need so much spiritual wine. After hearing the words of the black-cloaked killer, godlike Fu Hua also smiled. "Yes, Long Yu, the effect of drinking Tongshan wine alone will continue to decay. If I remember correctly, you have purchased several bottles of Tongshan wine before. It's a magical wine. If you drink more, the effect may not be as good as you think. This is why the competition among these spiritual wines is not particularly fierce now. This is because the effect of others drinking the spirit wine is constantly diminishing. Starting from the 4th bottle, the effect is very limited, and most of the powerful men from the seminary present have already used so much spirit wine. It is impossible for anyone to know what kind of heaven-defying effects the demonic heart that Long Yu is currently cultivating has, and only Hong Ying knows this. Even Yuga didn't know much about it. Although he knew that Long Yu had some tricks, he didn't know it so clearly. Therefore, Yuga is also a little curious that Long Yu wants so much spiritual wine, but since Long Yu wants it, she won't want anything more. Anyway, she knows that Long Yu has a lot of secrets. If she wants to know every one of them if he knew, he would definitely be curious to death. Thank you for your concern, Senior, but I have my own sense of discretion about this. Long Yu smiled at the flashy god, and then stepped aside with Hong Ying Yuge, indicating that he would no longer participate in the next bidding. The flashy god didn't pay much attention to Long Yu, but immediately went on to present some products. Along with the new batch of Tongshan wine, there were many other precious things on the shelves. For example, the god of Flashy took out a second-grade creation of the heavenly crystal level. For creations, there are generally only third-grade Tianjing level products on the market, which require 5 million Battlefield Legion meritorious deeds to redeem, and the price is clearly marked in the Battlefield Legion. However, second-grade Tianjing level creations are extremely difficult to obtain and will not be sold casually among the Battlefield Legions. Because, in addition to containing 5 times the creative power of the third-grade Tianjing level creations, they also have various special effects. For example, the special effect of the second-grade Sky Crystal level creation that the God of Flashy is taking out is that after absorbing its power, it can double the natural recovery speed of the body's power in the next month. What does this special effect mean to most people? It means that your survival probability is greatly improved in critical moments. Especially for people in seminaries, this effect sometimes means they can get an extra life. Many times, when conducting training in alien territory, power consumption is a very serious link, which greatly affects their efficiency in completing the training, and even determines their life or death in some cases. In addition to such second-grade Tianjing level creations, the Flashy God also brought some endless level warriors. Of course, those who can be attracted by the Seminary Academy must be endless level supergrade warriors. Endless level high-grade combat soldiers are really low-end, but endless level top-grade combat soldiers are not so easy to obtain, and there are not many in similar seminaries. In addition, there are some special elixirs, endless low-grade, mid-grade martial arts, etc. Long Yu saw nothing useful to him until the end, and then he prepared to leave the hall with Hong Ying and Yu Ge. Shadow Essence and 7 bottles of divine wine, this is what Long Yu has gained this time. When he left with the 2 girls, the young man in black from the Slayer team looked at his leaving figure with some confusion in his eyes, obviously confused as to why he wanted so much divine wine. However, it was impossible for him to follow Long Yu to ask. The essence of shadow was bought for more than 70 million yuan without blinking an eye. This guy is interesting. The black-clothed killer thought that when he had just reached the stage of being a great master, not to mention 70 million, even 7 million Battlefield Legions were a huge sum of money. How can you squander like Long Yu? The most important thing is that Long Yu was able to get reinforcements from Hong Ying and Yu Ge and purchased 7 bottles of divine wine. What did this guy do with so much divine wine? The black-cloaked killer couldn't figure it out, but just as Long Yu couldn't figure out why this guy would target him, the 2 sides couldn't have a deeper understanding of each other unless they had further contact. Obviously, Long Yu was not very interested in understanding the killer in black. After getting the shadow essence and 7 bottles of divine wine, he went back with Yu Ge and Hong Ying. Now he was also a little impatient. He didn't know what kind of things would happen after the shadow essence was fused with his innate magical power. Variety? The innate magical power that Long Yu uses the most now is undoubtedly the 5th innate magical power, the Book of Shadows. This innate magical power allows the Book of Shadows to simulate any existing material or even force, and then transform the dragon into the form of those materials or forces. This innate magical power has greatly changed Long Yu's overall combat effectiveness. Without this innate magical power, his combat effectiveness would definitely drop by a level. The key is his hiding ability and life-saving ability, which have been multiplied several times because of this move. Even when he transforms into nothingness, only strong men in the godlike realm can detect his traces and aura. The only limitation of the incarnation of nothingness is that it consumes too much power. He cannot last long alone, or he needs to consume a lot of pills to maintain it. Shadow Essence, just fuse it with the Book of Shadows first and see what effect it has. Long Yu thought in his heart. In fact, if the Shadow Essence is fused with the fruits of other innate magical powers, Long Yu will have one more innate magical power that he can use regularly. For example, 9 nether hands, 9 nether dragon breaths, etc., if incorporated into the Shadow Essence, can definitely become another innate magical power with special effects like the 9 nether paths, which will come in handy at certain times. But what Long Yu thinks is that the most important innate magical power of the Book of Shadows has not yet reached its peak. He must first reach the peak of the Book of Shadows before considering improving other things. In any case, it's not too late to go back and blend the shadow essence into it to see if there is any effect. In fact, it seems that the shadow essence can be blended in and then taken out. If the effect is not good, Long Yu can also take out the shadow essence. Come out and merge into other innate supernatural powers. No other magical power is suitable for the space essence in the Path of 9 Netherworlds. Among Long Yu's 7 innate magical powers, only the Path of 9 Netherworlds contains some space power and can be transformed by the essence of space. Soon, Long Yu said goodbye to Yu Ge and Han Ying. They went back to practice their respective endless-level high-grade martial arts, and Long Yu was preparing to further improve his strength. Let's take the shadow essence first. Long Yu temporarily put aside the 7 bottles of divine wine, then took out the shadow essence and sent it into his own small world in the 9 Nether Prison Monument. Then, Long Yu sent the shadow essence to the innate magical power fruit of the Book of Shadows. In the small world, the Book of Shadows appears as a dark book with pages that are closed and can only be opened when used. Without any hesitation, Long Yu put the shadow essence directly into the Book of Shadows, and then quickly integrated into it. The Book of Shadows was gradually undergoing some magical changes. Long Yu could feel any changes in his small world, and saw that the Book of Shadows was gradually opened in the darkness. This situation is unprecedented. In the past, Long Yu could only open the book when he used the Book of Shadows, but now, Long Yu did not use the Book of Shadows, and the pages of the book were opened naturally. And the most important thing is that the pages of the book that are opened seem to be pages that have never been opened. Long Yu's heart moved, and he found that the page that the Book of Shadows was opening now actually depicts the appearance of a majestic black dragon. Long Yu has seen this look too many times. Isn't this the appearance of the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor? The 9 Nether Dragon Emperor is drawn on the page of the book. Doesn't it mean that I can transform into the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor? Long Yu never expected that the Book of Shadows would undergo such a change after incorporating the shadow essence. The key is, what use can such changes serve? Long Yu thought in his mind and waited patiently for the shadow essence to be completely integrated into the Book of Shadows. He found that after the shadow essence was integrated, the Book of Shadows opened several pages again. The first page is the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor. The following pages are all creatures or existences that he has never seen before. He can try them one by one to see what the use is of transforming into these creatures or existences. Finally done, let's try it now. Long Yu thought in his heart, and then with a look of expectation in his eyes, he activated his innate magical power, the Book of Shadows, and suddenly transformed into a dark dragon. The appearance of the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor appeared in Long Yu's small world. The body of this 9 Nether Dragon Emperor was exactly the same as that of the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor who was trapped in the ancient ruins of the Multi-Wing clan, but the difference was this body. Slightly unreal. Soon Long Yu discovered that in this state, his power to use the apocalyptic 9 Nether divine inscriptions doubled, and he was also able to use the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor's 7 innate magical powers. Sea of Death, 9 Dark Moon, Bone Burial Dragon Field. Wait, there are a total of 7 innate magical powers that Long Yu can use now, and their power is many times more powerful than his own innate magical powers. However, I now have the martial art of crazy fighting celestial body. In normal battles, the most used ones are crazy fighting celestial body and unbounded grip. I have transformed into the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor. Although my power is stronger than the original me, if I use crazy fighting celestial body, if the potential is superimposed to more than 50 times, it will still surpass the power of the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor's transformation. Long Yu thought in his heart, it was a pity. If this happened, wouldn't the changes of the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor have any effect? He was not in a hurry to change back, but began to feel what changes had occurred after becoming the Nine-Nether Dragon Emperor, and soon made a surprising discovery. It's outrageous, it's outrageous. Long Yu just felt it for a moment and found that in this state, his speed of comprehending the Revelation Level 9 Nether Divine texts was more than twice as fast as usual. Not only the apocalyptic 9 Nether Divine texts, but also the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor Association's 4-phase killing prison, demonic heart and other methods. In this state, Long Yu's comprehension speed more than doubled. Among them, Long Yu has cultivated the secret martial art of demonic dust heart to the 5th level. If it were not like this now, he would either rely on absorbing enough spiritual energy from heaven and earth to improve, or rely on martial arts talent to continuously comprehend it. It takes time to realize it by yourself, but it can also save some consumption of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. If Long Yu had realized it by himself before, it would have taken at least a year to realize the heart of demon dust to the 6th level. Now, it only takes 3 or 4 months. This time is still too long, so it is not a good way for Long Yu to understand the secrets of martial arts on his own, but the key lies in the 4 phases of killing prison. The 4-phase killing prison, Long Yu has never stopped researching this ancient god's forbidden technique, but he has never made any big breakthroughs. Now after transforming into the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor, the speed at which he comprehended the 4 phases of killing prison suddenly increased several times, mainly because originally the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor had already understood a lot of this ancient divine forbidden art and had practiced it to a certain level. Now that Long Yu is in such a state, the speed at which he can comprehend the forbidden arts of the ancient gods has naturally increased by an unknown amount. If this trend continues, I am afraid that in less than 3 months, Long Yu will have a qualitative breakthrough in his understanding of the 4 phases of killing prison. If he uses it again, the 4 phases of killing prison will gradually become his ultimate move. Of course, Long Yu doesn't know much about the 4-phase killing prison yet. He has not yet seen what the 4-phase killing prison will look like after it is formed. Now incarnate as the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor, if he uses the 4 phases of killing prison, he will only be able to use it to the extent that Long Yu himself understands it. He can only condense some lines of death to wrap around his opponent, and then corrode the opponent with the breath of death. At this level, the lethality is not too strong. Long Yu is too lazy to use it. If he wants to use it next time, he must at least increase its power 10 times. After all, it is an ancient god's forbidden art, and it is too difficult to practice. However, if it is cultivated to its peak state, its power will definitely surpass all other martial arts. For this, Long Yu is still looking forward to it. Look at other things. Long Yu's heart moved, and he turned the Book of Shadows to the next page. The creature on this page is an ice god. This ice god is not the same as the ice god that Long Yu scanned before. It is an ice god in the godlike realm. If we talk about levels, the level of this ice god clan is probably comparable to that of the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor. He can definitely be said to be the strongest among the ice god clan. With a thought in Long Yu's mind, he transformed into such an ice god. From the appearance, it was no different from the ordinary ice god at all. If he ran to the ice god clan's territory like this, would he be directly regarded as the leader of the ice god clan? Long Yu was a little embarrassed, but after he transformed into the ice god clan, he had the same wonderful feeling as before. In this state, his speed in comprehending the ice attribute divine texts suddenly increased a lot. The speed of comprehending divine texts has been increased, at least 3 times as fast as before. It's a pity that Long Yu didn't understand any ice attribute divine text, so this function doesn't seem to be of much use. In this state, Long Yu can also use 7 other innate magical powers, all of which are condensed from the power of the ice attribute divine script. Unfortunately, Long Yu himself has little research and understanding of the ice attribute divine script, and he also has no knowledge of the ice attribute divine script. There is no cultivation and understanding. Therefore, in this form, he exerted the 7 innate magical powers of the Ice God clan, which basically had no power. He might not be able to defeat even the powerful ones in the realm, let alone challenge him to a higher level. Long Yu was quite happy about this situation. He didn't expect that the Book of Shadows could have such a function. Obviously, it would be most useful for the shadow essence to be temporarily integrated into the Book of Shadows. After all, he is still in the period of growing strength. If he wants to practice and comprehend something, he can just temporarily change into the corresponding appearance. Soon, he turned over the pages of the book and came across a strange creature. This creature was made of bones all over its body. It was somewhat similar to the remains of the Bone Clan, but the difference was that the body of this creature was a giant skeleton. There are many white fangs on this giant skeleton. The reason why he noticed this creature was because Long Yu discovered that the body of this creature contained the divine inscriptions of Mad War. If he transformed into this terrifying white bone creature, the speed at which he could comprehend the various attributes of Mad War would increase. Of course, what currently restricts Long Yu from exerting the power of the martial arts of mad fighting celestial body is not that the divine text of the Mad War attribute he has comprehended is too weak, but that there are no other powers of the Mad War divine text for him to comprehend. If he could comprehend a stronger Mad War divine inscription, or the degree of compatibility with the Mad War divine inscription was improved, the power of Long Yu's use of the Mad War celestial body could be increased at least 10 times. By that time, Long Yu could almost be said to have reached the temporary limit. The peak of sex. However, that level is still a bit far away from the current Long Yu. At least, if you want to improve your compatibility with the Mad War divine text, you need a lot of special elixirs. Long Yu also observes these special elixirs on weekdays, but he has not seen that special elixirs are not available in seminary-like shops. Few, but it happens to be that it does not improve the compatibility of the Mad War divine text. There are other special elixirs that improve the compatibility with the Shadow attribute divine texts, but Long Yu no longer needs this kind of elixir, because he and the Shadow attribute divine texts have already reached the peak level of the 12th level. As for the Mad War divine Wen, he has only reached the 7th level, and the gap is a bit big. Therefore, he cannot exert the strongest power when using the Mad War celestial body. Long Yu shook his head and focused on his eyes. After the Book of Shadows was integrated into the Shadow essence, the effect was beyond his expectations. It actually allowed him to transform into 8 kinds of creatures. Basically, each creature represented a divine attribute. When he practiced and understood the divine attributes of that attribute, get some speed. Moreover, Long Yu tried to transform into nothingness again, and he found that the power consumed to transform into nothingness was nearly 10 times less than before. Because now, no matter what he transforms into, including when he transforms into nothingness, most of the power consumed is absorbed from the Shadow essence, and the Shadow essence continuously absorbs power from the surrounding space to save it, and can completely store enough a lot of energy can support Long Yu, at least in one battle, and his strength will not be exhausted. This is also good news for Long Yu, which means that he no longer needs to carefully save the incarnation of nothingness. In battle, if he could transform into nothingness without limit, his hiding, escaping, and assassination abilities would reach another level. There is no doubt that Long Yu's Shadow essence is worth buying. After all, he will drink the divine wine to quickly enhance the various powers he has comprehended. But he doesn't know if he changes into the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor. Can the accelerating comprehension of the apocalyptic 9 Nether divine texts be superimposed on the effect of the divine wine at the same time? Just give it a try if you think of it. Long Yu didn't hesitate at all. He first chose to self-destruct his body, and then used the Heart of Demon Dust to reshape his body, eliminating the attenuation effect of drinking the spirit wine before, and then started drinking the spirit wine. This was not the first time he drank the spirit wine, so he was quite prepared for the effects of the spirit wine. As the drunkenness in his mind increased, the speed at which he comprehended the apocalyptic 9 nether divine texts and the power of the metal Tai Chu also began to increase exponentially. Double, triple. When the speed of his comprehension of the divine text increased to 10 times, he was no longer very sober. Even the body of purifying the world had no effect, because the drunkenness of the spiritual wine was not a harmful effect. This also sounded the alarm to Long Yu. He might encounter an opponent in the future who would use drunkenness to achieve the effect of controlling his opponent. In this case, the purifying body might lose its effect. Soon, Long Yu lost consciousness and passed out completely drunk. However, at this time, the effect of the divine wine finally came into play quickly. In addition, Long Yu was now in the form of the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor, and the speed at which he could comprehend the Revelation level 9 Nether divine texts had more than doubled. In other words, this made Long Yu's effect of drinking the divine wine double. Long Yu had discovered this situation just before he fell into coma, so he fell asleep with peace of mind. Then he only had to wait for a day to wake up, and then he could see the effect of drinking this bottle of divine wine. After one day, Long Yu woke up and turned around. He immediately checked his understanding of the Revelation level 9 Nether divine texts. The result made him quite happy, because it took only one day to comprehend the Revelation level 9 Nether divine texts this time. It has achieved the effect of 8 months of normal cultivation and understanding. This made Long Yu very happy. Obviously, after changing into the form of the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor, the speed of practicing the apocalyptic 9 Nether divine inscriptions was increased, which can be accumulated into the effect of the spiritual wine. Only then can a bottle of spiritual wine be drunk. Going down is equivalent to Long Yu practicing for 8 months. In just one day, Long Yu improved his comprehension of the Revelation level 9 Nether divine texts from 60% to nearly 70%. If this continues, it will be possible to fully comprehend this Revelation level 9 Nether divine inscriptions, and then rely on these 6 bottles of divine wine. Long Yu didn't stop at all. After all, Yuga and Han Ying were still waiting for him to finish their work and then go out together to complete the academy's training tasks, so he had to be quick. Destroy yourself again, reshape your body again, and then drink the divine wine. Long Yu is very familiar with such things. He keeps self-destructing and reborn. He drinks the divine wine. As time goes by, the spirit wine becomes less and less. However, Long Yu's understanding of the Revelation level 9 Nether divine texts has become more and more important. It's more and more. After about 10 days, Long Yu finally drank all 7 bottles of the divine wine. All these spiritual wines were used by Long Yu to practice the apocalyptic 9 Nether divine inscriptions. This time, he finally got his wish, and he understood the apocalyptic 9 Nether divine inscriptions to 100%, reaching the level of complete comprehension. After fully comprehending the apocalyptic 9 Nether divine inscriptions, Long Yu's whole body was almost completely transformed. He raised his hand, casually, and it was the Revelation level 9 Nether divine inscriptions. Using any shadow attribute method, the power was greatly improved compared to before. He originally understood 60% of the Revelation level 9 Nether divine inscriptions, so he could use the means to increase the power 6 times. But now that he has fully understood it, his power has increased 20 times. This is the effect of complete understanding. It is not a 10-fold improvement, but a 20-fold improvement. This is equivalent to that, in just 10 days, Long Yu made his strength increase rapidly again, almost equivalent to an increase of 1 level. The level of martial arts realm. Although he is only in the martial arts realm of a first-level master, his actual combat power can reach the level of an ordinary 4th level or even 5th level master. Even if he superimposes the crazy battle power to more than 100 levels, he may be able to deal with ordinary 6th level masters. There is no suspense. His current strength is no different from Yu Ge, who was originally a third-level master. Not too far off. You must know that Yu Ge is a student of the Seminary Academy, and is a super genius who can fight beyond the next level. However, Long Yu is able to fight with her beyond the next level. Looking at the entire human race and monster race, there are only a few with such strength. Without any hesitation, Long Yu checked his status again and found out that he also understood a lot about the power of the Taichu of the metal system. Since his small world is integrated with the source of the gold-type heavenly spirit, he can naturally comprehend the power of the metal-type Taichu. Although the automatic comprehension effect brought by the source of the gold-type heavenly spirit has weakened a lot after reaching 30% before, the 7 bottles of spiritual wine he just drank are equivalent to 56 months of cultivation, which is 4 years. Lots of time. No matter how weak the automatic comprehension effect is, if it lasts for such a long time, the effect is extremely heaven-defying. From comprehending 30% of the primordial power of the metal system, it has been directly upgraded to 50% of the primordial power of the metal system. Improving the power of the Taichu of the metal system can also increase the power of the apocalyptic 9 nether divine inscriptions. This increase from 30% to 50% can also increase the power of the 9 nether divine inscriptions a lot, or at least double it. In just 10 days, Long Yu's improvement speed was really fast. But at this time, Long Yu did not immediately leave his little world and go out to join Yu Ge and Han Ying, because he had other things to do, which was to enter the core space of the 9 nether prison monument to collect the remaining. Those mysterious patterns of the pure body are all recorded in my mind. Long Yu had already engraved some of those mysterious patterns in his mind. There were still more than 10 of the original 22 mysterious patterns in the 7th level that had not been recorded. Originally, it would take about 2 days for Long Yu to imprint the 7th layer of mysterious patterns in his mind. But now, Long Yu entered the first layer of the core space of the 9 nether prison monument, tried it, and found that it only took 2 hours to engrave a 7th level mysterious pattern, which was 10 times faster. This should be because I have fully understood the Revelation level 9 nether divine inscriptions. Long Yu thought to himself, feeling quite good. In this case, of course, he immediately started to imprint these mysterious patterns in his mind. In 2 days, the 7th level of mysterious patterns can be completely imprinted. As for the subsequent 8th and 9th levels of mysterious patterns, whether we want to continue to engrave the pattern or not, we'll see when the time comes. Long Yu then began to imprint the mysterious patterns of the pure world body in his mind. Originally, it took him 2 days to engrave the 7th level mysterious pattern, but now it only takes 2 hours, which is about 10 times faster. This is entirely because he has fully understood the Revelation level 9 nether divine inscriptions. In the next 2 days, he completely imprinted the remaining 7th layer of mysterious patterns in his mind. From this point on, he had increased the effect of the purifying body 6 times, and his ability to use mental attacks and control methods resistance has once again been raised to a higher level. To engrave any of the 8th mysterious patterns, it would take 10 hours, basically 1 engraving per day. Long Yu calculated it and found that if he wanted to finish engraving the 8th mysterious pattern, he would still need to engrave it. In 22 days, if you want to engrave all the mysterious patterns of the 9th level, it will take another 120 days, which is almost 4 months. By then, the academic year of this seminary will be over, and the improvement brought by this is not very big for Long Yu. After all, the mental attack and control methods, Long Yu can already rebound most of them by using the purifying soul mirror. Improving resistance in this area is not very effective. In other words, if Long Yu continues to engrave these mysterious patterns, his combat effectiveness will not be significantly improved, but it will take a lot of time, so there is no need. It's a pity that we can't go to the 2nd floor of the 9 nether hell monument until all the mysterious patterns of these pure bodies are engraved. Otherwise, it would be great to go in directly and see what there is. I think it should be the heart of demonic dust. Mysterious pattern, right? Long Yu thought in his mind and shook his head. If he has this time, he might as well complete some seminary-like training missions. If he concentrates on doing the missions, he can get a lot of Battlefield Legion meritorious service in a month. The most important thing is to be able to practice himself in actual combat and improve himself. Own fighting ability, familiar with various opponents. After joining the seminary, the actual combat experience gained by fighting alien races is difficult for anyone else to obtain. This is the noblest wealth they can obtain. Having seen countless alien fighting styles, students from the seminary are suitable for fighting any opponent on any occasion. When Long Yu joined the seminary, he had not fought many battles with foreign races. He only participated in training missions with Yu Ge and Honging twice, and dealt with 2 foreign races. One of them was the Yuan he had seen before. Clan. So next, he is going to go all out to complete the training tasks in the seminary. Frenzy Celestial Body can only be improved in battle. This martial skill has not yet reached the level of Transformation Realm. I don't know what kind of tyrannical effect it will have after entering the Transformation Realm. Long Yu thought in his heart, vaguely looking forward to this. In order to cooperate with the Mad War Celestial Body, he planned to go to a place every time he accepted a seminary-like training mission to see if there were any special elixirs for sale nearby that could improve the compatibility with the Mad War Divine Text. This kind of pill is not rare, but it just doesn't exist in the seminary right now. Therefore, if Long Yu goes out to try his luck, he is still very likely to get 1 or 2. If he can improve his compatibility with the Mad War Divine Text, the strength can be greatly improved. Now his most important move is the Crazy Fighting Celestial Body. After all, it is an endless level high-grade martial art. Although this move uses the Crazy Fighting Boxing Cannon, it cannot explode several times the power, like other endless level martial arts. However, it has the effect of being able to wirelessly superimpose the force of the wild battle. This is unmatched by other endless level martial arts. It can be said that each has its own benefits. As long as Long Yu can survive the battle, this martial skill will have the possibilities are endless. Crazy Battle Celestial Body can temper the cultivator's physical body after practicing it, and improve the physical strength of the cultivator, so that Long Yu's current physical body is as strong as at least a 5th level master, coupled with the reshaping effect of the demonic heart's physical body, allowing him to stand firm in battle. Because of this, the Crazy Battle of Celestial Bodies is undoubtedly the strongest method for Long Yu now. It complements his other methods, and together allows him to defeat many opponents that he would otherwise have been unable to defeat. This is basically impossible for other cultivators of the Great Master. My goal for the next half year is to be a 3rd level master, and my strength must be able to deal with an ordinary 7th level master. Long Yu has set such a goal for himself. Now he can deal with ordinary 5th level masters without any big problems, so when he is promoted to 3 level masters, it should not be a problem to deal with ordinary 7th level masters. That's right. However, what he was talking about was just an ordinary 7th level master. If it were guys like the seminary school, it would be impossible for Long Yu to fight against them unless he reached the level of a 5th level master. Generally speaking, in quasi-theological colleges, the higher the level of martial arts for geniuses, the longer they stay in quasi-theological colleges, their corresponding methods will be more terrifying, and their ability to leapfrog will be stronger. The good news is that after the effects of so many divine wines in the past have subsided, Long Yu unexpectedly discovered that his understanding of the ancient gods' forbidden arts and the 4-phase killing prison had actually improved a lot. Although he can still only use the death line to wrap around and erode the opponent, but the corrosion ability and lethality of the death line have been doubled than before. The doubling of the power was nothing compared to the improvements in other aspects of Long Yu, but it gave Long Yu the dawn of understanding the ancient gods' forbidden technique, the four-phase killing prison. Now, he doesn't know to what level Joyo Dragon Emperor has comprehended the ancient god's forbidden technique before. He can only be sure that the other party has not comprehended it to its peak. Therefore, Long Yu wants to understand the four-phase killing prison to Joyo Dragon Emperor. The previous level of understanding should be relatively simple. Of course, the difficulty is still very high, as you can see now. Before Long Yu, he had directly drank 7 bottles of divine wine, which was equivalent to practicing for nearly 5 years. He had even fully comprehended the Revelation Level 9 Nether Divine inscriptions, but his comprehension of the ancient divine forbidden arts had not yet been fully understood. It's just a slight improvement. If one needs to reach 100% to fully comprehend the ancient god's forbidden art of 4 phases of killing prison, then Joyo Dragon Emperor may have only comprehended it to 50% before, and the original Long Yu only comprehended one of them. Point. Now, Long Yu's understanding of the 4 phases of killing prison has been improved from 1 point to 2 points. This change can be said to be a double change, but it actually does not improve the understanding progress much. If 7 bottles of divine wine can only allow him to comprehend 1% more of the 4 phases of death prison, if he wants to comprehend the 4 phases of death prison to the same level as the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor, at least 700 bottles will be needed. The magical wine. This calculation made Long Yu a little puzzled. With so much spiritual wine, even if the divine wine from the seminary was given to him every year, it would take him at least 20 years to collect it. What's more, how could he have all the theological wine in the seminary? Moreover, Long Yu was able to understand the 4 phases of killing prison in this way, because he was now able to transform into the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor through the Book of Shadows, which gave him a special feeling about the 4 phases of killing prison. It was this feeling that allowed him to gradually comprehend the ancient god's forbidden technique of the 4 phases of prison killing in the day's time after taking the spirit wine. Anyway, the training has come to an end for the time being. Probably, I can go out and accept some power tasks similar to those in the seminary. Long Yu thought to himself, and finally left the room where he was, and went out to inform Yu Ge and Hong Ying, preparing to meet them in the training mission hall to choose some suitable training missions to do. The 2 girls, Yu Ge and Hong Ying, have nothing to do now. They are just practicing and comprehending the 2 endless-level high-grade martial arts. Yu Ge is now in the martial arts realm of the 4th stage Great Master, and has practiced the 9 Heaven Star Flash. When she appeared in front of Long Yu again, she had already cultivated the 9 Heaven Star Flash to its peak level. From small success to great success, and then to the top, Yu Ge has definitely put in a lot of hard work. Hong Ying is similar, but she spent some time before her return, this time practicing the secret martial arts technique of balanced control, so she didn't practice shadow binding for a long time, but she has already cultivated it to a great level. Regardless of whether you are at the peak or great level, these 2 endless-level high-grade martial arts can already be used in actual combat, and they can definitely produce some miraculous effects. As for Hong Ying's martial arts realm, she is a 3rd-level dominator, which is still a little far away from the 4th-level dominator. After all, she is at the level of a great dominator. It is much more difficult than before to expand the territory of the small world and improve her cultivation. Just look at Long Yu. Now if you want to be promoted from the 1st level of Great Master to the 2nd level of Great Master, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is at least 10 times that of before. This also makes the cultivator want to be in the martial arts realm after setting foot in the realm of Great Master. It becomes very difficult to move up a step. The 3 of them reunited in the mission hall, and then separately selected training missions. This time, the difficulty of the mission they wanted to accept was probably around the 5th level master. They should be able to complete missions at this level easily. They should practice their skills first, get familiar with the cooperation between them, and then you can accept some more difficult training tasks. There is no doubt that the two girls Yuge and Hong Ying are already quite familiar with the cooperation, but Long Yu has never fought with the two girls. The only 2 times they fought side by side ended in a very short time. This is a good mission, dealing with the Soul Clan. Long Yu, you seem to be very good at dealing with the Soul Clan, why don't you give it a try? Soon, Hong Ying heard a voice from the other end, asking Long Yu and Yuge to go over and take a look. The Soul Clan, a foreign race with no fixed form, is extremely good at spiritual attacks, and Long Yu is no stranger to them. Long Yu was deeply impressed by the Soul Clan, because he had just come to the big world from the small world and entered the territory of the Demon Clan. One of the 2 alien races he challenged in the bloody battlefield was the Soul Clan. As for the other side, there are Yuan tribe warriors, alien tribes with extremely strong physical strength, alien tribes that emerged from the abyss of the starry sky, and do not have their own large world territory. For the Yuan tribe, Long Yu has dealt with it twice, and has a certain experience of. As for the Soul Clan, Long Yu had relied on the secret martial art of the purifying body to kill one in a bloody battlefield before, but for him, the scene at that time was still a bit frightening. After all, the Soul Clan has no body and is hard to guard against mental attacks. It would be extremely difficult to deal with them unless they were fully confident. On the foreign battlefield, if the Soul Clan's legion appears, it will be handed over to a special demon clan within the demon clan to deal with it. That special demon clan is also extremely good at spiritual attacks. It is up to them to intercept the Soul Clan's attack. It fits, and nothing has gone wrong for many years. However, even if the demon clan, which is best at spiritual methods, tries to stop the Soul Clan, it usually makes many sacrifices, but these sacrifices are not known to ordinary people. Dealing with the Soul Clan. Long Yu was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Hong Ying would choose such a training mission for him. If it was to deal with the Soul Clan, the one with the most combat effectiveness among the 3 would be Long Yu. After all, Long Yu has already practiced the martial arts of the purifying body, and now he has printed so many mysterious patterns in his mind, which enhances the effect of the purifying body by 6 times. The most important thing is that now the purifying body he has cultivated to the 9th level and can activate the world-purifying soul mirror. Facing ordinary opponents, such as the Yuan clan, etc., the opponent may not be able to use spiritual attacks, so the purifying soul mirror is not needed. But for the Soul Clan, the purifying soul mirror can be said to be their natural enemy, and it may even be able to directly rebound the opponent to death. You must know that the purifying soul mirror is a terrifying method that can reflect up to 10 times the power of mental attacks. In that case, let those Soul Clans experience the nightmare. Long Yu narrowed his eyes and nodded to Hong Ying, indicating that she accepted this training mission. Since the Soul Clan is a special alien race, the jade slip in this training mission already marked that the opponent was the Soul Clan, and there was no need to open it to know, so Hong Ying had not yet accepted the mission when she called Long Yu and Yuge over. Now that Long Yu agreed, she took off the jade slip of the training mission. The task difficulty index is probably a task that can only be carried out by 5 5-level masters working together. It seems a bit inappropriate for us to accept it hastily. Hong Ying said with a smile. What's the use of saying it after you've accepted the mission? But we have Long Yu here, and I want to see how powerful the effect of the world-purifying body is. However, Yuge covered her mouth and chuckled. She was not worried that they could not complete this task. After all, it was just a training task for the 5th level master level. It was not very difficult in terms of difficulty. In addition, among the 3 of them, one of them specialized in restraining souls. With the existence of the dragon control of the clan, even if this mission is dangerous, the danger should be saved in the end. In fact, dealing with opponents from the Soul Clan is the most dangerous, because this alien race is invisible and hard to defend against. If the alien race from the Soul Clan wants to hide deliberately, it will be more difficult to find them than to find other hidden alien races. Several times. However, Long Yu was not worried, because with hanging around, she had reached the 9th level of balanced control, and could also bless herself with the light of balance. Simply put, if she wanted to discover the powerful soul race at the 5th level of Great Master, it's not too difficult. After the three accepted the mission, they immediately chose to set off, without any hesitation. Many people in the mission hall couldn't help but look sideways when they saw Long Yu, and the three of them accepted the mission from the Soul Clan. They were all selecting training tasks in the lobby, and of course they saw this task marked with the Soul Clan. The reward for this training task was twice as much as other tasks at the same difficulty level, but still not many people were willing to accept it. Because the Soul Clan is not something that ordinary cultivators can deal with. If there are no special means, even if you encounter those soul races whose cultivation level is lower than yours, whether you can deal with them is a huge problem. Even for the students of the seminary, the same is true. Not everyone is proficient in mental attacks and control methods. Many times, they feel that the soul race is simply an alien species, a species that should not exist in this world at all. This alien race is composed entirely of spiritual power and is invisible. If the special methods are not strong, it is extremely difficult to deal with them, and you will even be killed by them without knowing it. Once you fall into the spiritual shock array set up by the Soul Clan, no matter how high your martial arts level is, it will be difficult to escape from it, because the opponent's attack is not aimed at the physical body of the cultivator, but at the spiritual soul of the cultivator. How brave, these three newcomers actually dare to cause trouble for the Soul Clan. Isn't that Long Yu? I have heard that he had some grudges with the people of the Golden Dragon Monster Clan. When he was in the Monster Clan's territory, he once killed a Soul Clan in a bloody battlefield. I've also heard that there are not many people who can kill the Soul Clan, especially the Soul Clan who can be captured alive from the battlefield, which is even more difficult to deal with. Everyone was talking about it, and it seemed that they knew many of Long Yu's deeds. After all, Long Yu had become a celebrity in the entire college since he first joined the seminary. Of course, someone would specially investigate him. Everyone is now looking forward to the fact that Long Yu and the three of them can return home in vain, but the facts will naturally not let them do so. In some extremely silent void, Long Yu, Hong Ying, and Yugu appeared in this void, and could not feel the presence of other galaxies around them. It seemed that this place was relatively remote. It was said that 5 powerful Soul Clan men were hiding in this area. Near the star field. The 5 powerful Soul Clan masters in the realm of 5-headed and 5-level masters should be arranging a certain magic circle in this area. This magic circle has been arranged for several months, but it is still far from being completed. The strong men from the seminary before discovered the signs of the layout of this magic circle and released it as a training mission. However, no one was willing to accept this mission for a month. After all, the alien race such as the Soul Clan is too special to deal with. Unexpected situations are all too likely to happen. Until now that Long Yu and the other two have accepted this task, some senior leaders of the seminary are also relieved. They are really afraid that no one will dare to accept this task. Hasn't the reputation of the seminary been greatly lost? You know, this task should have been handed over to some special departments of the Battlefield Legion. It was just that the senior leaders of the seminary were ready to train the students, so they took over it. If no one accepted it, it can be said that it would be embarrassing. Because of this, many senior officials now look at Long Yu and the others with admiration. It can be said that these three are all new students, and they are actually more courageous than those veteran students. Of course they had investigated Long Yu and knew that Long Yu had killed the Soul Clan before, but the Soul Clan he killed at that time was the Soul Clan trapped in the martial arts arena. The opponent had nowhere to escape, but now, they want to encounter those Soul Clans in the void. The most powerful thing about the Soul Clan is actually not the method of mental attack, but running away. Since the Soul Clan has no fixed form, they are all living beings formed by spiritual power. If they want to hide and escape, they can practice many secret martial arts techniques, such as spiritual decomposition, which can decompose themselves into countless spiritual bodies and scatter them without any trace in the void, and then reunited in a safe place. This magical ability gives the Soul Clan a unique advantage in fighting in the void. It is impossible for ordinary people to find them and kill them. This is not a problem for the Dragon Royal team. If they want to track their opponents, Hong Ying's methods can definitely be said to be first-rate. Whether it is spiritual perception or deduction power, she can be said to be at the pinnacle of the entire demon clan. Even among the many strong demon clan masters of the 7th stage, the strength of spiritual perception and deduction is far inferior to that of Hong Ying. Due to the martial arts secret technique of balanced control and the bonus of the light of balance, Hong Ying's spiritual perception ability is 100 times stronger than that of practitioners of the same realm. Is it to prevent the 5-headed and 5th-level soul masters from completing this magic circle? Long Yu thought in his heart, but did not act immediately. Instead, he looked around from a distance, and then released the old man Tianhua from the small world. "You brat, what do you want from me?" Old man Tianhua is waiting very impatiently. He originally wanted to follow Long Yu to that force to see the situation, but he didn't expect that Long Yu would have to wait until the end of the school year at the seminary before going back. It really made him feel very depressed. Now that Long Yu has found him, of course he doesn't have a good face to show it. "Senior, can you feel the scent of any powerful magic circle around here?" Long Yu was not angry and asked Old Man Tianhua with a faint smile. After all, Old Man Tianhua has done a lot of research on magic formations, so it shouldn't be a problem for him to identify the magic formations here. You must know that in the mission, Jade Slips, the other party did not write down what these soul clans are setting up. What kind of magic circle is it? To be on the safe side, Long Yu still had to fully understand the situation. When Old Man Tianhua heard Long Yu's words, he was no longer unhappy. It was about the magic circle, which made him suddenly interested, and he soon began to feel the power around him. There is really a magic circle waiting to be formed nearby. Is this a mental power transmission magic circle? Old Man Tianhua felt the aura of power around him and couldn't help but feel a little strange. Who would arrange a mental power transmission array? It's useless at all.